Chapter 851, Touch and Reverse Scale 6000 Chapters, Ask for Monthly Pass. It is actually more troublesome to escape than to enter the illusion. This is like hacking into a surveillance electronic camera. After making waves in the bedroom, you must remember the original positions of the pillows and bedside dolls, and match the movement with the environment before dispelling the illusion, in order to successfully hide from the sky. If the deviation is too large, even if Umbridge is a mole, she can detect that she has been tricked. For example, at least Elena and Hermione have to sit upright, and the tabletop is clean again. After a few minutes, snapped. Okay, give the homework and excerpts to me by next Tuesday night, and leave them with you for now. Elena snapped her fingers and released the illusion magic surrounding them. With the disappearance of the dual backward architecture transformation magic, Elena quickly stood up and clapped her hands, using her body movements to connect to the inconsistency between reality and illusion at that moment, attracting other students in the classroom attention. But in Hermione's opinion, it doesn't matter if you don't pose so rigorously. After copying the text for an afternoon, most of the students' eyes were a little trance, like dolls with empty eyes. Have you seen it? If it weren't for me, you still look like this being played badly now. Elena gave Hermione a triumphant look, and Ximao swayed from side to side with majesty on top of her head. Hermione curled her lips quite speechlessly, and rolled her eyes back. Oh, stinky chess basket. Next time, just switch to Go. You will lose as many times as you lose, and you will end when you win 3 rounds. Elena twitched her mouth, thinking in her heart that in her mind, Europeans and Americans were not good at this kind of chess. You know, although she secretly slanders Hermione from time to time as if she is a human-shaped calculator. But in fact, Hermione's memory and learning ability is a little bit stronger, and it is far from the level of artificial intelligence. After the development of the ternary computer in the magical world is completed, Elena's first thing is to let the scholars try to develop a chess logic that can be iterated automatically, and then let Hermione experience the limits of human intelligence. Ignoring the provocation and teasing in Gigi's eyes, Elena glanced at Umbridge, who had already walked out of the classroom, looked at the little wizards in the classroom who were still in a trance, and said refreshingly, "Don't worry about the homework and text, go to eat first. Eating is the most important thing, then go back and take a good rest. Only before next Tuesday night? That would be a little easier." Neville Longbottom shook his sore wrist, frowned, and said with a sigh, "I don't know where I have copied it, or where I can find the original version of this book for comparison." "It's okay, you can copy me and Hermione's," Elena replied quite generously, holding Hermione's contemptuous eyes, spreading her hands cheeky, and continuing to explain. "Sorry? Other than that, I can't help you too much. At most for homework, can Hermione and I give you some hints? Do you know? It's the same kind as last semester, just for reference. But they're tips that can't be copied directly and fully on the rest. You yourself. Except for a few small wings. She does not intend to make her exclusive cheating method public for the time being. It's not uncommon for whistleblowers to be among Hogwarts. It's hard to get confused by the toad. She doesn't plan to show up so early. Don't misuse the card of Gidro Lockhart, otherwise it will come out sooner or later. Big problem. Besides, at least at the current stage, let these little wizards copy textbooks. It's not a bad thing. If nothing else, the defense against the dark arts class will undergo a certain degree of change within half a month. After learning about Umbridge's teaching method, Professor Remus Lupin, who is now the leader of the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts subject, will definitely step in and add missing practices to the students' current courses. Section. Wait until the students have a solid theoretical knowledge as the foundation, then go to experience Professor Lupin's interesting practical teaching. Compared with the two, students can more deeply appreciate the cuteness of the Moonface as for Umbridge, as the bad guy who sings the white face. She can play the role directly, so that the students can know how to cherish the time in the practice class. Huh? Professor Umbridge? It's terrible, Harry said gravely. He seemed to have foreseen countless days of suffering in the future. You haven't seen the more terrifying side, Harry. She is the senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic. Draco Malfoy moved his sore shoulders and sighed with lingering fear. I have a hunch that this may be just the beginning of a small situation. My father once said at home that any wizard who can become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic will definitely not be a character that ordinary wizards can handle after all. Well, but I think she is a bit perfunctory. Justin Finley shrugged his shoulders, clearing the desk, and whispered, today's entire class, except for copying books, is reading aloud. If this is the case in the future, this professor's job would be too easy, right? Maybe because this is the first class? I heard that Professor Umbridge only officially joined yesterday. Oh, Professor Apocalypse class is interesting. I heard my dad say that the Ministry of Magic has opinions on Professor Apocalypse's teaching method. They think that it was the way of cultivating war wizards hundreds of years ago, but now it is a peaceful age and should not be confronted so much. But it's not safe outside. Wasn't it just last semester that I caught the fanatical crowd of a mysterious person in the school? Elena and Hermione looked at each other amidst the low complaints of the classmates, and did not participate in the discussion. For Hermione, it was the first time in history that she had played most of the class, which made her feel a little embarrassed and guilty besides excitement, and Elena's reason was even simpler. All this was originally just as she expected. The only thing that disappointed her was that Umbridge didn't seem to be so hateful now. Based on this accumulation of emotions, Elena estimates that if she wants to make the students feel strong, she will have to wait at least half a month. Or about a month. Maybe she has to find a way to help Umbridge accumulate some anger. As for this period of time, she doesn't have to copy text anyway. Isn't it good to play chess in class? Aren't you going to find Professor Dumbledore? They blended into the flow of people downstairs, and when they returned to the auditorium for dinner, Hermione asked curiously, you should also participate in the Hogwarts curriculum reform, if you keep copying books. What does it matter then? Elena said nonchalantly, I have to admit that, apart from being a little tedious, Defense Magic Theory is still a good introduction book for defense against the dark arts size. A few minutes later, I will get you a copy of Theory of Defense by Magic from the bookstore. You can read the rest of the book for your reference only. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot you are the queen now. Hermione raised her eyebrows and looked at Elena thoughtfully. If Gringotts made a move, then Umbridge's dilemma that there was no teaching material in class just now can be explained. After all, according to Elena's previous description, most of Diagon Alley is almost her property. For her, wanting to get a certain book off the shelves is just an owl letter. But, Elena, are you evaluating magic defense theory this way to cover up your planning mistakes? No, absolutely not. Everything is under control. This is the original teaching arrangement. You'd better find a hat and put it on before you lie next time. Hermione glanced at the unhappy dull hair on Elena's head, suddenly relieved in her heart. Compared to the loneliness that seemed to be exhaustive, with these days, although this white-haired dumpling has become a little bit stupid, and the number of mistakes has gradually increased, but somehow, it makes people get closer. Recalling the scene where the stinky chess basket was playing with regret in class, the corner of Hermione's mouth raised a slight arc. Are you laughing at me secretly? Elena looked at the little beaver alertly, staring at. She always feels that since being defeated by Hermione in chess, Miss Granger has looked at her with a very strange look from time to time, and similar eyes usually fell on Tihanhun in her impression. Body. No, it's just that I remembered something happy. Hermione replied casually. Don't talk like me. What else? What's so happy? Elena raised her free right paw, making a gesture to scratch Hermione's waist. I warn you, don't tell Hannah, Luna and others about this, otherwise. Because, however, before the threat in her mouth could be spoken, Hermione gently held Elena's right hand suspended in the air. Her amber eyes reflected the Lake Eblua's and delicate faces that were close at hand. Seriously, I can finally really touch you, Elena, this feeling very happy. Elena was stunned. Her eyes touched those bright eyes, and she suddenly felt a little guilty. Don't be self-guided, sisters. Compared to the purity in Hermione Granger's eyes, her fascinating white-haired dumpling seemed a bit dangerous, and if the speed of progress continued to develop, she felt that she might have to suffer a hatchet sooner or later. I'm always the weird let's hurry up and eat, I'm hungry. Well, I'm a little hungry too. Don't worry, I won't tell them. Hermione smiled and nodded, blinking playfully without any further explanation. No one knows except me you are a silly chess basket. You are obviously laughing at me. Well, a little bit. Didn't you laugh at me before I can't fly? During the quarrel, the two came to the hall of the auditorium and found that the outside was already crowded with students waiting in line for dinner. As soon as they stood at the end of the line, a playful and exaggerated voice suddenly came from the aisle not far away. Irina Ivanovich? Gee, you are the legendary Ivanovich family, Irina? The foreign student who was previously assigned to Slytherin College? Elena and Hermione turned sideways and looked over there. I saw that the first-year students were walking into the foyer from outside the castle, and not far from them, 4 or 5 senior Slytherin students were standing on their only way, obviously waiting specially. Irina is back. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Irina raised her head calmly, stopped and asked. Since she had just finished the herbal medicine lesson in the greenhouse outside the school, she and the little wizards behind her were stained with a lot of dirt on the skirts and the bottom of their robes. They all looked a little dusty, but this still did not affect the girl's cold eyes. She frowned slightly and looked at the senior students in front of her. She had some impressions of the person in the lead. The boy who had fought her for the Shadow Prefect the night before was said to be one of the Quidditch members of Slytherin College. He seemed to be called Lucian Bold. Please give in, you are blocking our way back. Of course, you are a celebrity. I just know that the Ivanovich family is so famous. Lucian Bowl grinned and showed a malicious smile. He was holding a letter in his hand, and it seemed that he had just opened it, and there was a newspaper behind the letter, but it was not written in English. Novat Ivanovich, the principal of the Kodos Dores School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Tusk once tied with Professor Dumbledore, the great wizard known as the sole pillar of the Russian magical world. And the Ivanovic family, there is not one of the oldest magic families in the Russian magic world. Why didn't you introduce such a glorious and enviable family history? Oh, wait, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird. Lucian Bowl patted his head pretendingly, and said in confusion, why did the granddaughter of the principal of the dignified Kodos Dores School of Witchcraft and Wizardry come to Hogwarts to study? Could it be that the magic school over there has closed down? Oh, the old man passed away unfortunately a few years ago? What? To shut up. Irina trembled slightly, and roared in a low voice, like a female beast about to get angry. Huh? What's the matter? Miss Shadow Prefect seems to be scared. Or are you worried about this? Lucian Bowl's eyes flashed maliciously, and he deliberately made the voice loud so that everyone crowded in the hall could hear him. At the same time, he took a dramatic look at the newspaper behind his letter. Talk to himself. Oh, why did my family send me a foreign newspaper? Is the old guy on the cover Nova Ivanovich? Why does it look a little embarrassed? Hey, there is a version translated into English. Let's take a look. Nova Ivanovich, on April 26, 1986, incited hundreds of wizards to blatantly cast a law in front of muggles, a serious violation of the International Wizarding Joint Secrecy Act, and indirectly and directly, it caused the deaths of hundreds of wizards and thousands of muggles. It's terrible, and the legendary Dark Lord is nothing more than that. Right? Lucian Bowl smacked his lips quite exaggeratedly, with a trace of disgust and sarcasm in his eyes, and continued to read aloud. After trial, Nova Ivanovich was suspected of violating the Secrecy Act, spreading the witch's sorrow, and instigating others to infect the witch's sorrow, etc., and was sentenced to confiscation of the wand and permanent imprisonment without the death penalty. I said that the Foreign Ministry of Magic is too gentle. Oh, It turns out that the witch's sorrow might contaminate the death penalty room. DSK, it's really wow. There is another picture behind this, which is said to be the appearance of witch's sorrow after infection. Bowl screamed exaggeratedly, and raised the newspaper in his hand. Is this still a human being? Maybe the trolls are better looking than them. Miss Ivanovic, did you tell your friends that you might become a monster? Sorry, it says that the witch's sorrow is infected. Offspring are also infected. Sorcerer's sorrow? What is that? I've seen this in the book. It seems to be a curse developed by moles. No, I guess it was probably made by a dark wizard. Along with Lucien Ball's voice, there was a whisper in the auditorium. Immediately afterwards, with Irina Ivanovic as the center, the surrounding little wizards unconsciously stepped back. Many people whispered and looked at the girl with a strange look. My grandpa is not a monster. Nor is he a dark wizard. You silence me. Irina Ivanovich trembled all over, and drew her wand abruptly. You don't know at all. You don't even know how many people my grandfather saved. He is just. However, before she had time to chant the spell, the two senior wizards standing behind Lucien Bowl waved their magic wands earlier than her, and two magic beams fell on the girl's thin body and hit the wand in her hand. Flew out. Hey, what a great wizard who is as famous as Professor Dumbledore, I just said casually. You actually take it seriously. In my opinion, it's just a stupid, disgusting traitor to the magic world who kisses mole shoes. Lucien Ball grinned and smiled triumphantly, reaching out his hand high up to catch the girl's wand. As a wizard, you can definitely hold your wand, otherwise, boom. Before the smile on Lucien Ball's face fully appeared, a dark shadow appeared on his right side, and then a heavy object slammed directly into his face, stumbling him to the ground. Suko is not listed. Despicable. You are not allowed to bully my friend. Danilova rubbed her wrists, grabbed the school bag from Irina, and rushed up quickly. Before Lucien stood up again, she slapped her head and face at the boy, and at the same time a series of Russian tongues flicked in her mouth. The translation is here to expand. Huh? Exclamation mark. Fainted. Irina was stunned for half a second, then reacted, quickly picked up the wand and started to counterattack. Although she doesn't know why this fellow from the mole world is so angry, she also knows that this is not the right time to ask. Just now, she was mainly attacked. If it was a magical battle, she wouldn't be afraid of those senior students. But Irina glanced at the boy who was covering his lower body and crawling on the ground to avoid, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This fellow from the non-magical world is really ruthless to start. Ignoring the weird gaze from the surroundings, Danilova waved her school bag, fists, and knees mercilessly, chasing Lucien Bowl for a while, giving the boys no room to breathe. When staying overnight in the school sister's dormitory last night, she heard a lot of stories and learned a lot of knowledge. One of the most impressive is that in Hogwarts, after using fists and weapons to preemptively suppress and pull in close scuffles, most of the senior boys were caught off guard and might not behave as well as a house cat. Anyway, magic is very magical, as long as it is not directly killed on the spot. Most of them can be rescued directly. Not to mention, Danilova's gaze swept across the chest of the old wizard sitting on the trial bench in the newspaper photo. On the chest of the strange and kindly white-haired old man, there was a very conspicuous weird mark, on which there was a drop of red drop-shaped object, as if the blood was dripping. On the drop of blood there were 3 dotted lines staggered from each other. Perhaps most of the people present did not know what that thing was. But as the daughter of a nuclear physicist, how could Danilova not know what it was? Because right in the middle of her father's study, there were several exactly the same thing. The Chernobyl Rescue Medal. Of course, except for one piece belonging to Mr. Alexei. He collected the rest through various channels. According to my father, this is the most painful and profound lesson. Any scholar who studies nuclear physics should not forget the disasters they once caused on this land and those who sacrificed to protect the world. Combining the information that the senior Slytherin boy had just revealed, Danilova understood everything in an instant. She can be 100% sure, if her father is here at this time, she will definitely rush forward without hesitation. Elena? Do you still plan to take control of the situation? This should be the responsibility of the academy. Not far away, Hermione glanced anxiously at the girl next to her. As Irina picked up her magic wand and joined the battle, the originally crowded hall became more chaotic. The radiant curse provoked waves of screams and curses in the crowd, and it seemed that it was about to evolve into the beginning of school. The first large-scale gang fight. Don't worry, I don't need to act for the time being, because Elena shook her head relaxedly, and turned her head to look at the stairs on the other side of the hall. I saw a small figure in the crowd like a shooting star piercing the starry sky, rushing out of the crowd with an unrivaled aura, and rammed straight and anxiously towards the place where the dispute occurred. Past. Our newly promoted member of the discipline Hufflepuff is here. Let her get familiar with the work process first. Update. It's another big chapter. 6000 plus. A new month has begun. Please guarantee the monthly pass. Feel confident. Chapter 852. Discipline Commissioner Hannah seeking monthly ticket. Boom. A wave of air spread, and the marble floor of the auditorium's foyer was directly smashed. The flying slate fragments stirred up a cloud of vague white dust. After the deafening loud noise, the hall was instantly quiet for a few seconds, with only one voice remaining. Reverberate. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Stop everything. Hermione turned her head abruptly and saw Hannah's figure gradually becoming clear in the center of the smoke. She was standing on a stone roadway full of cobweb cracks, moving her fists, while watching the students who were disheveled and holding magic wands around them. These people were obviously participants in the campus fight just now. There was a terrible silence in the hall. Except Hannah, no one dared to move, no one could see exactly what happened just now. Hannah Abbott, Hogwarts Apprenticeship Commissioner, please put away your wands. Hannah froze for a few seconds, and nervously took out a yellow-black armband and hung it on her left arm. Fortunately, Professor Apocalypse had previously stipulated the work process of the discipline committee. When she doesn't know what to do, she just needs to follow the instructions of the professor. Hogwarts prohibits all school fighting behaviors. Please stop all violations immediately and do not make senseless resistance. The relevant parties and witnesses are waiting for processing in place, and irrelevant personnel, please do not stay. Well, Hannah quickly finished the long paragraph, turned her head to look at Danilova, who was closest to her, and asked in a low voice, "Are you not hurt? Danny, why did you fight other students?" "No," Danilova said, shaking her small fist triumphantly. "The seniors insulted Irina's grandfather and cast a spell on her, but I have already taught him severely. I'm not a bully." "Senior grades?" Hannah frowned and followed Danilova's gaze. Not far from the two of them, a Slytherin boy curled up on the ground like a cooked prawn. At this time, with the help of his companions, he tried to sit up slowly from the ground, with a distorted face mixed with anger and pain. There are nearly 1,000 students in Hogwarts Castle. Except for the same grade and college, they usually don't overlap each other. If it is a relatively introverted little wizard, it may not be possible to name everyone in the same grade until graduation. Not to mention the senior students of another college who hardly meet and talk to other than eating in the auditorium. It's just that, amazingly, Hannah happened to know the Slytherin senior who was looking over here. "I remember you, Lucian Ball of Slytherin. Why are you again?" Seeing the face of the Slytherin boy clearly, Tyon narrowed his eyes. A trace of anger flashed across his pink little face, subconsciously squeezed the small fists that had just smashed the marble floor, and said in a bad tone, "It was you last year, and you still this year. It seems that you have spotted the bullying of the first-year freshmen." When school just started last semester, Elena, in order to protect Draco, her, and the freshmen, among the two Slytherin bad guys knocked down in the narrow lane, one of them was Lucian Poe. Guys. Moreover, Hannah clearly remembered that this guy pulled Elena's hair very hard during the fight. Had it not been for the help of everyone in Hufflepuff, she didn't know how badly Elena would be injured by those savage Slytherin students. Even if the relationship between the two hospitals eased a little later, Hannah would still have been a little bit brooding. That's why in last year's Quidditch final, she would hit those green-robed guys cruelly. I don't believe in this evil. Hannah Abbott snorted coldly, moved her wrists a few times, and walked towards Lucien Bowl with an ugly expression. Ever since Professor Dumbledore asked her to serve as a commissioner of discipline at Hogwarts, Hannah thought about it more than once that if time goes back to when school just started, she would definitely not leave Elena, but the two would fight together. Bullying. Unexpectedly, the first campus conflict dealt with after becoming a member of the discipline committee was the villain who had bullied them. You know, what I hate most is someone like you who bullies lower grade students. A layer of frost shrouded Hannah's face, and she looked down at the boy who was sitting on the ground. This is the most despicable, disgusting, and most infuriating behavior I have ever seen. Wait to listen to me explain. Lucien Bowl looked from the slate ground that seemed to be shattered by a fire dragon and swallowed nervously. While sitting on the ground and hiding behind him, he raised the envelope and newspaper in his hand, and said quickly, "That little guy named Ivanovic lied to everyone. I just revealed the truth. As for the lady next to you, I didn't even move her with a finger. But she hit someone first, Miss Abbott. Since Professor Dumbledore has asked you to serve as a commissioner of discipline, you will definitely not judge right or wrong based on your personal relationship, right?" "Really? But you cast a spell on Irina first, right?" Hannah said calmly, and stopped one step away from Bowl. "On this point, Danilova is always right. Right? Then I think Danny's counterattack is very reasonable. According to the white hair to Anzi's wizarding combat theory, if the factors of wandless spells and bloodline magic are aside, the two wizards will confront each other in an area where they cannot be apparated. This distance belongs to the dominant area completely covered by physical attacks. Even a perverted wizard like Elena can only use rune mind to counteract it at such a close distance. That's because Lucien Bowl hesitated for a moment. His eyes rolled, and quickly quibbled. "By the way, Miss Abbott, Ivanovich drew the wand first. We just read a newspaper, and the disarming curse was forced to fight back afterwards. After all, she used her wand to point us at us. Wait for her to recite the spell first." As a member of the Slytherin team that was once defeated by all members of the Moonlight team, Bowl knew the terrible power hidden in the second-year Little Witch in front of him, which was not inferior to Elena Caslen's weird power. He didn't think he was stronger than the marble floor of the Hogwarts foyer. Even if it turned out later that Hannah also possesses the same magical healing power as Elena, he didn't want to try. Forced to fight back? Newspaper. Hannah was stunned. Her steadfast gaze gradually became confused, and she asked in a low voice, "Danny, what the hell is going on?" "Let me explain. The grandfather of Miss Ivanovich is a notorious dark wizard and criminal," Lucien Bowl said triumphantly, and waved their home letter in his hand. "The ministry's verdict is here. It's because her grandfather killed hundreds of wizards and thousands of muggles, and almost exposed the magic world to muggles' vision. As for the reason she came to Hogwarts, I guess it's right. It's probably because there is no magic school willing to enroll her except for the kind Professor Dumbledore. My grandpa is not a dark wizard." "Grandpa saved a lot of people," Irina Ivanovich retorted loudly, shaking with anger. "Oh, is it?" "The verdict and report of the Ministry of Magic are clearly written," Lucien Bowl said sarcastically, and casually flicked the newspaper in his hand with the picture of the old wizard. "Then Miss Prefect, please tell me who Mr. Novat saved?" After all, judging from this report, the former principal of the magic school not only failed to save people, but instigated a large number of wizards and muggles into their cursed land. And these people, most of them died in the end. The cause of death was all infected with the sorcerer's sorrow. Could it be said that the Ministry of Magic is lying? That's because Grandpa said. Irina Ivanovic opened her mouth and flushed. Regarding the harm of witches' sorrow and why Grandpa must leave his family to save those muggles, even my father has never got the answer. Most of what she knows comes from Grandpa's sporadic explanation, and in such an occasion, obviously no one would believe what she said. The most important thing is that this is also a problem that has always plagued Irina. Novat Ivanovich kept saying that he had wanted to go to Pripyat to save the moles, but until their family left Stalingrad, they did not see the rescued people come to thank except a medal, and 1,000 rubles. The old Ivanovich did not get any certification or reward from those moles. Everyone including you. At this moment, Danilova took a deep breath and said very seriously, without Irina's grandfather, once the reactor pollutes the groundwater system, what you call the witch's sorrow will spread to the entire European continent. No one is immune. I don't know the law of the magical world, but if he really at that time we called on the wizards to go to Chernobyl for rescue, then he must be the greatest wizard in our country. Oh, nonsense. What the greatest wizard? Lucien Ball sneered, and glanced at the girl standing behind Hannah with disdain. Do you think him an ignorant fool? Even the most powerful spell can't reach Hogwarts so far, let alone something made up by moles. Oh, it's just that. It's just a lie of the Black Wizard. Black Wizard Foreign kid a lot of people. Hannah blinked. What are these? Isn't it bullying the small with the big? In Han's original thoughts, this was just a bullying by the upper grades against the lower grades. Now it sounds that the story behind this is extremely complicated, and what foreign dark wizards have actually begun to involve. This involves her knowledge blind zone. Perhaps Hermione and Elena will know a little bit more clearly. Since she spends most of her time with Hermione, Luna, and Elena, this kind of complicated situation is usually discussed and judged by those bright-minded girlfriends, not by her. Perform screening. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the first time she has participated in such an operation alone. Judging from the current situation, it makes sense on the side of Lucien Ball. After all, the credibility of the Ministry of Magic has to be a little more convincing. Forget it, too much trouble. Don't think so much, just skip to the next step. I'm just a trainee of Discipline Committee, I only control your violations. Right or wrong is judged by the professor. Hannah looked at the two parties who had started arguing again, and wisely did not participate in the topic. She carefully recalled the workbook for Discipline Commissioner compiled by Professor Apocalypse, cleared her throat and said, Okay, now I ask again, is any of you injured? Before the official professor or Mr. Filch arrives, I can help you treat the wound a little bit. This is also one of the duties of the Commissioner of Discipline. Lucien Ball raised his hand subconsciously and was about to say something. If you dare to ask Hannah to help you heal the wound, then you may lose it forever. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a devilish whisper in his ear, and the voice was very familiar. It was the witch who had tortured Derek and him in the classroom for more than an hour. Lucien Ball shuddered all over, and suddenly turned his head and looked around. It's just that it's dinner time, and with their delay, the already crowded hall of the auditorium has become more crowded. In the crowded crowd, it's not so easy to find the little witch. Before he could find Elena in the crowd, a low threatening voice rang in his ears again. Don't look around. Don't say unnecessary things. Understand? Huh? Okay, where did you get hurt? At this moment, Hannah Abbott's voice rang not far from Lucien Ball. Although from the bottom of her heart, she is not very willing to treat this senior Slytherin boy who has bullied Draco and beat Elena, but since she now serves as a Commissioner of Discipline, it is best to be as fair as possible. I'm fine, I'm fine, Lucien Bolgan laughed, showing a smile that was uglier than crying. Compared to directly becoming a girl, he feels that this bit of pain can be endured a little bit no matter who offends anyone in Hogwarts. Don't offend Elena Kaslana. This has almost become the Slytherin consensus. So, you are not injured at all? Hannah frowned slightly, looked at the boy in front of her, and said angrily, Danilova didn't hurt you at all? You pretended everything? How could you be so shameless? In fact, she had some doubts just now whether the other party was using her sympathy. After all, Elena had warned Hannah more than once, and many perpetrators like to pretend to be weak to gain sympathy. Thinking about it carefully, Danny is not a weird girl like Elena, and it is indeed unlikely that she can beat a 4th grade boy. Facing Hannah Abbott's increasingly unkind eyes, Lucian Bowl felt sweat starting behind her back. He had known this situation a long time ago. He should bear with him a little bit, and after returning to the Slytherin lounge, he would go to expose Irina Ivanov's face and take back the Shadow Prefect, instead of in the hall. Yell directly here, whether it's Elena or Hannah, who has become a commissioner of discipline. It is obviously not something he can afford now. The first day of December. 4,000 words. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 853 Plastic Friendship. Seeking monthly pass. Miss Abbott, said a surprised voice. Dumbledore was coming down the marble stairs, and Grindelwald followed him closely. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Well, and Professor Apollocles. Hannah looked away from the despicable Slytherin boy, turned around quickly, and looked at the two old wizards who hurried past the crowd. She stretched her chest a little nervously. Don't worry, everything is there. Under control. What are you doing? Professor Dumbledore asked. His eyes swept across the auditorium. Many students still had a sluggish expression on their faces at this time. The smooth and beautiful marble floor seemed to be hit by a meteor, showing terrible cracks, and the air was filled with thin gravel dust. With Hannah Abbott as the center, the students were divided into several pieces clearly, as if confronting each other. Fortunately, with the exception of a few little wizards, most of the students did not draw out their magic wands compared to the large campus fights that took place in Hogwarts last year. Such a scene can be regarded as peaceful and peaceful. Maintain order and stop large-scale school fights, Professor Dumbledore, Hannah replied. Maintain the order. To Miss Abbott, you are trying to separate them. Yes, Hannah said, nodding proudly. Thanks for your hard work. Keep calm in the chaos. This is a very precious quality. Dumbledore stared at the armband on the girl's left arm for a few seconds, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled in relief. It seems that our newly promoted discipline committee has performed his duties very well, which is very good, compared to Elena's lawless little witch. Hannah, who also mastered the double form of healing runes, is really more reassuring. The simple-minded, kind-hearted Hannah even know where to lie. This is why Dumbledore agreed to let Hannah serve as the Hogwarts Trainee Discipline Committee. However, Dumbledore did not expect that this decision would take effect so quickly. From now on, it is undoubtedly a very wise choice to have Hannah as a member of the Discipline Committee. The second day after taking office, a student fight was immediately prevented. Judging from the bad situation on the scene, this is obviously not an easy one. Jobs. Are these children at Hogwarts a bit too presumptuous? Dumbledore's eyes swept over the debris on the floor, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Since last year, the ability of Hogwarts students to break the meeting has increased, which is an issue that needs urgent attention. The hall of the auditorium is a place for everyone to eat and rest, not a suitable place to practice magic. Dumbledore frowned, glanced over the little wizards who were still holding their wands, and said harshly, I hope that when you perform magic, you will seriously think about whether your behavior is correct. It is similar to the situation where the curse is so intense that it blows up the floor. This is far beyond the scope of normal quarrels. Professor, interrupt a little bit. Hannah scratched her cheek with embarrassment, and looked away with dodgy eyes. If you are referring to the broken marble floor, it was actually smashed by me in the battle manual of the Commissioner of Discipline compiled by Professor Apollocles. The rapid division of the battlefield and the formation of terrain barriers are more rapid suppression. People are chaotic. Split the battlefield. Suppression. Commissioner's Combat Manual. The smile on Dumbledore's face faded away, and he turned to look at the retired old demon behind him. Professor Apollocles, Hogwarts is not a place to train fighters. Even if it is a student who violates discipline, we mainly deal with education and caution. And the same is true for the Discipline Committee. I remember that I should follow. Did you communicate it? You seem to have said this once, Grindelwald said casually, looking at the results of Hannah's first action with satisfaction. However, as the custodian of the Hogwarts castle, I think resolute repression and deterrence can establish the authority of school rules and academic discipline. At least in the handling of today's incident, Miss Abbott has proved this point very powerfully. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. They all stopped all at once. Hannah Abbott nodded earnestly, kicked the gravel beside the foot, and replied quickly. In the Broken Cauldron Tavern, if drunks are fighting, all wizards will stun them together. It is difficult for people to listen to persuade when they are in an emotional state. Hesitation will only make things more and more troublesome. Although the temperament is a bit naive, as the second place in the total score of Hufflepuff Academy, Hannah is not inferior to the other little wizards in terms of talent or wisdom too much. She clearly heard two things. An old wizard is arguing, and at this time, as the core point of the dispute, she must not stand beside her and wait for the result. You know, in the original book, Hannah is the female prefect of Hufflepuff College. No matter how other wizards slander and belittle Hufflepuff Academy, label the little badgers with rice bucket, mediocrity, etc., after all, they can't get past this academy. It is the academy with the most ministers of magic and the most outstanding wizards at the same time. A wizard who became a prefect in Hufflepuff, without exception, proved his excellence after graduation. You can change it later, Miss Abbott. The Commissioner for Discipline has a lot of small rights. Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile, pointed helplessly at the girl's feet, drew out his wand and waved it. At least, try verbal warnings and admonitions first, instead of directly smashing the marble floor of the Schooldorf. This is indeed a general solution. Obviously we have a more abusive solution, right? Under the influence of magic, the scattered stones regrouped like time back. After a few seconds, the slate floor of the foyer was restored to its original smoothness and integrity. Except for the scared little wizards around, there was no trace of any battles, or the division of the battlefield. Okay, Professor Dumbledore. Hannah glanced at the senior Slytherin boy not far away, and nodded obediently. Lucian Bold's face is still a bit twisted. At this time, he is looking bitterly at Irina, who is standing next to Danilova. Although he doesn't know what he is thinking, Hannah, who grew up in a tavern, is 100% sure it must not be a good thing. Don't worry, I will warn and dissuade me before I do it, and I will definitely next time. Oh, I hope so. Hearing Hannah's neat answer, Dumbledore sighed in melancholy. If it were changed to a year ago, he might feel a little relieved. But after being tossed by the white-haired dumplings several times, Albus Dumbledore now hears these words, and his heart begins to feel bored. The old man looked at the sparkling in Hannah's eyes and sighed again with exhaustion. Screamed. It's late. After all, it was a little late. After spending such a long day and night together, Hannah Abbott also got a little ill in his character. Maybe girls don't plan anything secretly, but in a sense, this kind of straightforward character is the most troublesome. Similar to Newt Scamander, such a wizard is too stubborn. Oh number. In short, leave it to my castle custodian next, Albus. Before Dumbledore could continue to speak, Grindelwald grinned and tilted his head towards the students on the side. Now it's dinner time. It's better to restore the order in the hall as soon as possible. You guys, whoever participated, and you, Miss Abbott, please come with me. Don't worry, I will let the kitchen deliver some food. To the office. Office? Dumbledore frowned. Oh, it's the principal's office. Let me borrow it for a while. Grindelwald replied, turning his head to look at Hannah with a smile, and said very naturally, Miss Ibo, you go ahead first. I just used the time on the road to ask what is going on so that we can also solve the problem as soon as possible. Of course, you may not be able to go back to the auditorium for dinner tonight, as one of the punishments. The moment he saw Hannah, he suddenly remembered an extremely important thing. In order to maximize the training of the little wizards who gathered around Elena, he and Dumbledore made some flexible adjustments during the division process, so that certain children who depended on Elena were assigned B class. At the same time, under his suggestion, Dumbledore also made Hannah Abbott as the first Hogwarts Commissioner of Discipline. I have to admit that this series of operations is too obvious for the little devil. Grindelwald does not have to think about it and knows that there will be a very peaceful retaliation, and the simplest of them is naturally from the 3 meals specification. Start. And in this situation, Grindelwald glanced triumphantly at Hannah, who was walking in the forefront of navigation. Maybe Elena can sanction his 3 meals in the future, but at least tonight, he doesn't need to be with Dumbledore to greet the bland and tasteless healthy meal for the elderly. The little devil still can't bear to hurt his friend by mistake. As for the longer things. Anyway, the little girl doesn't hold grudges so much, and if she coaxes a little bit, it is easy to coax it. Let's go, kid. Thinking of this, Grindelwald patted Lucian Ball on the shoulder, showing a kind smile. Let's have a good chat. As a senior student, a man, what kind of gentleman's demeanor should he maintain when facing girls younger than himself? If we can't finish talking in one day, we can do it tomorrow night. Carry on. After speaking, he grabbed Bowles' arm and dragged him towards the principal's office upstairs. Not far in front of them, Hannah walked up against the crowd while asking Danilova in a low voice, while Irina Ivanovic followed them in silence, explaining quietly from time to time. Professor Dumbledore looked at their backs a little nervously. After today's dinner is over, he must ask Grindelwald to show him the Commissioner of Discipline fighting manual in its entirety. Dumbledore suspects that this former demon may have mixed a lot of dangerous things in it. After a few seconds, Dumbledore came back to his senses and signaled the students to move around and not stay in the hall. So, that's about it. Do you want to be a Commissioner of Discipline? Elena asked Luna and Hermione in a low voice. It was a few minutes later, and they regrouped in the auditorium as agreed. At this time, they were sitting at the table of Hufflepuff College. Around them, many students were curiously discussing the position of Commissioner of Discipline. Is it really possible? Hermione raised her eyebrows and asked suspiciously. This was originally the special position I proposed. And besides, Elena said. She paused, curled her lips, showing an unhappy look. From the current situation, Professor Dumbledore hates more than a few people to watch me at all times. And in the original idea, the position of the Commissioner of Discipline is also best for each college, as an insurance to alleviate the conflicts inside and outside the college. Luna and Hermione looked at each other suddenly, seeing the same smile in each other's eyes. With the white-haired dumpling's confession, the two understood Dumbledore's logic. Unless Elena can overcome Lucai's problem, she will act in Hogwarts, and at least one of the 3 of them will accompany her, so to speak. When all 3 of them have become Commissioners of Discipline after that, unless they and Elena are collaborating with each other, there is really no room for violation of the law and discipline in this white-haired dumpling. However, if I really become a Commissioner of Discipline, Hermione said, I will indeed stare at you first. I'm the same. After all, Elena, your violations are too much. Luna also nodded, and said solemnly, Elena, you may be confined every day. You guys. Elena slammed her cheeks and looked angrily at the 2 plastic sister flowers blooming next to her. Can't you lie to me first, even if you say something about loyalty? I'm helping you get a very important position. You are my side, you are undercover. Understand? Well, I lied to you just now. Is this all right? Hermione blinked mischievously and replied casually, extremely perfunctory. And Luna Lovegood directly ignored Elena's complaint, moved the knife and fork, and began to share the red braised beef stew, Scottish smoked chicken, fried carrots with honey sauce, and satisfying salad on everyone's table. Inside the plate, unlike Hermione, who had fish fillets in the morning, she was hungry right now after finishing the potions class. The little cup of pufferfish soup was finished in less than 2 or 3 mouthfuls. In addition to making them even hungry, it has no effect at all to satisfy hunger. With the formal opening of classes, the differentiation of the college canteen at Hogwarts has also begun to manifest. Although Hufflepuff College can't eat any specialties, at least the variety, type, and taste are normal. At the most important dinner time of the day, they will naturally not go back to their respective college tables to be vegetarian. At the same time, Dumbledore glanced at the healthy regimen that appeared in front of his dinner plate, and gave a wry smile. After busying all day with the assignment and the new class schedule, he almost forgot. When the assignment was made this morning, he offended the chef of Hogwarts severely. No wonder Grindelwald, that guy, would suddenly find a reason to leave. Boiled broccoli, boiled potatoes, boiled lamb. In addition, there is a plate of BB Duo beans as a snack. Dumbledore didn't need to taste it to know. It must be the same as before, all with weird dark tastes. As the Gringotts fairy queen who has mastered the economic lifeline of the magic world, this is too easy for Elena to do. The old wizard smiled bitterly and skewered broccoli that had been boiled soft and tasteless. Fortunately, at least the kid wouldn't put poison in the dish. Gale, for the sake of an old friend, you must remember to save some for me. Diajang ask for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 854 Riddles and Stories Seeking Monthly Ticket. Scared to death. I thought Professor Apocalypse would be very strict. Danilova patted her chest and said afterwards. They had left the principal's office at this time and were walking down the stairs outside the Gryffindor lounge. She had a fight on the third day after entering the school, and she was caught by the principal and the castle steward on the spot. Danilova originally thought she would be severely reprimanded. At least she would be punished for copying sentences or confined. In fact, from beginning to end, the old wizard didn't mean to blame them. On the contrary, Professor Apocalypse also specially asked the kitchen to bring sumptuous dishes to everyone to eat and talk. According to him, their violation was to fight in crowded places and affect the order of the academy. They did not gather crowds to break into the Hogwarts kitchen and destroy them. There was no reason why they would not be allowed to eat dinner. Of course, to be more precise, the boy named Lucian Ball should be excluded from everyone. Although everyone had dinner on the same mahogany round table, the arrogant Slytherin boy's plate only had boiled broccoli, boiled potatoes and a few slices of plain and tasteless boiled lamb. This is the punishment you deserve, Bull. Facing the puzzled eyes of the little wizard, Professor Otto Apocalypse replied in a stern tone, for the first time tonight, and the only time, it's not just because you violated the school rules, but as a fourth grade student, a student who has taken my defense against the dark arts course, your performance tonight is terrible. As the old man said, he cut open the Scottish smoked chicken that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and dipped it in the sweet pepper sauce. In subsequent conversations, Apocalypse did not discuss the details of the previous conflict. The old wizard picked up the Russian language newspaper a few years ago and put it down for a few moments. Instead, he talked with interest about the magic war that took place in that land a few decades ago, and some rare incidents that took place after that. Gnome trivia. The protagonist of the story is a middle-aged wizard named Novo Ivanovic. About how he survived that tragic wizarding war to the last moment, and how to regain the nearly eradicated Russian magical civilization in the ruins. And of course, his love for that land that transcends the boundaries of magic and non-magic. When you do not have enough voice, strength, and experience to challenge authority, it is best not to rush to express your opinions. At the end of this extremely unique confinement education, the old wizard said softly, meaningfully, at the same time, don't blindly attack each other under the agitation of authority. Even the Black Wizard who disappeared half a century ago, the influence he left in the world is not something a student can bear. More needless to say, when we judge a wizard, quoting the conclusions of others is the stupidest way to do it. What is the truth you find yourself? Then, before the students had time to taste the last dessert, they were expelled from the principal's office. As a student who is eligible to compete for the Shadow Prefect, Lucian Ball is not a fool. In fact, it is precisely because he understands the importance of power and network that he aspires to become a prefect. And at the same time he understands the story told by Professor Apocalypse best. Those hidden lines that are not fully explained follow. That is Novo Ivanovic dead? The surname of Ivanovic at Hogwarts has become Irina's most powerful umbrella. What if Lucian Ball knew anything about the politics of the non-magical world? He might use another apartment word to describe it. Political asylum. Regardless of Hogwarts, the British Ministry of Magic, from the time they recruited Irina Ivanovic, and generously registered with her original name. The meaning and attitude were already there. It goes without saying, maybe they won't give this little witch any honor or resources, but they will never tolerate anyone attacking her. So after leaving the principal's office, Lucy and Bowl and many other senior Slytherin students left without even a word of the scene. So they walked away. First, an apology is absolutely impossible to apologize in this life. It's impossible. But then again, Danilova glanced at those dingy figures not far away, threateningly waved her small fist. If I didn't beat that boy today, would he not be punished? I don't know why. I always think the reason for the punishment of the professor is a bit weird. It seems that it is not the same as the teachers in my school before. Same. This is the style of Professor Apocalypse. If you have taken the professor's class, you will know. Hannah Abbott shrugged her shoulders and said with no surprise, "It's a pity. You are a year late. Most of you have no chance to re-experience the history of magic and defense against the dark arts classes taught by Professor Apocalypse, provoking disputes. And the punishment of the winner remains the same, double the punishment. This is the rule set by the professor last year when dealing with violations, although many professors seem to have some opinions on this." Huh? Does Hogwarts still have such a rule? Danilova opened her eyes wide in surprise, and nodded thoughtfully and seriously. In this case, then I have to be careful about them. I had such a big loss today. I guess those senior students will not let go. Irina, you will teach me some spells quickly. Don't worry, after tonight, those boys won't continue to trouble us. Irina shook her head, and said softly with confidence. During the meal together, the professor threatened them very clearly, and they must have known it too. Otherwise, the boys would put aside at least a few words in the scene just now, instead of just turning their heads and leaving without saying a word. Threat? What threat? Didn't the professor have been telling stories just now? Hannah froze for a moment, and asked puzzledly. Oh, yes. Professor Apocalypse is amazing. They must be frightened now? Danilova nodded suddenly. It really deserves to be the legendary magic wizard. I was a bit wondering why the professor kept telling stories, so there is such a meaning in it? Question mark. Hannah's eyes became more blank. What does this mean? Did she miss any important conversations while eating? Remember to jump here. Well, did Professor Apocalypse just say something? Hannah cleverly jumped over the prank stairs on the stairs, while looking at the girl beside her in confusion. Professor, did he threaten those boys just now? Why don't I remember? Of course not. How can it be possible to threaten Hogwarts students as a formal professor? Danilova was about to explain. Before she could finish her words, Irina took the conversation quickly, and glanced at the senior sister who lived with the dangerous fairy queen day and night not far away. Said thoughtfully, Sister Ibo, you are right, I understand. He will pay more attention to it later. Huh? Hannah blinked her eyes. I understand, too. I received it. I won't say it. The next moment, Danilova glanced at the corridor downstairs and nodded suddenly. There are faint noisy voices under the stairs. Obviously, the dinner party in the school auditorium has also ended. It is obviously not appropriate to continue talking about discontent as the daughter of a nuclear physicist. The basic principle of confidentiality is still clear. Ababa. Hannah glanced at the two freshmen beside her, and opened her mouth weakly. She really doesn't understand. Even if they looked at her with such seriousness, as if they were looking at Elena, she didn't know what the two little guys were talking about, and the worst part was that it seemed tonight she just doesn't understand! Then, I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Before Hannah thought about how to ask, Danilova suddenly said, the entrance to Ravenclaw's common room is at the top of the spiral staircase on the west side of Hogwarts. In the conversation room, they have reached the location of the fork in the floor. Danilova waved her hand goodbye and carried it. The school bag walked towards the other side. As the small key of Ravenclaw's eagle ring, as agreed, she had to open the door for everyone. Well, see you tomorrow. Hannah waved helplessly and watched the little girl with a brain not inferior to Elena and Hermione leaving, hesitated for a moment, turned her head to look at Irina next to her with the awakening consciousness. In this second, The duel between maintaining the majesty of senior sister and asking clear questions ended. Anyway, she is not a face-saving arrogant like Lena and Hermione. Compared with the illusory majesty, if this dumb question is not understood, Hannah feels that she may not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Slytherin's common room was on the same floor as Hufflepuff. The distance was such a long distance, enough for her to ask questions. Then, Miss Ivanovich, Sister Hannah, let's go first. I still plan to go to the owl shed. Irina Ivanovich glanced at Danilova's back and suddenly spoke. I want to write a letter to Dad to verify something. You don't have to wait for me. I may be able to return to the Slytherin College lounge a bit later. Don't worry, I remember the way I just came. I know how back to the dormitory. Well, then you go. The smile on Hannah's face was stiff, and she waved her hand weakly. Just as the words were finished, a large group of little wizards who had just finished dinner suddenly rushed out of the stairs below. The sudden crowd quickly separated the two. Under the crowd, Irina's figure was completely submerged in the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students in less than a few seconds, completely out of Hannah's sight. Disappeared. On the other side that Hannah could not see, the calm that Irina maintained on her face finally disappeared. Irina did not go to the owl shed as she said, but mixed with the Gryffindor students who went upstairs, returned to the corridor on the top of the castle, and walked towards the pair of ugly-looking stone guards. Before writing to her father, she had to go back to the principal's office. Regarding the deep meaning of Professor Apocalypse stories, although at first glance it seems to be to calmly remind the Slytherin students of the mistakes they made, there are many short stories that sound a little redundant. After all, if it is just to deter the senior students, there is no need to introduce too much of Novat's life, unless the message that the old wizard wants to convey is not just for the senior students. Or, Irina's eyes flickered, and she groaned thoughtfully. Those senior students are just incidental. And the person who Professor Otto Apocalypse really wants to convey the message is actually her. In Irina's memory, Grandpa rarely talks about the stories of his youth. Even if it occasionally talks about the old things from decades ago, most of them are about the reconstruction of Kodos Doris. It rarely talks about how to fight against the invasion of Grindelwald's wizards in the ice and snow together with other wizards. However, in the mouth of the old wizard, instead, he emphasized a lot of things about the Wizarding War period. More importantly, in the story of Professor Apocalypse, there appeared a person who was extremely important to her and her father. A person who has almost never appeared in Grandpa's story. Novat Ivanovich's wife, her grandmother, the relative whom she and father had never met. In the past described by Professor Apocalypse, most of the events are not much different from what she has heard from her father and grandfather over the years. But this is the only thing that is the same as that of the old Ivanovich. The description is different. Not long after the father was born, his mother died because of a dystocia. This is the version she has known for a long time. However, just now, Irina heard another explanation. A soldier from the Mole government. If what Professor Apocalypse said is true, then her grandma is very likely to be alive now. But the only question is why the old man would be so cautious, even deliberately leading a reasonable illusion, as if just to warn the Slytherin students to stay away from her. Or in other words, it doesn't actually have much meaning, it's just the sigh of an old man. Zizzy B. Candy. Irina recalled Professor Apocalypse's command and said softly. Immediately afterwards, the girl passed through the passage behind the stone statue and pushed open the closed door of the principal's office. You are slower than I thought, Miss Ivanovich. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 855 Fake Biography Seeking Monthly Ticket. Obviously, the allure of food varies from person to person. Albus don't always be stunned. Is it because the desserts on the table don't suit your appetite? The old man did not answer. Dumbledore, who had just returned to the principal's office, was standing by the door at this time, looking at Grindelwald sitting behind the desk with an intriguing look, not caring about the desserts on the table. A strange and terrible atmosphere gradually spread in the room. Mr. Principal, you probably didn't have dinner, right? Here are some desserts I specially reserved for you. Dumbledore answered him with calm eyes. Albus Grindelwald was thinking about the countermeasures, while continuing to think about shifting Dumbledore's attention to the food. That kid, what did you say to her? It's just some old past, and there is no danger. Beautiful love story. Grindelwald's botched explanation did not produce any effect. Only an expression of increasing indifference was obtained. Just when Grindelwald was about to try another way, Dumbledore sighed suddenly, and then the old man walked over tiredly, picking up a piece of pudding covered with maple syrup and putting it in his mouth. Why do everything work normally? You still want to add some unstable variables to it. This you know. I'm not totally optimistic about the future described by the child, or how should I describe it? Fairy tales are ultimately unattainable illusions, and sooner or later she will have to return to reality. You are playing with fire, Gale. You should know the worst consequences, right? Of course. Of course, of course. Don't you want to see where the child's limit is? This is not learning how to wave a wand in the classroom. This is subverting the world. From magic to science, from matter to thought. Grindelwald shook a finger covered with icing and grinned nonchalantly. How am I willing to stand behind the scenes as a spectator with such an interesting thing? Taking advantage of my name is useful. You won't succeed. After so long, you still don't understand why you failed in the first place. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald calmly and said softly with a smile on his face, I'm not saying that there is a huge loophole in your plan, but the child from the beginning, she was not driven by the desire for strength, hatred, or even guardianship. The era that belongs to ours has passed. Even if it's me on the side of the balance, dear Albus, you never believed in faith, no matter who it is. She will not use sacrifice as a bargaining chip. Don't you understand? She is different from us. Dumbledore shook his head and waved his right hand casually. In the next moment, all the portraits of the principal's office with ears secretly pricked up behind the curtain. Even you, Gellert Grindelwald? She wouldn't allow you to sacrifice yourself to light the door of the new world. As if for why I didn't stop the lady who just left the office. I know you want to ask this, Dumbledore said in a short tone, glancing at the old man who had known each other for nearly 100 years. I'm just curious. How many times will you fail? Will you understand how terrible that girl is? More? It's really a headache of confidence. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and snorted softly. Sounds like that, Professor Dumbledore has seen the end. I wonder when you have mastered the ability to predict. It's just a little bit of trivial reasoning. A smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. His eyes stopped for a moment on a messy dining table. Suddenly he said, I almost forgot to ask, is the red wine served in the Hogwarts kitchen tonight good? As always, it's a pity that I didn't give it to you. Wait, Grindelwald replied casually. His face gradually stiffened, accompanied by Dumbledore's inexplicable question. A small detail that had previously been overlooked suddenly emerged, and Grindelwald suddenly felt a chill as if blood vessels in his body were injected into bone-piercing dry ice. An unspeakable feeling. It seems that the water in the whole body is about to turn into sweat and evaporate instantly. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, even if the students and the professor eat at the same table, Dumbledore said, shaking his head compassionately, he took the last piece of candied pineapple from the petrified old demon. This does not mean that the table is reliable. Underage children are not allowed to drink. It seems that when you were with Elena before, this is still very good. Don't worry, it is the simplest extension. It's just a petrochemical medicine. Grindelwald's body gradually became stiff. The upper and lower gums were locked together and speechless. In the first half of his life in the magical world, the almost invincible Dark Lord only has his eyes rolling, looking at Dumbledore suspiciously. Guess what the kid said to me when he left the auditorium, so that I had to trot back? Dumbledore stood up, crossed Grindelwald, and drew a clean syringe from the desk drawer. The red wine sent to the office upstairs tonight was mixed with petrochemicals. Professor, when you go back, remember to give Grandpa an injection first to control the precarious blood sugar of that old guy. By the way, help me convey a word. Dumbledore clumsily knocked on a bottle of insulin injection and fumbled a few times on Grindelwald. Those who provoked disagreements will be punished twice for the losers who've already lost a mess. At the same time, Ravenclaw College, female dormitory. Very good. Let it go. There is nothing wrong with this letter. Elena lightly touched the head of the grain reserve, waved her magic wand, and the letter paper on the table was refolded and sealed. As the underground queen of Hogwarts, although she cannot monitor all external communications, she focuses on monitoring those extraditioners from Russia, which is almost the most basic information security and anti-espionage measures. Of course, free. Go ahead and deliver the letter. It's not an easy journey from the Scottish Highlands to St. Petersburg. Maybe a geography class will have to be added to Hogwarts in the future. Eleanor's fingers gleaming with white light, lightly poked the big brown barn chicken that was caught with a round face. Goo goo cuckoo. In the next moment, this big fat chicken, which was originally a little stubborn, instantly regained its spirit and flopped with full of air. Just like the recovery effect when it acts on the human body, when the healing magic text is in effect, it will not distinguish what form of life the other party is. Elena discovered this when staying temporarily at Scamander's house during the vacation. A little healing is not an instantaneous act, which means that it can be improved as a long-term gain. If you give an example, it is roughly similar to the one-time healing magic in the online game of the future, optimized to be cast on the target, and continue to heal the target for a period of time. Because I am not very skilled for the time being, the duration is not long, but after all, it is somewhat useful. Well, you are strengthened. Go ahead. Elena retired the envelope on its ankle, walked to the window and opened her hand lightly. Immediately afterwards, the girl glanced at the few girls in line behind her, and said softly with a smile, "This window is lent to you. Remember not to sit on my bed and read letters, otherwise I will definitely beat you to death." As you know, one of the family mottos of the Castellana family is to keep your promise size. I go to Luna. Castellana, don't go too far, obviously. You say one more thing, and I will stew your owl. Even with your boyfriend. Elena glanced at the girl who was silent for a moment, shook her head helplessly, threatening fiercely. Remember, if you are still next to my bed tomorrow morning, then wait for the owl soup. With the end of the potato war last semester, the bed in the Ravenclaw dormitory by the window suddenly became hot. Of course, this is not because the scenery outside has suddenly become better. In Hogwarts, where electromagnetic signals are completely shielded, most of the inter-academic love can only be conveyed by letter paper. As the only two colleges at Hogwarts that have independent towers as dormitories, Ravenclaw and the Little Wizards of Gryffindor College naturally have a unique advantage in mutual complaints. Unlike the Mole School, Auntie in charge. The order of the dormitory after Hogwarts turns off the lights almost entirely depends on the management of the heads of each college. And when the prefect of the college and even the president of the student union began to say goodnight to each other with boyfriends and girlfriends in the dormitory with the help of owls, and when they said goodnight, they could come until the middle of the night. Of course, the few half-open windows where owls can be sent have become the most important battlegrounds for soldiers. Even the couples in the same college, after turning off the lights, occasionally secretly send messages to each other. Of course, in addition to this, there are some more special groups. For example, waiting at the window with envy, watching the dogs and the men and women chat fiercely, while waiting for the reply from the cold and long letter. Even if there is only one sentence, in going to bed most of the time, it is considered as each other good night. There are also those single little wizards who sleep peacefully with pillows and bedding in corners where the moonlight can't find them. As well as, Elena, don't move your hands. You're so sleepy. You pressed my hair. Oh, then why don't you sleep in your own bed? They are sending letters over there. Hugh. Then who were you writing to just now? I heard the voice of reserve food. Sleep, sleep. So sleepy. Luna looked at the face that was close at hand and fell asleep for a second. Did she really think she was a 3-year-old child? Immediately afterwards, She turned her head and looked at the window next to Eleanor's bed. Either the food reserve or the big brown barn owl that was captured has disappeared at this time. Only 3 or 4 are left trapped in the plush blankets sent by the elves, sitting cautiously on the wall waiting for a reply. Girls. Hogwarts students cannot actively summon house elves in the dormitory. This is a privilege belonging to only a few people. Luna, who has studied the magical creatures since she was a child, is very clear that even the house elves in Hogwarts will not act at will without clear orders, making her own claim, which is quite a serious fault. Luna's light silver eyes looked at Eleanor's trembling ears. She knew the girl was not asleep. Why don't you tell them? Actually, there is absolutely no need to. What do you think? I'm the future big demon, super fierce one. Elena murmured angrily, tugged on the quilt, and turned to the other side. She was really that kind of arrogant but gentle witch, Elena. This gave her an unfounded premonition. Even if one day Elena really becomes the devil, the guys who stand on the opposite side of her will probably survive inexplicably, and then everyone will live happily together. Come on, I specially sorted out some materials, and now send them to everyone. This is unpublished content. Unconsciously, a week has passed since the Hogwarts course, but Elena still feels a little weird whenever she sees Gidro Lockhart carefully preparing the courseware and telling the behavior skills on the podium. Perhaps it is because the influence of previous life movies is too deep, and she still feels unreal from time to time. As one of the most well-known best-selling writers in the magic world, Gidro Lockhart still maintains his bursting sense of lens, even in the course for the first-year students, but also maintains an extremely bright smile and strict teaching attitude. Even if he repeatedly emphasized that most of his previous works were purely fictitious, he could not erase the increasingly legendary discussion among the students. In the eyes of most students, this grammar class professor who has never shown magical power at Hogwarts may not be inferior to the 4 deans. Those humble words are just to make them understand. Focus on textbooks. As the course deepens, all smarter students can find evidence from the Lockhart series. It is difficult for a fictional story to show the authenticity of the details, and there is no perfection in this world. This is what Professor Lockhart told the students in the first grammar class. At the same time, this is also the reason why it is used to require students to write small essays based on their own experience, which in turn has become the evidence for students. Core point. Except for a few works that obviously use exaggeration, most of Professor Lockhart does not lack real details. In other words, Professor Lockhart is not a liar. Elena, you are jealous. Hermione flushed annoyed, and snatched her timetable back from the white hair dumpling. In that curriculum, all the grammar classes were circled by her in a pink heart shape. In fact, it was not just Hermione alone. At least a third of the girls did it. Ravencrow College is particularly serious. Bandon did have an incident of ungirl ghosts, and was finally successfully expelled by a mysterious wizard. Whether it is local reports or sporadic records in the magic world, even if it is the weather, they are all with the professor. The details in the book Break with the Female Ghost are exactly the same. Note 1. As for what you are talking about, the professor has never been to Thailand at all. Maybe it's a hearsay. Hermione Granger glanced sideways at Elena and raised her chin proudly. That only means that you haven't read The Break with the Female Ghost written by the professor at all. That place is mentioned in the professor's book. In Ireland, it has nothing to do with Thailand at all. Da Jang ask for a monthly pass. Note 1 free. In many translation books, even Break with the Female Ghost on Baidu Encyclopedia writes One Lun instead of Bandon, based on the lines once said by Gidro Lockhart. It's not that One Lun's female ghost is driven away by a smile. Most non-in-depth HP book fans will be misled by the translated literature and mistake One Lun's southern Thailand. It is a pity that Rowling is not referring to the Surathani house in Thailand, but the hometown of the female ghost, the Morning Banshee Island, a town in County Cork, the Bandon located in the wide valley of the Bandon River. Chapter 856. Lockhart's Enlightenment. Okay, now let's open the textbook, and continue with the last content. It has been a week since returning to Hogwarts, and Gidro Lockhart has gradually become accustomed to his new status as a professor. Of course, in the school, this young wizard is still the most special one. Whether it is his image, the courses he teaches, and the textbooks he uses in teaching, he seems to suddenly appear in the grey silent film, like coloured figures. They always attract the eyes of little wizards, especially those ignorant little witches. It is said that at the end of Get Out of Class yesterday, there were 4 or 5 girls who almost had a duel in order to be the first to deliver a love letter to him. However, before the students had time to pull out their wands, Professor Lockhart used his brilliant smile and gentle and steady voice to calm the dispute. Silently left it in every girl's textbook sent a message. Professors don't like children who are too young. Professors don't like rude girls. Professors don't like noisy students. With the passage of time, under the leadership of several senior Ravenclaw girls, many young girls from Hogwarts spontaneously organized a Gidro Lockhart support group that looked like a star fan group. And based on Professor Lockhart's answers in the book and on campus, I sorted out a lot of Professor Lockhart's likes, dislikes and preferences. This handsome professor of grammar has almost become Hogwarts' first campus idol. Ahem. Although I don't object to everyone focusing on me, but I hope you will focus not only on the superficial external image, but more importantly the content of the course. I specially compiled a handout for everyone. If the homework handed in this time is still an essay like an admiration letter, then you may be fined for copying the text. Professor, are you talking about the small essay after the last class? This may be a problem with the references you provided. Compared to normal literary reference books, the proportion of your personal preferences and information taught in the textbooks, isn't it? Is it too high? Elena raised her hand, looked at the handsome young professor, and whispered sweetly, I think maybe you should clarify the subject matter of the composition next time and the content of the references. Due to the profound transformation and education of Gidro Lockhart during this period of time, the former lyre writer has become a senior witch in black without knowing it, which means that he originally the biggest weakness disappeared. The most important thing is that in order to ensure the safety of the members of Theo 5 Council, Elena has formulated a series of security measures. Anyone who attempts to use the shameful past experience to attack or intimidate Gidro Lockhart will trigger the alarms of Mandate and Gringotts, and will receive targeted sniping before they can take action. In other words, Elena has no way to refute Miss Granger's misconceptions based on the existing public information. Since there is no way to solve the problem directly, then can it be triggered directly from the source to solve the person who created the problem? In the surprised eyes of the little wizards, Elena stood up and said presumptuously, Professor Lockhart, your works are mainly in narrative form. As teaching materials for grammar class, is it a bit too thin? I suggest you choose more works of others instead of focusing on yourself. Oh, yes, Ms. Caslana, your suggestion is of great reference value. I will adjust the lesson plan now. Gidro Lockhart was stunned for half a second, nodded very seriously, and replied quickly. Then, students, I'm very sorry, please study by yourself for 10 minutes first. The teaching plan may need to be fine-tuned. Immediately afterwards, the young professor closed the newly opened walk with giant monsters in his hand, bent down and pulled out a stack of books with unclear names from the desk, frowning and quickly browsing in earnest. I have to admit that Gidro Lockhart's excellence in observing words, observing and looking for life, is not inferior to his attainments in the field of forgetting curse, especially after more than half a year of training by the Demon King's army. He has risen by a level. Great. Facing such a full proficiency professional Demon King minion, Elena really lost her temper at all. Well, it seems that Professor Lockhart attaches great importance to the opinions of Her Majesty the Queen. The Miss Know-It-All sitting next to Elena raised her eyebrows and snorted somewhat dissatisfied. Didn't you find that the professor who was writing the lesson plan on the spot was not as reliable as you thought? Is there? A good wizard like Professor Lockhart doesn't need to write a book by himself. Is there any difference? On the contrary, It is some careful white-haired dumplings. Your pressure just now was too stingy. You are an ignorant young girl in the visual department. There is really no cure. Sorry. It's not a mistake to like good-looking boys. Besides, I'm not the kind of superficial girl who only looks at appearance. If you have a closer look at Professor Lockhart's experience, you will understand how he is respectable. Just when Elena was about to respond to her, these people are all built by her for help. Cough, cough. Classmates, now we start class again. In any school, grammar text is originally the most free and flexible course. In the final analysis, the ultimate goal of learning grammatical knowledge is nothing more than the practical application of reading, writing, and speaking. Such a course is actually more dependent on the teacher's own quality and grammatical logic in the selection and explanation of teaching materials. As a best-selling writer in the magic world, Gidro Lockhart is naturally one of the most powerful people. However, most of those books are based on stories written by other people's experiences. They are not so much autobiography as they are adaptations after finishing by Lockhart. After graduation, Lockhart did most of the things he did to travel around the world, trick the accomplished wizards and witches to reveal their greatest deeds and erase their memories afterwards. Then, every time a Lockhart returned to England, he would write a book about the heroic deeds that belonged to others who seemed to be walking on the edge of a cliff, looking glamorous, but at any time he might fall into a bottomless abyss. But this kind of life trajectory stopped abruptly in the fall of last year. Undoubtedly, as the eldest lady of the Destiny Group, the Fairy Queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the third-generation Dark Lord His Royal Highness Elena Caslana hates his disgraceful experiences. For the sake of a bit of hard work and a good repentance attitude, he may have been thrown into Azkaban long ago and become a cellmate of Peter Pettigrew. Judging from Miss Caslana's subtle attitude during this time, the long evaluation period has not completely passed. If he can prove that he has completely broken with the past, losing his memory and becoming an idiot may be the most benevolent way to deal with it. Gidro Lockhart knows very well that now he has no chance to get off the boat. Then, there is only one way left, completely cut off from those cowardice and vanity. Now, please open the book Swimming with Ghouls. The stories in this book are almost all my fictions out of thin air. If you have read Mr. Newt Scamander's Magic Where Are the Animals, will find that as a magical creature classified as 20 level, the danger and offensiveness of ghouls is actually not that high. Next, I will take you to review how I created this book and used writing skills to make it show a certain logical rationality and deception. I hope that after this class, you will not be caught by similar liars. The story is confused. There is only one chapter today. End of this chapter. Chapter 857, Momentum Building and Idle Project. Gidro Lockhart is not lacking in talent. In fact, when Lockhart entered Hogwarts and started studying, many professors believed that Gidro Lockhart did hide considerable potential, and he was indeed better than most students in the same period. All be smart. Lockhart's biggest shortcoming is that he is unwilling to try unless he is the best one. In the original world line, the arrogance of either do the best or not deeply affects him, which makes Lockhart more dissatisfied with the relative libel of himself. Those he is destined to be unable to reach the top. Lockhart's shortcomings were discarded without hesitation. As a result, when he returned to school to teach, Lockhart's once good magic power had become extremely rusty because he hadn't used it for many years. The only magic he would still use was the Forgetting Curse. This was so powerful that it was almost unsolvable. And at the same time, the magic that is in the loopholes of the magic world's laws and regulations has become proficient under his development and frequent use. Of course, on the other hand, Lockhart also discovered another unmatched top talent: creation. The newspapers and magazines opened in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Elena, and even so many traversing people in the parallel world, are not the first little wizards to think of and implement them. As early as decades ago, Gidro Lockhart founded the first newspaper in the history of Hogwarts in the school. Unfortunately, due to the lack of capital, it quickly disappeared. Yes, I am a liar in order to survive, Most adults will learn to lie, Gidro Lockhart said calmly, as if he was telling a story that had nothing to do with him. It's like the wandering black-hearted merchants in Knockoff Alley would make up a vain and vague legend of Dragonclaw fans in order to earn Gingy Arlong, but what actually sold to the passing wizards was Hermes's stool. To make your books sell well, they will be promoted and packaged when they are sold. For example, how to use a filter to catch the last ghoul wisely. Amid the uneasy whispers of the students, Lockhart shook his head with a self-deprecating smile on his face. Actually, you only need to provide it with a few spiders, moths, and a not too crowded attic or barn. This ugly, slimy creature can even become a pet in many wizard families. Lockhart's eyes wandered on the raised faces of the students, and he chuckles disdainfully, said meaningfully. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, not many wizards still remember the dry descriptions in Where Are Fantastic Beasts after graduation, even if it is such a misleading lie. The most frequently asked question, just why not use the magic wand to subdue it, not why fight it. From then on I realized, the power of words and lies is so powerful in this world, blurring the line between story and reality. This is the stupidest, understand? Joking, ugly. At the same time, a strange smile that looks a little scary. At the very beginning, Gidro Lockhart did not get too deep in stealing memory. It's just that when he found that the readers of the magical world were stupid and lazier than he thought, the vanity that was rooted in his heart quickly grew corresponding, and that sheer superiority over others. Most wizards don't have the ability to discern the truth. They are not much smarter than the moles who strayed into the magic zone. Compared with fabricating stories out of thin air, the risk of directly plagiarizing other people's real experiences is lower. In those real adventures, a little exaggerated and modified, Lockhart can easily gain the attention and discussion he once dreamed of. But Lockhart no longer cares about those foamy vanities and flashing lights. Of course, part of the reason is because he volunteered to join the Destiny Group and the Special Containment Measures Foundation. Most of the members in these two organizations are elites from all walks of life, can be said to be the epitome of today's magical world, and the tasks and events they involve, they are far from the grandeur that ordinary wizards can imagine. What's more, compared to the flattery under the spotlight, Lockhart felt the respect based on strength for the first time, especially in the field organization known as the Night Watch. Walking in the dark, Lockhart is not just a powerful war wizard. As one of the heads of WIB, he is more is it to make plans for elimination and capture, and to deal with the memory of a small number of extremely important goals, such as Peter the Small Dwarf. Different from those false lies that looked like clouds in the sky, those black histories that should have been abandoned long ago. If you use the words of Elena Caslana, the Supreme Gringotts Fairy Queen, the cutest in the world, some of which are omitted below, what they are doing now should be called rewriting the past of the world, present and future. I said, Miss Caslana, what's happening? You know these things about Professor Lockhart, right? I know a little bit, limited to the external name, but the opening method is different from what I imagined. Okay, dear Granger classmate, I admit that you are right. Mr. Lockhart is indeed very respectable. Am wrong. Elena sighed, and before Hermione's second wave of offensive began, she wisely chose to admit defeat. Knowing that Gidro Lockhart was so enlightened, she shouldn't dispel the little girl's dream of chasing stars from this aspect. Although this young grammar professor's image and inner appearance are indeed a lot more decent and stable than before, considering the daily work of WIB, it may not be appropriate to use the word obedience and law, but it does not mean Elena completely trusts this young wizard who seems to have the potential of Aquaman. Gidro Lockhart's words of breaking the boat now sounded like a prodigal son turning back. But, in this way, this guy's personality charm will be even more dazzling. Elena sighed again. For the little witches of Hogwarts who are in the ignorant period of youth, similar to Gidro Lockhart, handsome, rich, and storytelling young professors who have had a dark past, but are repentant. Just like the male protagonist who only appeared in the middle, They stabbed their XP with incomparable precision. Elena recalled her Ravenclaw idol project that hadn't been perfected yet. In the end, it was temporarily shelved. It is not difficult to really push it. Even if Gilderoy Lockhart has graduated from Hogwarts for many years, if he really counts on his age, he is still the youngest professor at Hogwarts today. Even the youngest potions professor ever, Severus Snape, was 4 years older than Lockhart at this time. Now think about it carefully, this professor, who has just turned 28, is really a bit dangerous. Elena thought silently in her heart. If Gilderoy Lockhart plans to solve the single problem in school, or even open a crystal palace, it is estimated that not many little witches can resist the attack of the young professor. After all, Hogwarts students stay in the school for up to 7 years, which is simply a paradise for sea kings. If he can step in the position in time, he can, even if the Hogwarts test paper is the same. He will rotate completely every few years, and he can also ensure that the beginning and the end will not appear at the same time, and there will be some worrying sure fields happening. Maybe Lockhart won't attack, but once the idol plan is activated, it is inevitable that a stupid little witch will take the initiative to throw in her arms. At that time, things may change from a campus fairy tale to some terrible 18-hour game. And before she started to clean up Gilderoy Lockhart, Albus Dumbledore might have sworn back and wiped out the innocent star agent Elena from Hogwarts. Elena was just afraid of this, and she didn't want Hogwarts to change its color. What the hell should I do? Elena White, who was caught in her wild thoughts, suddenly realized a problem. Although she has changed or saved the lives of some bad guys invisibly, she actually doesn't understand their true personalities that much. The placement of them after they become better is not just a simple tool. I have a headache. Elena frowned and rubbed her temples in distress. Knowing that there will be so many chain reactions, we should be cautiously expanding in Hogwarts. Having said that, it seems that Lockhart is not the only one of the young professors who will appear in the school next. In the past 10 years, Hogwarts has not been without wonderful and amazing wizards. Compared with the battle heroes who are more likely to emerge in the war and chaotic years, the little wizards who grew up in peacetime are more talented in their academic specialties. And Quirina, who is 6 years younger than Lockhart Squirrel, undoubtedly can be regarded as the top few hope stars of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the past 10 years. Moreover, it is different from Gilderoy Lockhart, who has a poor reputation among professors and peers. Quirina Squirrel, who also came from Ravenclaw College, has almost nothing to be criticized about his academic performance during school or his teaching ability during the teaching period. This is almost the same among all professors. Approved. You must know that when school just started last year, Squirrel was in charge of the grade that eventually won the first grade. Even if there are many off-court reasons, such as the unexpected retiring of the 1st and 7th grades, but it also proves that Quirina Squirrel's teaching ability was not actually due to Voldemort's possession. Too much influence. Except for the stuttering that was deliberately disguised, Squirrel was much better than Lockhart in terms of comprehensive strength and magic knowledge. Professor Squirrel, who returned to school, shouldn't he be the next Lockhart? Elena thought carefully. If she remembers correctly, Quirina Squirrel was also a pretty likable Ravenclaw genius before he started the outing practice that changed his life. He was confident, cheerful, and insightful. Wisdom. After experiencing some setbacks now, returning to Hogwarts may be more popular than Lockhart. After all, according to the information obtained by most of the little wizards, professors, and even senior officials of the Ministry of Magic, the reason why Quirina Squirrel was seriously injured and hospitalized was mainly because on the eve of Halloween, in order to protect the unicorn and certain the reckless student had to fight an unknown dark wizard, and finally suffered serious injuries and had to cultivate for a while. Of course, after the public trial of Peter Pettigrew, everyone also vaguely guessed the identity of the dark wizard. Not surprisingly, Squirrel should have just met Peter, the most dangerous Death Eater ever, who wandered in the Forbidden Forest and tried to kill the unicorn. This is not a complicated and unpredictable thing. It's a pity that the young Quirrell is not an opponent of Peter Pettigrew after all, otherwise there would be no shocking deception later. Hogwarts can't have only one idol. Elena held her cheeks and looked thoughtfully at the sparkling lake outside the window. If all the momentum and resources are concentrated on one person, it is too easy to have personality worship, and even uncontrollable fanatic group effects. But create a few different types of campus idols and let the girls start fighting each other. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the loopholes in the previous school idol project can be filled a little bit. Little bitches of Ravenclaw, you never think that these two stars are signed by the same agency, right? Exclamation mark. At that time, you can even get a few annual votes from time to time, draw a few accompany professors as candidates, and then encourage students to complete learning tasks, daily tasks, and even some conduct evaluations, and finally get true love points for themselves. Favored professors cheer. It is best to let the two professors have a little friction each other by the way. In the face of the advantages of Real Deal, whether it is Dumbledore or the Ministry of Magic, there shouldn't be too many objections, right? If this form is finally effective, she can even consider becoming a continuous activity, and expand the scope from Hogwarts to the entire British magic world anyway. As the Queen of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, she is the most lacking money out. At that time, hey, Elena, the professor was asking you to answer a question just now. Hearing Hermione's somewhat dissatisfied voice, Elena returned to the classroom with a huh. Gidro Lockhart glanced at the distracted eldest lady in silence. It seemed that the young grammar professor was at a loss for the leader not listening carefully to his report. Especially when this situation was presented in front of dozens of students, he was even more embarrassed. This is different from the previous course discussion. The class is so serious that it is almost necessary to deduct points. But if the points are deducted, he is worried that he will be gone tomorrow. Sorry, Professor Lockhart, I went to bed late last night, so I was distracted. Elena looked at Lockhart, who was a little embarrassed, and before the wizard could speak, she owed her body and said embarrassedly, after class is over, I will find Hermione's notes and copy them, and give them to you before the next class. Do you think this is okay? I will try to finish it on the weekends. If you have time, I will submit it in advance to your office. Big chapter. Chapter 858, Fishing. Big brother, woman. Finally get out of class is over. It's terrible. Gidro Lockhart muttered to himself as he looked at the empty classroom under the sunset. Since it is a newly opened course, the duration of the grammar course is naturally slightly shorter than that of other courses. Even if it is taken twice a week on average, the combined things are barely equivalent to the length of a potion course. With the bell for the end of get out of class, the first week of the Hogwarts new semester's classes are all over. From now on until next Monday morning, this period of time will all belong to Professor Lockhart's rest time. Of course, only the work of the grammar professor has come to an end for the time being. As an O5 member of the Destiny Group, one of the few memory masters in the magic world today, Gildro Lockhart also has a mission from Miss Fool that has not been completed. Go to the college city to learn non-magical knowledge and try using magic to quickly imprint those content in the brain, to see if it can speed up learning. As for the theoretical basis of magic, it naturally comes from the advanced application of the forgetting spell, memory modification. In fact, Elena originally planned to hire some volunteers from outside to complete the experiment, but Dumbledore believes that this is too prone to moral and ethical risks, and even leads to some extremely bad consequences. Therefore, in the initial stage, after all, Gildro Lockhart alone carried everything. Well, this is actually quite good as a spellcaster and a spellbearer. His feedback results will be more intuitive. The only risk in this is that once Gidro Lockhart makes a major operational error and accidentally erases it in his memory or causes irreversible scars, there is a high probability that there is no room for recovery. Of course, This little hidden danger seems to be unfortunately ignored by Dumbledore and others. Maybe it's not completely unfortunate. Gidro Lockhart picked up the thick notebook and walked out of the castle, watching the carefree students walk past him briskly towards the auditorium, preparing to enjoy their free time, while wondering a little. A step to completely change the education of the magical world. I don't know how the future generations will evaluate me if it succeeds. Even if he has not experienced many education-related edifications and prospects, Lockhart is well aware of the memory inheritance and what impact this unusual education method will have on the future. What students will learn in one day in the future may be more than in the past. Hogwarts students have learned a lot in one academic year, and maybe even more than a year. Even if there is a certain difference between memory and mastery itself, it can greatly reduce the time cost for wizards to learn. At that time, in the magic school, teaching the meaning and requirements of this vocabulary and position may not only be divided into textbooks, standardized operation techniques, and training posture pronunciation, complete and systematic knowledge entry, and comprehensive memory activation and mastery. Both are indispensable. Hey, I'm really a professor at Hogwarts, you guys. Don't do it. You just go to the castle and ask students or professors. They all know me. I was here last year. Let's go. Hey, wizard. Then you did a magic trick. At this moment, there was a loud noise not far in front of Gidro Lockhart. It was accompanied by some scuffles and the sound of torn robes, as if competing for autographs at the signing ceremony. Huh? What's the matter? Gidro Lockhart's thoughts were interrupted by the noise. He frowned, raised his head and glanced forward. Before he knew it, he had already walked to the gate of the castle. Directly in front of him stood a thin young wizard. The bright bald head shone like a mirror under the magic torch by the black iron gate of Hogwarts. The man's pale cheeks were also a little red at this time. I don't know if it was because of the reflection of the fire, or the shame of being blocked by someone as a suspicious person, or both. Bald head, haggard face, crumpled black wizard robe. After watching it for a long time, Gidro Lockhart suddenly popped a person's name from his mind. Huh? Wait. Wouldn't you be Quirrell's Quirrell? You are, Lockhart. The legendary Ravenclaw College is the most the special Mr. Gilder Lockhart. How come you were at Hogwarts? I remember you graduated. Haven't you been touring the world and writing since then? The young wizard was Quirrell's Quirrell, who had just been discharged from the Salzburg hospital, because he lost his magic power. In addition to using Floo powder and door keys to travel, he could not use magic-driven props like flying broomsticks. It was the first time that Quirrell realized how difficult it was to travel to Hogwarts. And when he dragged a large suitcase, he finally walked from Hogsmeade Village to the gate of Hogwarts, before he had time to cross the gate with winged boar sculptures on both sides. He was called by several people as Hogwarts. The Mole-Mad women of Watts College urban researcher were surrounded by groups, and they were almost turned to a temporary security spot nearby to wait for their death. Professor Lockhart, this gentleman, well, is he really a professor at Hogwarts? Archipavna, in a white coat, put her hands around her chest, and looked at Quirrell suspiciously. As a researcher who docked with Lockhart during this period, she had carefully read the latest Hogwarts faculty roster. In Archipavna's impression, there was no such thin and pale wizard among them. To be more precise, she even had considerable doubts about whether this man was a wizard at all. After all, if this young man really, as he claimed to be, used to be the professor of defense against the dark arts in the magic school behind, how could he not be able to perform even the most superficial magic? Oh, of course, Lockhart showed a bright smile, walked forward quickly, and patted Quirrell on the shoulder warmly. Quirrell's Quirrell, this is the pride of our Ravenclaw Academy. Although I was about to graduate when this guy enrolled, I have heard rumors about him even when I was outside. In the past 100 years, he has stayed alone after graduation. Even the cold new dean of Slytherin is not as good as him. Is that so? But Archipovna still looked at Quirrell suspiciously. What kind of Academy's pride can be such a weak and early bald wizard? If Professor Lockhart came a little later, she might have knocked this guy to the ground alone and dragged it to the side to close the small dark room. You know, in the former Soviet Union, the interns in the institute were stronger than this guy. Don't worry, don't worry. Quirinus and I met when we were in school. When I saw him, I remembered his clumsy and immature appearance. Povna, don't forget, I'm but a wizard. Lockhart blinked flexibly and said with a grin, don't underestimate the memory of a wizard. If conditions permit, I can even recall that there were a few sesame seeds on a slice of bread in a certain breakfast 10 years ago. Quirinus, you should remember, dear the old prefect, right? Senior Lockhart. Looking at the extremely enthusiastic Gilderoy Lockhart, Quirrell began to think about it. Quirinus Quirrell enrolled in 1981. In the winter of his enrollment year, Voldemort's unfavorable magic failed at the Potter's house and disappeared since then. At that time, Gilderoy Lockhart was already a 6th grader now. As a man of Ravenclaw, that year happened to be Lockhart's last prefect. However, it was not the prefect's erudition and enthusiasm that left a deep impression on Quirinus Quirrell in the end. What's more is the dramatic method that Mr. Lockhart made all Hogwarts teachers and students stunned. That damned desire for performance, and unprecedented ability to toss, perhaps second only to Irene last year. In Quirinus Quirrell's memory, Gilderoy Lockhart once engraved his name on the Quidditch court in 20-foot-long letters which put him in confinement for a week, and once projected his own portrait like the dark mark in the sky. I also sent myself 800 Valentine's Day greeting cards, which forced the cancellation of breakfast because a large amount of owl feces and feathers fell into the cereal. As Ravenclaw's freshman that year, most of Quirrell's shameful things happened during that time. So much so that when Gilderoy Lockhart graduated from Hogwarts, almost the entire school was relieved. All in all, I'm sorry, Povna, I may not be able to come over and cooperate with the research tonight. Lockhart sighed helplessly, and simply explained a few words to Archipovna mainly about today's need to guzzle for a day of non-magical study in order to guide new colleagues to report. After several days of getting along with each other, he discovered that these researchers were not as difficult to get along with as they thought. Except for academic headaches, it is much better than most moles. As long as it is magic and life problems that he can explain, most of them can quickly accept it and propose some feasible solutions. For example, okay, then I will sort out the content of the handout and give it to you together later. Archipovna nodded non-committently, and let go of her right hand that was pulling on Quirrell's neckline. But say it in advance. I will write today's leave record in the experiment log as one of the reference factors for the follow-up memory entry test. If you have any extra time and experience investment in the future, please tell me truthfully. No problem, I'll make it up tomorrow. I will make it up. Gilderoy Lockhart sighed softly as he looked at the former Soviet female scientist who was gradually walking away. Unexpectedly, after graduating for so many years, he would actually re-experience the feeling of asking for leave when he was in school. If it hadn't happened to meet Quirinus Quirrell, he really couldn't find any suitable reason. In the Destiny Group's WIB Code of Action, the consequences of lying are quite serious. As for the reason, that's not enough. It's about the follow-up review process. Skipping class at this level is at best a slight deduction of wages and a few more tasks. As a senior member of the Destiny Group, Gilderoy Lockhart has become more and more precise in this aspect. Let's go, Quirinus. Now Hogwarts has changed a lot. Lockhart turned around and patted the little brother who was still remembering next to him on the shoulder. What's the matter? Your expression seems a little strange. Oh, I forgot to ask, what kind of subject are you here as a professor this time? If it's a black magic defense, you should pay more attention to it. Because of being too young, Gilderoy Lockhart could not fit into the circle of those old people almost completely. The appearance of Quirinus Quirrell is obviously very exciting news for Lockhart, which reminds Lockhart of the ways he guided the freshman when he was still in school. Good past. The most important thing is that, as a loyal underling of the third-generation Dark Lord, Lockhart is very aware of the changes in the organization. Quirina Squirrel did not join the Destiny Group, the Special Containment Measures Foundation, and there is no employment relationship with the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. In other words, he is like a blank paper ordinary wizard. In addition to those complicated Demon King forces, Lockhart very much hopes to have a normal ordinary friend. Mole Studies class. Squirrel, who had just broken free from a female bear, was very tired, and he casually said, "As for why you don't use magic, first, it's a mole. According to the Secrecy Act, I shouldn't do it. Second, in order to understand Mole's life more deeply, I decided not to use magic as much as possible. There are not many wizards who know about his loss of magic ability. According to the suggestions of Elena, Dumbledore, Grindelwald and others, such a statement is obviously the most appropriate. After all, Quirina Squirrel previously took a 1-year break to explore the Black Forest in Albania in order to obtain practical materials on defense against the dark arts. So for the Mole research class, this performance art is also reasonable. After a short pause, Quirina Squirrel raised his third finger and said calmly, "Third, this is the gate of Hogwarts. As long as I take a step forward, she will trigger the expulsion spell. But you just can't seem to be able to go forward." Gidro Lockhart glanced at the neckline of Quirrell's rumpled robe, shook his head, and said with a narrow smile, "Quirina's. Squirrel glanced at the senior, who had been a little weird since school, and didn't say anything. In fact, he just wanted to return to the castle earlier, and saw Albus Dumbledore inquire about it. Whether it was the changes in Hogwarts or his follow-up arrangements, he had too much the doubts. "Oh, of course, I can totally understand it. It's not a shy thing." Gidro Lockhart reached out and grabbed his shoulders, showing a touch of kindness like a big brother. "But I have to warn you, those women, you'd better not think about it. As a professor at Hogwarts, it is not so easy to find a partner. I understand you young people are always impulsive, but those scholars are different. Your behavior just now was quite sensible. If you hurt them, even I might not be able to save you. Hogwarts now is very wonderful, thriving, and dangerous at the same time." He blinked at Quirina Squirrel affectionately, speaking meaningfully, mysteriously. "I know, I only fight. You may not understand this for the time being, but as a person who comes by, I can still give you some suggestions. Say less, read more, ask less, and ask me if there is anything wrong." Quirina Squirrel rolled his eyes helplessly. He has made up his mind in his heart. When he reinserts at Hogwarts, it is usually best to keep a distance from Professor Gidro Lockhart without disturbing each other, and it is best to find a way to remind him of that. 2 Demon Kings. Okay, big chapter. Chapter 859, Chillo and Lando Institute. Unbelievable, a guy like you is one of the legendary executive officers? Quirina Squirrel's eyes twitched, trying to keep his voice down so as not to attract the attention of people around him. His surprise is not difficult to understand. After all, Gidro Lockhart's title is not simple, but it is juxtaposed with a group of legendary wizards, who can control the direction of the civilized world in silence. In the magical world where strength is respected, there is no question of seniority or nepotism. According to the fairy queen Elena Caslana, any mandate archon has the power to subvert the world, which is one of the reasons why they can be in that position. Needless to say, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, Nicole LeMay, Newt Scamander. Almost as soon as he saw the list of newly added professors at Hogwarts this semester, Quirina Squirrel guessed most of the legendary wizards who participated in this camp. Just as the fairy queen said, these famous wizards gathered together, even if only a little chat and casual attempt, it was enough to set off a huge wave in the world. But Quirina Squirrel looked suspiciously at the wizard with a bright smile and beautiful curly hair beside him. Compared with the calm and dangerous Stevil Kings, this carefree homer looks more like a star standing in the spotlight in a non-magical way. He can't see at all that he has any power that can endanger the world. As a Hogwarts student at the same time, Quirrell knew that Lockhart's magical abilities in school were not amazing. Huh? Quirinus, do you think there is anything wrong with this? Can't I be one of the executive officers? The real Hogwarts and the wizarding world are more dangerous than you think. For example, if you look at the sky, is there anything in the sky? Quirinus Quirrell frowned and looked up at the sky. I'm very sorry, I don't see any danger. Your way of turning the subject off is really blunt. The weather was the same as last night, and the clouds were a little low, and it seemed that it might rain at any time. Otherwise, it looks the same as the scenery he has seen at Hogwarts in the past 10 years. There is nothing unusual. If it weren't for Gidro Lockhart's bluffing title, he wouldn't even bother. Look up carefully. That's right, this is one of the answers. Your eyes will deceive you, your ears will deceive you, your experience will deceive you. The world you perceive is not necessarily the real world. If I said, is there a sky city made of steel in the sky right now? Well, right here the shadows cover most of the Black Lake. Gidro Lockhart shook his fingers, his white teeth gleaming. Do you know? In order to complete her, hundreds of wizards and I lived in the distant ice and snow for more than half a year, and the most surprising thing is that no wizards extol her name for such a magnificent treasure. It's amazing, right? What are you saying? Quirinus didn't know what he was talking about. He was about to express doubts. Lockhart continued. I have never been so proud. As a wizard, watching such a magnificent, magical and scientific sky city transform from a cold steel toy to the greatest art of this era. Of course, I know you are not understand what I'm talking about, but one day, when you look up, you will understand all this. Well, so, Professor Lockhart, you can be more direct. It's a pity, it doesn't make sense to you. Why? Because you at this time have no authority to understand all this yet. Gidro Lockhart glanced at Quirrell, grinned, and said softly with a smile, in the case of insufficient authority, you don't even have the qualifications to read and memorize these materials. Of course, I believe that with your cleverness, you can quickly find the answer by yourself, whether it is inferred or elevated. Authority, memorized qualification? Quirinus Quirrell nodded thoughtfully, took a silver metal badge from his pocket and rubbed it. Hogwarts Clevel Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Because of the loss of magic power, Quirrell didn't have many means to detect this badge, but a closer look seemed to be an ordinary metal badge. Except for his name, there was nothing strange. Even the shallow marks he carved on the side yesterday are still clearly visible, and they have not recovered automatically like Jin Jialong. So, Mr. Lockhart, how should I elevate my authority? It's very simple. Complete the tasks arranged by the eldest as much as possible. If you can find the unique value that belongs to you in this process, then it will be great. As for the first step, Gidro Lockhart blinked at Quirrell affectionately and pushed open the door in front of them. This is a hall with ample space. On both sides are smooth stone walls with light brown lines. A dozen thick stone pillars with countless regular magic inscriptions are scattered in the hall, supporting the ceiling above. Like Hogwarts, each pillar is inlaid with magic torches, so there is plenty of light. The only difference is that the space inside is not larger than it looks outside. Perhaps in the non-magical world, this is a very common thing. But when it appears in the magical world, especially next to Hogwarts, it becomes a little incredibly uno. Even the village of Hogsmeade, the cafe where the little wizards are dating, has also expanded a little space with magic. What surprised Quirinus Quirrell was that this hall was filled with all kinds of electronic instruments. Dozens of foreigners dressed up like the violent woman that day were playing with the instrument, while communicating quickly with rushing Russian flicks, while recording and writing on the tablet in their hands. This is simply impossible at Hogwarts. The surrounding area of Hogwarts is full of strong magical magnetic fields, which can cause strong interference to electronic devices. Therefore, electronic devices and equipment cannot be used in Hogwarts. This is a well-known thing, and these strange things from now on, judging from the behavior of foreigners and the obsolete instruments piled up in the corner. They obviously understand this. No, This is our mission for some time in the future. Lockhart waved his hand casually toward the hall, and said in a relaxed tone, "As you can see, we will serve as one of the academic representatives on the magic side to assist these researchers in setting up laboratories at Hogwarts, scientific laboratories that can make the iron guys function normally and are numerically stable. This is impossible unless we take down Hogwarts." Quiriner Squirrel shook his head with a weird expression and replied without thinking, "Or we can convert all of them into magic-driven devices, like magic radios and magic ovens. Otherwise, even Professor Dumbledore would not be able to make mole devices work within Hogwarts." "Well, you are right." Gidro Lockhart shrugged, and skillfully took off his robe and hung it on a hanger beside it. Accurately speaking, Professor Dumbledore alone, or the power of the magic world, is really difficult to achieve even if the electronic device is converted into a magic device. The premise must be based on our understanding of its true results. But with the help of these top scientific researchers from the non-magical world, it's not as difficult as you think. "But, hey, Povna, Clive, our newcomers are here." Lockhart did not continue to explain, but turned around, smiled and said hello to the few former Soviet scholars who were walking towards them not far away, and pointed to the still a little awkward young wizard next to him. It was introduced enthusiastically. Quiriner Squirrel, a top student at Hogwarts in the 1981 grade, one of the official professors. He was a mole studies professor at Hogwarts and a professor of defense against the Dark Arts. Was in the basics in magic theory are much more solid than me. See who he will help with first. My personal advice, you can talk to him first. "Well, I know this gentleman's name." "So speaking, are you really a wizard?" Archipovna raised her eyebrows, looked at Quirrell curiously, and extended her hand generously. "Get to know again, Archipovna, a former senior researcher at the Landor Institute of Theoretical Physics. I was really embarrassed yesterday. If you can, please help me solve the problem of magical energy during this period." Clive, anyway, your ternary computer has to be built on the basis of stable functions, right? Landor Institute of Theoretical Physics. Quirrell confusedly repeated one sentence. What do those other than the research institute mean? Yes, Landor Institute. In my opinion, this is the top physical holy land of human civilization. Looking at the puzzled young wizard, Archipovna raised her chest somewhat proudly and said softly, "Let's put it this way. It is roughly similar to your Hogwarts position in the magic world. Of course, we don't teach students, we are purely academic research, and the subject I am currently responsible for is mainly the analysis of magnetic energy. In a practical sense." Archipovna gave a thumbs up and compared to the pile of instruments behind him. "Our task is to bring those babies back to life and find ways to run faster, more stable, and more accurately than before in a way that science can understand, not in the form of a manual workshop on the surface. The magic world is not without malindustrial products, as small as cameras and watches, as large as cars, trains, and ships. With the development of the Industrial Revolution and the impact of the modernization process on the human civilization, wizards naturally cannot completely disconnect from this world. It's just that they adopt a more idealistic and strange way. The simplest example may be the principle of wizard radio. Those so-called radio devices are not activated by electricity, but driven by magic. They are more like strange black box products derived from the results. In the processing of the magic world, the production process of a magic radio is roughly like this. First, buy a radio from Mole, then cast magic on it so that it can receive the magic signal sent by the magic radio, and finally wave the magic wand to let it learn how to emit sound. Regarding the detailed principles in this regard, Elena has some unproven speculations. This is like the different difficulty of transfiguration in transforming matter. If the difficulty of turning a tree stump into a wooden table is elementary, then it is obviously more complicated to turn it into a stone table, and to turn it into a cheating flower. It's more complicated. So by analogy, the most demanding is naturally creating brand new things out of thin air. After several months of attempts, Elena, Dumbledore and other representatives of the magic side, as well as Arkhipovna and other researchers from the former Soviet Union, quickly realized one thing: if it is not resolved energy issues, then all the cooperation and integration are nothing but the imitation of the appearance, or the splicing and assembly like building blocks. The most intuitive example is that the wizard may be able to make a computer start normally within the Hogwarts range, but cannot give it the correct algorithm, computing power, and even the most basic code and data flow are empty. But the solution is very simple. Gua Chapter 860. The prototype of the magic net seeking a monthly pass. Arkhipovna's laboratory is located in a room on the right side of the hall. In the entire urban research area of the college, she is one of the few scholars who have independent research rooms. This is not only because she is a famous woman lunatic in the Landor Institute, but also because of the importance of the topics in her hands. The room is clearly divided into two parts, as if a handmade parts workshop and a study are mixed together. It may be a little bit small, so let's do it for a while. At the beginning, there weren't many assistants reserved. Arkhipov scratched her hair with some annoyance, and glanced at the bald young wizard who followed her into the room. If you have any questions, I suggest that you raise them all at once. Severion is an adult, and not as illogical as a child. On the other hand, I don't have much patience to repeat the basic theories of science. When you were in the lobby just now, you said your goal was to restore all electronic equipment at Hogwarts. Quirrell Squirrel looked around the room, shook his head, and said calmly, "I'm sorry, this lady, it's impossible. If you have the opportunity to read Hogwarts, a school history, a pastime book describing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you'll know it clearly. The magic substitutes humans use, electricity, computers, radars, all these things, no matter how great and complicated. They will fail as soon as they get around Hogwarts. Here in the air the magic field is too strong." I didn't mean to offend or look down on science, but this is the magic world, Quirrell said calmly, pointing to the pile of scrap electronic equipment piled up in the corner. Obviously, at least within the scope of Hogwarts, everything that is forbidden and excluded by magic can never be solved by means other than magic. These are the rules of magic. Two completely different worlds. Two completely different worlds? What a nasty arrogant ignorance. Arkhipov raised her eyebrows and took a piece of blank manuscript paper from the desk to tear it into pieces. Before Quirrell Squirrel had time to respond, she lifted off her white coat and drew a sword-like hardwood fake wand from the outside of her thigh, rubbed it on her wavy light red hair a few times, and lay it flat above the pile of confetti. At the next moment, the confetti lying quietly on the tabletop seemed to be attracted by magic, and they were sucked up one by one. Because the nuclei of different objects have different abilities to bind electrons outside the nucleus, when two objects rub against each other, one object must lose some electrons, and the other object gains excess electrons. A charged object that has been rubbed can attract light and small objects. In the process of charge transfer, this is the simplest electricity phenomenon. Arkhipov fiddled with the wooden stick in her hand boredly, looking at Quirrell with a smile. "Mr. Wizard, it seems that Hogwarts magic has not erased the phenomenon of electricity from this world. In fact, it's impossible to think about it, right? Unless you recast a whole new universe, reshape atoms." Electronic definition. Hogwarts can't use electronic equipment, because charged things will definitely malfunction in this area. This sentence was originally a very ridiculous and not rigorous statement. Even if the narrow concept of charge transfer and current is used as the definition of electricity, it is too reluctant. After all, the human body itself is an active electric life, let alone those slightly more generalized electrical phenomena. By the way, you just said that the magical magnetic field in the air at Hogwarts is too strong. Arkhipov raised her finger and nodded, repeating a soft sentence, giving Quirrell a meaningful glance. Speaking of which, the words that appeared in the Hogwarts, A History of Schools were revised and added after at least the 19th century. Definition of magnetic field, or field. but it was proposed by Faraday, your native British scientist, and carried forward by Mr. Maxwell. So, Quirrell asked with interest. As a professor of mole studies before, Quirinus Quirrell's acceptance of moles was not low. With the explanation of this foreign woman, he quickly realized that this new task had already been past theory construction period. Obviously, too much has changed in the world during most of the 6 months he has not been at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore said that Hogwarts electromagnetic shielding, well, let's describe it like this: roughly confirmed more than 100 years ago. Given that it does not seem to be a switchable defense measures, we are more inclined to regard it as a strong semi-neutral magnetic field formed in a special geographical environment. Perhaps there are some magic factors. Archipovna stood straight, walked to the moving blackboard on the side of the room, and pointed to the above graphic to explain. On one of the blackboards, a castle icon was roughly drawn, with densely intertwined curves drawn outward from the center of the castle, which looked like ripples caused by stones thrown into the lake. It's different from any magnetic field environment I've seen before, you know. It's incredible. Archipovna's eyes flashed extremely bright, and she said quickly, the magical magnetic field lingering in the range of Hogwarts, as if there is a certain degree of self-awareness, will attack in a targeted manner. Oh no, or to touch the abnormal magnetic field that enters its range. Now, in my guess, there may be a special form of electric current besides alternating current and direct current. This is like the magnetic field of an encrypted channel. It will automatically search for and connect all non-self electromagnetic fields. Quirinus Quirrell noticed that when talking about electromagnetic fields and electrons, the previously lazy and sexy Russian woman seemed to be a different person, exuding a dazzling aura like flames all over her body. In other words, there are actually two channels of magnetic field reaction at the same time, just like the reflected wave of radar, and the directional increase of the magnetic field that cannot be understood and reproduced based on our technology. Responding to the identification codes, which are the magic signals, they will be overwhelmed by the increase in inquiry sound. Archipovna moved quickly between the blackboards, her light red wavy hair like a pulsating flame. Several blackboards filled with Russian characters, numbers, and complex patterns spread out in front of Quirinus Quirrell's eyes. The original rough and crude Hogwarts figure gradually became three-dimensional, and the surrounding terrain became more detailed. Looking carefully, everything is filled with dense numbers and formulas. This is not magic's resistance to science, nor is it a high wall between two worlds. Archipovna opened her arms and looked at the small steps that took more than half a year. This is the final result of gathering the top scholars of semi-human civilization, constantly trying, discussing, and calculating. At the moment the answer came out, both wizards and moles realized that the world should have changed. So, do you understand now? Archipovna turned her head, looked at Quirrell, and said softly with a complex expression. As early as 100 years ago, or even earlier, the magical world or Hogwarts' own will was sending signals to the surroundings, exploring and connecting things that entered her domain, and making feedback. Therefore, what we did was not to crack some magic protection, but to understand and actively send and receive signals to her. Wait, these are a bit complicated. Quirinus Quirrell rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, trying to digest the information he had just learned. Is the magic magnetic field around Hogwarts alive? Those electronic devices that had gradually malfunctioned were not deliberately destroyed, but because they have been unable to respond like wizards or other magic props. They were destroyed by the increasing frequency of the magic magnetic field. As a professor of mole studies at Hogwarts, Quirinus Quirrell felt that his lesson plan was being torn apart. But, I have one more question. Quirinus Quirrell thought for a while, ready to return to the most basic points and reorganize them one by one. Even if everything is as explained in your mouth, Hogwarts' magical magnetic field has mysterious vitality. What does this mean? I mean, you can't even perceive the so-called signal, that is. Oh, yes, you are right, this is indeed a headache. Professor Quirrell. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang behind Quirina Squirrel. Because of the inability to find a correct response to the source and the lack of comparative test reference, our research shows that the progress has been stuck in this place for a long time. Fortunately, you appeared at this time. This is a win-win situation, isn't it? He turned around abruptly, only to see a little silver hoard which appeared in the room at some point. While looking at the manuscript paper on the blackboard, the girl carefully put a small black suitcase on the empty space on the table in the middle of the room, turned around and looked at Archipovna, and said with a smile, "Miss Archipovna, this is the resource you applied for. He tried to find a substitute for you." "Substitute?" Archipovna repeated, a little confused. There seemed to be some animal hidden in the small black suitcase. At this moment, she was shaking from time to time, and she even heard faintly creaking sounds that looked like platypus and a little bit like a mouse. "Oh, didn't you say that you want to apply for a batch of hamster generators to test the conversion of power potential energy and electrical energy?" Elena nodded with a smile, opened the suitcase, and took out the golden cage from it. This is a larger roller than the common hamster generator wheel. On the outer ring of each layer hangs a gleaming, outward-looking gingy oblong, just like a shortened version of the golden Ferris wheel, and in the middle of the Ferris wheel is a furry black guy, born the long nose, flat front paws, like a shovel, very peculiar and cute. This is Sniffing, a magical creature. It likes shiny things. It's physically stronger than hamsters. As the suitcase opened, the little guy trapped in the Sniffing generator wheel suddenly lit up, and ran up in the cage, trying to chase the beautiful gold coin that seemed to be within reach in front of it. Elena glanced at Archipovna, whose eyes were a little glowing, and added, "However, you'd better not let it out, otherwise Mr. Newt's commander will definitely come to trouble me after knowing about it, and before that, the equipment in the laboratory may be affected by it." "Stole it, huh?" "It will destroy and steal metal equipment in the laboratory?" Archipovna looked at the furry Sniff curiously, and nodded seriously. "From the outside, it looks like a hamster is an omnivorous species, right? Breeding and observation should be taken care of by the guys in the agriculture and biology groups, so to speak. This is a resource for a combined subject? Well, it's roughly understood this way, but during the day it is temporarily placed on your side to provide labor." Elena took out a cardboard from her chest, handed it to Archipovna, and said casually, "Sign for it." "This is one of the assets of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. At any rate, if you accidentally break it or plan to conduct an irreparable experiment, you still need to apply and report. It's best not to do so." "I understand." Archipovna rubbed her hands excitedly and quickly agreed. Just like the previous research institute, the resource application in the Academy City is not unlimited. Some overlapping project teams will share a set of resources, and as resource applicants, naturally they can get a little more privately. This can be considered an invisible benefit. Archipovna and the researchers in the Department of Physics and Mathematics have long been greedy for the publicly funded pig farming and publicly funded fish farming projects next door. Even in the magical world, the accidental death rate of those magic creatures is not so high for the time being, but they still have a lot of opportunities in food and medicine. With such a magical biological resource, she can at least ask for half a rabbit leg from the next door project team every week. Taking advantage of Archipovna's signing and assembling the Sniffing generator wheel, Quirina Squirrel, who was waiting next to him, finally found an opportunity to interrupt, and asked curiously, well, Miss Caslana?" According to Lockhart's instructions last night, Quirrell squatted slightly, weighing his words, and said softly, "I don't quite understand why my appearance will advance what kind of research on the magical magnetic field, and what you just said about the win-win situation. What does it mean?" "You know my situation. You can still see the ghost. Enter Hogwarts Castle, right?" Looking at the somewhat humble and unconfident Quirrell, Elena sighed helplessly. "This shows that even if you lose your magic power, you are still a wizard. The magnetic field lingering around Hogwarts will discriminate the regular electromagnetic fields emitted by living bodies and inanimate bodies, and those things with magical elements. Unconsciously, it will interact with this land in some form, similar to the little wizard opening the envelope by hand when he first enters school. Well, why not other wizards, or dumb guns? I believe you. You remember the way to release magic, right? Elena raised her index finger, and a bright white light flashed across her fingertips. In the realm of Hogwarts, the success rate of wizards using magic will increase slightly. Since each of us' magic is like a small river, we can't accurately separate the groundwater seeping somewhere in the riverbed, but you are different. Professor Lockhart, your Ivor is temporarily exhausted. Before we figure out what is wrong, your body is as dry as a riverbed that has been exposed to the sun for months. And when you return to Hogwarts later, when you try to release magic or generate magic quill, there will be a little bit of water leaking out. Elena took a deep look at Quirrell, who was gradually stunned, and smiled and said softly, "And all you have to do now is to find that place, either block it and let it accumulate enough power to break through the rock formations, or knock it open and turn the water droplets into streams, trying to make it transmit more magic power." If you use non-magical terms to describe it, I hope you can activate the magic net and update the network protocol. In this way, we can not only solve the feasibility of mana conversion and the stability of mana output, but you can also regain the ability to cast spells, and even help more wizards to connect to the network, greatly improving our calculating speed. As Professor Dumbledore often said, no matter which college you come from, Hogwarts connects each of us closely. And then, Elena's eyes stayed for a few seconds on Archipovna, who was still playing with the sniffing generator wheel not far away. The Global Magic Base Station Signal Increase Point Mobile Hotspot. It seems that these are not completely impossible. After all, the first step has been completed on the scientific level. In the next few decades, there is no reason why even more unreasonable magic cannot do this. Okay, excited, the new world is getting more and more interesting. Da Jiang asks for a monthly pass! Chapter 861, Quirrell, I gradually understand everything. Please ask for a monthly pass. Professor Quirrell, this is a very safe win-win attempt, right? Elena smiled and said softly, tapping her fingers on the table unconsciously. Whether it is the will to crack Hogwarts' magnetic field, change the existing energy system in the magical world, and help wizards understand the nature of their power, these meaningful and great things should be easy for you to see. As Quirrell opened his mouth, making no sound, Elena didn't explain too much in detail. In today's slopest era, even the concept of network is just a semi-finished product that has not yet formed, let alone the more distant concept of communication base stations and mobile hotspots. But the slight understatement in her mouth was enough to make Quirrell's Quirrell's back sweat cold. Quirrell froze in place, not knowing what expression to respond with. Elena can imagine the future unscrupulously because she understands the context of the next few decades. But for Quirrell's Quirrell, he even mentioned the Hogwarts magic field that Elena said. In the end, there can only be a vague abstract outline of what it looks like for this young Dark Lord. He has always been inexplicably jealous. In fact, this is also the common feeling of most wizards facing Elena. After all, unlike Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the wizards who are gradually rising into the sky, Elena Kaslana is like a meteor that suddenly broke into the magic world, without any signs or growth in the past. In less than a year, she defeated the Gringotts elves in the area where they were best. In addition, the Fairy Queen, Miss Destiny, Miss Fool of the SCP Foundation, she is covered by too many dazzling auras that normal people may not be able to reach with their heads up, and she is now less than 12 years old. The thought of how terrible it would be if she became an adult made Quirrell's Quirrell terrified. There has never been a wizard who can suppress Voldemort when he first enters school, not even Merlin. When the encounter in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell's Quirrell clearly saw the trembling indifference in the eyes of this little witch, not like a murderous, cruel dark wizard. It was a more terrifying expression, the indifference of a god looking down on the ant, and condescending playfulness. Except for Voldemort, Who is missing now? And Quirrell, no one has seen such an expression. Undoubtedly, in that young body, there must be an extremely terrifying demon. The most frightening thing is that, whether it is Albus Dumbledore, or so many wizards in the school, no one seems to realize this little witch's mentality that is not like a normal human. Quirrell dare not say, I dare not ask more. If Hogwarts has fallen, then he must at least live to the day when the message is spread. You look scared of me. Forget it. After a few seconds, Elena looked at Quirrell, whose forehead was beginning to sweat, and sighed lightly. In short, even if it is for your magical considerations, please cooperate with Miss Archipovna's research. This depends to a large extent on your own wishes. This is also one of the values you are still alive. In this extremely unfamiliar era, no one will understand the future world in her mouth. No matter how she portrays her, most of them will eventually be overwhelmed by the old ideas in people's minds. And the easiest way is to put on the cloak of the devil and use ancient threatening methods to promote all changes. Facing Elena's threat, Cheelio nodded solemnly as if finally breaking free. Why am so cute? Seeing Quirrell's trembling response, Elena curled her lips in frustration and said, in addition to the experiments here, you will wait for me in the office tonight, and Professor Lockhart will be with you. In the next academic year, in order to break the barriers of Hogwarts, you need to make your debut and become idols. It'll become a false god. Huh? A false god? Looking at Quirrell's Quirrell with a dazed expression, Elena was stunned for half a second, and then suddenly reacted. Yeah? In this era, it seems that the word idol has not been used too much for the time being, especially in a magical world where the social civilization is relatively out of touch. Most wizards' understanding of vocabulary still stays at the original meaning hundreds of years ago, due to the magic language. It may even be older. As a professor of Mole studies at Hogwarts, Quirrell is also quite knowledgeable in addition to his magical skills. Only, was the word idol used to be so high? This was a little bit beyond her expectation. In this way, if her next explanation is too superficial, will she suddenly crack the image of the majestic demon in Quirrell's heart? After all, this was almost her little majesty in Hogwarts. Quirrell's Quirrell glanced at the silent Elena and said softly, by the way, is this my entrance test? Miss Castellana. At the induction training last night, Gidro Lockhart told him a lot about the changes in Hogwarts, especially the most talked about, of course, the current Hogwarts new course standards being implemented. Education reform. Unlike the Hogwarts that Quirrell knew well, the requirements of Professor Hogwarts today are much higher than before. Even veteran professors such as Horace Slughorn have gone through a series of assessments and screenings before becoming a potions professor. Unless they are subjects that have not been formally taught before, the conditions will be slightly more relaxed. Regrettably, the Mole Studies class he is about to take up is not among the vacancies. Since he stepped down as a professor of Mole Studies the year before and took over as a professor of defense against the dark arts, the Mole Studies professor at Hogwarts has been Miss Corrady Bubbage. According to today's Hogwarts subject division, Quirrell's entry process is obviously slightly flawed. Even if Quirrell had previously served as a professor of this course, there were still some problems involved in the second major transfer. As for who is the main promoter of this new curriculum standard, Quirrell's Quirrell, who signed the contract of sale in the ward, is naturally quite clear the little witch in front of him is one of the chief examiners hidden behind the scenes. Enrollment test? Oh, it seems you already know. The dull hair on Elena's head cast a small question mark, and then nodded naturally. Don't be too nervous. It's just a routine recording and inquiry process. You can just say it, roughly. After all, we can explain to the Hogwarts School Board and the Ministry of Magic later that Hogwarts can't be special. Okay, I see. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten the knowledge. Quirrell's Quirrell showed such an expression on his face, thought for a moment, and continued. Well, idol, this is a very old word. Derived from ancient Greece. It originally means apparition, monster, phantom, that is, people imagined monsters and ghosts. Fantasy monster? In that case, Luna's horned snorer is also one of the idol. Elena smiled and nodded, while thinking wildly in her mind. She motioned Quirrell to continue. As a little devil who is good at making up stories, what she is most used to is not fabricating lies out of thin air, but based on people's cognition and understanding, to appropriately guide some interesting brain supplements. In that ancient period, moles, based on wizards' verbal descriptions and their own imaginations, shaped those invisible phantom species and gods into visible sculptures, and at the same time became a symbol of early magic worship. Before and after the establishment of Hogwarts, due to the intensified conflict between the non-magical world and the magical world, the Mole Church began to oppose the worship of magic. Therefore, giving statues of wizards and statues of magic creatures means treating wizards and magic creatures as gods. Many moles seem to be disrespectful and blasphemous acts since then. Its meaning has become a false god. Then Quirrell Quirrell shrugged and said disapprovingly, when the conflict between the magical world and the non-magical world was the most intense, the term was directly extended to the object that moles believed in, all those who were defined as infidels, of course, quite a period of time. Idol is almost a wizard, or more accurately, those who have a lot of mole followers. Well, that's the case. This is in line with the thinking logic of certain religions. Elena nodded thoughtfully, and commented seriously in her heart very calmly. So, Ms. Caslana, you just said. Quirrell swallowed nervously, looked at Elena, who was slightly nodded with solemn eyes, couldn't help taking a deep breath, as if he was telling a terrible conspiracy, and whispered cautiously, You plan to make Lockhart and I the idols of the new era. Does this mean that we are ready to enter another world and recast the glory that the wizards gave up hundreds of years ago under the persecution of the Mole Church? Yes, it's just going to march, eh? Elena nodded subconsciously, her face stiffened slightly. And many more. The script has changed. If the word idol in the magical world does not mean a simple idol, but a wizard leader who leads people without magical talents, then the meaning of this march has become a real march, right? In normal times, Elena will probably respond casually and strengthen her devilish aura. But Quirrell and Gidro Lockhart, the two dangerous men, are different. If she really keeps on saying this, then maybe a few months later, she won't be greeted by some popular Hogwarts campus election, but by thousands of brainwashed fanatics who are screaming towards the Ministry of Magic and Africa. The Church of the Wizarding World declared war. Of course, before that, maybe her wicked obstacle would be exchanged for one limit by Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, you may have misunderstood what I mean. Elena thought for a moment, coughed lightly, and explained helplessly. In fact, what I meant just now was just to say, I hope you and Professor Lockhart will pack a little bit and become popular among the students of Hogwarts, and become the kind of star that people admire and love. Oh, yes, it's a bit similar to the Weird Sisters singing group, but it's more commercialized and streamlined, not just a pure artist. I understand now is not the time. We have to try slowly. Quirrell nodded quickly and said seriously, ever since waking up in the magic ward in Salzburg and confronting Gellert Grindelwald, he has been thinking about such a question: what kind of grand cause needs to gather so many top wizards? And now, he finally understood everything gradually. The war has begun. Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and even more top wizards, these wizard gates that symbolize the civilization of the magic world and stand at the top of the pyramid, have not forgotten the glory of magic because of hundreds of years of dormancy. Looking at the solemn expression on Quirrell's face, Elena put her right hand on her forehead with a headache. Elena suddenly began to think about it. Speaking of whether Quirrell recognized Tom Riddle, this is still a mystery that can never be solved in the original book, even if he may not surrender to Voldemort. But what if it is an influence? After all, his symbiotic relationship with Voldemort lasted for more than a year. and it was obviously impossible to have no influence at all. Perhaps Squirrel would not fully agree with the almost pathological pureblood theory advocated by Tom Riddle and the illogical pureblood wizard supremacy theory, but if it's just the supremacy of wizards, or the restoration of magical glory, then it may not be too easy to say. It's still a big chap to ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 862. An unknown premonition from Hermione. Even when the new curriculum standards are being implemented, the lower grades of Hogwarts can still enjoy weekends for the time being. Unlike senior students who have added minor courses and have to add extra classes on Saturdays, first and second graders can still comfortably shrink in the library, lounge, or lying in the shade of the lake at this time. Next, watching the big squid that occasionally surfaced, and the magical animal protection class being carried out on the clearing of the forest farm in the distance. Of course, except for Elena Caslana. She was put in confinement by Horace Slughorn for openly cooking white soup pufferfish in the potions class. On Saturday afternoon, she got the reflection from the potions class professor's office, which meant that she had a bath on the first weekend of school. It's the first confinement. The bad wizards who hide in Hogwarts, such as Tom Riddle and Dolores Umbridge, may have a little bit of lethargy because they haven't experienced a complete Hogwarts life. Personality of regret. For Elena, she obviously does not belong to the kind of wizard who lacks love, responsibility, and justice. Just like the Harry Potter trio in the original book, even every semester will be confined, copied sentences, deducted points, whether it is frying the cauldron, stealing, burning the robe. But everyone knows that the three of them are justice. Good wizard. Saying goodbye to Quirrell Squirrel, Elena, who had visited her territory, comforted herself in this way, while slowly returning to the gate of Hogwarts Castle. Not surprisingly, several other little wings were already waiting there. In view of the mixed personnel in the college city, there are many secrets involved. Except for Elena, no students can leave the Hogwarts gate for the time being and go to the areas where the researchers are Hogwarts professors and domestic workers. Elves, and even researchers from the former Soviet Union will also be responsible for the implementation of this ban. So, what is there outside the school? Hannah Abbott stood on tiptoe and looked behind Elena, and asked curiously. Luna said that you received a sniff. I only saw it in books, and I have never seen a live one. I heard that there is also a small and exquisite nest, and many small toys. Elena, you again. Is there a new pet? Oh, that's a large black-haired hamster, which moles like to raise. Elena replied without hesitation. The little dumb hair on top of her head was very sincere. Hogwarts is not suitable for her life, so I sent it outside the school. When I left, it happily ran in the cage. Go. As for the outside of the school, well, it's not a secret anyway. I'll tell you a little in advance. Elena paused for a while, looked around vigilantly, and whispered mysteriously. Well, most of those professors who have not yet reached the standard of the preparatory period of the course are now readjusting their lesson plans to welcome a new round of assessments at Hogwarts. If the assessment is successful, the school will consider adding corresponding subjects in the future, such as the biochemistry, physics, geography you have been in contact with last year. If you are interested, I can. Not interested? I'm not interested at all. Elena, don't say such terrible things on weekends. Hannah seemed to remember something terrible, and shook her head quickly to resist. Although those slurred and wonderful introductory knowledge of biology helped her quickly master the runes. But if Hannah Abbott is allowed to make a choice, she would rather fall asleep in a warm and soft bed, rather than being woken up by the cold and hard library table. What ATP? What phosphoric acid? It is terrible. Instead, Hermione Granger frowned thoughtfully. Judging from the reaction of the white hair dumplings and dumb hair, this is at least a superficial true description. In other words, those who live outside the school are indeed reserve professors. Since there are no wizards capable of teaching such knowledge in the magic world, the true identities of these professors are naturally self-evident. In Hogwarts, the School of Magic, A large-scale introduction of non-magical scholars. A faint trace of anxiety flashed in Hermione Granger's heart. However, she didn't know where the unfounded anxiety came from. Judging from the current situation, whether it is Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic, the school board, almost all symbols representing the authority of the magical world have participated in this educational reform project almost without exception, and there are even hidden behind it. With the full cooperation of a Gringotts Wizarding Bank, this is almost a collection of all the power and voices of the magical world. But Hermione's eyes swept across Luna's usual face. The witch with the strongest premonition ability among them did not show any anxiety. But for some reason, Hermione became a little bit more ignorant. She clearly felt that she seemed to have caught some dangerous tale, somewhere. Elena, and even Dumbledore might even have overlooked. "Hey, Hermione, why are you so sad?" Hannah cried strangely and turned her head and glanced at Hermione, as if she had met this jack of all trades for the first time. "This is not your style. Didn't you still complain about the simplicity of the course yesterday, and hope to have more new content?" In Hannah's impression, unlike their ordinary mortals, Hermione's exuberant curiosity was almost like the flame of a phoenix when faced with the profound knowledge that made people headache. "You know, even Elena can be impatient sometimes. But Hermione won't." Hermione Granger suppressed the worry on her face, shook her head, and said softly, "It's not because of this. I just suddenly had an ominous hunch, but I can't tell why. Anyway, we took this white-haired dumpling to confinement first. Horace Slughorn is probably already in the office." Huh? Ominous premonition? Elena raised her eyebrows in surprise, and curled her lips with a weird look. Hermione Granger nodded solemnly. "Yes, Elena, I suggest you better find Professor Dumbledore to re-examine. And, you'd better stay in the office when you are in confinement later. Don't you know I think something is wrong?" "Well, I've always been a good and obedient girl." Elena nodded helplessly and said perfunctorily, "If Luna Lovegood said so, she might think about it a little bit." But in Elena's impression, the talent of Miss Hermione Calculator Granger in the eye of the sky has always been quite weak. "I have an unknown premonition from Hermione. It's so strange to come out of the mouth. Moreover, it is different from the previous shameful Dark Devil power expansion. This time the new curriculum standard plan is a fair and honest magic education reform recognized by all walks of life. The plan and roster of Professor Horace Slughorn have been arranged. It is not necessary to stop at this time, and apart from a little cooperation, Elena does not intend to let the old professor soar too much core content. Don't worry, I will admit my mistakes in the office, and I won't mess around." After a while, standing at the door of Professor Horace Slughorn's office, Elena squeezed Hermione's nose affectionately, said with a smile, then opened the office door and walked into the glowing fireplace. Warm room. However, after the door was closed again, Elena raised her head and looked at the two old wizards sitting by the fireplace, but the first words she said were, "Professor Slughorn, have you heard of Special Containment Procedures Foundation, GWA?" A small chapter of 2,000 words, finishing the plot, Chapter 863 Magic Name and Contract. "Good evening, Professor Slughorn." Gently closing the wooden door of the office, Elena yawned gracefully, her eyes drifting. "Please allow me to introduce myself again. Teresa Apoklis, this is my magic name. I think you, a learned wizard like you, must know that there is no such a family in the magical world. Don't you know why?" In short, according to the tradition handed down a long time ago, when talking about important things, we wizards had better not use their real names directly. Unlike Severus Snape's slightly damp and messy potions professor's office, Horace Slughorn's office is obviously much more comfortable. In the warm room, there are several lounges, the kind of soft armchair in the room. In addition to some cramped old wall dresses, there is another wizard in the room. "Well, it's like this, Grandpa." Elena turned her head casually, smiling at the corner of her mouth, and said sweetly, "The distance from the door to the armchair is roughly less than 10 feet. Before Elena's voice fell completely, the distance between her and the two old men was less than 3 feet, which is a distance of about 1 meter within this range. Even Albus Dumbledore will be threatened. In the last chapter of the Bible New Testament, St. John used the word apocalypse to record and describe the coming of God and the scene of the end of the world. Of course, these are not important at this moment. More the important thing is that in the tradition of our Apocalypse family, the use of magic names does not only represent negotiation, but also represents. Grindelwald shook his head helplessly, and lightly waved the wand in his hand. In the next moment, the invisible magical protection was like a ripple, spreading quickly towards the surroundings, sealing the walls, ceiling, and gates in less than half a second, as if it were a transparent soap bubble, flashing and disappearing without a trace. But Horace Slughorn still did not move. Perhaps for him, the huge difference in strength is enough to make him understand how to behave as decently as possible. The most sincere invitation. Elena took a roll of parchment from her chest, smiled and handed it to Slughorn. Regarding the content of this contract, Otto Apocalypse should have explained it once before. Whether it is reasonable or calmly reasonable, at least from the current situation, the effect should be quite good. In the warm room, Horace Slughorn shook his head with a wry smile, and reached out to take the roll of parchment. I knew it would be like this, I understand. In fact, Slughorn had already regretted it that afternoon since the announcement of Guanilena's confinement. There are not many problematic students in Hogwarts. As an old man who has served in this castle for decades, Slughorn has never seen him. The other professors will be punished because he punished a student. Praise him for his courage. And when this sentence also appeared in the mouth of the Dean of Gryffindor College, it was even more disturbing. Sure enough, just after noon today, the Professor Otto Apocalypse approached the door politely. The reason was to learn magical fighting skills, and the reward was the permission to use the magic stone that people could not refuse. After hours of unilateral ravages, Slughorn finally found a chance to surrender. If it had been known that the legendary Paracelsus would be so short, even if the little witch ancestor used flames to roast frog legs in the potions class, Slughorn would probably open one eye and close one. Let it go, it won't be. The 80-something-year-old potions class slowly opened the parchment in his hand and scanned the detailed rules that he had just heard once. Dear Mr. Horace E. F. Slughorn, we are very happy to inform you that you have been approved to teach in the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry College metropolitan area. Currently, it is temporarily responsible for the popularization of potions. The goal is to let some Mole scholars understand the principle and composition of potions, and on this basis, try new potions combination concepts. As a special wizard assistant for Hogwarts, your scope of authority and movement include. Please note that the non-disclosure of the specific content of this contract is also part of the contract. If an accident occurs due to your personal subjective or partial subjective reasons, Hogwarts, Destiny Group, and Gringotts have the right to follow-up responsibility. The Destiny Group, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Slughorn's eyes widened slightly, and he sighed again in his heart. As a wizard who always follows the latest trends in the magic world, he naturally knows the current power structure of Gringotts. Since the Dark Devil scam, Gringotts Wizarding Bank has lost its previous completely independent status, and has introduced financing from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Austria's Destiny Group to become a mixed shareholding system. Almost at the same time, Slughorn flashed a report that left a deep impression on him. According to the verdict of the Wissinghammer Court and the Ministry of Magic, the Lestrange family was suspected of collaborating with Death Eater Pettigrew to illegally steal the public wealth of the wizarding world and confiscated all the wealth in the vault of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to the victim. At that time, there were only some sighs, lamenting the decline of an ancient magic family. But now when Slughorn saw this roll of parchment, his heart was instantly cold. Slughorn finally realized the anxiety when he saw the report. Magic Society's long-standing wealth and savings barriers collapsed unknowingly, all being maintained by the Justice of Hogwarts and the Destiny Group. Above, or more accurately, It is in the hands of a group of wizards who can't see their faces. Well, this contract, I think. Slughorn touched the edge of the parchment with his fingers, and said softly, solemnly, Miles simply cannot understand the mystery contained in the potion. There has never been such a precedent in the past so long. Moreover, even if they are external employees of Hogwarts, this is somewhat unruly. Serving in Academy City will pay you extra rewards and additional project incentive awards. Elena smiled slightly and took out another contract and placed it next to Slughorn. Castellana, oh no, Miss Apolclus, listen to me, it's not a question of money at all. The monthly salary starts at 250 yuan plus a lump. Potions is not as simple as you might think. Mull's theory is not there any reference value. 500 gold gallons. What I mean is, they can't even make the most basic potions, except for their mouths. It belongs to the category of magic. On the one hand, it can't be taught, and on the other hand, it doesn't make much sense. 1,000 gold gallons, as well as the signing fee of 18,734 gold gallons, 8,342 silver sicker, and 579 copper nats. Well, I see, I will try my best. Horace Slughorn twitched his cheeks. Do you think that money can buy the dignity of a potion master? Gwar. Chapter 864 The Undercurrent and the Praying Mantis. Inside the drawing room of the ancient manor of the Carrow family, Gloucestershire, England, Amicus Carlo was holding a magic quill full of ink, sketching it on a spread newspaper. On the side of the living room sofa beside him, besides his sister Aelucto Carlo, there are 7 or 8 serious-looking middle-aged wizards, such as Hermtos from the Yaxley family and Beau Willie of the Stewart family. Without exception, they were all wizards from various ancient pure-blood families in the magic world. The Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts have joined forces. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the Lestrange family are just the first 2 unlucky ghosts who happened to hit the blade. This is an extremely dangerous signal, everyone. Amicus Carlo circled a few keywords in the Daily Prophet a few months ago. Connolly Fudge, Dolores Umbridge. These greedy and decadent politicians have already turned away from our camp and become another force. They only care about their pocketbooks and status. As for Albus Dumbledore, that old guy has never been with us. He can't wait for more than half of the students at Hogwarts to be mudbloods. The experience of the Lestrange family made many families of pure-blood wizards feel a little bit sad. In the most arrogant period of Voldemort a dozen years ago, with the exception of a few pure-blood families standing on Dumbledore's side, most of the pure-blood wizard families in the magical world were more or less related to the dark forces involve. So what can you do? Are you going to try to run for Minister of Magic? Hermtos Yaxley raised her voice and interrupted impatiently, with a joking appearing in the corner of her mouth. Anyway, the Ministry of Magic does not dare to go too far. Unless you really have any evidence or foreign aid, even if Dumbledore moved the vault of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to Hogwarts Castle, we would not have any objection to it. In fact, this kind of private gathering is not the first time, but apart from complaining, they couldn't change anything. Something like Lucius Malfoy never came again after coming once, every time they used various business reasons to avoid it. If it weren't for the fact that Amicus vowed to have heavy news this time, the number of people present might have been less than half. Yeah, Amicus, say the point. Will Best's pipe was tapped on the table, and his brows twitched. You have seen the fate of Peter Pettigrew and the Lestrange family. The consequences of recklessly confronting the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts are just like that. The Dark Lord is missing. I don't intend to end up in prison. Tragic end. Mr. Burst, do you know that about a few days ago, Dumbledore, Newt, the British Ministry of Magic and a large group of top wizards went to the Russian magic world to hunt down the Dark Lord and search for the remaining Death Eaters to get there? I don't know. Will-I-Beast heard the news and couldn't help being taken aback, and said, I didn't see the relevant news in the Daily Prophet. If it is such a big international news, We can't be a little bit. I didn't hear the wind. This is because the Ministry of Magic of various countries has jointly blocked relevant reports. They don't want people to know too much. Elector Carlo raised his head, looked around at the wizards in the hall, and whispered. The Dark Lord did not disappear as the Ministry of Magic said. His footprints spread from England to the rest of the world quietly. This is why Dumbledore and others joined forces. Compared to more than a decade ago, the coming back of the Dark Lord will be even more terrifying. Peter Pettigrew and the Russian magic world are just the beginning. Will Ibis looked at Alex to Carlos' face, and the woman's eyes flashed with disturbing enthusiasm. But, what can this show? Mr. Burst frowned and spoke out his doubts. Since the Ministry of Magic of various countries hopes to solve this matter quietly, we should stay away from this matter. If the person who is facing the chase of the entire magical world, no matter how secretly planned, the winning rate will be close to zero. Right. Yes, Amicus Caro nodded in agreement. Unless the Ministry of Magic is not monolithic, or someone intends to use this excuse to unify the magic world, there may be more than one person who may become the Devil Eater to gain more prestige. There is more than one powerful person. You guys, do you know what new professors there are at Hogwarts this year? Nicole May, Newt Scamander. Of course, there are many famous wizards. But if you say, don't you think that these wizards who have lived in seclusion for so many years will come back again? And what else can impress these wizards who have reached the top in their respective fields? Immortal then. After that, for a while, it was as if the air in the living room was suddenly drained. Amid the slight crackling of the fireplace in the living room, people's eyes fell on the newspaper in their hands. Subconsciously, at the center of the front page of the Daily Prophet that arrived today, Cornelius Fudge is vigorously explaining to the media that Hogwarts is undergoing new curriculum reform, which looks like the excitement of a new minister. Some people say that we are destroying the foundations of society. I think it is pure nonsense. The education of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has always been the cornerstone of our magical world, but we absolutely cannot stop our pace of innovation, because if there is no progress, it will stagnate and decline. Of course, at the same time, the practice of progress for the sake of progress should never be encouraged. Our traditions have been tempered and often do not require clumsy corrections. To achieve one, this kind of balance is between the old and the new, between permanence and change, between tradition and innovation. It is understandable that some old habits will be retained, and some habits are obsolete and must be discarded. Let us keep moving forward into a new era of enlightenment, efficiency and sensibility, and resolutely maintain what should be maintained. Perfection requires perfection, and abandon those we should prohibit. Perhaps for many ordinary wizards, these are just boring politicians' speeches. But in the eyes of the people present, the hidden meaning and sharpness behind this passage can't be said too clearly, and combined with Amicus Carlos' previous words, it makes people feel a sense of oppression. Don't you mean? Hermtos Yax said in a low, hoarse voice, the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. Tuke, sorry, we shouldn't be too late, right? Before Hermtos' voice fell, the wooden door outside the meeting room made rhythmic knocks. Then, 3 wizards in grey high-collar trench coats appeared in front of everyone under the guidance of house elves. The strange wizard in the lead nodded politely towards the living room, smiled and pointed to the emblem on his chest. Christopher Ryan, the head of the Overseas Liaison Office of the Magic Congress of the United States. Americans. Willibost squinted his eyes and looked up and down the uninvited guests meaningfully. Dear Mr. Carlo, I don't think it's smart to involve foreigners, even if the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts have any ambitions. That's a headache for other countries' Ministry of Magic, right? It's a good thing. The premise is that they have not betrayed the wizarding class. Christopher Ryan raised the corner of his mouth and replied softly, but there was no smile in his eyes. Gentlemen, if Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the British Ministry of Magic are studying the witch's sorrow, including its release method, and how to immunize and cure it, who do you think it will be used for? If you use the excuse to clean up Voldemort's remnant party and launch an attack, Who will be the first target of the experiment?" Accompanied by Christopher's voice, the wizards present shivered unanimously. "I remember that I mentioned it to you before. On our side, we usually call that person Mysterious Man, Dark Lord, or person who can't even say a name. If you really want to cooperate from the purpose of..." Amicus Carlo stared at the American wizard with some irritation, squeezing a voice from his teeth coldly. "These damn, arrogant Yankees." He is at least more than half sure. This guy must be deliberate. "Sorry, you know the Dark Lord on our side usually refers to another person, and we usually call it by name." Christopher shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, explained briefly, and continued. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? The British Ministry of Magic? Oh, yes, and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. They are trying to form a power over everything in the wizarding world in the form of an alliance. Fu mysterious people may be one of the baits and targets they deliberately release, so that they can properly interfere and affect any piece of land. Impossible. The Dark Lord cannot serve politicians and mole-loving hypocrites." Amicus Carlo waved his hand and interrupted slightly roughly. "Of course, but if it's a use," Christopher Ryan said, looking at Amicus jokingly, and whispered softly, "if you unknowingly let their Mysterious Man become the target, can it be logical to define all the ideas supported and advocated by their Mysterious Man as evil, and abandon those that should be prohibited, innovate and move forward? So, it's natural to get close to moles, learn mole knowledge, and lower the status of pureblood wizards. It's ridiculous." Willibald frowned and retorted loudly, "The Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts Board of Directors will never allow this to happen." Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged wizard stopped suddenly, and Willie Burst flashed his daughter's letter a few days ago in his mind. It seemed that there was a professor who was not capable of magic teaching. How do they count? "Oh, really no. You guys should know better than us at this time. The changes in Hogwarts, even in the Ifamuni School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States, are now being discussed by many people. The new course." Christopher Ryan took a look and suddenly stopped Willie Burst, and said softly with a sneer, "It seems that we should have reached a preliminary consensus. There have been many idiots who are obsessed with moles in the magical world, but they have never succeeded. Because, as long as they show their deadly feat, the overwhelming condemnation and opposition will be in an instant. They are submerged in time. Even the most powerful wizard is no exception, and the savior can be assisted by the new order. In the Magic Congress of the United States, the ministers of magic have always been selected under the approval and guidance of the oldest, long-standing, and prestigious families of pureblood wizards. I think it is a pity that the British magical community has lost these traditions. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank has completely fallen. Fortunately, there are still remnants of fire in the Americas." Christopher Ryan raised his palm, and the two wizards standing behind him stepped forward, took out from their arms the same money bag as the number of people in the living room, and placed it on the wooden coffee table in the middle of the living room. "This is a little heart, as a symbol of our friendship. 3,000 Jinjialong, our meeting ceremony. Oh, the fairies on your side of Gringotts America, are they reliable?" Hermtos Yaxley reached out his hand, picked up a purse, and asked thoughtfully, "If you say you plan to save some pocket money over there, do you have any channels to help us solve it?" "Of course, as much as you want." Christopher Ryan nodded happily and replied, smiling. Before coming here to visit these wizards, he had helped many British wizard families. He was quite proficient in the process of transferring assets, and as a handler, he had a small commission. "Well, then I have one last question here." At this moment, "Hello," a slow voice rang from the corner of the living room sofa. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice subconsciously, and saw a tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard sitting there, frowning tightly, looking at Christopher Ryan seriously, and asking in a deep voice, "You just said that the Mysterious Man might have been used by the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. Do you have any evidence?" "I heard that your Magical Congress of the United States once played against those guys briefly in Russia. Do you know the specifics?" "Well, may I ask if you are Christopher Ryan glanced at Amicus Carlo with some confusion. "Oh, this is Kingsley Shaker, also a member of the Holy 28. He is now working next to Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister of Magic. Don't worry. He can be trusted. At least we can make sure that he will never be from Albus Dumbledore's side if you plan to inquire about something. Kingsley is very reliable." Of course, the Shaker family, I have heard. This is a family with a long history and full of honor. Christopher Ryan's expression eased, and he said with a smile, "Yes, in fact, I am one of those wizards who have fought with them. Therefore, I can tell you with certainty that the power and influence of the mysterious people are gradually recovering. Although they are masked, those Death Eaters, there are a lot of European accents among them, such a huge and dangerous illegal force. Under normal circumstances the Ministry of Magic would not allow them to develop into this. So I suspect that there must be a force behind them deliberately indulging." Chapter 865 The Isolated Hermione. Tom Riddle's Diary. This is Voldemort's first Horcrux. In 1942, Tom in Hogwarts' 5th grade learned that he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and discovered the existence of the secret room. He successfully found the entrance of the secret room and opened it with a snake-like cavity. After that, Riddle ordered the basilisk in the secret room to attack a number of Mulborn students in the school in order to eliminate those who were unworthy of learning magic in his eyes. In the end, one of the Mulborn Ravenclaw girls named Myrtle Warren was killed by the basilisk. Tom Riddle used this murder to inject a piece of his soul into his diary, made it his first Horcrux, and blamed the third-year Gryffindor student Lou on the charges. Bob Hagrid. It wasn't until Peter Pettigrew accidentally said Voldemort's real name during the public trial last semester that this history was re-examined, and Ruba Hagrid became the first hero against Voldemort. Of course, as the dusty truth was gradually revealed, Tom Riddle became the most terrifying student in Hogwarts history. What made Dumbledore more gratified was that people began to slowly change their fear of the name Voldemort. You know, as the most common name on the European continent, there are too many people named Tom in this world, and even pets in many families, such as cats and dogs, usually like to use Tom to name them. It is true that people are still a little afraid of the magic name Voldemort. But if you change to Tom Riddle, oh, that's all right. For Elena, perhaps Voldemort in his heyday is a worthy, dangerous guy treated. But Tom Riddle, who was a student, even if he was a prefect, even if he once manipulated a basilisk, once murdered a student, and once evaded suspicion by botched blaming compared to Elena last year, brilliant history. What kind of stinky fish and shrimp is this? Exclamation mark. After finishing the homework for the defamation class, there will be homework for the astronomy class. Elena glanced at Tom Riddle's homework, imitating her handwriting soaked on the parchment, and somewhat dissatisfied, poked the diary that stopped to rest with a quill, and added a paragraph ruthlessly. This is the first time, and I hope and the last time I have provided you with a weekly timetable. You are a smart diary. You should learn to learn by analogy and check for missing vacancies instead of being like a monster. Every time I remind you what you should and shouldn't understand. Okay, here I am. After a moment of silence in the diary, such writing slowly appeared. Tearing. Before Tom Riddle's neat handwriting was finished, Elena suddenly raised her eyebrows, pinched the pages of the diary book in her hands, and ruthlessly tore a huge gap, leaving only the last piece of paper connected together. Disconnect. In related experiments in the previous week, she first tested the physical properties of this magic diary. Even if Voldemort attached protective magic to this notebook, it was still extremely limited. In addition to the strong absorption of paper effects, the toughness and ductility barely reached the strength of leather at best. In other words, not to mention the strong cutting of the knife, even harder tearing will cause the paper to break. The only unique thing is that even if it is completely separated and torn into pieces, as long as the wreckage is put together and clamped in the center of the diary, the remnant of Tom Riddle will restore it in less than a night. Question mark. Elena lifted the pen and drew a question mark on the diary. The next moment, Tom Riddle immediately wrote his answer in the few blank spaces left. "Okay, master. I'll make it up, master." His handwriting became messy and scribbled, as if he couldn't wait to write everything out in an instant. The sole fragments of the 5th grade little wizard trapped in the diary knew clearly that once the witch was offended, nothing terrible would happen. It may happen. There is no next time, Tom. You are a smart man. The corners of Elena's mouth raised slightly, let go of the crumbling pages in her hand, and wrote on the blank space. "I have to admit that Dolores Umbridge's obedience education is quite effective, combined with some pure tips." Even Tom Riddle in the diary did not persist for too long and gave up completely in less than a week. Resistance, or in other words, she may have overestimated the resilience of the remnant soul in the diary. After all, Tom Riddle in the 5th grade is a slightly scheming little boy in terms of combat effectiveness. He will even be knocked down by the underage 8-eyed giant spider, and he can't beat the purely physical Hagrid. On the individual mind and pursuit, he is just a problem orphan who has just mastered the way to open the secret room and hopes to spend the summer vacation at Hogwarts. After signing the magic contract under the pressure of a group of terrible demon-level wizards, Tom almost confessed his fate. In fact, it is obviously better to concentrate on helping the little witch complete Hogwarts homework than to assist the devil as the experimental material in the experiment of Nicolim. At least, at this time, he still counts. Half man. Elena stared at the parchment that was gradually appearing in front of her. After a few seconds, she shrugged helplessly. Although at the very beginning, bullying Voldemort's remnant soul can give her a lot of joy, but as time goes by, this kind of ravages of the trumpet can get less and less fun, especially when the other party is more persuaded to write than her. Faster. You can write it first. Remember to join the herbal medicine class and the history of magic. She took out a stack of parchment from her school bag and stuffed it into the gaps in the pages of the diary one by one. It stands to reason that the writing function of Tom Riddle's diary is limited to itself. But if you cover it with a layer of parchment paper, you can also make the text appear through. The only problem is that as the writer Tom Riddle must be very careful, and must use mirrored inverted characters when writing, rather than normal writing. The professors at Hogwarts are not fools. If the flaws are too obvious, then you have to copy sentences. No matter how special her position at Hogwarts is, Elena is still a student after all. It is too arrogant to openly not hand in homework. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald are not at this point. Will pamper her. The day has been delayed for too long. If she doesn't want to do something, she will probably have to spend the weekend doing homework. Elena glanced at the closed diary in the automatic code word, and squeezed it into her school bag. Little ones, I'm liberated. Come, I will teach you a brand new game. You finished your homework so fast. Hermione put down the book, turned her head and looked at Elena, who was moving her wrist, and asked in surprise. Well, I took the time to write a little bit during the day, but it's okay. Elena explained casually without a heartbeat, that writing a letter is also writing anyway. This is like creating a new Microsoft Word document that can also be called a code word. In the magical world, writing down the questions and letting the homework book learn to do the homework is not a very reasonable thing. How about a few of them? Haven't they finished playing chess? How's the game going? Elena rubbed her wrist, made a sore wrist, and quickly changed the subject. I don't know, it's nothing good anyway. Hermione turned her side slightly and nodded her chin towards the other corner of the room. In a corner not far from her, there is a vague light screen, like a mosaic light screen. Except for 3 shadowy figures, and the occasional conversation of a few girls, you can see everything. Unclear. Hermione puffed her cheeks and murmured a little unhappy. No, those stinky chess baskets, for the sake of fairness, teamed up to kick me out. In the light curtain, Luna and Danilova frowned, contemplating the chessboard in front of them, while Hannah acted as a referee. In order not to disturb Elena's homework and avoid a talkative calculation, Miss J. Luna simply used her not-so-proficient dual backward architecture reform magic to create a small space as a temporary chess room. Compared to the noisy Gryffindor College, Hermione prefers to stay with Elena these days, especially on weekends. Not to mention, Hannah and Elena's room is a double dormitory, which is relatively quiet and comfortable. More importantly, not only is this place close to the Hogwarts kitchen and auditorium, it has separate desks, bookshelves and dressing rooms, and the dormitory of Elena and the others is also equipped with a separate prefect-level luxury bathroom. Oh, so speaking, they don't know what we are talking about or what we are doing now? Elena looked at the illusion barrier set by Luna, and nodded thoughtfully. The difficulty of this magic is mainly imagination at the very beginning. After all, the concepts of sound and light are still too abstract for them. Judging from the current situation, Luna Lovegood's talent in this area far exceeded her expectations. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Elena glanced at Hermione, who was sitting alone on the big bed in the bedroom, looking at the textbook, and she couldn't help frowning. Almost. Wait, what do you want to do? Miss Granger, you should remember what I said when you threatened me in the potions class. Elena untied her obstructive robe and threw it on the carpet, her eyes gleaming with danger. She is a very vengeful Dark Lord, even if in the end Hermione got along with her and fished openly in the potions class, and Professor Slughorn became one of her tool men, which could not erase the little one. Beaver's little traitor behavior. Retaliating, aren't you? Crap. Hermione glanced at Elena calmly, closed the textbook, showing no signs of fear. You didn't say anything in the potions class. When you really expressed your dissatisfaction, it was later that I did not allow your 15th time to regret the chess, and after debunking your plan to move the chess pieces and cheat, you became angry and angered. No. How could I be upset about this? Elena gave a dry laugh, and Xiao Dumao flicked angrily. As the Gringotts Fairy Queen and the third-generation Dark Lord, how could she be sneaking into a chess game every time she was in class these days? No matter what kind of chess she was, without exception, she was caught in various fancy tricks by Hermione. Take revenge for the sling. Ha ha. Hermione stared at the bunch of guilty little dull hairs and raised her eyebrows proudly. Anyway, the three little guys Luna, Hannah, and Irina have been irritated just now, and now even if there is one more first victim, Elena Castellana, they are very angry with Hermione Granger. There is no difference in words. Elena climbed onto the bed, looked at the calculation Jew with a stubborn look, and sighed helplessly. Oh, Hermione, you can actually put a little bit of water sometimes. I mean, you don't have to be so serious about everything. Hannah and the others would have been careless. If you are too strong, you won't be able to find anyone with you. Going to play chess. Why, don't you often do this too? Hermione retorted quickly, and suddenly turned over hard while Elena was not paying attention. Since you can do so many things, then I can study slowly and try slowly. We are different. To shouldn't target mule. Elena scratched her cheek with a headache, and she knew the problem was here. Due to the lack of the long period of isolation in the original work and the precipitation of friendship at the moment of life and death, Hermione in this world line does not know how to converge her edges, but desperately pursues impossible goals. Over time, discordant notes finally began to appear. Maybe when Elena is here, everyone can still play happily as usual. But as long as there is a situation like today, Hermione will subconsciously seek dominance, try to replace Elena as the focus of the crowd, or more accurately, a convincing authority. For example, tonight. Compared to the other little witches, Hermione Granger's desire to win is still too strong. If Luna, Hannah, and even Danilova and Irina, these little witches now each have their own future goals and directions, then in Elena's view, Hermione has set herself in her heart the goal may be too demanding. As a native little witch, she will never be another Elena's. This has nothing to do with talent and hard work. Elena knows this very well, but she can't find a good way to explain it. Elena lay on the soft pillow, looked at Hermione's bright eyes, and said for a moment, "Well, Hermione, listen to me, snapped. At this moment, there was a sound like a soap bubble bursting in the room. Ha! I finally won, Luna, so amazing. After a fierce battle, Danilova, who finally won the final victory, stretched her waist. Her eyes fell on the warm big bed not far away, and the two senior sisters who were entangled up and down. YY stayed. Gua. Chapter 866 Sky Checkerboard. Sorry, it seems that it's not time for us to end. Luna glanced at Hermione, who was pressing Elena under her body, raised her eyebrows and said softly, noting that the light wall broke next to her. Hermione's original courage retreated quickly like a tide. The girl let go of her hands that pressed Elena, panicked and sat up from the white hair ball, and began to fumble for the side of the bed. Books after reading. However, before Hermione picked up the book of potions again, Elena's voice suddenly rang behind her. No, it's time for you to end. Elena shook her head, frowned at them. Her tone of voice sank slightly. Perhaps we need to talk about it. Why does this happen? I mean, using the magic of dualistic reverse transformation architecture to create independent space in the room with 3 areas, is it necessary? Hannah? She looked over Luna Lovegood and looked at the Tian Han who was clearing the chessboard. Compared to the other 3 little witches who can only lie, Hannah Abbott is obviously more suitable as a breakthrough. Well, I don't think it's right, but Hannah said in a panic, and glanced at Hermione who was sitting next to Elena. Well, Granger said, since we don't want to listen to her suggestions and are noisy from time to time, why don't we want everyone to be quiet? In short, that's it. Well, this is indeed what I said, because you guys are totally fooling around, Hermione said calmly, before Elena turned her head, then continued Hannah's words. Obviously, wizard chess is actually a moving chess. If you have read a few related chess books, you will understand that your play is not even a beginner supine. Okay, I see, let's just say a few words. Elena blankly retracted the death knife that had struck Hermione's forehead, and glanced at Luna who was silent. So Luna, you just follow the meaning of these 2 fools, cast phantom magic, and create a quiet small space around the 3 of you to play chess, so that Hermione can stay alone on the bed without seeing and worrying about it. Reading? It's almost like this, Luna said, seeing Elena's gloomy face, and curled her lips. At least that way, everyone won't quarrel. Besides, Elena, don't you sometimes be like this, for example, just now, when doing homework? So, you guys have reached a consensus? You guys. Elena's gaze slowly swept across the room. Her eyes narrowed, and she sneered and hummed. Thinking about it carefully, in addition to Hannah Abbott, Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood originally had some autistic children's personalities. There will be more compartments. As for the little Key who came from a scientific family, it is impossible to expect her to have any outgoing and lively character. Elena resisted the urge to directly suppress her, holding her arms, and said softly, this logic is really of course. You won't quarrel by yourself. It's wonderful. Actually, I also know what Hermione said is very reasonable. After all, she always wins, but we want to play casually. Just know the rules and start 2 or 3 moves. If there are too many things to recite, it will be like a class. Hannah looked very nervous and anxious. She knew very well that a certain volcano seemed to be erupting. And besides playing chess, we also talked about other things, such as Quidditch. No, tomorrow will be the Quidditch exam, whether it's Danilova, Luna and their freshman team, or it's our Hufflepuff Academy team. But she is not interested in these topics. She is not good at flying. That's why I think it's easy. Hannah Tiehanaibo glanced at Hermione a little apologetically, and explained flustredly and eloquently, who said you can't participate in Quidditch if you don't fly well? I think Hermione is quite talented. Elena raised her eyebrows, stood up and walked over to the suitcase and turned over. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't, Elena, What is this? Hermione looked at the stack of magazines that Elena handed her with some confusion. There were moving and non-moving magazines. Judging from the title and cover, it was obviously not only magazines in the magic world, but also mixed. Quite a few non-magical magazines. If you think chess is not a challenge for the time being, do you want to consider Quidditch? Elena pointed to the stack of magical and non-magic sports magazines seriously, and smiled slightly. As a mature sport, haven't you noticed that Hogwarts' various college teams are short of it in any team competition? In addition to the hard work of the players on the field, the head coach and tactical coach are quite equal. Important puzzle. But I don't understand, and no matter what you think, Wood won't listen to me. Will he? Hermione hesitated. She understood Eleanor's meaning almost immediately, but she doesn't have much confidence in the feasibility and actual effect of this matter. Quidditch matches are different from any non-magical sports. In the books she has read, there is almost no description of tactical coaching. No, of course it won't be the Gryffindor Academy team, Elena said without hesitation, and slapped Luna and Danilova. Because I promised Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Academy team, in the recruitment of the Hogwarts freshman team tomorrow, I hope Hermione can replace me as the team coach and develop relevant tactics and training plan. Wait, Lou, I mean, Hermione is going to be the head coach of the freshmen? Hannah opened her eyes wide in surprise, looking at the white-haired dumpling sitting on the bed, her eyes full of confusion. Except for Danilova, who didn't know much about Quidditch because she had just taken a flight lesson, Luna Lovegood, who was standing next to Hannah, and even Hermione Granger's face. At this time, they all had similar expressions of surprise. Yes, Elena said lightly. Why me? Hermione Granger frowned, looked at the stack of magazines and books in his hand, and did not immediately refuse. Obviously, judging from these carefully collected information, Eleanor's proposal just now is by no means a temporary intention, and naturally it will not be a response to the situation tonight. At least, this will not be the whole reason. On the ground, in the stands, you can see the overall situation of the game. It's like playing chess. No one is more suitable than you, Elena explained seriously. In fact, this is not the real reason. She didn't want a rift in the relationship between Hermione and the other girls. The information was originally prepared by Elena for her subsequent teaching, but she found that in addition to helping Gryffindor win, there are something more meaningful. Then, I think you should at least, before Hannah could finish her words, Luna interrupted her. She had been looking at them thoughtfully just now. At this moment, as if she had recovered from a sleepwalking, she suddenly spoke softly, a little abruptly. If the coach is Hermione, I don't think I need to question too much. She must want to win more than each of us. Although I don't know how much the head coach plays in other teams, in a team of freshmen, she must very important. Those materials, those statements. There is no problem. It sounds like the kind of thoughtful plan Elena would do. The only problem is, Miss Lovegood's silver grey eyes scanned Eleanor's face. Although there was no evidence, she knew in her heart that a certain fairy queen had lied in a small plus. The information was not prepared for Hermione at all. Friend Luna's eyes flickered, and she whispered quietly in her heart. Okay, that's the deal anyway. Elena clapped her hands happily and got up from the bed. Tomorrow I will also go to the Quidditch stadium to watch. In addition to the assessment of the Gryffindor team, as the sponsor and founder of the freshman team, I also retain a veto on the selection of personnel. Tonight we rehearse first, and then, hey, white hair dumplings. At this moment, Hannah suddenly frowned and looked at their roommate who was standing on the bed. You are stepping on the bed with dirty socks again, and you are still standing on the side where I slept. This time I won't let the A's pass you over. You, sloppy guy. Quickly get down to me. It's not a special case, and it doesn't smell. Elena blinked, then quickly jumped off the bed, took off her socks and threw them aside. Or, let's go take a bath first. We wash and say, and then go to bed early today to prepare for tomorrow. She rubbed her hands enthusiastically and looked at the little witches in the room. Granger, come, Help me pick up these little girls who didn't play with you before. Elena, don't mess around. Hermione, come and help. This white-haired ball is too strong. Hermione froze for a few seconds, pursed her lips, and quickly stepped forward to join the battle. Hey Hermione, you actually attacked. How can you do this? Who makes you so self-assertive? Accompanied by the girls clamoring, the discordant atmosphere that had haunted the bedroom before quickly dissipated. Hermione was the first to wake up in the dorm the next morning. She lay on the bed for a while, watching the magical fireflies on the ceiling swirling and dancing in the ray of sunlight through the gaps of the four-poster bed curtains, and then remembered that today is Sunday, the examination day of the Quidditch teams. The first week of the new semester is too long. It seems that it will never reach the end. There was a sleeping silence all around. The ray of sunlight seemed to have just been created, and it seemed that the genius had just brightened. Elena hugged Hannah like a koala. The girl's long silver hair was buried in Tihan's chest. She was sleeping soundly at this moment. After coming out of the bathroom last night, these two witches with strange powers have been there, competing, obviously tired. On the other side, Luna and Danilova slept beside each other on the bed, almost falling off. Hermione opened the curtains around the bed and began to get up and put on clothes. Everyone in the bedroom seemed to sleep deeply. Except for a few unexplained dreams from Hannah, the only sound was the slow and uniform breathing of the four sleeping little witches. It should be better without accident. It took a while to wake up. She opened her school bag carefully and took out the stack of magazines that Elena gave her. On the other side of the room, there are some fluffy armchairs by the long extinguished fire, and next to them are two standing desks joined together. There is a constant soft magic lamp on the side of the desk, just to be able to see clearly things are not too bright. It's an enviable room. I don't know if the professor's bedrooms are so comfortable. It seems that it has never been mentioned in the book. Thinking like this, Hermione opened the Top World Football Semi-Annual and looked at it seriously under the soft light, and then her gaze stopped on the messy notes in the blank space of the title page. English Premier League, Lancaster Gate, Profit, Sports. She was so familiar with the small handwriting that looked like an animal paw, and it was one of Elena's signs. Judging from the curled footer on the edge of the magazine, the book has obviously been turned several times before. If you turn a few pages back, you can see similar comments. Some are strange words that you can't understand, and some it is a sentence that reviews certain tactics. The most important thing is that there are many Quidditch vocabularies such as seeker and chaser. Even if Hermione does not have a deep understanding of Quidditch and English football, she can still see the relevance of those comments. Hermione only now understands what Elena said before going to bed last night. As long as she studies this pile of information carefully, she will be able to easily serve as the head coach of the freshman team. Homework copied her. If she didn't guess wrong, these should be Elena's own tactical notes, right? She sat motionless for a while, staring at the notes on the edge of the book. In the blank spaces on the last few pages of this book, there are detailed analysis reports on the Quidditch teams of the four Hogwarts colleges, including the best of the freshman team members last year. Location speculation. Harry has a high probability of becoming a seeker, and Ron is a goalkeeper substitute and chaser. If against the Gryffindor team in the new season, double targeting Harry will enable the Gryffindor Academy system lose most of the combat power. Gore and Crabbe have not yet entered the rapid development period. Endurance and physical strength will be breakthrough points. But be careful, as Draco is a Slytherin seeker. He is very suitable for looking for opportunities. Hannah is unstable with the ball and is easily disturbed during the charging phase. The overall mentality of Ravenclaw College is fragile, and pressure from outside the court can directly defeat. Except for Luna Lovegood, who has not played before, Elena in this booklet almost predicts the possible lineups of each academy this year, as well as their respective tactical flaws and possible winning tactical cores. Although she has no talent for flying, Hermione has read many books about Quidditch before. Glancing briefly at the tactics, she quickly combined the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium in her mind, and the broomstick-riding villains who looked like chess pieces. If you say, deal with them in a targeted manner. Even if it is a freshman team of brand new people, it does not seem to be completely out of chance when playing against various colleges. Using the sky as a chessboard and every player as a pawn, it seems very interesting. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, and gently closed the fast-reviewed World Football Semi-Annual in her hand. There was a vague movement of turning over on the bed behind her. Not surprisingly, those last night the girls are waking up too crazy. Just now, she suddenly wanted to understand another thing. The words investment, alliance, and sponsorship written at the forefront and in some blank spaces may represent another ongoing chess game, a huge plan held by the Gringotts Fairy Queen herself. Maybe, after she finishes the chess game in this school, she will be qualified to stand beside Elena and see the bigger world. Right? Big chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 867, Alliance and Testing. The Scottish Highlands, Loch Lomond, the small town of Lass. Most of the townspeople are elderly people. As the only church in the town, Sunday morning is always the busiest and lively time of the week. The empty churches in the past are filled with 4 or 5 rows at this time. People. It's just that most of the townspeople ignored the middle-aged priest when praying, but prayed in a low voice alone. Benitez's denomination is Roman Catholicism, and the British Puritanism that prevailed in the United Kingdom belongs to 2 completely different branches of Christianity in the strict sense. Perhaps there are some differences in the understanding of doctrine, but in real life, saints who are Protestant, or Catholic, often come to visit during worship services. This is in line with the simple position of most believers. If God approves them, they approve, and they don't add human conditions to God's judgment. In the eyes of the old people on the shores of Lomond Lake, the place where Protestants meet is the Protestant church, regardless of whether the actual owner of this church or the priests of this church believe in Roman Catholicism or Eastern Orthodox. The church is a place of prayer. As for Father Benitez, a respectable toolman, people came over one after another. After greeting each other, they finished the service alone and left silently. During the whole process, there was hardly any more verbal communication except for nodding to Benitez between arrivals and departures. However, as the priest Benitez has long been accustomed to this. Thank the Lord Jesus for listening to the prayers of the children before you. In the name of the Lord Christ Jesus, Amen. Benitez whispered the concluding remarks of the prayer, closed the Bible in his hand, and walked off the prayer platform. Accompanied by the voice of the middle-aged priest, the remaining few old people in the church who came late also completed their prayers. After standing up and waving goodbye to Benitez, they took their hats and walked out with a calm smile. The church. In less than half a minute, the huge church became empty again. Except for the priest Jose Benitez, there is only one old man in a light grey robe. You moles are really interesting, especially after learning about the magical world. I didn't expect you to be able to pray so calmly and as usual every day. The most interesting thing is that there are some differences in what you pray for. The old man said with a grin, closed the newspaper in his hand, and looked at the middle-aged man who walked up to him. I really don't understand. You would rather believe in gods than in the existence of magic. The wizard will not give us bread, but if you express your piety in the church, when the financial situation of the church allows, we clergymen will give bread to those in need. Of course, there are many reasons. Benitez shrugged, sat down beside the old man, looked at the stained glass of the church, and continued. Some people want to seek spiritual sustenance, some people want help, and some people want an evaluation of the trajectory of their lives. But for me, this is just a job at the worst of my life. The brotherhood took in me, who was driven out by the priests of the church, sent me to study, and finally was admitted to the priesthood. If there is a God, then he must be the person around us, not a statue in a certain doctrine. It is not that we do not believe in magic, but that it does not have anything for those of us who have no talents. Significance. Benitez looked at the old wizard sitting next to him, scratched his cheek, and sighed helplessly. Well, Mr. Apocalypse, what's wrong with Elena? You shouldn't just come to talk to me, right? Elena, she's been very obedient lately. Now I should play Quidditch on the court. Grindelwald took out his pocket watch from his chest pocket and took a look, then answered casually, immediately afterwards, before Benitez could speak again. The old wizard raised the newspaper in his hand. I actually came to you this time, Mr. Benitez. Do you plan to change to a new job? Huh? Change job? Benitez took the newspaper from the old wizard and glanced at it. England Premier League pay TV broadcast, greedy? Innovation? This is the most eye-catching headline on the homepage, and Benitez knows what he is talking about without having to open it. With the official start of the Premier League last month, this controversial and bold TV broadcast event has been hot in the newspapers for almost a month. Whether it is an alliance or an unprecedented TV broadcast, people while watching critics criticizing the greedy league. They were excitedly discussing those wonderful high-quality games. Under such social enthusiasm, the Premier League and Sky TV have added a lot of marketing. While the iron is hot, advertising, league managers, scouts, venue security teams. In this terrible period of the global economic depression, this emerging league of alliances is like a meteor flying backwards, swelling up visibly, and the booming jobs have greatly relieved the previously battered British government. Sorry, Mr. Apocalypse, I don't plan to apply for these positions. Benitez shook his head, folded the newspaper and returned it to the old wizard, smiling. Perhaps the salary of these jobs will be slightly higher than that of being a priest, and the prospects will be much better. But in this way, I will not be able to take care of the children. Besides, a guy like me is still suitable to be a priest. Too complicated work, I can't do it either. Oh, but I heard that girl say before, don't you like watching that, football games? Grindelwald did not stretch out his hand, but looked at Benitez with some curiosity. Young man, don't be too eager to refuse. You haven't heard me finish what I have said. How do you know what my suggestion is? If you are reluctant to work as a priest now, it would be nice to have a legitimate part-time job. Is it? For example, Mr. Apocalypse, really don't need it. You don't know much about the mole world. Benitez sighed helplessly, rubbed his forehead, and explained patiently. During the month of the summer vacation, he encountered problems like this too many times. The old wizard from the opposite world obviously lacks a lot of basic social common sense. In the eyes of the old man, magic seems to be omnipotent. The same can't be, for example, the chairman of the English Premier League. What do you think of this position? Job requirements and Hugh? Before Benitez could finish his words, he looked at the old man next to him with some bewilderment. Doesn't it sound good? I also think it's too simple, then. The CEO, does this have to be in public? Grindelwald looked at it from taking out a document, and said to himself thoughtfully, by the way, Jose, which job name do you prefer personally? Look, we wizards can't understand the twists and turns in your mole company, but the group and the bank invested so much money in it. Someone has to watch it, right? You don't mean to say. Benitez's eyes twitched, and his eyes quickly swept across a certain subheadline in the newspaper. Who is the #1 mysterious investor in the Premier League? Something extremely absurd, but it seems to be gradually reflected in reality, little by little appeared in the middle-aged man's mind, and his gaze began to uncontrollably move towards the written contract in the old man's hand. Fluttering on. Oh, I seem to forget to tell you that Gringotts Wizarding Bank is now the absolute controlling party of this football league. Grindelwald glanced at the middle-aged priest beside him, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, and our lovely Miss Elena Castellana is the current queen of Gringotts Wizarding Bank in the true sense. She can mobilize funds, conduct various investments and financial transactions at any time, and she is the absolute controller. Sorry, Mr. Apocalypse, your story is a bit too, well. Benitez patted his cheek and shook his head with a wry smile. All in all, think about it, Mr. Benitez. Grindelwald put down the documents in his hand, stood up and patted Jose Benitez on the shoulder. If nothing else, Those mole managers and officials are almost on their way here. You have roughly 1 day to think about it. There is their contact information behind. I believe you should use that phone. No, this. Benitez looked at the stack of documents in a dazed manner. Except for an empty signature, it looks alike. Just like a real appointment letter and authorization letter. This is just the beginning, Mr. Benitez. Look good and learn hard. Grindelwald grinned and said with a meaningful smile. In our world, Elena is also planning the alliance of the Quidditch League, but due to the lack of relevant experience and professional talents, she can only be stranded for the time being. You don't always want to watch it. Look at that world. I think that with the current work experience, the review by the Ministry of Magic will be correspondingly easier. Oh, yes. There will be a young man named Flange who will come over later. That is the personal assistant that the girl arranged for you. Grindelwald blinked flexibly and added casually, don't worry, he is a well-trained negotiator. With his help, I believe you should be able to successfully complete the dialogue with those mole managers and adapt to your new identity in a relatively short period of time. Even if there is a problem that cannot be solved, he should also ask for help, of course. You can also write to that girl and ask for more details. The old wizard took the hat in his left hand, lifted it gracefully, and said with a smile, so, happy weekend, my son. Snapped. At the next moment, Grindelwald directly apparated and left the church. Wait, I never promised this. Benitez looked at the empty church and yelled in annoyance. It's been so long, how come this stubborn old wizard hasn't given up on this matter? But, Benitez rubbed his temples with complicated feelings looking at the pile of papers on the side of the old man's seat. Didn't that little girl Elena go to the magic school to study? Why did she only study for a year, but became the owner of some wizard bank without saying anything, and even became a shareholder in a company in the Premier League? It seems that he has to have a good chat with the kid this Christmas. At the same time, the Hogwarts School auditorium. Hey, Danny, you have to eat more. Flying in the sky is quite a physically demanding thing. Hannah put a thick layer of strawberry jam on the bread slice and handed it to the plate in front of Danny Liver. The Quidditch assessment at Hogwarts is not an easy task, because everyone has different positions and talents. In order to maximize their respective potentials, they usually test them all at the relevant flight positions. For example, as Hufflepuff's star rookie this year, Hannah will take part in all tests except for Seekers. It's almost there. Hannah, do you want Danny to spit it out on the broom? Luna gave Hannah a rare glance, and said angrily, besides, our freshman team was originally ranked in front of all the teams. Eating less food, maybe it can make you more flexible in the sky, and not everyone eats more like you and Elena. The better the performance. If I suggest, it's better to pack some food and go to the stadium. They are tired today. Hermione put down the Quidditch Weekly and said seriously, after the formation of all the teams is completed, the freshman representative team will have another qualifying match. The opponents are the temporary teams randomly formed by the returning graduate. Assault or fit is a teaching nature. It does not rule out that the performance is too bad. Disqualified. Qualifying? Why haven't I heard of this? Hannah frowned, Xuncheng hanging in the air, looking at Hermione suspiciously. Pinned to the girl's chest was a shiny silver ray, which was the emblem of the Hogwarts freshman team. Compared to other wizards who are still waiting for assessment, Hermione Granger is the first student to determine the team, but her identity is the head coach of the Hogwarts freshman team, rather than flying on the court. Player of. It's normal, because it was decided temporarily this morning. Ravenclaw Academy retired. Haven't you heard of it? Elena said casually, put down the half-eaten honey bread, and drank a big mouthful of hot milk. They seem to be missing the minimum number of participants. As a result, this year's freshman team will not have extra caps like last year, but will participate in the Quidditch Academy Cup as an official team. Therefore, Mrs. Hooch and Professor Dumbledore seem to be considering whether to open up teams in Hogwarts. Of course, the premise is that the performance of the freshmen is too bad, then maybe the graduates may be asked to temporarily fill the vacancy. As Elena spoke, she snorted at the Gryffindor table next door. Charlie Weasley of Gryffindor. If not surprising, Luna, your opponent today should be him. As for the positions of the other graduates, I don't know much about it. The only thing I know is that they fly. That's not bad. When I was in school before, I was also the main player of the Quidditch team in each college, but you can rest assured that their team has more problems than you. Because the four houses are combined? I see. Hermione nodded thoughtfully and said softly, as the freshman team, or the first appointed head coach of the entire Hogwarts, today's final confrontation qualifying game tested not only the freshmen. If she couldn't hand in a qualified answer, she too will be disqualified. Since hearing the news from Elena, she has been thinking about how to fight against opponents that look like an all-star lineup. However, she seems to have some ideas now. The rest is to wait a while to go to the Quidditch court to see the performance of the other freshmen, as well as their ability to execute and understand tactics, and then make follow-up arrangements. Quidditch has never been won, it's a human game. Chapter 868, Make Friends. Wait a minute, Elena. Hermione took her gaze away from Charlie Weasley at the Gryffindor table, and spoke slowly. If the freshman team is going to face the senior students, then they also have to have a captain, similar to Luna's position in the team last year. Then, it seems like this Luna is the new team's captain. The other little witches on the table raised their heads and looked at Elena. Obviously, Luna's character is not suitable for being a team leader, is it? This is different from studying in class. She can't force everyone to train, or to cheer up everyone when morale is low, right? But who else can be except Luna? Hannah said. Other freshmen, Elena replied calmly. No, look over there. Looking at the aggrieved Hannah, she tilted her head toward the dining table on the other side of the auditorium and continued. For example, Slytherin, or Ravenclaw, in my opinion. This year's outstanding freshmen are no less than ours. It's just a coincidence. It should be. Most of these kids are in the other two academy. Moreover, according to tradition, in the absence of competitors, the initiator of the freshman team defaults to the captain, that is, Irina of Slytherin. By tradition? Hermione raised her eyebrows and glanced at Elena. If she remembers correctly, the Hogwarts freshman team's team history seems to have only just completed a year. Well, the rules I made after winning the championship last semester. Elena nodded calmly, spread her hands, and explained very seriously. Regardless of her ability, she is the undisputed captain before a second person challenges her. If Luna and Danilova want to join the team, in addition to the Hermione level, she has to get her approval. Will do. More accurately, Elena turned her head and glanced at the thoughtful Miss Know-It-All next to her, and added, even if Hermione is your head coach, how effective you can play in the team and the game depends to a large extent on the cooperation between you and the child. Of course, if you have a reasonable reason, you can directly replace her. The three little witches at the table were silent for a moment, thinking about Elena's words. Luna and Danilova obviously started to get a little nervous, but Hermione's expression suddenly became interesting. You know, if she would conflict with me, I would be very surprised. Instead, she looked thoughtfully at the foreign student on the Slytherin table. She didn't know much about this new student from Russia. Apart from the sorting ceremony at the opening banquet, the only thing that impressed Hermione was the small conflict in the auditorium after they finished class last week. In that conflict, the little witch named Irina didn't seem to be dazzling. Compared with Hannah, the Commissioner of Discipline, who used the split of heaven and earth to divide the battlefield, and the little key to violence Danilova, who was like the second Elena, Irina, who used a magic wand to counterattack, behaved too ordinary. Ordinary, just like any senior student. Hermione's eyes hovered on Irina for a few seconds. Well, a body similar to Irina. Obviously so good, but there is not much topicality in the school, which is also too weird. Superb magic skills, mysterious and complicated family background, unremarkable appearance, tough and strong personality. So many similarities are stacked together, but Elena and Irina have no intersection on the bright side. Looking back on it carefully, Elena seems to have not been to the Slytherin common room since the beginning of this semester. As a special student with 4 colleges, in Hermione's impression, Elena should be very concerned about her potential influence in each college, unless she suddenly changes her personality or has achieved her goal. Then, when many reasons come together, the answer is naturally self-evident. So that's it. Another little sister who is to be joined? Hermione put down the knife in her hand and glanced meaningfully at the white-haired dumpling beside her who was still pretending to be. Ah, by the way, I think, we don't seem to have spoken much to that Miss Irina. Elena, should we go over and get to know each other first? After all, you are also very concerned about the Quidditch freshman team selection. Okay. It just so happens that Danilova can tell us about it. I'm really not familiar with freshmen. Elena nodded without changing her face. Anyway, Hermione is a logical player, so it doesn't matter as long as there is no evidence. Moreover, even if these wings see something after knowing it, at most it can only show that she has a lot of friends. Anyway, everyone is a girl. Even if they are a little unhappy, they will not rise to the hatchet-ending Rim Litter. There is no such example. I mean, you can also communicate more and make friends in the future, Elena said. At this time she and her good friends walked down the grassy slope towards the Quidditch stadium outside the castle. Hermione and Luna walked at the forefront, not knowing what they were talking about in a low voice, while Hannah carried her beloved flying broomstick and proudly spoke to Danilova and Irina about the top of her broomstick, the origin of that silver star. However, as Hannah told the story, Danilova and Irina obviously started to get a little distracted. Not far away from them, Elena was sitting sideways on an old-looking broomstick, with countless silver nebulae dotted on the broom's handle end. Quite cute in the bright sunshine. If not, Hannah's stories serve as a foundation. Don't care about the witch, Elena, she is too cruel. She is not a normal case. Hannah followed the eyes of the 2 freshmen and looked forward. After a pause, she complained a little helplessly, Elena, you make it hard for me to explain. You all took the limelight. Don't you think it's a bit too much? Sorry, I didn't mean it, Elena said, but this is also an incentive. If you want to surpass me, this year is a good opportunity. In the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, you should too. Get unlimited right to fire. Yeah, that's right, Hannah said, her voice suddenly lifted up. I can add a few more stars in the new season. In the Hogwarts College Cup this semester, Elena, who joined the Gryffindor team, can only participate in 1 game, and the rest of the time she can only be a guest coach. This is Ravenclaw, who paid to retire after the price of humiliation, the only gain in exchange. And this also means that the Hogwarts Quidditch College Cup competition has renewed its meaning. When they walked into the Quidditch stadium, Hannah looked towards the left and right sides of the court. Except for the Wizards of Ravenclaw College who were missing, the students from the other 3 academies had already arrived on the court, eagerly waiting for the selection. The arrival of the sun sky at Hogwarts has never been so clear, blue, refreshing, and full of urges to fly into the sky. In the new season, when Elena is absent, anyone is likely to win the trophy again. Kukuxi Aojang, a little bit of Kevin. The 869th chapter is scattered with Gypsofla. Since you are here with a flying broomstick, Professor Flitwick couldn't help urging as the selection queue for the freshman team gradually shortened, go try it, at least fly in the sky. But I'm not a first-year student, so I will be laughed at and discussed for a long time, right? Kujang tightly grasped the Comet 260 he had just taken care of in the morning, and whispered distractedly. Filius Fulvi did not intend to refute this. He was the dean of Hogwarts for decades. He is the professor who knows the children of his school best. In Ravenclaw's lounge among them, rumors and gossip have always been the most. Fly if you want to fly, he said. Don't leave regrets in your Hogwarts experience. But everyone from the previous team didn't come to the stadium, Kujang said softly. I am betrayal. Right? Oh, that's too bad, Flitwick said. After all, judging from the current situation, At least half of the freshman team is Ravenclaw's first-year freshmen. I thought that after one break, the academy team can come back next year. Professor Flitwick was aware of the abnormal atmosphere in the college very early, but he had never expected it to be so serious before. The uproar of the mob. This is Elena Caslana's evaluation of Ravenclaw today. Follow the trend, lack the spirit of independence, lack of initiative, and it is easy to substitute perceptual emotions for rational thinking in ordinary life. Even a certain rationality is often swayed by perceptual emotions. Conceited mentality, terrible sensitivity, extreme irresponsibility. This kind of group under the guise of freedom and majority is not what Ravenclaw College should present. If I go, Marietta will definitely break my relationship with me. Kujang struggled a little. Autumn. There are many ways to maintain and restore friendship. Professor Flitwick raised his fingers and replied earnestly, don't try to be irresponsible or make mistakes together. Even if it succeeds for a while, it may be possible. Planting a bitter taste for your friendship. Not to mention, if Ravenclaw wants to return next year, there is still a captain left. His voice echoed in the empty Quidditch stands, which belonged to the Ravenclaw students. The road to the future is still long, the little half-airy professor said softly. Questions and setbacks are bound to be indispensable, but these are not your burdens. Whether you continue to fly and enjoy the game is what you should consider right now. Kujang glanced yearningly at the flying figures on the field, and pressed his lips tightly. She finally joined the Quidditch team of the academy last year. Over the years, she has been looking forward to flying freely in the sky like the members of her favorite tornado team and winning the next exciting games. This kind of expectation can't be easily defeated by a heavy-pointed wandering ball. As Irina said before, the freshman trials have been going on almost all morning. Almost all the first-year students from the 4 colleges came. They nervously clutched the old broomsticks picked out from the school warehouse, which were about to be eliminated, and excitedly submitted to Irina and Hermione to join. Application. A whole week is enough for the freshmen to find out what happened on the Quidditch pitch last year. With the power of a traceable role model, most of the freshmen's self-confidence has expanded considerably. Maybe they can't achieve the knockdown king like Elena Caslana, but if they target other members of the Hogwarts freshman team last year, it doesn't seem to be completely unattainable, at least in the eyes of freshmen. Obviously, this undoubtedly greatly increased the workload of Hermione and Irina. Some first-year freshmen who submitted applications have never even flown. Apart from last week's flight class, this may be their second contact with flying broomsticks. When the selection was first started, the scene was extremely chaotic, especially when there was a group of senior students watching the excitement around. The babble of talking almost made the two go violently. However, as the two sorted out a set of screening mechanisms, the process quickly became simple and efficient. It's finally over. Hermione sighed softly and glanced at the last remaining batch of applicants. The easiest place to determine is the seeker. Luna Lovegood's talent in this area is like cheating. She is catching the golden snitch, predicting the deflection of the golden snitch, avoiding the walking ball. These assessments are too bright up. On the other hand, her personality is also very suitable for seekers to move around the team. As for the batsman, there are 2 boys from Ravenclaw. Hoffarbark, a somewhat rigid little wizard, but surprisingly powerful and tricky when hitting the ball. The other is called Vern Kymond, a man with a formidable face and a stature as if he walked out of an oil painting. Night attendant boys. In order to drive away the ball, the batsman usually needs good physical strength, so the position of the batsman is more likely to be performed by male wizards than female wizards than other positions on the Quidditch court. And because the batter sometimes needs both hands to release the broom in the game, in addition to the strength of the arm, the requirements for leg strength and balance are not low. I have to say that as an academy that has always been known for its prosperity and decline, Ravenclaw finally broke the curse this year. The proportion of boys among freshmen has reached an unprecedented level of over a third. It is no wonder that Professor Flitwick will be full of confidence in future Quidditch competitions. From past experience, the number of males in Quidditch events is obviously higher. Dominate. Well, Chirabi Carol, if you are in your position. Irina frowned in distress and looked at Hermione, who was standing next to her inquiringly. Standing in front of them was a small girl who looked very shy, and what did not match her appearance was what the girl filled in the application letter of intent for the Hogwarts freshman team. Are you sure you want to be a goalkeeper? Well, you fly so well, you can actually consider being a chaser. Hermione's gaze stayed on Chilabi's petite body for a moment, and she said with her words in her mind, it is not that there has been a similar precedent for a little goalkeeper, but compared to a certain witch who played Quidditch as a knockdown game, this shy Ravenclaw was not like a first-year student. It is a dangerous element with this possibility. Goalkeeper's range of movement is the smallest, right? I have studied the rules carefully. Chirabi Carol was timid, and at the same time said very seriously, even the broomsticks used for teaching at Hogwarts can take into account 3 door knockers in terms of instantaneous speed increase, so as long as the path of the ghost fly ball is judged correctly, the difference between the arm length by 1 foot or the short arm is not big. It sounds like there is a lot of feasibility. Hermione nodded nonchalantly, drew a circle on the cardboard in her hand, and pointed behind her. Well, there is an extra link in the goalkeeper test. In the chaser test, you and the other little wizards will defend for 10 minutes each. We will judge based on the final overall situation. In a formal Quidditch professional game, the goalkeeper is usually a tall wizard. However, strictly speaking, most of the little wizards at Hogwarts are also unqualified. Aside from this condition that most people cannot meet the standard, flexibility and brain are indeed more important than body. Well, then we are still the last 2 people away now. Irina looked down at the form, and then at the little wizards who were still on the field. In Quidditch games, each team can only play 7 players. Except for the seeker, the goalkeeper, and the 2 batsmen, most of the hotspots and contention in Quidditch games actually occurred during the high-frequency conversion process of the 3 chasers of the 2 teams. Well, Irina, you have a chaser position by default, so we only have 2 spots left now. Hermione nodded and glanced at the cheerful little wizards standing in front of her. If she remembers correctly, from the flight qualification test just now, Ron's sister is obviously much better than the other little wizards. If not surprisingly, that Miss Ginny Weasley is more than likely also locked in advance. It is a pity that besides Ginny, the performance of the other little wizards is much worse. The reason why they put the trial of the chasers to the end is that they hope to watch several rounds of the little wizards' performances and select suitable candidates from them. If it is not possible, they can only recklessly pull a full number. Excuse me, can I come and try it? At this moment, a witch flew over from the stands not far away. Before Hermione and Irina could react, the witch gently twisted the broom head, hovered on the edge of the field, carefully looked at the 2 junior students standing behind the audit table, and plucked up the courage to ask, Tau, I listen. Well, I read the announcement in the auditorium that it is written that you are not only recruiting first-year students. Are you kidding me? Hermione said in surprise, frowning and looking at the senior girl in front of her. As aspiring to become an excellent Quidditch coach at Hogwarts, she naturally recognized the witch wearing a Ravenclaw Academy robe at first sight. Last year, she was looking for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Hand Kujang. No, you see my form has been filled out. The determined Kujang quickly shook his head, took out a form from his arms, and said seriously, because of the lack of 7 players, the Ravenclaw Academy team retired this year, so I am now a free agent. As for the position, don't worry, I can play in every position, not necessarily limited to finding golfer. But, Hermione groaned for a few seconds, and looked at Kujang thoughtfully. If you obey the command and are willing to participate in the trials, then I don't think there is any problem. Irina stretched out her hand and took the filled-out application form from Kujang. She looked at the one behind her for some years, but she paused on the well-maintained broomstick, pointed to the back. By the way, let me explain in advance. Even if you pass the selection, our team is not eligible to participate after all the Quidditch selections are over this afternoon. we will have to fight the Bacto School graduates. Guided match. If the performance is too bad, then maybe we can only cheer in the stands this year, so I hope. For the rest, Irina did not finish. From the same family of wizards, she can see how this senior girl loves Quidditch, and although everyone is accustomed to calling them the Hogwarts freshman team, in fact this team is not called the name. Irina lowered her head and glanced at the silver-white wing on her chest. The Hogwarts Moonlight Team, it's really a simple name. 2 hours later, the Quidditch trials of the remaining 3 academies also began. Compared with the freshman team formed from scratch, the lineup of most academies is relatively fixed. It is not so much an open selection for all, as it is a special recruitment ceremony for certain star players. As the batch of Moonlight Devil dependents entered the 2nd grade last year, the new Quidditch era finally kicked off. Gregory Gore, Vincent Crabbe, the combination of batters that played for the Moonlights last year. From the stands, Hermione introduced to the players behind her earnestly. There was no suspense in the final selection results in the morning. Kujang and Ginny Weasley became the team's chasers with Irina Ivanovic with absolute advantage. Selection at Lettering College. Unlike other academies, their batsmen's confrontation intensity and actual combat are much colder. Gore and Crabbe hovered in the sky, while avoiding the flying ball. While swinging the bat vigorously, they tried to shoot down the other 2 Slytherin batsmen. The winner joins this year. The team started. The loser was transferred from the starter to the second team to act as a daily sparring tool. It's worth noting that both of them shot down other players last year, and the auxiliary main attacker Elena completed nearly 50 drop attacks compared to Gryffindor's Weasley brothers. They attacked a lot of sex. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled noise, Gore and Crabbe skillfully completed an aerial relay and shot down Derek, who was trying to counterattack. Immediately after taking advantage of playing more and playing less, he blocked Bowles' moving space, and directly through the Aniphorone exchange, declared the Slytherin Quidditch team's batter position to complete the replacement of old and new batsman. Draco Malfoy, the final stat is 005. This is his knockdown assist, but compared to this somewhat bleak statistic, as the main chaser of the Moonlights, he has an attack on the offensive end. Most colleges have caused a lot of pressure. When he becomes a Slytherin college seeker, he may be more dangerous. Hermione glanced at Draco Malfoy, who was warming up, frowned and continued the introduction. Compared to when school just started last year, Draco now has a reduced edge, like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark waiting to strike at any time. Even Hermione doesn't know the true strength of this little wizard. However, judging from his performance in the classroom, he is at least in the top 5 of the grade. After half an hour in the trials of the Gryffindor Academy team, Ron Weasley, who served as Gryffindor goalkeeper last year, but this year should only be a substitute goalkeeper. Compared to the other little wizards, Ron is undoubtedly the most depressed and unlucky one. After all, the current Gryffindor captain Oliver Wood is the goalkeeper, and the batsman is his twin brother. The 3 chasers are all female lions, and one of them seems to be the next captain. Harry Potter was the chaser last year, and was a seeker in the last game. Hermione glanced at the data she had copied from Mrs. Hooch, while recalling the few games she had watched. In the team before, Harry was mainly the setter and third passer of Malfoy and Hanya flew well. In the final, he ate the golden snitch and helped the Moonlights complete the double scoring kill. Amit seems to be also a seeker this semester. I have to say that Harry was indeed a bit suspicious in last year's game. Of course, this can't be completely blamed on him. After all, Elena relied on the seeker for the way he ended the game, and compared to the other little wizards, Harry was not so much in attacking desire or killing intent. Wait. Boom. Han Abbott, Hufflepuff's new chaser. Be careful. Chapter 870 All-Stars, Inner Ghost. It only took half the time of the freshman trials, and the selection of the 3 colleges was over. In Hogwarts, it is not every year that someone graduates and retires. Most of the time, several members of the college team are born in the same grade only when they leave Hogwarts. The draft will appear. New year. Normally, unless the strength gap is particularly obvious, or there are serious internal conflicts, the replacement of players will be considered. As the Moonlight team entered the second grade, it was almost locked in advance of all new recruits this year. Except for a few senior students who planned to take a fight, Hannah and others had almost no competitors in the selection, even if they were. Ron, who was not selected in the starting lineup, also received special treatment. Wood allowed him to train with the team and train as a substitute goalkeeper for Gryffindor. The only thing that has some flaws is that Hufflepuff has hired another seeker this year besides Hannah. Zacharias Smith, the barman who failed to enter the freshman team last year, still passed the test of the new captain Cedric Diggory as smoothly as the plot in the original book, and became the Hufflepuff Academy team, a member of their. After successfully joining the Hufflepuff team, Zacharias also took a demonstrative glance at Gryffindor Academy. The fact that Elena joined Gryffindor Academy this semester has spread throughout the school. Although in terms of her attribute, she can indeed join any Quidditch Academy team, but in the Hufflepuff team still has a slight complaint. If the two chasers vacated this semester are Elena and Hannah, then Hufflepuff can directly lock the championship. However, Elena at this time did not have the time to pay attention to the provocations of some little guys. "Well, Mr. Weasley, do you have any questions?" Elena looked to her side with a bewildered face. Charlie Weasley was holding a list of names, which he had just received from Professor McGonagall. Obviously, the older cat lady directly wrote the actual list. Author Irene Nabbit read thoroughly. "Oh look, it's awesome," Charlie Weasley said happily and waved the parchment. "You know, I never dreamed that I could play with Gerald on the same team. So now you can get what you want. We have combined the performance and record of your seniors during their school years, and specially selected the most representative wizards among the back-to-school graduates to form a Hogwarts All-Star team." Elena answered calmly, politely watching the Slytherin wizard standing behind Charlie, and nodded. "All-Star?" Charlie curled his lips. "This is not about choosing potion materials in the drugstore." He unfolded the crumpled parchment, and after scanning his eyes, he said with an uncomfortable expression, "Look, what a strange combination is this. Two Seekers, one Gryffindor and one Slytherin. Except for Gryffindor, one from every academy. The goalkeeper is still a Lavin who does his own thing, Crow Girl. But your opponent also has a mixed academy system. Besides, you won't be able to snatch someone from the Gryffindor team." Elena spread her hands helplessly and said sincerely, "It's just a coaching match. The main purpose is to verify whether the freshman team is eligible to participate. If you really don't want to be the captain, you can give the command to Mr. Gerald. I believe that is the one who led a Slytherin to 2 consecutive championships." "Yes, I think so too. It doesn't make much sense for the Seeker to be the captain." Gerald Howard shrugged and said maliciously, "After losing the protection of the system, or being targeted, the resource tilt of the Seeker will instantly become meaningless, resulting in an absolute disadvantage for the team in the frontal ghost flyball competition." As the Slytherin star chaser who personally ended the Gryffindor Academy's 3 consecutive championships, the reason why he showed such restraint largely depends on the metal nameplate hidden in his pocket. If it wasn't for the small task that counts as a point to get, he wouldn't team up with Gryffindor. However, the only thing that confuses him is, why is the Quidditch competition in Hogwarts School actually qualified as a special mission issued to class personnel by the SCP Foundation as one of the new members? Besides the facilitator, he does not know other organizations for the time being member. Of course, if Charlie Weasley takes the initiative to provoke or abstain, he doesn't mind re-experiencing the second team boss. "Are you crazy?" Charlie said. "Of course I am the captain." Slytherin. Don't even think about taking a look at the old Slytherin opponent who was eager to move behind him. Charlie repeated it again without hesitation. Don't even think about it. If only this game is okay. Charlie's most entangled thing is actually the follow-up conclusion of the game, waiting a while. According to Professor McGonagall, if the newly formed Hogwarts freshman team fails to meet the most basic Hogwarts team standards after the coaching match, then their all-star team will take the place of the freshmen, participate in the race. On the other hand, if the freshmen perform well, it does not mean that they will have no games to play afterwards. Just like the new competition system that was reformed last year, the all-star team will be the fifth team and will join the process of the subsequent points match, but they will not be able to win the cup for themselves. After winning the championship, they will get extra points to their respective colleges. There is no doubt that under such rules, as a seeker and captain, he obviously benefits the most. Well, if you have no other questions here, Elena said with a smile, and she glanced across the Ravenclaw audience stand in the distance. Perhaps you should be ready to warm up and mobilize emotions. You can play, if nothing else. Hermione and the others are almost ready now. Anyway, the inner ghosts on the all-star team have been arranged in advance. 2 Ravenclaws, 2 Slytherins, and more than half of the 7 people in a team are from the SCP Foundation in the past 6 months. Talent pool. Although they don't know each other now, the scripts they received in this episode are much the same. The content of the task is very simple. Without resorting to teammates, try to use your abilities as much as possible, such as counterattack, wandering ball, starfish upside down, sloth roll, double 8 circle flying, Transylvania fake action. Cool. The more personal heroism, the better. All in all, it must reflect the academy barriers that the old and the dead don't communicate. After all, without these senior students as a reference, how can she convince Dumbledore and reflect the importance of herself in building a warm Hogwarts family and breaking down the college barrier? Cuckoo. Chapter 871. The Queen's Course. Moments later, Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. For some strange reasons, the news that the freshman team and the all-star team are going to have a private coaching match spread wildly among the students. Before the trials of Hufflepuff College were over, the stands were crowded, full of little wizards watching the excitement. Except that there is no support from the various colleges. The trance seems to be fast forward to the school's Quidditch Finals day, when Mrs. Hooch blew the whistle of the game and 15 broomsticks lifted into the sky. Almost half of the students arrived, except for the empty faculty stands. The atmosphere of the entire Quidditch Stadium seemed like a festive season. Hogwarts Quidditch, the opening match before the start of the new season. Dumbledore looked around at the stands and said softly, somewhat helplessly, Ms. Castellana, if you plan to let everyone come to watch, you can directly apply for the bulletin board next time. If he remembers correctly, the official competition should officially start next month. Today is just a routine trial time for each college. At the most, it is an extra link to test whether the freshman team and the returning graduate team are qualified. But judging from the lively and exciting situation in front of him, it was obvious that something he didn't know had happened. Opening match. Why didn't I know this happened? Elena stretched out her hands quite innocently, looked back from the distant crowd, and explained seriously, Mr. Principal, please don't speculate about your lovely student from the perspective of conspiracy theories. After all, whether the 2 teams can be selected successfully depends on the conclusions of you and Mrs. Hooch. I swear that this game will go from planning to launching. It was done in secret. The girl blinked slyly, imitating Dumbledore's most common tone, and whispered, but, you know, secrets always spread like wildfire. Obviously, among Hogwarts, the easiest way to attract students is definitely not the bulletin board. During the 2 full days of the weekend, a certain unspeakable secret spread quickly in the castle. Compared to the college trials that have little sense of participation and viewing value, the gimmick of the All-Stars massacring the freshmen is obviously more interesting. The Weasley twins even secretly opened a small handicap. Poor speculation. How long can the freshman team of China stay in the hands of the All-Star team, and whether it can reach the minimum qualification line in the hearts of the professors? Of course, out of fairness and justice, they also opened a handicap for the freshman team to win. Regrettably, except for the naive Neville who pressed a few gingy along on the freshman team, most of the remaining students also stood on the side of the All-Star team. The only suspense, it just depends on how big the gap is. That's Charlie, understand? The founder of the most recent Quidditch dynasty in Gryffindor, facing the female prefect of Ravenclaw and the newly promoted Hogwarts schoolgirls president, George Weasley said with a serious face. Don't press the freshman team, in Quidditch, you guys. I have to trust my judgment. Weasley, what do you think? If you plan to make a little pocket money, how should you combine it? The beautiful Ravenclaw girl prefect with long curly hair raised her eyebrows and asked softly, thoughtfully. However, instead of looking at George who was talking, she turned her head and looked at the Percy who was sitting not far from the Weasley twins' seat, frowning, and seemed to be scolding her two younger brothers. Weasley, Percy opened her mouth and quickly swallowed the reprimand that was about to reach her lips. In his original thoughts, he thought that the two girls who were not easy to provoke were here to maintain school discipline. With the growing relationship between Ravenclaw College and Gryffindor College, in addition to the students of Gryffindor College, many Ravenclaw students and even Hufflepuff students are also twins. A bet was placed there. As the male prefect of Gryffindor, Percy Weasley almost planned to kill her parents first. Well, although the two of them are naughty in many places, they are really good at playing flying broomsticks. Percy Weasley gave a light cough, glared at George calmly, and continued. As far as I know, since graduating, Charlie has been engaged in the protection and research of black dragons. Perhaps other wizards may become less familiar with flying because of leaving school, but Charlie is definitely not among them. George, you can help Penlow to see how to allocate the amount to ensure the greatest return and the least risk. But, gentlemen, the other team is not all freshmen. Meryl Streep put her arms in front of Peach, smiled and watched George help Penlow register the bet, and whispered, I think I need to remind you that their head coach and seeker are not easy. One is your Gryffindor's very famous genius witch, and the other is the star player of our academy last year. I still think, don't worry, there is nothing wrong with listening to me. George Weasley didn't lift his head, and replied very confidently, Autumn Jang. Oh, she does fly quite well. If she is a seeker, maybe she can still try her luck, but if she is a chaser, her opponents are the three best in the school. One of the top players is the nasty guy Slytherin, who has nearly won 3 consecutive championships. She can't beat anyone on the offensive and defensive ends. As for Granger, Quidditch is not a paper test. Smart minds do not have the upper hand. Otherwise, Ravenclaw would not have had it for so many years, sir. I mean, it's useless. George Weasley was just halfway through speaking. He seemed to notice that the temperature suddenly became cold, and he turned a little bit stiffly. Don't care, I won't be angry. After all, what you are saying is the truth. Meryl Streep narrowed her eyes slightly with a smile, and said softly, from the time I entered the school until now, seeing that I am about to graduate soon, our Ravenclaw Academy team not only did not get any better, last year it was even broken up by the first-year students, which is really helpless. Ababa. George Weasley's cold sweat instantly emerged from his back, and he glanced helplessly at his brothers beside him. With the excellent talents in the family blood, George almost realized the crisis at the first instant, but it was a pity that Fred and Percy obviously had no intention to save him, and they both held their arms around happily, watching the show. It's funny, fool, I'm not a naive girl who needs coaxing. Immediately afterwards, before George could remedy it, Miss Peach couldn't help laughing. Well, of course I believe our Quidditch expert, although I may be a bit sorry for the little guy Kujang. After all, I still lack pocket money. All my savings, 67 Jinjialong, all am handing it over to you. Speaking of, if the students who have bet on you lose, what are you going to do? Have you thought about it? Don't worry, we have considered this early in the morning. Our Weasleys are quite good. George Weasley patted his chest with great pride, and mysteriously pointed to the corner of the stand. That's my big brother, Bill. He works at Gringotts now. We have bought a bunch of contract documents from Gringotts at a low price, unless you don't plan to use gold. It's rumbling, otherwise it's impossible to go wrong. Bill Weasley? There are so many brothers in your family. Meryl Streep glanced thoughtfully at the president of the previous male student council. Since Gringotts is the supervisor, she is not so worried. After all, Bill Weasley is also the brother of her reckless and active boyfriend. If something goes wrong, she will not stand by. Do you stand on the sidelines? At the same time, similar conversations also appeared in the corner of Slytherin and Hufflepuff College. Professor Dumbledore, don't worry, this is just a small class. Elena looked at the old man nervously, and after confirming that the greatest white wizard in the magical world today had no tendency to violently hurt people, she carefully supplemented the next arrangements and explained in each academy. The reason for happy gambling. I am the fairy queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. How could the richest woman in the world covet the pocket money in the hands of the students? I intend to use the cruel reality to make them understand that they should stay away from gambling. This is really good. Things. Well, I admit that there is a bit of cutting first and playing later. But you listen to my explanation. It is absolutely impossible to get out of control. Manipulate the results of the game. No, how is that possible? I mean, even if it's out of control at the end, as the principal of Hogwarts, you can also announce the ban on violations, confiscate all gambling funds, and return them to the parents of each student. This is also in line with the personality you have always been. Upright. Professor, were you swearing just now? Cuckoo. Chapter 872 Acting and Planning Time. At the end of the game, Charlie Weasley caught the golden snitch. With the whistle of Mrs. Hooch, the All-Star team ended this guidance match for the younger cute new team with a huge advantage of 330:0. Of course, if you use a unilateral slaughter to describe this game, perhaps more appropriate. Since it is not an officially recognized game, there is no commentator's voice echoing in the sky in this game. However, this does not affect the excitement of the little wizards watching the game. The wizards who had their names in the Hogwarts Trophy Gallery and ruled the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium at different times have returned to their territory. In less than half an hour of the game, they showed suffocating dominance. Everyone seemed to be a team, easily tearing open the defense of the freshmen. The cheers of the audience reverberated in the cold sky, and no one cared about the few new students who were lost and landed aside. Sorry, let me give you a hand, Elena. Hermione turned her head in a little panic and confusion, and watched a certain white-haired ball appear in front of her against the flow of people. Why are you still in a daze? Elena took out a lot of chocolates, hot water bottles, and drinks from her chest, and stuffed them into the arms of the little beaver. Head coach of the team, you should stay with your players at this time, instead of continuing to be stunned in the stands, right? But, said Hermione, we still lost, and it was particularly ugly. If you can win this way, it would be too strange, frankly, Elena said, pushing Hermione towards the aisle of the players' lounge without any explanation. In today's Hogwarts Quidditch debut, to create the impression of the strong return, and at the same time let most students taste the sweetness of gambling, this is part of her previous plan. If there is no foreplay foreshadowing, it would be too ugly. And now, it is another educational link derived from the plan. In any competitive event, teamwork is meaningful only when the strengths are similar. When the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, even a 5-person team may not be as good as the opponent's single-player strength. This is like in a later generation of esports games. The 5 Pinnacle Kings can easily beat the 5-person Black under the line bronze elementary school student. What's more, this cute new team has just been born in less than a day, and there is no cooperation. If this can be a counterattack and defeat the All-Star team, either the All-Star team will directly launch a fierce team game on the Hogwarts Stadium, or they will play an outrageous match in full view, otherwise their hope of winning is zero. Even if Luna used her luck and inspiration to the limit, she still had to count on Charlie Weasley to release the water during the game. The entire court will guard the opponent's search for the ball manually, and minimize the possibility of accidents as much as possible. This is the most basic quality of the Seeker as the soul of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Charlie may be in the search for the Golden Snitches more keen than other students, but what really allowed him to lead Gryffindor to 3 consecutive championships was his attitude and sweat. Go and comfort your players, they performed very hard today. Elena stood at the door of Quidditch's lounge and pushed Hermione slightly. The official season will not start until the end of October. Before that, you still have a lot of time to get in. This is the license signed by Professor Dumbledore. Now you are eligible to apply for the court, the broomstick in the locker room. After a short pause, the little dull hair on the white hair dumpling head swayed twice flatteringly. As for your team uniforms, well, since you don't belong to any academy's budget pool, I helped you get a small commercial sponsorship from Mrs. Morkin's Robe Shop. Will provide you with a brand new team for free. In exchange, she will print the name of her specialty store on the shoulders of her clothes as a brand endorsement symbol. No matter in any competitive event, commercial sponsorship must be the first step in alliance. Compared to the Quidditch World Cup that has not yet started, Elena plans to pilot Hogwarts on a small scale to see how wizards are sensitive to commercial operations. By the way, with the help of Hogwarts, it is reported in the newspapers. Get some interesting hot spots. Perhaps Mrs. Morkin's Robe specialty store does not care about brand endorsements, but it will never refuse the benefits of free advertising. Brand endorsement? Wait, why is there a lack of money? Hermione only had time to ask, and Elena was pushed into the locker room before she could finish her words. Elena took out 2 slices of onion from her arms, and while Hermione Granger was not paying attention, she quickly wiped the corners of the little beaver's eyes twice. The girl's red eyes instantly turned red, and tears were rapid. Start to accumulate. I'll explain to you slowly after this. Go first, Hermione. Creak bang. The door to the dressing room opened quickly, and then closed again at a faster rate. Immediately afterwards, a head coach who was holding back his tears and holding a pile of food and drinks in his arms appeared in the locker room. Granger, what are you? Noting the movement from the door of the dressing room, Kujang quickly turned his head and looked at the door in confusion. In addition to her, most of the other little wizards were sitting in the corner with broomsticks in silence at this time. The atmosphere was solemn and confused. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't recovered for a while, they might have been crying now. Too cruel. Even Luna, who has always been carefree, looks a little lost now. Charlie Weasley gave her a very vivid lesson. In the previous game, even if she spotted the Golden Snitch more than once, Charlie haunted her like a bone necrosis, making her fundamental no chance to sprint. Chapter 873. 1 month. Soon, the Quidditch team composed of Hogwarts-backed school graduates became the focus of most people's discussions. Although in the official registration, the name of this team is Master of Magic Enrollment Team, but the little wizards, and even many professors at the school prefer to call it this way, Hogwarts All-Star Team. Fortunately, under the pursuit and heated discussion, the Moonlights as the background board of the All-Star team did not have many discussions. Only Marietta Ekmo, the retired ex-Ravenclaw team players, and the few Ravenclaw girls who had been friends with her will ridicule the new team from time to time, of course, mainly for the traitor Kujang. Oh, did you see it? It's really embarrassing. Why? Isn't the team gown provided by Mrs. Morkin not good? When Kujang returned to the lounge with his dirty Ravenclaw robe, Marietta, who was sitting by the warm fireplace reading a book, suddenly raised her volume and said loudly, "If you want me to say it, it's obvious. No matter how hard we try, we won't be able to beat the other teams this year." Knowing that the result is destined to be the bottom and still going to the competition? I'm not that stupid. But apart from them, no one cared whether Kuzang's robe was worn by Ravenclaw or Mrs. Morkin sponsored it. Kuzang's daily training plan thereafter is as tight as she was when she was selected for the team last year. After experiencing that tragic defeat, They carefully studied every position of the all-star team. This is an opponent worth learning like a textbook. Hermione rummaged through the archives of the Hogwarts library and found the commentary records of the senior students in the championship finals, and patiently disassembled and analyzed their skills. How should the chaser compress the offensive area of the opposing player, when the batsman will make the most profit when attacking? The defensive strategy of the goalkeeper in different offensive formations, the way the seeker gets rid of the opponent's entanglement in the sky. Different from any team training mode that Kujang has known before, it is not so much that they are training at team sports, as it is a new problem-solving process except for flying over the Quidditch field. In addition, they have at least a quarter of their time in the locker room to learn tactics and discuss replays of previous classic Hogwarts games. Hermione admitted frankly that she was a chocobo, but no team member would despise her because of it. Since Hermione rushed into the locker room holding chocolate, hot towels, and drinks when they were most disappointed, everyone cried heartily while eating chocolate and refilling water. This semester was only reorganized. The new team completely recognized the team coach from the second year of Gryffindor College. These days, Elena has been in a pretty good mood, but no one knows why except for herself. As her appearance caused ripples in the plot, the first-year troll attack in the original book did not happen. As a result, Hermione became more aggressive and stronger. But as Hermione became the major of the new students, the gentleness and care that had been buried deep in Hermione's heart finally slowly bloomed. On the other hand, the reform of Hogwarts' new curriculum standards is gradually on the right track. Professor Quirrell Squirrel's return is quite low. Unlike last year's stuttering and lack of self-confidence, after half a year of seeking a doctor outside the city, it seems that the young wizard's infection has been completely cured. Apart from the failure of the hair to grow back, Quirrell quickly recovered it. The previous wit. Of course, many professors and senior students think that maybe another reason is that he has returned to the Mole Studies class. However, compared to Quirrell Squirrel's Mole Studies class, the most discussed by the students are the other two new subjects this semester: Professor Lockhart's grammar class and Dalek Professor Say math class. Students are more and more fond of the courses taught in Professor Lockhart's spacious and bright classroom, where they can escape the shackles of the castle and reach every corner of the world with wonderful stories. Every time Lockhart finished telling a story full of fantasy, all the books related to the library would be vacated in less than half a day. For this reason, Mrs. Pins, the librarian, even rarely suggested to Dumbledore to purchase books. In contrast, the course taught by Alexei is obviously much harder to evaluate. No one really likes math classes. At least no students particularly like this course. Although the little wizards respect Alexei and even or the strange professor who plays mathematics and magic, they are more based on the unknown and mysterious knowledge, or based on the practicality of this course in certain aspects. Sex. For example, Ravenclaw students like to go to Professor Alexei's office after dinner. Although Professor Alexei will not help them answer their questions directly, he will tell the little wizards who are trapped outside the door of the lounge to solve the problems. And this will undoubtedly improve the victory of these little eagles over Caslana. The odds of the Big Devil defeating Eleanor's control of the Eagle Ring seems to be a new activity at Ravenclaw Academy, especially after the Ravenclaw Quidditch team retired. The Ravenclaw students who had lost the next year's entertainment activities prematurely devoted almost half of their energy to Elena Caslana. The Big Devil is more wit and brave, and the other half's energy is on collecting the Hogwarts cards of Professor Lockhart and Professor Quirrell. This is a new service launched by Hogwarts Kitchen, which can be obtained randomly after consuming a certain amount of vegetable garden crops. From the appearance point of view, it is actually the skin-changing method of the wizard card in the Chocolate Frog. Of course, compared to the wizard card with many characters, Hogwarts card is not a magical photo, but a form of presentation similar to a dynamic two-dimensional painting. The magical skills in this area are mainly guided by Nicole Lim, processed by the House Elves. In addition to Quirrell and Gidro Lockhart, The first group of people who entered the card pool were the 4 ghosts of Hogwarts in the hospital, as well as a handful of people who were willing to authorize personal portraits and evaluated them. Formal faculty and staff that can be produced. Argus Filch really hopes to be printed on magic cards so that he can always stare at the students. Only considering the initial promotion issues, this project has been temporarily postponed to the next semester. Gwa. Chapter 874 The Birth of the Devil Coach. The Quidditch season is approaching, and the schedule of each team has been announced one by one. On a Wednesday night in early October, the head coach of the freshman team Hermione Granger called a meeting to discuss the follow-up tactical arrangements and targeted training directions according to the order of opponents drawn by the freshman team. Since the number of participating teams has expanded to 5 teams, each team has to play more games than in previous years. There are only 4 team locker rooms under the stands at Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. The Magic Masters team, who defeated the freshman team by an absolute advantage, is naturally eligible to enjoy a locker room. Ravenclaw College, which retired this year the original one. As the bottom team for temporary stoppages, Hermione could only apply for an empty classroom in the castle as a fixed activity room. On the corner of the stairs on the 6th floor of Hogwarts Castle, in the Moonlight's activity room, Hermione spoke to 7 of her players with a convincing power in her voice. There is no doubt that this year's Quidditch Cup competition will be more difficult than in previous years. Now any team in the school has been placed in the past few years, almost all of which can lock the championship in advance. This is also Ravenclaw. The reason for the abandonment, she told the players sitting in front of her, walking around by the blackboard at the front of the classroom. If we follow tradition, we will be separated next year, and I can't continue to speak here as the head coach. Although the official game has not yet started, judging from the current situation, no matter whether it is against any Quidditch team, our chances of winning are very slim. Well, we have already experienced one of them in advance disastrous defeat, and this is obviously not their full strength, otherwise it might be even uglier than the score. Hermione swallowed, as if the memory was still a sugar cube stuck in her throat. But we are not completely without the opportunity. We have the school's most comprehensive e-match database. For other teams, our tactics and strength are all unknown. No one will pay attention to us. This is also an advantage. She said, reaching out her hand and pressing it on the blackboard covered with paper. Her eyes flashed with the same confidence as usual. We have the most flexible chaser. I have analyzed the data and our steering speed is the fastest. Hermione's eyes paused on Irina Ivanovic, Ginny Weasley, and Cho Chang. Our batsmen's integration into the tactical system far exceeds that of other academies. Most of the teams are now caught in the misunderstanding of pursuing strength, but according to the legendary players in the professional Quidditch arena, and Hog, from the perspective of What's previous championship lineup, angle and timing are the most important. You see, the Slytherin batter has just entered the 2nd grade. But, Miss Granger, the Weasley twin brothers from Gryffindor College, Vern and Hoffer, the 2 boys who had just joined Ravenclaw, frowned and looked at the blackboard somewhere. Although I haven't watched a Gryffindor team game yet, from the previous game commentary, the current team of Gryffindor Academy batsmen can be said to be the most powerful role in this position. Gryffindor Academy's tactical system is based on Seekestis is their most fatal weakness, Hermione said calmly, and she couldn't help but recall the analysis and comments that Elena had written in that secret book. Charlie Weasley left too much trace on the team, so that after losing the core of the Seeker, the Gryffindor team has been in a slump in the past few years. This is why Wood expects Harry so much. Elena joins. However, once the strongest point is broken, they will instantly become cats without minions. Hermione turned her head and looked at Luna with a complicated and expectant look. If Luna can fly in the sky undisturbed, then we have a high probability of winning the game. In terms of probability, we can at least guarantee a winning rate of more than 50% most of the time. Lucky will stand our side. The starting roster of the Quidditch teams has long been announced. In Hermione's view, except for the all-star Charlie Weasley will innately suppress Luna, Whether it is Slytherins Draco and Harry of Gryffindor, the two obviously can't pose a threat to Luna. Compared to Hufflepuff College, it is more troublesome. You also forgot Elena, Hermione, Luna said, calmly reminding the coach. Gryffindor has a free agent quota. Except for the batsman that Professor Dumbledore forbids her to serve, Elena can appear in any position. Don't forget, she was a seeker last year. It's okay. Hermione shook her head and said briskly, at least until the finals. We shouldn't meet Elena in a formal match. I guess she won't even play in the first round of the group stage. I hope she can defeat Hufflepuff or the All-Star team at the beginning, but according to what I know about her, this possibility is close to zero. Well, let's get back to business. After Halloween, we will start the official competition. Hermione drew out her wand, tapped it lightly on the blackboard, and said with a smile, "Very lucky. The opponent we got this time happened to be the Gryffindor Academy team. Compared to several other teams, they are not strong on the offensive end. If we can block the Seeker, which is Harry's position, the probability of us winning is not small. But even if it is Gryffindor with the lowest offensive intensity, our defense has to last long enough to make room for Luna to catch the golden snitch. The intensity of previous training is definitely not enough, and at the same time, Hermione's expression gradually became serious, and her wand waved lightly. Immediately afterwards, several parchment papers like a course schedule floated from the table and fell into the hands of every little wizard. They were filled with follow-up training goals, training time, and self-charging tasks outside of training. Don't worry about homework, I've already learned about it before. Hermione glanced at the players in the classroom whose expressions were frozen for an instant, and said softly, "At present, I should be able to help you answer 1 or 2 for all the courses you have been exposed to, whether it is homework or the knowledge content in the class." End of this chapter. Chapter 875 Hermione's Tips. Little chapter. Under the supervision of Hermione, the freshman team officially opened the Devil training mode. Unlike the previous Quidditch team at Hogwarts, in this brand new team, training Quidditch does not conflict with completing the teaching tasks assigned by the professors in the classroom. More accurately, the two they are even closely related. Irina, Kujang and others quickly discovered another unique advantage that other teams did not possess. As the most hardworking and smart little witch at Hogwarts, Hermione Granger can easily answer the difficult questions in the homework for them, as if she had added a patient accompany teacher. Compared to others of the students, the time they spend on homework is terribly short, and the efficient learning efficiency squeezes out a lot of time for them. If you delay your studies just to play, you will definitely be the stupidest fool in the world. While saying this, Hermione turned into the most demanding devil, grabbing the players into the activity room on time every day. Hogwarts courses are not too heavy for the time being, at least compared to the elite education in the non-magical world. The students in the middle and lower grades have a good time at school, and the professors can almost be arranged for a day on the weekend. Finished his homework. But in Hermione's opinion, a whole day was still too long. If you can concentrate on completing your homework instead of writing while playing, you won't be able to spend half a day even in the 3rd grade. While the other little wizards were grilling the warm fire while writing their homework with a sad face, the players of the freshman team had already completed their homework under the guidance of Miss Master, and came to the Quidditch pitch with their flying broomsticks. Trained under such high intensity, long-term concentrated training, the strength of this team has almost reached a new level every day. On the other hand, the weather is getting colder and wetter, and the night is getting darker. Hogwarts Castle is about to usher in the coldest time of the year, and the Scottish Highlands are beginning to become rainy and cold. However, no matter how much mud there is, whether it is wind or rain, these cannot extinguish the brighter and more anticipated wish of this immature team. They may really be able to win the race even if only once. One night in mid-October, Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. It just rained, and the court was wet and cold. Hermione sitting in the stands felt like she was freezing. but she was quite satisfied with the state and situation of everyone's training today. At least this was better than last year's Lavine. The Crow team is much tougher. When the match day arrives, the weather will only get worse, and adaptability to the environment is also one of the team's strengths. In the sky, Irina, who has become more and more like a captain, is leading the players through the final round of offensive and defensive conversion training. As a seeker, Luna Lovegood has completed her training mission at this time. As in the past, she controlled her broom and fluttered down beside Hermione, waiting for the players in the sky to complete the training and return to the castle together. Speaking of which, I have always been confused. Luna swept across Kixing with her shabby hand, and suddenly looked at Hermione with some curiosity. Why, I never saw you do your homework. Can the head coach get a license not to complete the homework? Or do you have a special way to finish a week's homework in less than a few minutes? These days, Hermione spends most of her time urging and counseling them. If each of them has more than double the free time of other little wizards, then Hermione's time seems like no homework. How could there be no homework? Then I would have been imprisoned long ago. Hermione gave Luna a blank look, then returned her gaze to the team members in the sky, and replied casually, "Besides, there is no shortcut to complete the homework in a few minutes. Maybe I will be a little bit faster than you, but at best it is only a few minutes faster. I just used the time in class." "That's it." "Time in class?" Luna looked at Hermione in shock, and asked more and more confused. "But, Cuckoo, it's a little bit of Kevin. Today is a mini-chapter, write more tomorrow." Chapter 876 Confrontation. It's just a few simple tricks. Hermione glanced at Luna, who was hesitant to speak, as if she could see through her mind. "Yes, I dare say you should have guessed the reason," she said. "Obviously, at least not all courses require full attention. For example, some self-study courses by copying notes. Elena and they are at the same table. The professor at Hogwarts is not that easy to be deceived. Isn't she worried about being confined after being discovered?" Luna's eyes widened in shock. Under the eyes of the professor in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, she secretly wrote assignments in other subjects with the dualistic reverse structure transformation magic. This bold and magical operation was really the white-hair dumpling style of. Think about it carefully. In today's Hogwarts castle, there are indeed not many wizards who can see through her illusion. Immediately afterwards, Miss Lovegood suddenly flashed an inspiration and asked expectantly, "Hermione, do you think I can try it like this?" "Professor Umbridge's class is really difficult, Luna," said Hermione. "It's not a good idea to blindly imitate Elena. She is different from us. It's not just you two who can do your homework in class," Luna said. "At least tell me a little trick." "The best Hermione Granger coach in the world. For example, how do you accomplish those excerpts from class?" "Well, I can tell you a little trick." Hermione thought for a while, then made up her mind and said softly, "I don't know about the construction of the illusion. After all, I spend most of my time inside the magic light curtain. But there is a very simple way to deal with the boring course transcription of the Ministry of Magic official." She dragged the school bag next to her, took out the parchment, ink and textbooks from it, and looked at Luna seriously. "But you know our previous agreement. If you want to create illusions, you have to let Hannah in, not alone. Wearing the mask for too long, it is easy to forget what you look like under the mask." This is the warning that Elena mentioned seriously when she taught Luna to learn the magic of dualistic reversal structure transformation. Not only Luna, Elena also told similar things when Hermione and Hannah mastered certain powers, and asked them to supervise each other so as not to become strange in unfamiliar areas. Unlike black magic in the light, seemingly harmless daily magic is often more dangerous once it is abused. "Well, I didn't forget this." Luna wrinkled her face, pursed her lips slightly, and whispered in distress. "How can Professor Dumbledore let such bureaucrats teach us defense against the dark arts? If we just copy books every day, we might as well buy books for self-study." I heard from senior students that Professor Lupin's class is not like this. Cherish the precious time now. When you want to be lazy later, You will miss Professor Umbridge. Hermione imitated a certain inscrutable tone, blinking playfully and replied, "Don't ask me why, this is what Elena said the other day. She has always been very well informed, but I really can't get it out. If you have any guesses later, we can discuss it together." "Yeah, by the way, speaking of Professor Lupin, I found a strange thing." Luna nodded vigorously, and then said softly with some uncertainty. At this moment, the training of the other Quidditch players in the sky finally ended. They landed lightly on the side of the stands where Hermione and Luna were at this time. After Luna hesitated for a few seconds, "They did not turn, the rest is finished." "Forget it, maybe it's her illusion." At the same time, Dolores Umbridge's office. Due to the limited number of empty rooms on the 4th floor of the castle, or other reasons, she did not move to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but found an empty room on the 6th floor as her office at Hogwarts. Remus Lupin took a deep breath and walked to the wooden door marked Umbridge. He knocked on the door, only to hear a sweet voice shouting, "Please come in." Lupin pushed open the door and walked in, facing a dizzying heat wave and strange incense. This was the first time he came to Umbridge's office, and it didn't look like he was in Hogwarts Castle. Different from the plain rooms of other professors, everything here is covered with lace drapes and tablecloths, and there are several vases filled with dried flowers, each on a separate small cushion. A group of decorative plates hung on one wall. On each plate was a large colorful cat with a different bow around its neck. "These things are so disgusting." Lupin frowned, and the divination classroom seemed more comfortable than here. At this moment, Dolores Umbridge's voice suddenly rang again. "Good evening, Professor Lupin, may I ask you something?" Lupin retracted his gaze and looked at where the sound was coming from. He didn't notice Umbridge at first, because she was wearing a sweet and greasy pink print robe. The color blended with the tablecloth on the desk behind her, and she couldn't distinguish it. "Good evening, Professor Umbridge." Lupin nodded politely and said calmly, "I remember that we should have mentioned it before. It is about the teaching methods in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I would like to discuss some issues with you seriously. After all, the new semester of Hogwarts has started for more than a month." "Well, you sit down and talk." A formulaic smile appeared on Umbridge's pale, drooping fat face, and she pointed to the straight chair next to her. "This is a hardwood chair that looks exquisitely made without any fabric or cushion decoration. Whether at Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic, there is such a chair in her office. A cold, hard chair, and a deliberately uncomfortable structure can save her a lot of energy from visiting guests." "Well," Lupin said without moving, standing still, "Professor Umbridge, I'll just say it, I hope you." Her two protruding eyes narrowed. "Oh, what?" Chapter 876 The Converging Rivers. "Professor Lupin, do you have any questions about the content of my teaching?" Professor Umbridge said, showing the sharp and small teeth in his mouth. "I am teaching according to the guidebooks related to defense against the dark arts recommended by the Ministry of Magic. This is the result of discussion by experts from the Magic Law Enforcement Department. The conclusion drawn. I personally also quite agree with the views mentioned by Mr. Wilbert Scarlin in the Magic Defense Theory." "No, it's not about the content of this textbook," Professor Lupin said. "Wilbert Scarlin is a well-known wizard in the magic world. As a pacifist, he advocates non-violent means to deal with conflicts and opposes the use of offensive spells, even for defensive purposes. On the other hand, he himself has also implemented this concept, and has traveled around the magical world to mediate conflicts all the year round. Under Wilbert's continuous running and appeals, the conflicts between wizards and other magical groups have been significantly restrained and reduced in the past 100 years. Just a few years ago, this wizard also gained a lot of attention. Merlin Medal. "Oh, great. It seems we should reach an agreement." Professor Umbridge grinned so numbly, as if he had just swallowed a particularly delicious and juicy fly. "You see, I strictly follow the content of the magic defense theory. There is no outrage and fallacy. Compared to learning how to fight, I think the little guys should first understand which behaviors are appropriate." I'm very sorry, I don't fully agree with this, Professor Lupin said. Professor Umbridge raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at the haggard man. Do you think we should train students like soldiers, and first teach them how to harm others with magic? It's just learning some defensive spells, and it's not as serious as you say, Professor Lupin said. Well, Mr. Lupin, I think the advice of the experts in the Magic Law Enforcement Department is very clear. Before learning how to use a magic wand to cast a spell on others, wizards should first know when to use a magic wand. Professor Umbridge crossed his stubby fingers on the table and said in a firm tone of voice, as far as I know, most of the dark wizards who cause bad influences gradually become dangerous in this course. However, I do not agree with this view, Professor Lupin said bluntly, looking at the big pink toad seriously. In my opinion, only if you first learn how to protect yourself, can you be qualified and spare time to think about how to protect yourself and try not to harm others. In addition, as the head of the Black Magic Defense Department at Hogwarts, I think the teaching plan for each grade should be a whole. Professor Umbridge, I hope you will add defensive spell teaching to your class. There was a brief silence, and the smile on Professor Umbridge's face appeared again. Hope. Well, before that, I have a small question. Professor Umbridge's lucent bubble eyes looked back and forth on Professor Lupin, and said softly, Mr. Remus Lupin, do you think you are questioning whose judgment? The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, or rather, against the Senior Deputy Minister of Magic, Dolores January. Umbridge's teaching guidance. When students are attacked, I hope they can protect themselves instead of waiting helplessly for rescue. Professor Lupin looked at Umbridge calmly, and replied in a tone that couldn't hold his beak. This is based on the duty of a Defense Against the Dark Arts class teacher. Hogwarts is a place to teach students magic. We should let them understand what they are facing, instead of taking the initiative to unload it without knowing it. Under the armor and watch out. Being attacked? Professor Umbridge repeated with a soft smile, looking at Professor Lupin with a playful look. Oh, I really can't imagine that in Hogwarts, in my class, there will be situations where students need to use defensive spells. Oh, yes, you did remind me, if there is anything in this castle, if it's dangerous. While she was talking, she smiled at Professor Lupin in a particularly annoying way. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class is indeed quite dangerous. What do you think? The harmless, kind and safe Professor Lupin. There are many potions masters at Hogwarts, and I will take wolf poison potions on time. Umbridge's voice overwhelmed Professor Lupin's voice. I respect and believe in Professor Dumbledore's explanation and did not interfere too much in this matter, she said, with a false smile on her face. The wide-mouthed grin was even bigger. Therefore, Mr. Leos Lupin, it is best not to point fingers at me. If I remember correctly, according to Hogwarts rules, unless the school board removes me from my position, there will be nothing one can interfere with the way a professor teaches in the classroom, not even Professor Dumbledore, or say. She let out a harsh laugh. Do you want me to teach the students how to hunt down werewolves? As far as I know, Miss Umbridge, the Ministry of Magic does not prohibit werewolves from living in a magical society. According to the signed content of the Werewolves Code of Conduct, werewolves can safely and legally live with wizards. Professor Lupin's face instantly became cold, and he said stiffly, for a long time, the Wizarding Society has generally been full of disgust and fear of werewolves. People seem to think that even werewolves in human form can be dangerous. As we all know, it is not uncommon that werewolves are not accepted by society and are discriminated against in the magical world. Even if the Ministry of Magic opened the Werewolf Affairs Office, such contradictions and estrangements have not improved much. The British Ministry of Magic's policy towards werewolves has always been ignorant and arrogant. The Ministry of Magic hopes that werewolves can take the initiative to register and sign a promise that they will not attack others. But in fact, no wizard is willing to enter the Ministry of Magic to admit that he is a werewolf, and few people are willing to sign such a unilateral promise. Even after the invention of the wolf poison potion, the wizarding world has never stopped discriminating against werewolves. Lyle Lupin, an official of the Ministry of Magic, once said that werewolves are evil creatures without souls. They deserve to die. This prejudice finally reached the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. In revenge, Greyback broke into the bedroom through the window and bit his 4-year-old son, Leos Lupin. Little Lupin has since become a werewolf. Just allowing to live together does not mean equal rights. There are many differences between the two. Professor Umbridge said contemptuously, with a disgusting triumphant smile on his face. Whether it is about Hogwarts rules and regulations, or by a law of life wizarding community, Professor Lupin, you obviously need a good look at there. In short, as if no other problems, then. Professor Umbridge leaned back in the chair, and gestured towards the door with his stubby fingers. Yes, Hogwarts professors are free to arrange their own teaching plans. Professor Lupin did not move, and sighed lightly. This is why he had to come over. But as the subject head of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, I have the right to make some adjustments to the teaching arrangements of the professors and grades. Starting this week, your weekly schedule will be halved and I will take over. Professor Umbridge raised his eyes. Remind you, Mr. Lupin, you may not always teach here, she said softly. Oh, is it? Then I have to do something more correct, Lupin said. He nodded thoughtfully, and replied in a soft voice with a serious face. As a professor at Hogwarts, I have to be responsible to the students. At least when I am still here, I don't want the most precious time of the students to be wasted on politically incorporated preaching and copying. There was silence in the office, and Umbridge narrowed his eyes and stared at the haggard, pale young wizard. So, it seems that I have no choice? Dear Professor Lupin, Professor Umbridge said softly in a terribly intimate voice. She stood up, leaning forward, pressing her two stubby palms on the desk. Let me say that this is not a wise approach. We can have a more secure and concealed solution, and you can continue to be a respected professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts safely. This is your next class schedule. I have integrated the time and it will not affect the students' class schedule. Professor Lupin finished speaking in one breath, took out the parchment and put it on the desk, without looking at Umbridge. As I said just now, you can continue to implement the guidelines of the Ministry of Magic in the classroom, but from now on, your weekly class hours for each grade will be reduced to half. I will teach the students the rest of the practical part. We unfold. Then, students and professors, what do you plan to explain? Umbridge said coldly. Curriculum adjustment. Due to the busy work of the Deputy Minister. As for the rest, you can do it yourself. Leos Lupin said without hesitation, as if prepared for this. As the Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, I don't need me to help you conceive and organize the language for your rhetoric, right? Regarding the confrontation tonight, although Professor Dumbledore did not give a corresponding conclusion, the Professor Apolclis sitting in the office gave a lot of constructive opinions. Give a step, and the politicians will solve it by themselves. Appropriate. Good, very good. Professor Umbridge had no expression on his face. For a moment, Professor Lupin thought she was going to scream at herself, but then she smiled and whispered in the softest, most whistling, little girlish voice. I see, Professor Lupin, I do have a lot of backlogs that I haven't dealt with. Professor Umbridge took the parchment that was placed in front of her, spread it out in front of her, and looked at it carefully, making a commendable polite look. Then, is there anything else? Professor Lupin? Not for the time being, Professor Umbridge. Professor Lupin replied indifferently, turned and left the office straight away. Boom! With Professor Lupin's figure disappearing at the door, and after waiting for a few more seconds, Dolores Umbridge grabbed a vase and slammed it against the wall. His pale, plump cheeks were full of gloom. Vicious look. Damn, dangerous, dirty half-man and half-beast. Umbridge stared fiercely at the parchment Lupin had left behind, cursed viciously, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. She suddenly thought of a wonderful one that had not had time to draft a complete draft before. Dolores Umbridge stood up abruptly, found a stack of parchment from the rear drawer, spread it flat on the desk, dipped her quill in the ink bottle, and wrote hurriedly. When I got up, my eyes flashed with sinister pleasure. Some time ago, she just drafted a legal proposal on anti-werewolves, and now it happens to continue to optimize and advance. Those damn half-humans and half-beasts should not have allowed them to enter civilized society from the beginning. At the same time, the Academy metropolitan area outside Hogwarts, compared with grammar and math classes, alchemy, which has been stagnant for nearly 4 centuries, is not so easy to recover. If it is only the simple element theory discussion before, then it can refer to those ancient books and repeat the experiment one by one according to the script, but it can only show a superficial phenomenon and cannot really be called knowledge. On the other hand, the chemical theories of the non-magical world are not completely applicable at the magical level. Just like the difference between potions and cooking, there are also many differences between alchemy and modern chemistry. The result of arbitrarily setting aside one of them is an incomplete and contradictory world cognition and knowledge inheritance system. Therefore, Elena found Nicole Lehman-related scholars from the former Soviet Union to sort out the new magical alchemy system together. It's different from the difference between the magical civilization more than 1,000 years ago. With the progress of the times, the scientific level of the non-magical world has gradually come to a position where it can communicate with some magic equally, and the chemistry that was originally derived from alchemy has unique advantages in this integration. This should be enough as a basic theoretical basis. Nicole LeMay straightened up and looked at the thick stack of documents in front of him with complex expressions. After more than a month of cooperation and combing, he and the respectable mole scholars combined the knowledge systems of both sides to screen out similar places, and completed the first civilization of science and magic in 1,000 years. Beside Nicole LeMay, a burly old man with Xi hugged his arms and said with some uncertainty, "It's relatively simple, but at least there is no controversy. I think these contents can last at least half of your semester, at least based on my previous experience at the Mendeleev Institute. It takes at least half a year for newcomers to fully understand these theories." Thank you, everyone. In other words, we are finally ready for Hogwarts alchemy? Elena carefully flipped through the precious manuscripts, raised her head, looked at the group of old people, and asked in a spirited voice. Then, the last question: have you discussed the choice of professors for the first round of lectures? The normal 4,000 words have been updated. Recently, I am adjusting the writing and narration to make the rhythm and the story look smoother and richer in content as much as possible. So I wrote a little bit less a while ago, sorry. Chapter 878 Technical Breakthrough Part 1. October is coming in the Scottish Highlands, and the damp chill permeates the site and penetrates into the castle. Perhaps because of the Hogwarts Happy Farm, a cold suddenly caught up between the faculty and the students, and Madame Pomfrey, the chief medical officer, was a little frantic for a while. This is almost the annual Hogwarts routine. Fortunately, the school has exceptionally sufficient manpower this year. With the help of 3 potions masters and 2 top alchemists, Madame Pomfrey is now distressed about how to choose the most suitable potion from the works of the 5 masters. Obviously, medicine, the effect is not that the stronger the better, especially when the potions masters began to fight in secret. The quality of the refreshing agents sent to the school infirmary was surprisingly good. Needless to say, these refreshing agents have an immediate effect, and the common cold is almost completely cured in the blink of an eye. But people who drink those potions will have smoke in their ears for several hours. Since this time, the players of the Hogwarts freshman team, together with their head coach Hermione Granger, have almost become the most frequent group of students who visit the school infirmary, and the refreshing agent has almost become their warm-up drink. So that whenever they go back to the dormitory, there is usually a puff of steam under their hair, as if their hair is on fire. Before the sudden cold, let alone a weak little wizard, even if an adult is not paying attention, or staying up for a few days, it is easy to catch a cold. For example, at this moment, on the other side of the college city not far from Elena and LeMay, City E District, Hogwarts College, Magic Research Center. Sneeze. Quirina Squirrel sneezed hard, looking sick. Because of the loss of magical protection, his body has become much worse than in the past, and more importantly, As an extremely rare special case, Professor Quirrell cannot directly drink the refreshing medicine provided by the Hogwarts School Infirmary. Of course, this was not Madame Pomfrey's deliberately making things difficult, mainly because Mr. Filch also happened to have a cold. As we all know, in medical research, clinical controlled experiments are the most important link. Dumb guns are originally a transitional physique between wizards and muggles, and the most obvious feature is that they can perceive the existence of magic, which means that they are the most ideal clinical comparison of potions and drugs. Group. Obviously, as a new member of SCP, Quirrell was assigned to the drug therapy group. Come on, Professor Quirrell, take the medicine. Archipavna took a cup of steaming powder and handed it over, while annotating the medication situation on the record board, while looking at the sick Quirrell with some curiosity, as if she had discovered something interesting and new. Unexpectedly, you wizards would also get sick. I thought you could recover with a wave of your magic wand. Wizards are also human beings, and besides, magic is not a prayer for what you want. Quirrell frowned, drank the bitter brown liquid in the glass in one breath, and said helplessly, "But if it were a refreshing potion, maybe I would have returned to normal a long time ago." Compared to potions, the potions made by your muggles are really ineffective. To be frank, I really don't know the bitterness. What's the meaning? Because 99% of the people in this world are not wizards, Quiriners. Not far away, Gidro Lockhart strode towards them, turquoise wizard robes floating behind him. Whether it is considered from the perspective of preparation process or versatility, today's potions are obviously not so convenient and easy to use in the field of treatment. If you leave Hogwarts, you want to get a refreshing potion. It took a lot of effort. Today's work has just begun. You seem to have come a little early, right? Archipavna folded her hands on her chest, frowning. She knew exactly what it meant. In the Academy City, most of the accidents that occurred during the unplanned period have only one explanation due to some unspeakable secrets. These wizards were temporarily transferred to another project. This is the third time this month. Is magic research still not your core project? A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on the face of this female researcher from the Landor Institute. Sorry, this time is very important. This time it is a technological breakthrough at the Alchemy and Mendeleev Institute. Lockhart explained helplessly, hooked Quirrell's shoulder with an arm, and said excitedly, "Quiliners, you will definitely like this news." Really? Cuckoo. Chapter 877, Cold and Testing Medicine. Elena looked through the information, thinking about how to coax Quirrell into taking medicine later. Of course, it is not impossible not to deceive. She has a lot of methods such as compulsory medication or ordering. But if Professor Killuo can take the initiative to cooperate with the experiment, follow-up drug improvement and drug efficacy testing can also be a lot easier. The medical fusion of magic and science. This may be one of the most influential and meaningful things after she arrived in this world. And the goal of the first cooperation and confrontation between the two worlds is naturally the most representative disease, cold. The cold, which is the most familiar disease for mankind. This million-year-old disease has always been among the best in terms of mortality and death toll. According to statistics from later generations, adults will have an average of 25 colds a year, while teenagers and children may have 68 times a year. The sneezing sounds in Hogwarts Castle from time to time prove that colds are not caused by magic. Open one side. On the other hand, Mrs. Pomfrey's way of coping with a cold shows another problem. The magic world is still in the darkest moment before dawn in the medical field. However, at most after this Christmas, dawn should arrive. Elena looked around at the people gathered in the room. The therapist at the Salzburg Hospital for Magical Injuries, the scholar at the Mendeleev Institute, the oldest potion master at Hogwarts, and the world's top class today alchemist. If nothing else, the first ray of light is likely to be lit by the people in this room. Tuk 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 tuk. The knock on the door interrupted Elena's thoughts, and she looked up at the door. Hogwarts professors of grammar and Muggle studies appeared in front of her. "Professor Quirrell, your cold shouldn't heal. right? Actually, I think it's almost healed. As soon as Elena spoke, Quirrell's heart trembled, and he looked around nervously. It's just a small cold. There is no need to change to a new medicine. In some previous years, even without refreshing potions or mole shocks, a comfortable night's sleep is usually not much better. Not much. Quirrell looked at Dumbledore, Grindelwald, LeMay, Slughorn and the old wizards who were arguing in a daze. The therapists the scholars talked to, most of them were the therapists he had met at the Salzburg Magic Hospital, so much so that he almost doubted whether he had a terminal illness. On the other side of the room, a crucible emitting smoke was placed with a pile of glassware, which looked rather strange. What's the situation? Oh, Quirinus, you are here. Dumbledore raised his head, glanced at the bald wizard who was standing at the door, and said softly, "Don't worry, we will definitely help you cure your cold, but there are still some small details to discuss. You sit and wait for a while." As for the principal difficulty, background, well, Ms. Caslana, of course, I will do the explanation. Elena nodded obediently, swaying her little white legs and jumping off the table. Professor Quirrell, how much do you know about the dangers of colds, or to put it more simply, don't you wonder why people catch a cold and don't want to know how to treat them? Not curious. Do not want to know. Quirrell was a little nervous inexplicably, and swallowed. As for the danger in this room, this little witch is the most dangerous, right? As the lucky one who has finally recovered his life from Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Caslana, what Quirrell regrets most now is that he has not wrapped himself strictly before the first cold wave hits. Stand up. Don't ignore this humble disease. The mortality rate of seasonal influenza is 0.1%, but if it is the Spanish flu decades ago, its mortality rate may be as high as 23%. In other words, Elena glanced at the ailing bald wizard, and said softly, very solemnly, on average, for every 1,000 people, 20 to 30 people will die as a result, equivalent to the number of freshmen in Gryffindor this year. If this is not intuitive enough, then the current total population of London is about 7 million. Even the seasonal flu with the lowest mortality rate will kill 7,000 people. If it is a high-risk flu, it will be more than 20,000, equivalent to that the most dangerous Star-Clawed 4 killed dozens of times more than the number of wizards in those years. Elena gave a light cough. Lockhart quickly found a document and handed it to Quirrell. In order to persuade Dumbledore and the scholars, she had asked the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to collect relevant data. When tens of thousands of death records are stacked together, this shock is far from cold numbers or can be replaced by objective descriptions. The most terrifying thing is that the current healing methods in the magical world are just superficial. Elena looked at Quirrell's fluctuating expression, her voice sank slightly, and said solemnly, "Professor Quirrell, you should have also discovered the peculiarities of a cold. It has never been really cured. When you start sneezing, the god of death is actually looking at you. Curiously ask, what do you think a cold is? You catch a cold, catch a cold, drink hot water should be okay. Quirinus Quirrell became nervous inexplicably, as if he had returned to the state of stuttering in disguise last year. Obviously it's just a small cold. Why is it all of a sudden, it's like this? Oh, Quirinus, you. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in Quirrell's ear, and he felt a heavy slap on his left shoulder. Gidro Lockhart shook his golden curly hair, his big white teeth gleaming in the light. Quirinus, don't be so worried, you are a lucky wizard. Think about how many people can survive so much misfortune, still alive and kicking. He looked at Lockhart beside him ignorantly, and the things in front of him began to exceed his understanding. According to this statement, he seems to be the most unlucky wizard in the world. After all, not everyone continuously and smoothly jumped from the claws of one Dark Lord to the claws of two other Dark Lords. More importantly, before stepping into this room, he was not anxious at all. Catch a cold, drink hot water. Unfortunately, all wrong. You have a viral influenza. Elena put her fingers up solemnly, looked into Quirinus Quirrell's eyes, and said every word. Viral influenza. Quirina's squirrel blinked in confusion, repeating the new term. And beside him, Gidro Lockhart was equally confused. As a sharp blade in the shadow of Her Majesty, Lockhart does not pay attention to other scientific research processes except the memory field. His core job is to keep secrets and to sniff out and eradicate traitors for various organizations. From ancient times to the early 20th century, the world has a highly unified understanding. Colds are caused by cold, and colds can be cured by getting rid of the cold. Obviously, this is why Hogwarts has Mrs. Frey choose the refreshing potion. It is a pity that this is just relying on immunity, heat and luck. Elena stretched her hands and sat on the high-footed square table behind her, and continued to explain without any haste. Accompanied by Elena's voice, the wizards and scholars who had finished the discussion around also leaned in, looking at the little witch who was doing science popularization with interest. This is rare, even if they have heard of it before. Once again, Russell, Bacon, Descartes, Mendeleev, Washington. Looking at the people who died of a cold in those years, you can easily hold up when the stars of mankind shine with random statistics. Unfortunately, luck does not always arrive in time. Elena's eyes drooped slightly, and her tone was extremely complicated and said in a deep voice. About 75 years ago, in 1918, the largest collective cold in human history came quietly. This disaster, named Spanish flu, caused half of the world's population to suffer from influenza. Then, snapped. She snapped her fingers lightly. At a glance, 5% of the world's population has disappeared, and nearly 100 million people have been killed in this disease. Even the most tragic fratricide in human history, World War II, can't do. This happened suddenly. I specifically searched for related documents. There are not many related records in the magic world, only one simple record. Elena nodded towards a yellowed newspaper, her voice full of jokes. It was really a cold winter. In addition to the increase in the price of the refreshing potion, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank also transferred thousands of accounts from active to dormant. Of course, this account was finally counted in Gellert Grindelwald's head. She glanced at the retired old demon king who was unfortunately lying with a gun not far away, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Anyway, the biggest bad guy at that time was one. Of course, with Grindelwald being defeated by Professor Dumbledore, the magical world has no reason to continue to investigate the truth of that cold winter, but the non-magical world has no such target. From then on, any small sneeze has been enough to make people without magic shiver. Moles began to rush into research in related fields. Decades later, these people without magical powers were the first to crack this mystery. Elena pointed to the blackboard behind her, which was filled with various figures, molecular formulas, and numbers. It is not cold or strong wind that causes a cold, but a cold virus, a living body that is smaller than gravel and cannot be seen by the naked eye. What we have to do now is to use magic to complete the final blow. This may be a small step for you, but it is a big step for human civilization. The girl's face was shining brightly. What is an angel in white? What is the Virgin Elena? What is the flame of hope in the new world? Hey. So. Quill was stunned, and said hesitantly, speaking of which, the potion I will drink later is not an improved version of the refreshing potion, but is specially formulated to kill Thassil, cold viruses. How does it sound? A bit dangerous? Don't worry, it's not dangerous. It's not dangerous. Elena shook her hand and said very sincerely, you should know Mr. Nicolim, as the refiner of the Philosopher's Stone. Even if there is a small accident in the test medicine later, he can use the power of the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect you. Besides, we have tried the medicine before conducting human clinical tests, all the processes that should have been completed. Now we are just the last step. I think. Quirina's Quirrell opened his mouth, looked at the crucible that stopped tumbling, then looked at everyone in the room, Dumbledore and others, who were still arguing and discussing, seemed to have reached a consensus. Nicole LeMay held a bright red philosopher's stone in his hand. The scholars and therapists looked at him expectantly, and Lockhart was absent-minded, playing with the magic wand. What a reasonable request that is hard to refuse. If my verification is successful here, will it be sent to the whole school and even the entire magic world? No, we will explore the industrialized production process, and launch small-scale pilot projects in the non-magical and magical circles. Hogwarts will also launch it, but not so fast if everything goes well. Yes, we will spread to the world. After thinking for a few seconds, Elena corrected some of the imprecise descriptions of Quirrell. In fact, what they have made now is just a semi-finished product. Strictly speaking, it is more like a targeted drug for cold viruses synthesized by magic. It is still a long way from industrial production and large-scale popularization, but its success can judge whether this road is correct. Before this, wizards had never studied and recognized the world from the microscopic field. If Nicole and Slughorn's cold medicine are effective, it means that magic can learn from the scientific worldview. And more importantly, Professor Dumbledore will also judge the proportion of non-magical knowledge introduced in subsequent curriculum reforms at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry based on this cooperative project, and then use this to persuade people outside the school. No one is not afraid of death, even wizards. Under the threat of birth, aging, sickness, and death, no one will refuse a more complete medical system and medical theory. After Quirinius Quirrell's trial and verification are successful, Salzburg will begin to try new drugs. This was originally the excuse Grindelwald used to fool the Ministry of Magic, the top magic hospital for solving intractable diseases. Okay, I see, it's an honor. Quirinius Quirrell was silent for a moment and nodded seriously. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Gidro Lockhart had said before. The world is too wide. Compared with these clearly foreseeable changes in the era that may involve tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people's lives at will, these careers that can leave traces on the progress of human civilization, Voldemort in Albania, the ideals expounded in the Black Forest are as naive and ridiculous as children playing. Thank you for your support, Professor Slughorn. Trouble you. Elena smiled at Dumbledore, turned her head and looked at the potions professor standing by the cauldron. She was about to let him fill out a standard dose of cold spirit, and suddenly felt a little itchy nose. Then, under the quiet gaze of the adult wizards and scholars, Elena touched her nose and said frankly, "Excuse me, please prepare 2 standard doses of cold medicine and create a file by the way. Patient name, Elena Caslana, age 12 years old, symptoms, suspected flu, medication unnamed, new cold potions, the time to use the medicine. As a cute and beloved larva of the Dark Lord, it's normal for the resistance to decrease after staying up all night. Not to mention, Guaya. Chapter 8 Elena's illness. Elena is sick. It's strange to say that since she came into this world, she seems to have never been sick. Even when it was the hardest time in the orphanage, Elena was the healthiest of all the children. On the 3rd day of the girl's sickness, Grindelwald forced her to drink some refreshing potions. Regrettably, apart from turning Elena into a silver steam kettle, this did not show any improvement. Whether it is a cold medicine from the non-magical world, an ancient refreshing medicine from the magical world, or a new medicine developed by Nicole and Horace Slughorn in cooperation with Mendeleev Institute, in Elena there is no effect on the body. The magic cold medicine developed based on magic medicine techniques and modern medical theories is quite successful. From Quirinius Quirrell's blood test and nasal mucosal analysis, this brand new concept potion forms a barrier-like barrier in the human body, expelling or directly killing those cold viruses that invade from the outside world under the blessing of magic. It can almost make the effect of the medicine play to 80%, 90%, which is a fantastic number that any oral medicine can't match. Simply put, the new magic cold medicine is equivalent to unfolding a magical barrier in the user's body. Under Elena's suggestion, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, College Urban Research Institute, and Salzburg Magical Injury Hospital jointly registered a magical medical company called Umbrella, and plans to launch magic before Christmas. Cold medicine. You know, in today's magical world, there is no mature large-scale medical company for the time being. Even if the current Umbrella company only has one new drug for the time being, but with the previous 0 and 0 kinds of potions in the magic world, this centralized drugstore model is bound to make waves in the wizarding world, not to mention, from now on in terms of efficacy and portability, the new drug magic cold medicine alone is enough to support a complete market sales chain. Compared with the ancient refreshing medicine, the magic cold medicine truly cures the common cold. Only, no cold? What's going on? Office of the Principal at Hogwarts. Elena sat on the edge of Phoenix Fox's bird stand obediently, covered with a thick blanket, like a chubby stupid penguin. Although it is school time, she has been self-isolating for 2 days. And not far from her, Grindelwald was frowning and questioning Dumbledore. Didn't you say it's okay? Didn't you say it's very common in Hogwarts? Then what is the situation of this child sickly now? If she has not been well, are you going to treat her always locked in the office? Cough, cough. That self-isolation is my own request. Elena raised her paw weakly, and carefully helped Dumbledore defend. The cold virus is a strain that is very easy to mutate. If there is a certain stubborn disease on my body, it is the most correct way to self-isolate in time when I am not sure of the nature and whether it will be transmitted from person to person. Besides, I am not. I have a terminal illness. Except for a little listlessness and low-grade fever, it seems that there are no worrying complications at the moment. Don't continue to fool me with the knowledge of mole medicine. Is this a problem that science can solve? Grindelwald waved his hand badly and gave Elena a menacing look. Now you have almost no colds and viruses, bacterial colds, respiratory inflammations. These have also been checked. If mole medicine is really good, they will not die so many people in the past. So, this also proves Miss Caslana's current symptoms may not be a cold. A hint of helplessness flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, and he explained gently. On the other hand, Ms. Caslana's worries are correct. In the face of disease, whether it is a wizard or a mole, we have just taken the first step. If magic really changes those diseases, then we must be cautious. But from the current situation of Elena, it does not seem to be contaminated with the symptoms of a cold. After catching a cold, what should be the symptoms? Elena thought. If it hadn't been for this cold, she would have almost forgotten what it felt like, or rather, herself would have no idea. Do you have any different opinions? She asked. If it's not a cold, what's wrong with me? In the past few days, it seems that all the sleepiness of the past has been accumulated. Elena is almost sick and tired every day. Although there is no runny nose, her body temperature has been in a low-grade fever, and her throat is also. It was always a little uncomfortable, as if there were bones stuck in it. But the strange thing was that no matter how she coughed, she didn't even have a mouthful of phlegm. Obviously, I am not such a great doctor or therapist, Dumbledore replied, and the old man's blue eyes fell on Eleanor's long silver hair, and said thoughtfully, but I know that if something doesn't work in any direction, then maybe the problem is on the initial foothold. Miss Caslana, you won't forget the other half of your blood, right? You mean the blood? Elena frowned, not understanding Dumbledore's meaning. There are not many research literatures about the in the magical world. Most of her knowledge comes from the descriptions in the series of books in the previous life Harry Potter. The is beautiful and turns into a firebird attack when angry. Enemy. Wait, flu. Firebird bird. Could it be bird flu? Exclamation mark. Elena rubbed the phoenix in her arms with some anxiety, and said cautiously, could it be that there are genetic diseases with similar symptoms among us, or ethnic-specific diseases? You are not sick, don't worry, Miss Caslana. At this moment, another familiar voice suddenly came from the door. Elena turned her head in response to the sound, just in time to see Newt Scamander pushing the door of the principal's office and walking in. The magical animal master hung his robe by the door and nodded politely at Dumbledore. In the legend, V can freely transform into various animals and beautiful women. But just like Boggart, no one knows what V's true form is but from those V's married to wizards, and they're from the perspective of future generations. Human form should be one of their most important appearances, and most of the young Vales are also cute little girls. Newt Scamander looked at Elena carefully and said softly, "Wizards can also be transformed, Animagus. You have seen Professor McGonagall's transformation. Only the most powerful and intelligent wizard can do it. But as long as it is an adult V, they can easily become more than one animal." "So?" Grindelwald interrupted impatiently. "This is not a magic zoology class. This also means that the magic in V is more concentrated and powerful than wizards." Dumbledore waved his magic wand, and a balloon appeared above the office and gradually began to inflate. If there is air in an ordinary wizard, and water in an ordinary V, then the balloon of Miss Castellana, who has inspired the blood of magic, contains mercury. But anyway, as the magic condenses, the balloon is ultimately necessary. It's getting bigger. The old wizard's gaze swept across Eleanor's chest that had not yet begun to develop. "The problem is that the frequent use of rune mine makes Miss Castellana's development become more pure-blooded V, but the magic power in your body increases faster than a normal V. It is different from ordinary V. The growth rate of now the magic power in your body has even surpassed many 7th grade graduates, and naturally has reached the baseline of adult V." Dumbledore spread his hands, blinked flexibly, and explained with a smile. "The high concentration of magic power starts to trigger the talent of the V lineage. The magic power in your body mistakenly believes that you are an adult." "It sounds like it means, does this mean I'm entering puberty?" Elena looked at the balloon that was still inflating above the office, and said in a relaxed tone, "Then this balloon, this is my current body, right? How much time do I have to solve the problem?" "There are many ways to solve the problem, but, Professor Dumbledore, you only allow one." "Well, there is plenty of time in terms of time," Dumbledore said with a smile, and waved his hand to disperse the metaphor in midair. "Fortunately, we are not a balloon that closes the opening. There are too many concealed openings in the human body. When the magic power in your body reaches the critical point, it will at most show the way you are now. The magic power will gradually overflow into the air, subtly strengthening and stimulating your body's growth. Of course, the process will be longer." "Another plan, Animagus, right?" Grindelwald held his arms, glanced at Newt, who was pouring tea silently, and snorted softly. "Or, is there any other good way for Mr. Scamander? If it's just to consume magic power, I have a lot of simple and easy to learn magic, and it doesn't need to be so troublesome at all." How should I put it? Professor Dumbledore's statement is slightly flawed." Newt Scamander stroked his nose nervously, and looked over Grindelwald to look at the little mixed blood V. "Magic power is not something that actually exists. It does not have the concept of capacity. It is like a bird and snake. Well, you should all know the bird and snake, right? It can freely change its volume, but its magic power will not be affected by it. Concentrated or thinned. If you are a pure-blooded V, then you can now change your form, or learn to shoot fireballs," Newt explained, making gestures with both hands in the air. "This is not determined by your subjective consciousness, but by the instinct hidden in your blood. It is like saying that even if no one teaches the Norwegian Ridgeback to breathe fire, it also knows how to breathe dragon flame. And in the same situation, on your side, you are actually trying to unlock those powers that are temporarily unavailable. Animagus is just one of the ways. So, in theory, when I learn to breathe fire, fly, and transform, the problem will be solved." Elena raised her eyebrows and concluded thoughtfully, "It sounds logically coherent, but why does she always feel that something is wrong?" According to this combination of attributes, if her Animagus is a fire dragon, then it seems to be done directly. Although in theory, it seems that Animagus can only become an ordinary animal, not a magical creature. It doesn't need to be all. After all, you still have the magical ability of a wizard. Newt Scamander shrugged, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said uncertainly, "My guess, if you can master one, preferably two related abilities not magic, then you should be much better. It just so happens that Professor McGonagall is an expert on animagus. I suggest. Hey, wait, you guys, don't you plan to let Professor McGonagall coach me Animanies alone? For the time being, this is the plan. For the time being, Dumbledore said gently with a smile. You receive individual tutoring once a week, but you will not tell anyone that the Ministry of Magic will not allow junior students to try this difficult magic. Of course, if someone asks, you can say that it is a tuition for polymorphism. After all, your polymorphism is not much the same as everyone's. McGonagall and her Transfiguration tutorial. Individual tutoring once a week. Why does she always feel that this scene seems to have been seen somewhere? Elena was stunned, and immediately reacted. Isn't this a copy of the original story, where Professor Dumbledore arranged for Snape to teach Harry occlumency? Does this old white-bearded grandfather especially like stress teaching, the kind that is unhappy if he doesn't fight? You know, although the current relationship between her and Professor McGonagall has eased a little bit, once the closed individual counseling session is reached, who knows what will happen? It is quite terrible for women to hold grudges, regardless of age. Why can't it be serious? I mean, Professor Black, Elena asked quickly. Because Animagi Transfiguration will make a big mistake, Dumbledore replied with a serious face. I don't want you to have any accidents because of this. Undoubtedly, Minerva is definitely the best fit in the UK candidates. But, Elena blinked and looked at Grindelwald for help. Whether it's metaphysics or human concerns, she didn't intend to put all her hopes on Professor McGonagall so foolishly. When she first entered school, she personally lost the cat. Who knows if she will be punished similarly when she becomes a helpless little animal. Defamation, flames, flying. If only these 3 points. Grindelwald put his fingers on the floor earnestly, grinned, and said softly in Elena's expectant gaze. Why can't I teach this kid? After all, this is my student according to the ancient tradition. This kind of individual tutoring for inheritance should be approved by the apprentice's tutor, right? While talking, the old devil raised his hand casually, and his index finger drew a small circle in the air. Boom! A dazzling blue flame appeared in the office. Look, it's not complicated. Dear Albus, among the so many wizards you know, who is better at flame, defamation, and flying than me? Oh, sorry, you don't have anything else. Grindelwald glanced at Newt, whose face turned pale in an instant, and extinguished the flame disapprovingly. This is the successor of the devil he chose first. Later people have to line up. Cuckoo. Okay, it's another big chapter. Chapter 881, Flame Witch. Kenna's Flame. After Elena chanted the spell in a low voice, a cloud of faint blue flame exploded in her palm. This is the second ancient rune that she has learned. Compared with the jerky learning of Power Demon at the beginning, this time she only took less than half a day to master this demon that symbolizes light and flame. It was almost as if she had the ability to use it originally, except that she had forgotten how to use it for a while. At the moment when the firelight ignited, the sleepiness that originally lingered around her body was like ice and snow under the sun, which quickly melted away. Instead, it was the dark blue fire lotus that grew hot and solid. It's almost enough. Don't burn yourself. You don't need to touch it, just look with your eyes. There is an illusion that your eyes are about to be burned. Grindelwald squinted his eyes and subconsciously raised his right hand to cover his eyes. In fact, he is at least 5 or 6 feet away from Elena at this time, since the healing magic text teaching accident. The first generation of the Dark Lord has fully learned his lesson and will never appear in the attack range when Elena is practicing magic. Inside, not to mention, this time the little witch was learning the ancient flame magic text that was extremely lethal. Well, don't worry, it won't not hot at all. Elena fiddled with the flame carefully, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. This is a very wonderful feeling. Whether it is twisted air or fingertip feedback, the blue flame is undoubtedly hot, and may not necessarily melt the metal, but it can definitely be cooked easily. or even scorched a Scottish fat chicken. However, Elena did not feel any pain. The blue tongue of fire licked her fingertips, and she felt as if she had put her hand in the slightly hot water. She likes this kind of heat, which gives her a clean and comfortable comfort. Pure-blooded viewers are not afraid of high temperatures, and they are somewhat similar to Phoenix in terms of blood relationship. More precisely, Elena hesitated for a few seconds, followed a certain instinct, and took a careful breath. At the next moment, the faint blue flames originally formed by her magical power were like sucking water, rotating and falling into her mouth and nose. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the hot flames completely disappeared in the room. Belch, Elena smacked her lips and burped gently. In ancient times, they would hunt phoenixes even when she was extremely hungry. If you can, try not to spit out fire directly from your mouth in the future. Grindelwald leaned against the wall with his arms, pondering the sentence. That doesn't look elegant enough, and it doesn't look good. Compared to the tyrannical fire dragon princess, I think you still hope that people would use names like the Flame Elf or the Queen of Flames to describe you. You can just say that it looks ugly. Don't worry, I won't be so dishonest. Elena blanked her eyes at the first black demon, and said angrily, she is not some shame who is about to be expelled from the devil's status. She opens her mouth wide and stretches her tongue out to spit out a fiery snake. If that scene is photographed by a good person, then she has nothing else but to destroy the world. Chosen. Unlike Tom, who was thinking about it alone, she came out of the regular Demon King training course. After hesitating for a few seconds, Elena raised her head and asked suddenly, speaking of which, Grandpa, do you think it is necessary for me to learn Animagi magic? First of all, what are your concerns? Grindelwald did not answer, but instead asked profoundly, intensity, or the practicality of this magic. Elena raised her eyebrows, the disgust on her little face almost overflowed. I checked the information before. The transformation of Animagus does not include magical creatures. The only advantage is that it can be cast without a rod, but this does not seem to all in all. It looks very weak. Not to mention that she has now learned the extremely aggressive flame magic text. A trace of flame can burn all of the Forbidden Forest. Even if there is only the healing magic text. With her super recovery ability and strength, she can beat the 4 beasts of the Prong plus Moonface plus Bigfoot plus Wormtail in the Forbidden Forest. The spider cemetery is a living example. Well, from a combat standpoint, Animagus is really weak. Grindelwald nodded in agreement, thought about it, and added another sentence. If you take into account the effort and risk, it is simply one of the most difficult magic with the lowest profit ratio. This is why fewer and fewer wizards are willing to learn, but it has 2 unique advantages. 2 advantages. Animagus. This is currently the only way that wizards can temporarily lose their magical characteristics. Grindelwald raised his fingers, grinned, and said very seriously, when there is a wizarding civil war, or when encountering some traps or countermeasures aimed at magical reactions, the unexposed Animagus has a great chance to hide from the sky in order to prevent false triggers. Magic traps usually screen out ordinary animals. In the history of magic nearly 1,000 years ago, many wizards deceived guards or enemies by this means. It sounds like it's not very practical. Elena shrugged. In her opinion, this was more like a limited number of unreliable escape secrets. At least for her at this time, it is not so valuable. As the fairy queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the invisible guardian of Hogwarts, the eldest lady of the Destiny Group, she really can't imagine a scene where she needs to escape. Perhaps this is more suitable for her future opponents? Who knows? But it is a second advantage. Grindelwald's light passed by the girl's heart, and the god whispered mysteriously. In the process of transformation and recovery, it is equivalent to the reorganization of the wizard's body. Taking into account the specific circumstances of your body, this will definitely break the shackles of lineage on your physical development. Understood, I will learn. Eleanor's eyes lit up suddenly, and she answered without hesitation. Seeing that Luna was almost a bit taller than her, It would be too difficult if she didn't want to do anything. Even if she usually secretly uses the binary reversal structure transformation magic to cover up the platform shoes. But this is not a long-term solution, especially when meeting Frankly in the bathroom. Eleanor's life can be said to be getting more and more tormented now. Then it's settled, Grandpa. Remember to tell Professor Dumbledore I want to learn from Animagus. Elena clenched her small fist in excitement, as if she was holding hope. After all, even Hannah was already a little skeptical. Hufflepuff's four-poster bed belonged to her, located on the bedpost on the right side of the bed, has now been engraved with a scratch that is not deep or shallow. Elena even began to consider whether to change the reference object. Most fortunately, in a safe place outside the castle. A whole year has passed, and she hasn't grown taller by a centimeter. Not a centimeter. But I said in advance, it's just possible. Grindelwald's eyes flickered, and he added rigorously. Besides, this is just a guess between Albus and Newt. If you are not happy to learn there, you can always ask me to learn body transfiguration. Don't worry, I like small animals the most. Elena replied absently, the little dumb hair on top of her head dangling excitedly. I don't really care about being tall or anything. I actually wanted to be a cute animal a long time ago. I'm going to report to Professor McGonagall's office this weekend. I'm very obedient, so I'll do it today. Back to the dormitory? Well, I'll tell Albus later. He will arrange for you. Seeing Elena disappearing outside the door, Grindelwald breathed a sigh of relief and thought, fortunately, I moved the little witch and asked her to take the initiative to change the teaching staff for the next stage. If the next few abilities are taught by herself, it would be too tiring. By the way, Albus' work has been completed. Request. The best of both worlds. Grindelwald gazes across the scorched black traces in the room. On the wall of this castle keeper office that once belonged to him, there were a lot of molten metal liquids that melted into Maltus. As for the carpets and curtains, nothing was left, just like abstract paintings. Pattern. Not long ago, the flame hell of thousands of degrees Celsius appeared here. Except for the small area where he was standing, and the piano behind him, the room was particularly clear and empty. If it wasn't for Eleanor's savvy enough, and the magical power of the village was not too much, he might not even be able to protect the piano behind him. It was like melting directly under the flames of a girl metal light stand. By the way, you may have to change the office now. I don't know what the Mole Studies professor's office looks like. He seems to have not visited it yet. Gwagwa this year is about to pass unknowingly. Chapter 882. The Jealous Hermione. After 2 days of self-isolation, Elena reappeared in the class. Hermione Granger is not surprised that this white-haired dumpling disappears and skips class from time to time. After all, this is not the first time. Miss Castellana used sick leave to escape shortly after school last year. Hogwarts military training. In Hermione's opinion, the illness may be real, but Elena definitely secretly started a small lesson to make up. If she remembers correctly, it was the same last year. Spell without a rod. What magical place did you go in the past 2 days? In the underground classroom of the potions class, Hermione witnessed Elena lighting a flame under the cauldron out of thin air. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened, and she looked incredulously at the little witch who was calmly cutting the ginger slices. This is definitely a fire curse. It is clearly noted in the basic curse that these are one of the few dangerous spells that cannot be cast without a wand. If they are cast rashly, they will be burnt and cast before the flames appear. Shh, quiet, quiet, I don't want to get points deducted by Professor Snape, Elena said lazily, and continued to cut her pile of ginger with all her concentration. Today they are learning a new kind of medicine, refreshing medicine middle. Change. As always, Professor Snape listed a series of exclusive potions operations on the blackboard in front of the classroom, which is in line with the style of the potions professor. In his class, if he operates completely in accordance with the textbook, he will be penalties. However, Only Elena knew that what they were mixing was not the potion in the original Hogwarts tutorial arrangement. Among the magic cold medicines developed and registered by the Umbrella Company, a very important ingredient is derived from this special magic solvent made from ginger slices, Epimodium, honey, walking mushrooms. The advantage of this solvent is that it can be used as an additive to conventional medicines to complete relatively gentle enchanting processing. But, this kind of flame magic. Hermione watched as Elena flicked her finger against the cauldron again. The orange flame blooms like alive, tightly wrapping the bottom of the crucible, and heating it evenly according to the instructions on the manual and blackboard. The adjustment of the heat in this step is not so easy. Hermione, don't just be stunned by the side, you can help stir it in the pot, Elena said without lifting her head, paused for a moment, and explained casually calmly. As for the remarks on the basic curse you mentioned, I can tell you with certainty that more than one wizard in this castle knows how to release the flame curse without a wand. Of course, I am not a curse. It's the flame magic text. A few months ago, she saw with her own eyes how a top wizard urged her hands to breathe fire to bake potatoes. Flame demon text. Professor Apocalypse taught you a new magic text? Hermione's voice was suddenly mixed with the freshness of lemon. She was still greedy in the last healing magic text, but in a blink of an eye, the white-hair dumpling hid a new skill. If Elena has such a freely retractable fire ability, when she supervises everyone's practice in the Quidditch stand, she will not be like a stray cat abandoned in the snow and curled up in her robe. Trembling, don't think about it, you won't be able to learn it temporarily. Elena turned her head helplessly, looked at Hermione's eyes, and said seriously, if it wasn't because a full, sick Professor Dumbledore would not allow me to learn this magic text. It is too dangerous. The prerequisite for mastering it is mastering the release of the fierce fire spell you check. Look up the book and you will understand. Lehue Curse. After searching her mind for a second, Hermione took a close look at the flames under the cauldron and was stunned. Although at first glance, both the Lehue Curse and the Blazing Fire Curse are spells that summon flames, there is a fundamental difference between the two. The Fire Curse is a kind of magic that can ignite a raging fire, and Hogwarts first-year students can master it. The corresponding release spell is Incendio, and its inheritance history can be traced back to ancient times tens of thousands of years ago. But the Lehue Curse is completely different. This is a very high and dangerous black magic. It is both a curse and a curse. This kind of flame can feel a living target, and sometimes even spontaneously transforms into a large group of terrifying magical creatures composed of flames, such as fire snakes, camellias, fire dragons, three-headed dogs. It belongs to the advanced black magic. This kind of magic can be used by inexperienced wizards, but if you want to control it freely, it is too difficult. And now Elena is bound under the crucible, the flame that breathes like life, obviously is. This is black magic. If the Ministry of Magic finds out, you will get in big trouble. Hermione lowered her voice nervously and looked at the flames nervously, as if noticing the little beaver's gaze. The orange flame below the cauldron suddenly exploded a small spark, which gradually expanded and deformed in her gaze, and finally turned into a cute little three-headed milk dog. Don't worry, what I cast is not a fierce fire curse, but an ancient flame demon, Kenaz. Elena reached out her hand nonchalantly and teased the puppy. With the girl's finger poking lightly, I saw that the tiny three-headed little milk dog first looked around vigilantly, then quickly relaxed, turned over and floated in the air, unsuspectingly showing its belly and letting the girl tease. Whether it's a fierce fire curse, a blazing fire curse, or even the magic and light curse used by the contract Xiaoluwei, most of the origins of these spells are derived from the ancient magic words I just chanted. The flame does not have justice or evil. The difference, at least in the hands of a kind little witch like me, naturally also symbolizes warmth, friendliness, brightness, sacred wisdom and the fire of life. Oh, Hermione responded rather perfunctorily. Well, an advanced fire magic, I know. Anyway, no matter how much Bayai Maudanzi explained, she couldn't learn this magic. The more detailed she understands, the faster and stronger the lemon tree in her heart grows. The learning of magic text is different from the spell. If you don't see the real primitive magic text mark, you want to comprehend it by magic phenomenon alone. It's almost impossible to come out. It's just that I don't know why, when Professor Apocalypse chose to inherit the magic text, he chose Hannah instead. Hermione grabbed the knife, pulled a few walking mushrooms from the table, and cut them glumly. Compared with the generous Professor Apocalypse, Professor Dumbledore who chose her is obviously more stingy. Hermione did not learn much special except for a few enhanced spells from the principal. Magic. Obviously she met Elena first, whether it was on the Hogwarts Express or for the first time staying overnight in the dormitory. But now look at, Hannah can kill all quarters on the next Quidditch court, Luna can secretly replay those cartoons that Elena had played before, and she is the only one who is still walking in place. And the explosion spell she has finally learned is never easy, not used. It's too partial. Hermione Granger pursed her lips unhappily, and slashed the walking mushrooms in front of her. Hermione, right. Elena glanced at the pile of walking mushrooms that were about to be chopped into a paste, and blinked. I suddenly remembered that I promised you before starting this weekend, or you can go with me. Okay. Happy New Year 2021 Little Fat Chickens. Happy New Year. Chapter 8 The Lord's Affairs and Opening Up. Speaking of which, Hermione is 13 years old this year, Elena whispered thoughtfully, and looked at the little beaver that was gradually opening up next to her. At this moment, Hermione was stirring the solvent in the cauldron. The second grade potions class was still in a group of 2 for the time being. Although Hermione was still holding lemons in her heart, she didn't want to drop the class task in front of her. Well, it's just 1 year older than you. Our birthdays are not close together, Hermione answered calmly, without raising her head. I like the set of birthday gifts you gave me very much. I also know that the decision to teach magic texts is ultimately with Professor Apocalypse. It is just a special flame manipulation technique that I am not envious of. If I remember correctly, you came to the one last week. I saw it in the bathroom trash. What's wrong, Elena? Hermione's face rose to pink, and she bitterly whitened the white hairball next to her. I mean, Elena leaned close to Hermione Granger's ear, her voice pressed very low, and she whispered softly. This also means that Granger can be regarded as an adult. Would you like to go with me outside the school to try something that an adult wizard can do? The area outside the Hogwarts gate. You weren't before. Are you curious? A grown-up wizard can only do. Hermione's feet under the table stirred uncomfortably back and forth a few times, and the crystal earlobes instantly became red. What's that, adult wizard? The forbidden area outside the school. Advanced mathematics, advanced physics, advanced chemistry. These scientific civilizations are the brightest crystallization of wisdom so far. Alchemy, potions, transformation, spells. These magical civilizations have the longest heritage of mysterious fire. They are now in Hog, not far from Watts Gate. They collided fiercely with each other, blooming the light that belongs to the future of human civilization, Elena said, shimmering on her delicate little face. After the initial transformation a few days ago, in addition to the discovery of the flame ability, the original magical ability, and even physical strength and energy in her body were slightly strengthened, and the changes were so obvious that Elena could even clearly perceive it. Maybe it doesn't work for the gay potato radish in gay, but it is still very useful for charm wings. For example, look, Elena said, pointing to the crucible mysteriously. Have you seen the new refreshing solvent that everyone learned in this class today? This is the spark of magic and science intertwined. Do you want to go? At the table, Hermione turned to look at Elena, listening carefully. This was the first time she heard what was happening outside the school. Different from the printed text in the textbook, from Elena's mouth, Hermione unfolded a wonderful dream scene that had never been imagined before her eyes. New knowledge was gradually being born, perhaps just a few hundred meters away from them. Position. Where? When are we going? Hermione said quickly. Not far from here, Elena said, Her eyebrows and her eyes were filled with excitement and pride. Little Beaver failed the charm appraisal. Actually, it's in the area outside the Hogwarts gate. Did Professor Dumbledore say when the school started that it is an area absolutely forbidden for all students? Of course, because there is more than just Hempgua that is the epitome of semi-human civilization, but knowledge is not all safe, right? Only people like Professor Lockhart, Professor Quirrell, or Mr. Nicolium, Professor Albus Dumbledore, are qualified to enter that area on behalf of wizards to distinguish and merge the two. A civilized process. The area outside the Hogwarts gate. Hermione repeated, looking at Elena meaningfully. Those plans at the school gate, when the last semester is about to end, seem to have already started. Wait, there is still a question that cannot be explained. Why did we first come into contact with textbooks written by Americans last year? Ah, this is because Elena was stunned, and opened her mouth in a daze. This is not because the plan has not changed quickly. At that time, who could have thought of her, Elena Caslana, a black-hearted little cutie in an orphanage, could be transformed into the queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank in less than a year, and even took over part of the Redwool Afterglow. It's just that Hermione's current authority alone is not suitable for exposure to too many greater ideals for the time being. Looking at Hermione's increasingly suspicious bright brown eyes, Eleanor's little dull hair tangled up and down. But at this moment, Snape suddenly shouted, "Now, I think you should be finishing the operation soon. This medicine must be cooked and processed before it can be used." 10 minutes later, pack up the things while the medicine is boiling, and the rest of the process will be done by the senior students. Take over. Oh, of course, Snape said. There was a pause. His dark eyes gleaming with bright malice. Your names will be affixed to every pharmacy bottle. If there is an accident, or the senior students deduct points, don't worry, I will tell them cordially and seriously. It's all because of myself. Not good at learning. The movements of the classmates suddenly stopped, and many of the students' relaxed expressions began to become solemn. Neville Longbottom glanced desperately at the soup in his cauldron. At the end of last semester, he witnessed how some unlucky senior students of Gryffindor College took turns to withstand dozens of duel challenges in one day, and finally almost really dead in Apocalypse. Professor Sisring. Of course, in a sense, death may be easier, since recovering quickly, healing as ever, and the most terrifying with magic texts began to become daily. High-intensity duels have truly become battles that are like a long-term execution. You even pretend to be fainted. There is no chance. In fact, Neville was not afraid of fighting. He was actually more worried about his grandma's disappointed expression when she knew all this. Compared with drafting pharmacy, history of magic, mathematics, grammar, and other subjects that can be improved through hard work and stupid way of stacking time, Neville suffers a lot from courses involving creativity and spellcasting, but at Hogwarts, among the many courses he had taken, potions had almost become the course he had learned the most badly. Of course, the most important thing is that Neville became very afraid of Snape from the second half of last semester. Because of his talent in the processing and sorting of medicinal materials, it is natural that Neville, like Harry and Draco, was classified by Professor Snape as a probable future sequence of little wizards with potions talent. When the gap between expectations and reality is extremely large, things will naturally become 10 times worse. What made Neville most uncomfortable and uncomfortable was that Professor Snape didn't seem to want to give up. Instead, he became more and more concerned about Neville's mistakes in class, which almost caused him to start a little nervous breakdown. For example, his potion at this time should be a bright yellow warm, sweet solvent, instead of yellow-green. Longbottom. Snape stepped up to Neville, and Neville cringed reflexively beside his cauldron. The indifferent potions professor squinted his eyes, scooped a little out with a spoon, and then splashed it back into the cauldron so that all the students in the class could see. A few drops of yellow-green substance fell on the wooden table. Make a terrible sound, strongly corrosive, yellow-green. Tell me, my child, Has something penetrated your thick skull? You didn't listen to me. To be very clear, follow the instructions given on my blackboard. Steps. Didn't I clearly say that you must not mix with the descriptions in the book, and you must not add nitrification? Longbottom. Snape leaned down and stared down at Neville's eyes from his hooked nose. You succeeded in turning a potion of refreshing potion into a poison that is more powerful than concentrated nitric acid. Tell me, do you really enjoy this creative moment? How do you change your way and spoil the potion in a wild way? Exclamation mark. Neville's face rose to a deep red like pig liver, and he was trembling. Sir, Harry said suddenly, sir, if you allow me, can I help him change it? It's only 15 minutes before get out of class ends. Harry, Mr. Potter. Snape frowned. His gaze stayed on Harry's green eyes for a few seconds, and his expression was in a daze for half a second. In the underground classroom more than 10 years ago, he seemed to have seen a similar scene somewhere. Very well, if you plan to do this at the end of get out of class today, Mr. Longbottom's performance in medicine will be one of your assessment scores for today's class. As for your own, Snape's gaze fell on Draco Malfoy, who was partnering with Harry Potter, and said softly, Mr. Malfoy, if you can take over on your own, then you can earn 10 points for Slytherin. Wait, Professor Snape. Harry just kindly mentioned it. Draco Malfoy's eyes stopped for a moment on Neville's seemingly hopelessly strong acid solvents, and showed an apologetic look at the round-faced boy. Then, Draco turned his head and said seriously, Harry, don't be silly. This can't be done. It's impossible for this little time. Strong corrosiveness can speed up the nitrification of walking mushrooms. It only needs to be neutralized. In theory, it should be done. Harry Potter thought for a few seconds, then hesitated and said softly, So are you going to stir out the new potion with your tongue, huh? Professor Snape raised his eyebrows non-committal, thought about it, and added, By the way, Mr. Harry Potter, remember to take your own textbook. If you do not successfully complete it, then you will win yourself an extra class reward. 2 weeks of confinement is your arrogance price. I see, Professor Snape. Harry Potter nodded very seriously and carefully picked up his old textbook. Trust me, Draco, it's okay. After half an hour, Hermione and Elena climbed the stairs to the front hall. Little Beaver was still thinking about the fascinating changes in Elena's mouth. But Elena frowned and recalled the episode that happened in the classroom just now. Some strange thing suddenly passed through her mind. Textbooks, old textbooks, nitrification. Speaking of it, the progress of Harry's potion level at the beginning of this semester is really surprising. Now I carefully recall and count. The number of times the boy who lived won the first prize in the potions class seems to be a bit ridiculously high. Even if she slackened a little this semester, she didn't seem to be so stable suddenly. Up. Hermione, do you think that this year Harry seems to be a little bit open? New year and new atmosphere. Chapter 8. The Half-Blood Prince. I heard it before. How did you do it? It's impossible. Draco Malfoy grabbed Harry and asked with a serious face. Towards the end of the potions class, Neville's potion almost turned pale yellow, and it did not smell so pungent and spicy. Judging from Professor Snape's final score and performance, it is clear that Harry successfully saved Neville. You know, saving a magic potion that is on the verge of failure is much harder than recooking a pot of perfect potion. It is difficult for Draco to judge Gryffindor gets extra points in the potions class. 15. Her reversal of the failed potion. Which of these two seemingly impossible things is more difficult? Because just now in class, Harry did it along with Professor Snape's pretended understatement of Gryffindor plus 5 points. Almost all the classmates gave out their own applause. However, as a close friend of Draco Malfoy, it was clear that this was not the potion level Harry should have. In the last summer vacation, he and Harry lived together in Uncle Black's old house for a month. Perhaps Harry did have some extraordinary talents in potions, but he was far from the level of a professor. All right. When the students around him were almost finished, Harry stretched out his hands helplessly, giving a general overview of the ins and outs. This wasn't too much of a problem anyway. Draco knew that he would go to Professor Snape to make up lessons from time to time. Although it was shameful to break the potions textbook clumsily, Harry didn't think there was anything wrong with the follow-up remedy. What's more, this old textbook was also what Professor Snape asked him to take from the stack of old textbooks in the cabinet. Harry winked at Draco Malfoy with some pride, trying to speak calmly. "No, that's about it. Luck is good." "Good luck, huh?" Draco Malfoy listened to his statement, his face gradually becoming serious and gloomy. "You seem to think I cheated, right?" Harry was a little annoyed by the look on Draco's face, and subconsciously asked him after he finished speaking. "Yeah, you are actually not sure to finish that, are you?" Draco raised his eyebrows. His face was cold, and he said harshly, "I thought you were a little more mature, and you might be in trouble, right? The most important thing is that the school has been in for so long. If it weren't for me to ask you, how long are you going to hide from us?" The professor certainly doesn't know those strange notes, right? "I just borrowed some different methods of operation. It's no big deal." Harry waved his hand irritably, as if he didn't intend to continue discussing the topic. "What's the matter, Draco? Are you going to expose me to Professor Snape and go? If this way, you can help Sister Elena regain the #1 position, right? Would you do this?" "You know I wouldn't do this." Draco Malfoy's pale face flushed slightly and said coldly, "It's just that what I'm worried about now is something else, Harry. So, you've been doing things according to a stranger's instructions for the past month." "Unverified strange notes that appeared in the notebook?" He appeared anxious and angry. Harry didn't know what he had encountered this semester, so naturally he didn't understand the worries in his heart. Every Thursday night, Draco Malfoy has to go to a mysterious room in Hogwarts, under the protection of the top wizards of today's magical world, carefully write the contents in a magic diary. If necessary, Draco will even enter the memory of Voldemort's youth, analyze and complete some designated test tasks. "Listen, Harry, be wary of unfamiliar magic books in the wizarding world." Draco Malfoy thought for a few seconds, then said very seriously, "For example, the most famous sonnet of the wizard is a cursing book. Anyone who has read that book can only use the 5 Elamant limericks to speak in their entire life. Some books may burn your eyes directly, some there are evil spirits hidden in the books, and even worse, they may even take away your body and soul. It's nothing, Draco, it's just an old textbook that has been scribbled, and it doesn't have any magical power." Harry glanced suspiciously at his suddenly nervous friend, and shrugged uncomfortably. "Not to mention that I have been watching it for a month, and besides, I just tried a few tips written in the blanks in the test book. To be honest, Draco, some of them are also included in the lectures of Professor Snape." "I've said it, so there is nothing weird about." Draco made some sense. At this moment, Hermione's voice came from their ears. "Perhaps we should check what's wrong with it. I mean, it's not reasonable, right? If this is really a textbook from a certain potion master at school, then why don't we see the corresponding in the bookstore? Then, if you infer from the result, there are only 3 possibilities." Hermione Granger held up her fingers and counted softly, confidently. "The wizard died violently before he could become famous. The wizard fell into a dark wizard, or the wizard's theory had a fatal error, so that in the end he did not succeed in becoming famous. All in all, try it out first." "Hey!" Harry protested a little angrily. Before he could react, Draco pulled out the magic potion from Harry's bag and raised his wand as if holding a sharp dagger. "The original shape is now restored." Draco knocked on the cover cleanly, and said solemnly, "This is a little trick taught to him by Professor Gidro Lockhart. This magic can be very effective in detecting camouflage. Just like hunting in the forest, if a dark wizard intends to seduce others, he will definitely put a disguise on the magic book. Perhaps this spell cannot break the curse, but it can trigger the corresponding magic wave." Nothing happened. The textbook is still a textbook, shabby, dirty, and the corners of the book are rolled up. "Oh, Draco, this is not enough." Hermione Granger seemed to be suddenly intrigued, and drew out his wand and tapped it. "All curses are over. Reveal your secret." The text is deformed. "Expelling evil spirits." Super small. Awesome. Still nothing happened. Even in the face of Hermione's ultra-small dose of explosive spells, apart from exploding a small shallow pit on the shabby book cover, there was no magical phenomenon that people expected. This made Irene, who followed behind to watch the excitement, now was slightly disappointed. "Are you finished?" Harry asked angrily. "You still want to wait to see if it will roll back a few times?" "It seems there is no problem," said Draco Malfoy, still staring at the textbook suspiciously. "I mean, it does look just an ordinary old textbook with some strange notes." "Very good, then I will take it back," Harry said, about to reach out and take the textbook back from Draco Malfoy. However, the textbook did not return to his hands. I saw the old textbook tremble suddenly, fluttering in midair like a bird, and finally stopped on the last page of the back cover. They saw a few lines of small, dense handwriting on the bottom of the back cover. It is exactly the same as the messy, small handwriting in the blank space of the textbook. "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." "So, is this book an autograph of the Half-Blood Prince?" Elena stretched out her hand and beckoned, and said softly in a rather strange tone. The next moment, the old textbooks hanging in the air fell into her hands like a swallow homing. Since the magic bloodline of V was aroused, she had become very proficient with this kind of the most superficial silent curse. Similar to a simple, lightweight object like a book, she can easily manipulate it at such a close distance. If you change it in normal times, such magic skills without fireworks will definitely attract a lot of envious eyes. However, at this special moment, the attention of the three little wizards present was all focused on the girl's words. "Wait. Also, too? Do you know who this is?" "Half-Blood Prince?" Hermione, Draco and Harry reacted quickly and asked in unison. "It's a pity, I don't know exactly, but I happened to read another one." Elena knocked on the old textbook that seemed to be some years old, and a look of interest flashed in her eyes. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it." Unexpectedly, the respected Professor Snape still has a unique skill of making old antiques. This makes Elena quite a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised, but it is not impossible to study carefully. You must know that the potion-making process is originally a delicate task, and the relationship between antique manufacturing and pharmacy is also pretty close. Of course, as a kind-hearted prophet, she will not directly reveal the answer to the mystery so badly. "Well, let me think. By the way, I remember it." Elena thought for a few seconds pretentiously and patted her forehead lightly. "Harry, do you remember that I told you before that I saw a record of your mother in the book?" The title of that book seems to say Half-Blood Prince, but I don't remember where to put it. Yeah, I remember it. Eldest sister, you seem to have said it before. Harry Potter was taken aback for a moment. His eyes brightened quickly. "Sister Elena, do you say will you?" He glanced at the old textbook with some excitement, and an idea began to flow out uncontrollably. "What I want to say is, do you think the author of this book is my dad?" "Mr. Hagrid said that my parents were very good when they were in Hogwarts, and the Half-Blood Prince knew my mother." "If this happens, perhaps, but I suggest you don't rush to recognize Dad. It's not good." Elena twitched, and glanced at Harry with some helplessness. This child's brain is really bad. If James Potter is still alive, he will kill this unfilial son, and many more. It seems to make everything more interesting. Just when Elena was about to deny subconsciously, the little demon soul in her mind suddenly danced. If Lily's son started to be called the Half-Blood Prince father, did the cold-hearted and dedicated prince agree or not? Should we deny it straightforwardly? This seems to be a very delicate and very exciting question. So, why not just ask Professor Snape? Elena's voice suddenly became excited. her eyes gleaming eagerly. It just so happened, on the other hand, she could also observe up close the Half-Blood Prince's personal arrangements for this matter. These things are really weird, and they must be quite interesting. Huh? Asked Professor Snape directly. Harry was taken aback and glanced at the old textbook reluctantly. In the past month, he unswervingly followed the recommendations in this potion secret book. From the current results, with the guidance and seriousness of the operation, he can even have the opportunity to shake the dominance of the combination of Elena and Hermione, even if there is a reference element in this. But the final operation is ultimately done by him. Yeah, don't worry, I won't be jealous of your notebook. As if guessing Harry's thoughts, Elena glanced at the little boy nonchalantly. I'm just curious. Well, just like you. And I don't think Professor Snape will scold you. This is what he asked you to choose. Honesty and frankness should not be blamed. I believe this is, in contrast, since you can't be 100% sure that the contents of this book are correct for the time being, why don't you ask the professor? If there is no problem, ask for a day off. In the card text, sitting silly and don't know how to write. The main reason is that the main storyline and the choice of opponents are a bit confused. There are too many constraints inside and outside the school. I don't know how to arrange the interaction and target confrontation of the scene. Ask for a day off and let Fat Chicken think about it. Chapter 8. The Hell is Empty. Hogwarts Castle. Snape's office. This is a dimly lit room. Hundreds of glass bottles are placed on the shelves attached to the wall. Slimy specimens of animals and plants float in colorful potions. Compared to Professor Slughorn's room, it looks like it's obviously much colder. After lunch, Severus Snape returned to his office and began to prepare for the afternoon class. The impact of Hogwarts educational reforms is not only in the classroom. Compared with the past, the preparation work of the professors of various subjects has also increased a lot. For example, Snape has to check the works of the lower grades at this time. If there is a danger of instability, he will when distributing it to seniors for follow-up processing. You can also have a rough judgment in your mind. Tuk 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 tuk. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Snape put down the potion bottle in his hand and raised his eyebrows. This was a very rare thing for Snape. Unless it was an emergency, few people would come to the office to look for him, especially at this point in time just after lunch. Do you have any questions you haven't figured out, Harry Potter? Snape raised his head in the shadows, glanced at the heads that appeared behind Harry, and added naturally, also, close the door, Miss Castellana. Elena obediently complied, with a little devil wagging its tail in her heart. She turned, and Snape had stood up from the desk and walked to the bright spot. Snape frowned, and his cold black eyes looked thoughtfully at the little wizards. So, what are you doing here? Oh, it's like this. Harry quickly took the shabby textbook out of his school bag and handed it out, speaking seriously. Sorry, Professor Snape, I lied to you during class. Those subtle operations were not what I thought of. I followed the notes in this old textbook. He decided to return this book. Because you came here because of this. Return the book. Snape didn't reach out. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Then, please tell me, does the graffiti on this book obscure content of the textbook, or does it mean that there is some dark magic attached to it that makes you feel uneasy or scared? Or do you think it is too old? No, sir. Harry replied cautiously, looking at the cabinet behind Snape. The storage cabinet behind the desk just opened, and a stack of old textbooks lay on the top floor. Actually, I just planned to change another one, which would be a little fair cause I followed the above operation before. Fair. What do you usually think about in your almond-like head? Boom. Snape waved his hand, and the cabinet door slammed shut. Listen, Mr. Harry Potter, you are learning knowledge, and in class this is neither a Quidditch competition nor a final exam for the potions class. To complete the potions according to the class goals, this is what you are doing. Do you understand the tasks in class? Yes, but Harry looked straight at Snape's black eyes, which had become increasingly impatient, and said frankly, Sir, there are many exquisite potions notes here. With my current knowledge, There is no way to tell whether they are correct or not. If it stays with me, I am worried that I will not be able to withstand the temptation, so I plan to. I understand. I'll take a look first. Before Harry could finish speaking, Snape grabbed the textbook in Harry's hand and flipped through it a little violently. Half a minute later, Snape threw the magic potions and potions to Harry again. I took a rough look. The students note as well. The basic skills are fairly solid, so. They can barely be used as additional reference content in normal classes. As for whether they can be used for reference, you can consider yourself. In other words, can I keep this book and use it as an additional reference book for the potions class? Harry asked carefully and softly. He always felt that Professor Snape seemed to be in a bad mood today. Snape glared at him for a moment, then waved his hand irritably. Yes, that's it. If there is nothing else, then you hurry up. I have one last question, sir, Harry said, flipping quickly to the back cover, and pointed to the line of fine print. I don't know if you have heard the term Half-Blood Prince before. He seems to be the author of this book. No, I never cared about the ridiculous and childish nicknames of the students, Snape said coldly and stiffly. The impatience on the face of the potions professor has become especially obvious, and every line on his face is engraved with frightening annoyance, as if he will throw them out of the office in the next moment. Standing behind Harry, Hermione and Draco swallowed in fear, and gently pulled the boy's robe. I have to admit that when Snape's face began to darken, he still looked scary. It's okay, Harry. At this moment, Elena suddenly said softly, anyway, let's not disturb Professor Snape anymore. If you really want to know who the Half-Blood Prince is, you might as well ask Professor Slughorn. Even if he doesn't have an impression of the name, well, ask the professor for it. In the past students' homework, we can see who can be compared with the handwriting identification method to find out who the Half-Blood Prince is. Okay? Handwriting verification? Exclamation mark. Snape tensed suddenly. Is this really reliable? This is not the police department to solve the case. Hermione Granger frowned, questioning quietly with some uncertainty. Not to mention that Professor Slughorn doesn't necessarily have to save the homework of previous students. There are too many people, right? Don't worry, judging from the data is not complicated. Elena shook her fingers triumphantly and answered clearly. The number of students in each class of Hogwarts is about 100, even if it goes back 50 years. Only 2,500 students. As for Professor Slughorn, as far as I know, he has always had the habit of saving the work of previous students. If it is not found among those students, it means that the enrollment time of the Half-Blood Prince is not in Sri Lanka. During Professor Slughorn's teaching period, as a well-known student collector in Hogwarts UE, Slughorn is still trustworthy in this regard. After all, even if it is him, there is no way to be 100% sure that his students will achieve a career. Therefore, the safest way is to archive all the homework. As long as there is a celebrity among them, then their previous homework is a gift to awaken the friendship between teachers and students. Whether it is good or bad, it is Hogwarts memory. If we really feel that the workload is too much, we can still mobilize everyone to help. Elena thought for a moment, and said softly innocently, in the second grade, we should be able to find a lot of volunteers. We can photocopy each person's handwriting, and we can identify the handwriting of the previous students together. At most, well, it can be done in 2 weekends. Snape stared at the little silver hoard witch in shock, unable to believe his ears. Merlin is here. How could there be such a vicious little devil in this world? Exclamation mark. Of course, said the silver hoard devil Jowdidi, adding, we can even publish missing persons notices in the newspapers. As she suggested seriously, she opened the door, preparing to lead Harry and the others away. Now, the devil's sickle was raised, waiting for the Half-Blood Prince to respond. Elena put her hand on the doorknob, counting silently in her heart. 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. You guys stop me. Snape's cold voice sounded behind them. Are you usually so free? Find out if the author of this book will give you extra points for the potions class. If you feel that you can't find anything to do, then you will help Filch clean the castle every weekend! No, sir, Elena replied politely, with just the right embarrassment on her face. The most important thing is, this is for Harry. Harry? Snape raised his eyebrows and turned his eyes to Harry. What's the matter, you say? Don't try to lie. I can tell. Harry Potter swallowed and said cautiously, I think is it possible that this half-blood prince is my father or mother? The handwriting in the book looks very recognizable. Professor Slughorn said that my mother's potion grades are also very good. James Potter? HMPH. Absolutely impossible. Before Harry could finish speaking, Snape snorted and said contemptuously, he doesn't understand the subtleties of potions, and he didn't even enter the potions improvement class. As for your mother, Lily Evans. Snape paused for a moment, looked away from Harry's, and took a deep breath and whispered, you're right. When she was in school, she was always the best witch in the potions class. When you said that, I remembered that when Evans was at Hogwarts, the most I liked to take notes in the potions textbook. Wait, does the professor mean? Harry was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, a certain white-haired dumpling standing behind Harry also looked shocked. She suddenly realized a problem, and now standing in front of her is the most powerful double agent in the magic world today, the best dean of Slytherin College, and Severus Snape, who has deceived countless HP fans. Compared to other wizards like Ty Hannigan, Snape was originally a professional performer. Okay. Repeat, I don't care who this old textbook belongs to before. Snape waved his hand impatiently and said fiercely, if you continue to struggle with this issue, then just return it to me. Write to Lyhan Bookstore and buy a brand new magic potion and potion. By the way, if I learn from Slughorn the professor learned that, well, you are still squandering precious time for boring things. But this is illogical. Why does the owner of this book misplace his book full of notes? Hermione frowned and said softly thoughtfully, don't interrupt me, Miss Granger. Snape glanced at Hermione, who was standing next to Elena, narrowed her eyes displeasedly, and spoke slowly. Speaking of which, you two have slackened a lot in the potions class recently. It is obvious that you are complacent, that you can get good grades even if you don't work hard. What's worse, when you find that your classmates succeed when I am myself, I choose to deny and question others despicably at the first time, instead of reflecting on my own problems. Sir, we didn't mean that. Hermione flushed. I think I said just now, don't interrupt me, Miss Granger. Snape raised the volume indifferently, and looked viciously at the little guys standing behind Harry. The original plan can be said to be perfect. If it weren't for these good students, Harry would not rush to the office recklessly. Not surprisingly, these two little witches are definitely the culprits. Jealous, this kind of thing, Snape has seen a lot over the years. Listen well, during the long years at Hogwarts, your two talents were at best mid to moderate. Snape said coldly, eyes like two slits, hovering over the two little witches. And now the facts prove that it is just an old textbook of a student who has not known how many years after graduation. It can help Harry to surpass you. What else do you have to be proud of? Jealous? Don't think I can't see it. Put your mind on these aspects. Why don't you think about how to study hard? Do you understand? I do not have. Faced with Professor Snape's stormy rants, the tears in Hermione's eyes began to swirl in an aggrieved manner. Whether there is it, you know best in your own minds, Snape said coldly and nonchalantly, and pointed his finger in the direction of the door. Now, you can leave. Professor Snape's answer resolved some of Harry's confusion. For example, the content in this old textbook is not dangerous, so he can use it with confidence. For another example, the Half-Blood Prince is not likely to be his father, James Potter. But what followed was another more entangled guess. Who is this mysterious Half-Blood Prince? Maybe it really is your mother? At the dinner table that evening, Ginny analyzed it very seriously when she heard Harry talk about it. It's very likely a girl, at least I don't think this note looks like a boy's. It's more like a girl's. He is called the Half-Blood Prince, Ginny. Ron curled his lips. How many girls would call themselves a prince? Besides, Professor Snape didn't say it in the end. Not necessarily. Oh, then take out your notes. Ginny glanced at her youngest brother disapprovingly. Anyway, I don't think there are a few boys who take notes patiently and neatly. Ginny, what you said is too absolute. Percy Weasley, who was sitting across from him, frowned, looking a little injured. I have an idea, Harry. Percy pondered for a few seconds and tilted her head toward a long table of faculty and staff. Why don't you just ask your godfather, Professor Black? I remember he and your mother are classmates. He should also know something. Big chapter. Chapter 8. Love will not disappear, will it? At the same time, the other side. Okay, don't be sad, Hermione. Elena held a grilled sausage and gestured in front of the little beaver, trying to attract her attention. That big bat is nonsense. He can't instigate the friendship between us. The clear one is clear. We are not as sordid as he said. You see that Harry has not listened to the instigation. Don't care. Since they came out of Snape's office, Hermione has been silent a lot during the afternoon spell class. Obviously, Hermione Granger was quite concerned about Snape's last words. But I do have that kind of thought. Hermione still had some redness around her eyes, and she fiddled with the beef on a plate in a daze, whispering, I saw Harry and Draco beat us in the potions class a couple of times ago. I was indeed really jealous. It doesn't matter, it will be nice to win them next time. Elena patted her chest confidently. The times are advancing, and past knowledge alone cannot surpass the development of cutting-edge potions. This weekend you and I will go outside the school for further studies. After we come back, we can definitely return to the first place. As for the Half-Blood Prince, hey madam. After finally coaxing Hermione, Elena glanced meaningfully at the faculty seat. Now, she finally understood Professor Snape's previous plan. Since no one of her age has a little wizard who can beat her, then simply put on a vest and pretend to be a genius of the past, through frustration education, to tell them the truth of there is no one outside the sky. Is this fighting against each other in the air? It's kind of interesting. Elena twitched her eyebrows. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and she hummed softly. This vain pride, this purpose is funny. I actually know that you just want to show off how strong is this number one. Don't ask, someone must challenge you. Due to time constraints, she has not been able to study the magic potion and potion carefully, but she has roughly flipped through it from beginning to end and found that the Half-Blood Prince has added notes on almost every page. Those notes are all related to potion making and potion processing, without any superfluous spells or words. Needless to say, this is a carefully compiled supplementary material. Judging from the information Snape revealed, he apparently intended to graft the pseudonym Half-Blood Prince onto Lily Potter's body, and he also deliberately guided them to make such a guess. However, there are still a few small loopholes in this plan for the time being. You like acting, don't you? It'll help you perfect it. Elena looked at the faculty seat thoughtfully. It was extremely rare that Snape was whispering something with Slughorn. Not surprisingly, it should be to solve the hidden danger of handwriting identification. Professor Lupin, Professor Blackwell, Slughorn doesn't seem to worry about it anymore. In fact, the way she said in the office was just to cheat Snape. Not to mention that there are many differences between homework and class notes. If you are not a professional handwriting expert, it is difficult to accurately pinpoint suspects in thousands of manuscripts. More importantly, when Snape forged handwriting, I use magic writing, and I will inevitably avoid writing on the blackboard when I was in class. It's not surprising, otherwise, if Harry glanced at the blackboard in the potions class, everything would be gone. On the other hand, with Horace Slughorn's character, it is unlikely that he will generously take out the collection of student work to help appraise it, unless the other party can give a reason or price that cannot be rejected. Faced with the threat of social death, Snape would definitely figure out a way. By the way, Hermione, When is our next black magic defense? Elena retracted her gaze from the faculty seat and suddenly asked in a soft voice curiously. Since binding with Miss Calculator this semester, she has no longer the habit of carrying the class schedule. Anyway, she can't find the way. The lovely Hermione Granger will help her arrange everything properly. The next black magic defense? It will be the first 2 classes tomorrow afternoon. Hermione answered casually while cutting her steak intently. Let's say yes. I have no time to play chess with you lately, Luna. Q and their courses are too complicated. I have to find a way to finish my homework in class before I have time to help them with homework. Tutoring homework? You probably won't have a chance in that class tomorrow. Elena shrugged and glanced casually at the pale pink toad in the distance. As one of the makers of Hogwarts' new curriculum standards, she naturally knew about the next teaching changes in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course early on, and they would be taken over by Professor Lupin after 2 classes a week. According to the purchase application sent by Professor Lupin, the following courses are quite interesting. At the same time, the Hogwarts faculty and staff table. Professor Snape, your request. Slughorn held the goblet, looked at the black-haired wizard beside him, pondering the sentence with some embarrassment. Indeed, I keep some homework from your school days, but most of them are for me to recall the past of Hogwarts. If you only want your own, but my personal storage cabinet. 3 kinds of materials. You can choose freely. Snape said softly, looking at the old walrus blankly. Oh, it's not a matter of materials, Severus. Slughorn shook his fingers and explained seriously. Just as I replied at the beginning, if you just want your own things, I can naturally keep them all for you. But if it's Lily Evans, well, you know it's been my years my favorite student. She used to be one of the best potion assistants in my mind. Oh, I thought you only admire those celebrities. No, I mean I need a potion assistant, Professor Snape. Slughorn pondered for a moment, then smiled and said softly, as an elderly guy, I am not short of materials, wealth, and contacts. I now hope to return to the field of potions and leave some traces of mine in this world. For example, something like wolf poison potion can be passed down in textbooks. The chubby potion master looked at Snape meaningfully. You are very young, Severus. Do you think if you are wholeheartedly helping, will I have a chance to develop an amazing, unpublished new potion within this year? An unpublished new potion. Snape repeated it softly, his eyes on the wrinkles on the old man's face for a moment. In the potions research community, there are not many gossips about Slughorn. As the longest-serving potion professor at Hogwarts, the most embarrassing thing about this old man may be that apart from his teaching ability, he has never had any results in potions research. There are many speculations about the reasons, and the most reliable is the story of the sequel of the Fullingji. I understand. I will help you complete your research results. Snape nodded calmly and said softly, but before that, I want to see those assignments first. This is the basis of cooperation. No problem. Happy cooperation. Slughorn's chubby face burst into a bright smile. Just paying for some old work that has no substantive effect other than the value of the collection can be exchanged for the naming rights of the new potion. This can be said to be the most cost-effective exchange in his life. The crumbs accompanied by the sweet pudding disappeared into the plate, and the dinner was over. The senior students are not allowed to return to the dormitory to rest for the time being. There is a big class on their class schedule. With the implementation of the Hogwarts new curriculum standard, each student's class schedule is fully lined up. The students and professor stood up and started pouring out of the auditorium. At the long Gryffindor table, a crowd of Melaniating lions looked at Harry excitedly. Go ahead, Harry, the professor is leaving. Ron whispered. Wait until Professor Snape is gone, Harry said. Okay. Harry stepped forward quickly, stopping Sirius and Lupin before they disappeared on the porch. What's the matter, Harry? Did Snape make things difficult for you in potions class? Before he could speak, Sirius stopped, and when his eyes fell on the old textbook in Harry's hands, he couldn't help frowning. Didn't I buy you a whole new set of textbooks? How come this happened? Sirius, I mean, Professor Black. Harry glanced at Professor Lupin, who was standing next to Sirius, and said cautiously, "It doesn't matter, Remus is not an outsider. If it weren't for him a little more handsome, maybe he is your godfather now." Apart from Lily, he was the only one who could control James back then. Sirius Black took Lupin's shoulder and said with a smile. Lupin rolled his eyes at Sirius helplessly, turned his head, and said softly, "Any problem, Harry?" "Some time ago, I accidentally broke the textbook when I was making up a class with Professor Snape. So Professor Snape asked me to take an old book from the closet." No, I was not caught by Snape. The professor is bullying. Although the professor usually looks cold, we all know that he is a good person. Good guy? Can Snape have such adjectives? Sirius and Lupin exchanged strange glances. Although they didn't know why Dumbledore trusted Snape so much, they wouldn't believe that the lonely guy would really get better. The Death Eaters were Death Eaters. At best it was just a temporary pretense. In fact, this book contains a lot of useful potions knowledge. With its help, my potions grades have improved a lot this semester. The problem is, the author of this book. Harry held up the magic potion, his voice trembling slightly. "I suspect that this is my mother's old textbook," Percy said. "If it's Sirius maybe it can help us tell if this is my mother's old textbook." "Well, Lily's old textbook." Lupin took the textbook from Harry and smiled kindly at him. "This is indeed our negligence. Later, I will find a way to help you find some pictures of James and Lily. If possible, I will help you ask if there are any letters, notes, classmates." "Ah, really?" Harry said in surprise. "I thought everything was taken by Voldemort." "Oh, Voldemort didn't have the energy to destroy James and Lily's house. He didn't even have time to escape at the time." "Speaking of it, you reminded me. I will ask Professor Dumbledore later, if possible, see if he can. I can't take a day off and take you back to that place to see James and Lily." Sirius snorted disdainfully and tilted his head to look at the old textbook in Lupin's hand. "How about it? Is it Lily's handwriting, Remus?" He glanced at the dense, upright handwriting in the blank area of the textbook, and dazzled it to see that it was indeed a bit like Lily's handwriting. Sirius' impression of Lily's handwriting only remained when he was copying homework. "I can only say that it looks like." Lupin frowned slightly, and he turned to the cover and took a look. "This is the second-year potions textbook for Hogwarts, Sirius. Don't forget, Lily didn't have a good face for you guys at that time, but I was a little impressed with some of the operations in it." He closed the old magic potion and returned it to Harry again. "So, Harry." Looking at Harry with a look of expectation, Lupin thought for a few seconds, and said with some uncertainty, "About the name Half-Blood Prince, I have never heard Lily mention it before, but there are many ways to deal with potions mentioned in the book that only Lily knows. I am not very good at potions, especially those skills that are not recorded in the textbook, and I can't give you much advice." Harry nodded excitedly, carefully putting Mom's old textbook into his school bag. As for what Lupin said later, Harry couldn't listen to it at all. He just wanted to go back to the Gryffindor common room as soon as possible and read this old magic potion from beginning to end, without missing any notes. By the way, it's best to purchase some magic for maintenance and book binding. After so many years, the joints of the spine of the book have become loose, and there are many cracks and curls on the pages of the book. If they are not properly repaired, they may be broken in a short time. Mom. Harry looked at the small line of "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince" on the back cover and muttered. This may be what the eldest sister Elena once said, although those who love them so much may die one day, love will not disappear, it is just another form of accompanying them. And this old textbook may be one of them. Chapter 887. The Dragon Slayer finally becomes the evil dragon. I can't believe it. It's amazing. A moment later, on the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry was still immersed in excitement. "This is actually my mother's old textbook. I finally know why Professor Slughorn said that my mother was the most potion-talented witch he had ever seen before. It was excellent." Yeah, it's really amazing." Elena nodded strangely, her mouth twitched slightly. "Miss Lily, the Half-Blood Prince, is much better than me in the fields of potions and occultism. You know." When Elena saw Harry go directly to the faculty desk to inquire about Sirius and Lupin, she was still trying to think about how to complete the field, lest Professor Snape died socially on the spot. Who knew that Bigfoot and Moonsface backhanded an assist, which completely confirmed Snape's identity as a male mother? Thinking about it carefully, even in the 5th grade, Lily still seemed to hate the foursome. If it weren't for the phrase "I don't need a little smelly mudblood like her to help," maybe it's not Harry Potter who is standing in front of her at this moment, but Harry Snape. "I still find it very strange, why a girl in 2nd grade would call herself a prince," Ron murmured, still holding on to his previous point of view. "And, don't you think this is a coincidence?" Harry just broke his book, and then from the cabinet, he just picked the old textbook left by his mother. "Oh, this is normal." Elena shrugged, turned her head to hold Hermione's face in a daze, and said seriously, "Granger, come, call Dad." "Roll." Hey, don't be angry. I'm just giving an example." Elena rubbed her nose in a jealous manner, looked at Hermione who had regained her spirit, and explained cheekily, "Then why don't you give an example yourself?" "Dad, I can't sleep alone at night," Elena replied unscrupulously, spreading her arms quickly. "Dad, please hug. Don't make trouble." "There will be a whole day of class tomorrow." Hermione sighed rather speechlessly. She was not surprised. In the field of shamelessness, Elena seemed to have never lost. "Speaking of which, have you noticed just now?" Hermione promptly grabbed the white-haired dumpling who had almost fallen into the stair trap, and said thoughtfully, "Professor Lupin said when he left, 'See you in class tomorrow afternoon.'" "Huh? Did you?" Harry was stunned, and said in confusion, "Did you remember wrong?" "No." Hermione pulled out the class schedule from her school bag, and took a closer look at. "There will only be 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts classes tomorrow afternoon, all taught by Professor Umbridge, and from what Professor Lupin means, maybe we will see the new professor tomorrow. You say yes, Irene?" "Oh, right." Elena blinked cutely at Hermione's prompt. She finally remembered to jump over the whole person step this time. "Let's go back to the dormitory to wash up and go to bed. I'm almost sleepy." She added a sentence, and then took the lead to walk towards the corridor in front. After reaching this floor, she would not get lost. After all, she could see the portrait of the fat lady when she raised her head, so she couldn't go wrong. "Huh? Professor Lupin is coming to teach our grade?" Ron looked at Hermione in surprise at this time, and asked afterwards. "For the time being, our Class A will be the first. As for the more detailed information, I guess I will only know it when we are in class tomorrow afternoon. If Elena doesn't say anything tonight, she must know something." Hermione frowned slightly, looking at the white-haired dumpling who was chatting with the fat lady not far away. She suddenly realized that there was no Hannah and Luna to help tonight. Compared with the group and brush group every weekend, from Monday to Friday, Elena, who has the right to pass through the 4 houses, has always had an overwhelming advantage on a separate battlefield. "Awful. Elena, I'm not feeling well today. I want to go to bed earlier." After a while, Hermione said seriously, looking at the white-haired dumpling who was climbing onto her bed excitedly. "Compared to Elena, who hasn't developed yet, her reason can be said to be extremely legitimate. After all, when they went to the school hospital together some time ago, even Madame Pomfrey admired the Bayamatuanza's knowledge of menstrual period, and now it happens to use those theories to protect herself." "Huh? Oh." The dull hair on top of Elena's head shook in loss. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly remembered something, and the god mysteriously took out a strange thing. "By the way, Hermione, do you have a large amount? Do you want to use this?" "This is a new type of magic sanitary napkin jointly developed by Gringotts and Hogwarts. It has strong absorption, multiple recycling, and Knockast cleaning magic sanitary napkins. Hermione, who was about to go to bed, was stunned, and somewhat suspiciously took the piece of cloth from Elena. She squeezed it subconsciously. It was very thin, as if it were a piece of paper. Unlike the styles imported from the mole world provided by Hogwarts School Hospital, the one that Elena gave her seems to be softer and lighter. The only drawback may be that the middle part is a little harder. Well, this one is for day and night, don't worry. Elena waved her hand, retracted comfortably by the bed, and began to write a diary. Tom, make a note of number 03, the highest service level. If you dare to interrupt me next time, then I will definitely multiply the number of this number by 10, and focus on the middle-aged women's market. Tom Riddle's diary is essentially a special vehicle with magic. In a sense, it is somewhat similar to the Reaper's notebook in Death Note that Elena had seen in her previous life. Even if a small piece of paper is torn off from it, the magic effect will not be affected. After repeated magic tests, Tom Riddle's diary does not have the ability to actively attack. In other words, once its reading and writing functions are sealed, this piece of paper only has the passive ability to absorb liquid attachments. It can be regarded as an excellent sanitary napkin material today. Of course, considering the huge market demand in the future, it is far from enough to persecute Tom to absorb. After Draco Malfoy has learned this magic technique, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank can begin to promote the corresponding expansion of production and marketing. As a well-known pureblood family in the magic world, the Malfoy family is in terms of business sense of smell and execution, it has always been quite trustworthy. As for the title Magic Sanitary Napkin King, does it sound good? Anyway, it was a long time later. In front of Gingy Arlong and social influence, she believed that Lucius Malfoy would not make her embarrassed, not to mention, it was the task of the Dark Lord. No matter which world you are in, women are always the first in the field of consumption. Under the care of the Riddle same-style sanitary napkin model, Hermione slept particularly peacefully that night. Compared with those competing products in the non-magical world, under the magical effect of Tom Riddle, let alone any conventional aren't left, even sweat and secretions are absorbed very refreshingly. And the special model provided by Elena also has the advantage that it does not need to be replaced frequently. This is really a magic product developed by you. When is Gringotts going to promote it? What is the principle of this magic? It's incredible. Hey, if it's not a conversion spell, could it be the non-mark stretching spell and other magics? Do you mix it up? Do you have any other unfinished products? The next day, until they walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hermione was still asking curiously. Unlike pure magic, Elena portrayed a broader world before her eyes, a world of industrial operation and processing hidden behind the magic society that cannot be known in books. Okay, you'll know if you follow me out on the weekend. Elena rubbed her temples with a headache. Class is about to start, today Thursday. I can't wait a few days, someone will explain it in detail. Knowing that calculation G would erroneously evolve into 100,000 YG, she should be careful when answering the first question, at least not to who can so proudly. Now that's all right, Hermione's interest was completely hooked, seeing it getting stronger and stronger. But on the other hand, the huge system of modern industry cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Fortunately, counting the time, class is about to start. Due to Professor Umbridge's previous rules, students usually arrive in the classroom early. When they were about 5 minutes before class time, all the students in class of the second grade arrived. The students sat down, took out books, quill pens, and parchment, and looked at the podium quietly and confusedly. Professor Umbridge is not in the classroom, which is a very strange signal. According to the usual situation, by this time she should have already started to roll the call, and began to show the content of today's class on the blackboard, and asked everyone to copy the text verbatim. When the commotion gradually began to appear in the classroom, a sickly and haggard wizard walked in. "Good afternoon." Lupin smiled slightly and put his tattered suitcase on the desk. "I have to regret to inform everyone that due to some work reasons, Professor Umbridge's class schedule is slightly. I have locked the keys, and I will give everyone the Defense Against the Dark Arts class every Thursday afternoon." There was a whisper in the classroom, and the students exchanged surprised eyes. It was almost the same last semester. As soon as Halloween was over, the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts was changed from Professor Quirrell to Professor Apocalypse, this time even a few days earlier than last year. The little wizards such as Hermione and Harry, who had guessed in advance, showed such expressions as expected. "Today is a practical class," Lupin said. "Please put all the books in your school bag. All you need is a magic wand." The class put the book back in the bag, and the originally numb and dull expression began to get excited. It's not that they haven't taken a practical lesson in Defense Against the Dark Arts. In last year's class, the magic confrontation taught by Professor Apocalypse is still the most interesting teaching link in many students' minds if Sister Elena can lighten it when hitting someone on the head. Accompanied by Professor Lupin's voice, the little wizards quickly raised their wands and looked at each other vigilantly. "You know, there are many forms of magic confrontation. In addition to the most regular red and blue group competition, last year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor Apocalypse adopted the second most form, which is to start indiscriminate chaos in the classroom. Each round of surviving to the last 3 students can get the right to rest, and the rest will be pulled from the ground by the healing magic and participate in endless magical confrontations until they become one of the winners, or heroic until the end of this dark magic defense class. Ahem. It's not a spell confrontation." Professor Lupin glanced at the classroom that instantly became like a battlefield, and pressed his hands with a wry smile. Regarding the style of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class last semester, he had already tasted it from the upper grades. After starting to learn the skills of silent spells, it was too easy to happen. "We have to change the venue today." Lupin picked up the suitcase. "Will everyone follow me?" The class was confused, but also found it interesting. At least it was more interesting than sitting in the classroom and copying the texts of Professor Umbridge. They stood up and walked out of the classroom with Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin led them along the empty corridor and turned around. There, Elena and the others saw the Peepee, who likes to tease people. It was floating in the air with its head down, trying to put the chewing gum into the eye of the key closest to it. It wasn't until Professor Lupin walked 2 feet away from Peppy Ghost that Peppy Ghost looked up, and a hint of clever resistance flashed in its sly black eyes, and he began to sing rudely. "Silly and silly Lupin," Peppy sang, "silly and silly Lupin, silly and silly Lupin." Peppies have always been lawless and rude, but they usually have some respect for professors. Except when teasing the castle keeper, people rarely see Peppy directly provoking a formal faculty member like this. The students quickly turned their eyes to Professor Lupin to see how he treated him. However, what surprised the students was that Professor Lupin did not feel any irritation. "If I were you, Peppy, I won't use this method to cause trouble now." Lupin leaned down and said in a familiar tone as if he was talking to an old friend. "The current castle administrator is not the only one, Mr. Filch. And your tactics have no effect at all for Sirius and Professor Apocalypse. You have to think of a new trick. You don't need to talk too much." "Stupid Mr. Professor." Peppy Ghost hovered angrily, grinned at Lupin with a vulgar gesture, and whistled angrily. "The sloppy Sirius, the sloppy and confused Lupin, the sloppy and sloppy Sirius, the sloppy and confused Lupin, the sloppy and sloppy Sirius, the sloppy and confused Lupin." End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Happiness. "You are dead, Peppy." "Sorry." Professor Lupin sighed slightly and took out his wand. Since he and Sirius returned to Hogwarts, most of the ghosts, professors, and portraits have welcomed the two of them. Only this little guy who had a good relationship with them has changed. In fact, compared to Sirius, who is a part-time castle administrator, this is considered polite. At least it wouldn't be like a poor Bigfoot. Just as soon as we met, a pile of old chairs, water balloons, blackboard erasers and other debris were thrown around. Like a life and death enemy, he would never say a word of nonsense to him. As one of Hogwarts' former mixed fours, Lupin certainly knows the reason for Peppy Ghost's transformation. Perhaps in the eyes of Peppy Gui, He and Sirius have become the most shameful traitors, right? As time went by, Pippi's eyes gradually became savage. Remus Lupin knew very well that this was a sign that Pippi was about to mobilize magic power to attack. This was not just a prank, it was usually a dangerous attack. I didn't have a choice before, but I am a professor now, please forgive me. Lupin sighed again, turned around and said to the class, please watch, there is a very simple spell here. He raised his wand, shoulder high, and was about to release the magic. At this moment, a small figure with long silver white hair jumped out from behind him, blocked Professor Lupin and Peepigui, and interrupted Lupin's spell. Don't do this, Professor, let me take care of this. Elena stood in front of Pippi, looking at the screaming nostrils of this special ghost. Of course she knew why Pippi Ghost hated Lupin and Sirius so much. This is like a classmate who was playing truant together yesterday and suddenly became the dean of teaching, or maybe a former girlfriend suddenly ran away one day, and when he reappeared, his whole body became the shape of a deadly enemy. Considering the formation principle of Pippi, this anger may be even stronger. You can't beat them now, Pippi. Times have changed. Elena narrowed her eyes and said softly with a voice that only two of them could hear. Those pranks that you know and are proud of are all leftover things they play. When the brave becomes a new dragon, he will be stronger than the previous generation. Temporarily surrender to me. I will teach how do you defeat the traitors who have betrayed the student class, and then Master Pippi will not, but, please, you are really weak and naive right now. Elena looked at Pippi sincerely, her lips opened and closed, and her voice seemed to pierce its heart. Since last year, the title of Hogwarts' strongest demon king has changed hands. In the beginning, Pippi could also find reasons such as, Elena can freely enter and exit Hogwarts Castle, but it can't, to comfort himself. But with the changes in this castle, the happiness in its heart quickly disappeared like a punctured balloon. Compared with a certain mortgage castle, a riot in the principal's room, threatening the Sorting Hat, instigating college fights, blowing up the professor's office, looting the kitchen, taking the Slytherin lounge, tampering with the Eagle Ring, assaulting faculty and staff, injuring people and harming people. Professor Durbins is a young devil who has a weak soul, abducts preschool girls, and hurts people with a ball. It lost. The kind that loses thoroughly. The most important thing is that it hasn't even the final dignity left. In the chalk wall leading to Hufflepuff College, it witnessed how this little devil demolished Hogwarts Castle with a smile on his face. A bold act it had never even dared to think of. Think about it, Hogwarts Elf, it's your 1000th birthday soon, and it's time for a new journey. If you think about it, go to the kitchen and find me, I will know. Birthday. A daze appeared on Pippi's sly and funny clown's face. The Hogwarts calendar, the Pippi calendar. These are the calendars that are gradually recognized by everyone in the magic world today. Elena stretched out her hand and patted it on the shoulder. Unlike other ghosts with no entities, Pippi was flicking and cold to the touch, as if it were ice jelly, said softly. In short, you have seen my sincerity, now it's your turn. As if hit by petrified magic, the originally lively and arrogant Pippi suddenly fell silent. Elena dialed gently, moved it away from the middle of the corridor, and pushed it toward the other side road. In this way, nothing will continue to stand in the way of the students. It's incredible, Miss Caslana, Lupin said in surprise, and looked at Elena thoughtfully. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Elena smiled shyly and said modestly, it's just a trivial advantage. I have always been committed to getting along with everyone in the castle, and Peepigui is no exception. Oh, I found out it's quite amazing. Remus Lupin nodded meaningfully, remembering Dumbledore's request in his mind. He glanced at the beautiful mixed blood little Vuff from the corner of his eye, and his vigilance increased in his heart. Suppose they can get the friendship of Pippi Ghost when they were a student in the 4-person group, one can imagine how terrible the little witch who can be respected by Pippi Ghost and even obeyed is in front of them. Fortunately, at the suggestion of Dumbledore and Scamander, he made a little preparation. Lupin led everyone on. A few minutes later, He led them into the second corridor and stopped outside the faculty lounge. "That's it, please go in." Lupin accepted, opened the door, and took a step back. The faculty lounge is a long place full of different sets of old chairs. Two old wizards are sitting in the lounge. Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat side by side on a low old sofa, and when Elena and the others came in, they stopped talking and turned their heads to look over. Professor Lupin seemed to have known something. After he came in, he closed the door behind him. "This is a grand feast." Elena raised her eyebrows and looked at the two old people who were sitting in the room as spectators. As the two most powerful wizards in the magic world today, there is only one reason for these two old people to appear in the classroom at the same time and to patiently observe the teaching about the education of the third generation of the Dark Lord. "Now, well, come here." At this time, Professor Lupin walked to the end of the lounge. After Lupin nodded to the two old men to say hello, he turned around and beckoned the students to come closer. At the end of the faculty lounge was an empty space, which looked like it had just been cleaned out by magic. There was nothing except an old closet where the faculty members usually store their robes. Lupin walked to the closet and stood still. The closet suddenly shook and banged against the wall. "Do not worry," Professor Lupin said calmly, because several students stopped in fright. "There is a boggart." Sure enough, Elena glanced at the old potatoes and old radishes on the edge of the lounge, her eyes full of playfulness. Obviously, this is mostly specially prepared for her, right? According to the normal teaching progress of Defense Against the Dark Arts class, boggart should be the content that Hogwarts will only be exposed to in the third grade, and she is now just a poor, weak, and harmless second grader. "Boggart likes dark, enclosed spaces," Professor Lupin said. "The closet, the void under the bed, the cupboard under the sink. He once ran into a man who lived in the grandfather clock. This one was shipped from outside the castle yesterday for practical learning in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Now, the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what is boggart? Click below to expand more." Hermione raised her hand. Professor Lupin said. Hermione beamed with joy. The pre-class questions and answers of the Dark Defense Techniques class were proceeding in an orderly manner. Elena didn't have much interest in the restoration of this scene full of sense of sight. On the one hand, Professor Lupin didn't seem to pay special attention to her. On the other hand, she was a little distracted. I have to admit that boggart is a very magical creature. When it appears in front of people, it will become the image that everyone fears most. This also means that every boggart is a natural master of mind trapping, and also the kind that is immune to occlumency, because even Dumbledore and Snape can't seem to fool him. The purpose of Dumbledore and Grindelwald was simple. They wanted to know what Elena was afraid of. This is an upright and arrogant plan. Only think about it carefully. I don't seem to be particularly afraid of anything. Elena frowned slightly and stroked her head back and forth several times quickly. As the fairy queen who does not belong to this era, the third generation Dark Lord with wisdom, strength, and luck, she should have no reason to be afraid of anything that can be summarized into can, good, and what. If there were any, she had already ordered them to be wiped out, right? At the same time, Professor Lupin's teaching introduction has also come to an end. Repelling Boggart's spell is simple, but it requires a certain amount of willpower. You know, what really scares Boggart away is laughter, and all you need to do is force it into a ridiculous image. Let's practice this spell once without a magic wand. Tell me funny. Funny. The whole class replied in unison. Okay, Lupin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. But this is only the easiest part. Obviously, this spell alone is not enough. Now let's try it directly. Immediately afterwards, Professor Lupin began the final explanation. As in the original book, this time he chose Neville as his assistant in the first stage. The only difference is that in Hogwarts today, although Professor Snape is harsh, he is not the person Neville fears the most. The person who wears women's clothes eventually becomes Neville's uncle. Algae. In fact, Elena was not surprised by this change. According to Neville, before he showed his magical talents, his uncle Algie was always taking advantage of others to try to force Neville to show off a spell, for example, pushing him off the Black Lake Pier, hanging upside down in the window and throwing it down. Elena has always felt that the wizard's mind is not normal. Slip funny. Neville screamed. Burst of noise, like the sound of whip-wielding sound. The middle-aged wizard, who seemed a little dangerous, stumbled and changed into a lace dress of the same style as Grandman Neville. As the class burst into laughter, the originally stagnant and tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Hogwarts, Faculty Lounge. Professor Lupin instructed the students to step forward and dry. Funny. Funny. The female ghost turned into a rat spinning around. The shark turned into a cartoon boy. The zombie head turned into a pumpkin face. And the vampire turned into a rabbit with small buck teeth. There was a burst of laughter after another. Soon, Elena appeared at the front of the queue. Is it finally going to start? Not far away, Grindelwald and Dumbledore exchanged glances. The two unanimously drew out their wands and looked at Boggart, who was still deforming. Different wizards will reflect different fears. Some will be more ordinary, but some will be extraordinarily terrifying, especially powerful and imaginative wizards. Their Boggart is likely to get out of control. This is why they will appear in this temporary classroom today. Of course, before Elena, there was a little wizard. Okay, Harry, be brave, come forward, Professor Lupin shouted. It was Harry's turn, but he didn't move. He looked scared. With Harry's hesitation, there was a low voice of discussion and laughter in the lounge. Harry, this is just a Boggart. It can't hurt you. Lupin frowned slightly, and warmly encouraged him. Everyone has something to fear, but in this class, they are all non-existent. There is no shame or embarrassment. Just remember the spell and make it ridiculous. Come on, be brave. Go, Harry. With me, there is nothing to be afraid of. Elena patted the little boy in front of her on the shoulder, smiled and softly encouraged. Harry trembled all over, showing a smile more ugly than crying. Harry walked forward, clutching his wand tightly. Don't be, he muttered vaguely, and looked nervously at the funny banana-severed hand ahead. Snapped. The banana-severed hand that was still jumping disappeared. The next moment, all the discussion and laughter in the classroom disappeared. Elena, with silver waist and long hair and a happy and sickly expression, appeared on the spot, throwing a red ball up and down in her right hand, a ghost flying ball that was dripping blood. Harry took a step back subconsciously. His wand was raised, his mouth was speechless, over. Now, it must be dead. Harry Potter's heart squeezed, and his breathing seemed to stop. The thing he worries the most has happened after all. Professor Lupin is a liar who said those most scared things will not appear in class. Harry didn't even dare to look behind him from his side. Compared to the Boggart in front of him, the self behind him who fell into silence was even more frightening, and if he chanted the spell now, he would definitely die. Right? Exclamation mark. Chapter 889, The Death Scene of a Large Community. Get out of the way, Harry. Elena drew her wand and walked forward blankly. The air seemed to become sticky in an instant, and Professor Lupin's face changed suddenly. Before he could react, the Elena that Harry had imagined suddenly let out a series of happy laughs. His right hand grabbed the bloody ghost flying ball and pointed it directly in front of her. The little silver horde witch with a magic wand. Wait. Boom. The next moment, a crimson light beam suddenly lit up, as if there was an earthquake. The Hogwarts faculty room trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shockwave spread in the room. Lupin lost his sense of balance for a while, and he shook, trying to squint to look at the place at the end of the lounge where the crimson light beam finally disappeared. It was almost like a fire dragon landing on the surface of the lake, and the marble floors on both sides of the beam path were all overturned. The old wooden cabinet used to store the robes has completely disappeared. The place that was supposed to be the wooden cabinet was replaced by a huge dilapidated stone cave. Through the opening, you can vaguely see the tables and chairs in the auditorium behind. With just one blow, The curse directly penetrated the onomatophic stone wall of the Hogwarts castle. Guru, Lupin swallowed involuntarily. This monster-like destructive power, even Professor Dumbledore, can't possibly be better, right? He finally understood why Harry's boggart appeared that way. No matter who it was, anyone who witnessed it with his own eyes or after experiencing such a terrible attack, it is difficult not to have fear in his heart named death. Fear? Dumbledore wanted him to teach this kind of witchcraft. Isn't he overestimating him? Exclamation mark. Of course, those are things later. What's worse right now is, compared to the tragic scene behind, Elena, who was on the path of the beam, still stood unscathed. This boggart froze for a moment, seeming a little confused. Immediately afterwards, as if smelling some delicious prey, her eyes swept back and forth on the faces of the trembling little wizards in the classroom, and finally landed on Elena, who was standing half a meter away. There was another cracking sound, and the place where Quidditch Elena had stood is now an Elena wearing a wizard robe. This is a very strange scene. As if two identical Elena appeared in the room, they raised their wands in the same way, like mirror images, and aimed at each other and differently. The red light that made their heart palpitating shined on the tip of the rod. How could it be? Lupin was stunned and murmured. According to common sense, boggart should become the most feared form of its current focus. But from the current performance of Elena, she is not afraid of another self. Not many people are afraid of the self in the mirror, especially the exact same gesturist is the least likely to make people feel scared. Unless Lupin's gaze flicked quickly, and dozens of pale faces came into view. This kind of sight and appearance can effectively scare most of the people present at the same time. Wait, Elena, don't use offensive spells, you are strengthening its power. Lupin reacted quickly and shouted. And faster than his voice was another clear and rapid chanting. Funny. Hermione shrieked. There was a noise, and one of Elena tripped suddenly. Suddenly an out-of-it wooden step appeared on the marble floor. Elena stepped on the air and fell directly into the stair trap. The small figure disappeared for most of an instant, leaving only a dumb hair in anger swaying from side to side. Good job. Harry, come forward. Professor Lupin breathed a sigh of relief and called out loudly. After recovering, Harry hurriedly passed Elena, who was frozen in place. Snapped. The previous Illinois Elena who threw the blood ghost flying ball appeared again. She looked at Harry, who was trembling all over, with a joking expression. The ghost flying ball in her hand was aimed at the boy's face, aggressively approaching him. Funny. Harry shouted. Elena suddenly stepped on her right foot with her left foot, and fell to the ground with her face forward, and Lolita fell flat. Exclamation mark. And many more. The situation is wrong. This is the scene of a social death, right? Exclamation mark. Elena finally reacted and moved forward in a panic, preparing to save Her Majesty. At this moment, she suddenly felt her steps sink, as if she was caught in some kind of thick quicksand. She turned her head quickly, just in time to see Dumbledore lowering her right hand like a thief, revealing a touch of embarrassment instead of gentle smile. Malfoy, Professor Lupin called. Draco Malfoy took a step forward reflexively. Snapped. Elena appeared in the lounge again. Her blue eyes were full of coldness and strangeness. She looked at the pale blonde-haired boy indifferently. Her right hand gripped Draco's throat, and her left hand was an ice cream cone without balls. Slippy. Funny. Draco made up his mind and said firmly. The next moment, a large group of ice cream balls suddenly appeared in the empty ice cream cone. The Force Lock throat middle. Elena panicked and opened his hands, trying to hug the ever-increasing ice cream balls. The hair, face, and clothes were covered with sticky ice cream, looking quite embarrassed and cute. Stop, 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 Elena shouted hurriedly, rushing forward. Snapped. The embarrassed Elena disappeared. For a second, everyone looked around blankly to see where it was. Immediately afterwards, they saw a somewhat worn-out army green backpack appeared on the ground in front of Elena. On the back of the backpack there were a few cartoon stickers that looked like a yellow mouse. There was nothing special other than that. It's not common. right. Albus Grindelwald frowned and looked at the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor beside him with some bewilderment. So do you understand what Elena fears most in this world? Then you have to see what's in the bag. Dumbledore shrugged and looked away thoughtfully. Elena looked at the backpack deeply, stretched out her hand and pressed it lightly. The familiar touch and sound. Even if she didn't open it to look closely, she knew what it was inside. The backpack was empty except for some unpacked bags that contained no food residue. A few hours before death, she had already imprinted these deeply into the depths of her mind. Call. Elena raised her wand and tapped it lightly on the backpack. Funny. Snapped. The next moment, this army green backpack began to gush out white mist. In less than half a second, the dense white mist completely submerged Elena's figure. Familiar ceiling. The girl raised her head and glanced at the dazzling incandescent lamp on the bedside table on her right-hand side. The ECG monitor is emitting a rhythmic beep. The voice of a doctor talking from outside the door was faintly heard. Fortunately, the search and rescue team arrived in time and found her. Apart from the patient's weakness, there is nothing serious about her health. If there is no accident, she can be discharged home in 2 or 3 days at most. Search and rescue team. That's right, but isn't it? Elena looked around greedily. Unexpectedly, the ward of the health team, which she was most afraid of when she was a child, turned out to be the most funny place for her. Only, Elena glanced at the magic wand in her hand and the long silver hair on her shoulders in Yu Guang's Hong. After all, it was not a dream, and the world had changed. She couldn't go back. But this seems to be okay. She shook her head and chuckled in a complicated mood. What? The mist lingering around Elena suddenly exploded. This time, Boggart did not continue to deform. It turned into countless tiny plumes of smoke and disappeared. Awesome. That's it. Professor Lupin's voice rang, and he clapped happily. You see, power can't destroy Boggart. But laughter, especially the joy from the heart and the courage to challenge fear, can scare it away or even dispel it. Good job, big guy. Let me see. Gryffindor added 5 points because Miss Granger showed an excellent calm response. Miss Caslana also added 5 points. But I accidentally blown up the wall of the lounge, Elena said cautiously. This is a bit of compensation and reward for Thursil. Those great sacrifices you were in class today. I have to apologize to you and show respect and gratitude for your subsequent acquiescence. Lupin looked at Elena seriously, and then patted his palms easily. Very well, everyone is fine. A great class. Homework. Please read the chapter about Boggart and write a simple summary to be handed in before class next Thursday. Nothing. Acquiescence? Question mark. Elena was stunned for a few seconds, and then instantly recalled the old turnips who used hands and feet to block her in class. She turned her head back abruptly. She didn't know when. The 2 old wizards who had been sitting on the edge of the faculty lounge had already sneaked away, leaving only an empty sofa. Hugh, this hatred should be written down first! Exclamation mark. The whole class left the faculty lounge with excitement. However, Elena was not happy. In just one class, she has worked so hard to build the majesty of the Demon King for more than a year. Not far away, Hermione, who was the first to uniform Elena, became the center of the students. Draco told the story before school openly, while Harry was teased by a few boys that he was afraid of ghost flying balls. Hermione was helping Neville to condemn his uncle, while the other 2 girls were laughing wildly. There are still discussions. Dean talked in awe about the hole blasted by Elena's curse. Human sorrows and joys are not interlinked. Elena just thinks they are noisy. Why does the kind little angel have to endure such pain? Under her perseverance, Professor Snape finally didn't have to worry about the women's clothing storm. But the brightest moonlight in Hogwarts unexpectedly became a new substitute, which was really unfair. Unexpectedly, before the Half-Blood Prince died socially, she would be the first victim! Exclamation mark. Elena murmured in a low voice at the end with a full face of resentment, and unknowingly followed the group of troops who lost her back to the classroom. However, the problem is not big. Anyway, it will be time for the end of Get Out of Class. On the other hand, Elena also wanted to be alone. Elena grumbled along the deserted corridor. Although she didn't know where she was, where she came from, and where she was going, the same thoughtful person who suddenly appeared right in front of her could definitely help her answer Gryffindor's resident ghost, Almost Headless Nick. At this moment, the Almost Headless Nick was looking out the window sadly, muttering in a low voice, "It doesn't meet their conditions, it's half an inch away, if that." "Hey, hello, Nick." Elena waved happily. "Hello, hello." Nick, who was almost headless, was taken aback and looked around. He wears a very fashionable hat with feathers on his long curly hair, and wears a knee-length tunic with a wrinkled collar inlaid on it, which almost covers his neck. The fact of being completely cut off, he is like a wisp of smoke, and Elena can look at the dark sky and the pouring rain through his body. After half a second, Nick lowered his head suddenly. "Why didn't you stay with your friends? Are you worried?" Miss Caslana. While talking, Nick folded a translucent letter and hid it in his tunic. "Well, aren't you?" Elena raised her eyebrows. This Gryffindor resident ghost floats a little high, not as cute as a pee-pee ghost. Moreover, the movement of looking around just now, it's really hot. Nick, who was immersed in his own world, did not notice the irritation on Elena's face. Or even if he saw it, he might think that Elena was thinking about her own thoughts. Nick, who was almost headless, waved his hand gracefully. "It's a little thing, it's not that I really want to participate. I thought I could apply, so I tried it casually, but it seemed that I still didn't meet the conditions." His tone was nonchalant, but the deep pain on his face betrayed his true thoughts. However, Elena was not in the mood to comfort Nick at this time. As Mr. Luxon once said, "When you have one happiness, you share two happiness. When you have one sorrow, to complete a successful fire, you may turn the sorrow into happy." "Oh, little things, then let him go. Time will heal everything." Elena raised her head and poured cheap chicken soup for the soul quite sincerely. Didn't it mean that she didn't join the Headless Hunter team? Compared to the experience she had just experienced, it was a far cry. How many people can complete a social death at the age of 12? Chapter 890, Deja Vu's drama performance. Time? Yeah, time can always dilute a lot. Seeing the girl's pure and flawless eyes, Nick shrugged pretentiously. It's a pity that Elena's words are like sparks on a pile of explosives, instantly igniting the frustration and anger that he has finally pressed in his heart. Time can heal everything, but it is a pity that he has no possibility of change! Telling me, Nick suddenly broke out, and took the letter out of his pocket again. He was chopped 44 times by a blunt axe on his neck. "Are you eligible to join the Headless Hunter team?" "Well, strictly speaking, no." Elena thought about it for half a second, and said categorically in the look of Nick's expectation, "The Headless Hunter team, then, as the name suggests. It should be a ghost hunter team whose head and body can be separated. The most important thing for this kind of team is coordination and unity." "Sorry, Nick, maybe this is life." But, Nick, who was almost headless, had not had time to shake the letter, and the letter fell on the ground, and he waved his hands out of control. "My goodness. There is only a little skin and tendons attached to my neck, Elena. Most people would think that this is actually the same as dropping your head. I mean, I hope more than anyone else things are done neatly, and I hope my head will be cut off completely. I mean, it will save me a lot of pain and not be laughed at. But you're lying." "You are not," Elena said calmly, knelt down and fumbled over the letter curiously. It was cold, as if passing through a layer of cold water. Then she ran her fingers through the letter paper and touched the ground. Sure enough, a real ghost letter cannot be touched by a living person under normal circumstances. This is the same as the teaching plan of Professor Binns, the poetry collection of Miss Gray, and the prayer book of the Fat Monk. Among the ghosts of the wizarding world, there is a very special way of recording and interpreting information. You are like Mr. D-Board, who completely lost his head. "Are you going to make fun of me?" Nick, who was almost headless, said angrily, bent down, and was about to pick up the fallen envelope number. I'm just stating the fact that you never want your head to be cut off completely, at least as long as you were called Sir Nicholas de Minxie Boppington. Elena looked at Nick, who was on the same level as her, and said calmly, "If I remember correctly, until the last second before death arrived, you were fighting for this result even if your voice was dumb by the monk's potion and the wand was snatched by the Kinjvan. Death was impossible. Separate your body, so, I don't think you need to envy those gentlemen who have completely lost their heads." "What did you say?" Nick, who was almost headless, stiffened. His slender hands seemed to be caught by the ground. "I mean, you are braver than most people. This is something to be proud of," Elena said softly, walked to the window and watched the pouring rain outside, deliberately not looking at Nick's expression at this time. "It will be Halloween in a few days. Time will dilute the scars, and the words will let the story go on. Maybe not many people have the patience to pick up the shells from the long river of history, but it can't and shouldn't just disappear." As the ghost of Gryffindor in the hospital, the almost headless Nick's experience before his death was not simple. Elena turned her back to Nick and took a look at the ghost of Hogwarts from the different dimensional packet on her chest. "After the final exam last year, I borrowed a book from the Hogwarts library. It contains some stories about the ghosts in the castle, including the details of your death that year. The book says so. On the night of October 30th, 1492. Sir Nicholas met Miss Griff while walking in the Royal Park. She was sure he could help her correct crooked teeth, but Nicholas' attempt backfired and caused her to grow fangs. Because of this mistake, Sir Nicholas was immediately imprisoned by guards and sentenced to death. Before he was locked in the dungeon, his wand was also taken away, preventing him from using magic to escape. He was yelling all night, claiming that he can immediately eliminate the damage caused by Miss Griff. Elena paused for a while, glanced at the cheat sheet on her chest quickly, and continued. "On that night, a priest came to Sir Nicholas' cell to comfort him, and escorted him to the execution ground at dawn the next day. When the executioner asked him to kneel before the stone, he could not speak clearly. However, the axe in his hand is very blunt. Because the stone used to sharpen the axe is not known where it is placed. Sir Nicholas was chopped a total of 45 times, but even so, there was still a little skin and tendons attached to his neck. Oh, I didn't expect that someone would look through the ancient, boring history of magic carefully." Nick, who was almost headless, froze for several seconds before coughing slightly. He picked up the envelope and stuffed it back into his clothes, straightened up and supported the feathered hat on his head, sighed softly, and said softly with a reserved and elegant tone like a classical aristocrat, "That was a long time ago, and there is nothing to be proud of. I am too arrogant, thinking that my crappy magic can help Miss Griff, but when you are busy and exhausted, you will inevitably make mistakes. King Henry sentenced me to death for this. Well, it's my fault. I am not a wizard worthy of your study. But thank you, young Miss Castellana." Nick, who was almost headless, took a few deep breaths, and then said in a calmer tone, "So are you worrying about things again? Is there anything I can do to help?" "No," Elena sighed. She was really a little depressed this time. "Unless you know how to make me grow taller quickly, or how to make time flow back in a small area for more than an hour. Otherwise, if nothing else, what happened in the defense against the dark arts class will soon spread throughout the school. About half of the students in the class, Boggart is Elena, and the story of Elena's stupid and cute switching of various forms will surely spread among the various colleges, and the level of Gryffindor Academy. Most of the steps will be famous for this. There is a certain exaggeration in Hermione's step disappearance magic, but the good guys don't delve into so many details. Elena can almost imagine now how everyone would describe it vividly, a scene of a dull hair swaying from side to side angrily in the pit of steps, especially the rumor spreaders of Ravenclaw. This is simply the group of women's carnival. Huh? Back in time? Nick frowned, looked at Elena with a serious expression, and asked with concern, "Could it be that something bad happened in your class just now?" "We just took a practical course on defense against the dark arts. The content of the course is how to deal with Boggart. because of some unexpected circumstances, Boggart became like me then, you know. Funny. Elena raised her finger, made a spell shot, and said glumly, the whole class is laughing at me for being short. Since the first spell hit, it hasn't stopped. It's like you are entangled with your neck. I mean, I am better than anyone else. I hope I can grow taller quickly, so that I can look like an adult, and I won't be made fun of because of my height. Mate, wait, I might have an idea. But Nick, who was almost headless, groaned thoughtfully for a few seconds, and frowned somewhat in distress. No, it's not up to the rules. What? Elena glared at him, surprised. Since Nicola May made it clear that she could do nothing, Elena has almost extinguished the idea of growing taller quickly. Perhaps there is a magic that can grow taller in this world, but for LeMay, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, these tall wizards, they obviously have no reason to spend time studying this area of magic. As for Professor Flitwick, the master of the spell, also didn't care about his height, especially when Professor Flitwick relied on this advantage to win several consecutive wizard duel championships. Sorry, forget it, this is too dangerous for the students. But if you are still struggling with this question, in a few years maybe I can teach you a cold magic. Nick, who was almost headless, twisted his hands together and said apologetically, Elena, this is a derivative magic based on human transformation, which is my personal achievement. Well, if I still have mana now, I can help you a little bit. This is a very advanced transformation. At least you have to wait until you successfully complete the L's assessment before you can try cautiously. Nick, who was almost headless, shook his head, turned around, and slowly slid towards the back of the corridor. Elena couldn't believe her luck. That's right, body transfiguration. This is the secret of heightening she had been looking for before. This is not similar to Hagrid's half-hearted pigtail magic, or the magical transformation shown by Professor McGonagall and the Professor Moody in the original book. It actually belongs to the category of permanent transformation magic. Undoubtedly, according to Nick's personal resume, who is almost headless, he is at least half an expert in magic plastic surgery. As the Chief Royal Wizard of the Year, if he had been so unreliable, it would have been impossible for him to be knighted. Nick, wait a minute, I hope I can do something for you, Elena said excitedly, looking at Nick expectantly. According to the plot in the original book, Halloween this year happened to be the death of this ghost Jas 500 years old. If you count the time, it will be almost next week. Originally Elena didn't plan to go to the ghost party, but it's different now. If there is a mission system, there must be a big golden exclamation mark on Nick's head at this time. The task reward is the growth magic that Elena has been looking for a long time. Nick, who was almost headless, stopped immediately. Where Elena did not see, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared. Well, you can indeed do one thing for me, Nick said excitedly, and he turned around, talking to himself somewhat nervously. Wait, Elena, is my request too much? No, you certainly won't be willing to. What is it? Elena asked obediently. Well, you also know that this year's Halloween will be my 500th anniversary. Nick, who was almost headless, said, puffing up his chest, showing a noble and proud look. Oh yes, Elena nodded. She is working hard to play her acting skills. So can I do something for you? That's right. I plan to hold a party in a relatively spacious underground classroom. At that time, friends will be coming from all over the country. If you can participate, I will be honored. Of course, you can also invite your friends to join, and I welcome them as well. But I dare say that you would rather participate in school banquets, don't you? Nick looked at Elena anxiously. How come? This is, Elena said quickly, controlling the expression and voice a little so as not to be too false. I will definitely come, and I can get Hogwarts Kitchen to cooperate fully. Oh, my dear child, Elena Caslana, it's great to attend my death party. By the way, Nick hesitated and looked a little excited. Also, if you can you try to mention something in magazines such as The Devil and Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue? I heard that you seem to have some influence. Simply mention it, Just say that the scary and impressive Sir Nicholas held a grand death celebration. Huh? Of course you can. Elena squinted her eyes and replied sweetly. Nick, who was almost headless, smiled at her. Immediately afterwards, the Hogwarts get out of class bell rang in due course. Hundreds of students opened the door of the classroom, talking and laughing into the corridor. The crowd of people separated her and Nick, who was almost headless. Elena followed the constantly moving crowd, walking towards the school auditorium, pulling out from her chest the sleepy reserve food, as well as paper, pen. What happened just now was a bit of a coincidence. Some things she intends to check, for example, Sir Nicholas' past experience. Rather than simply placing hope on the goodwill and honesty of others, Elena is more accustomed to taking control of the overall situation, using the initiative of others to set up traps in turn. This was taught to her by Albus Dumbledore. The Way of the White Devil. Chapter 891. Death Party. Death Party? Hermione said with great interest, her eyes gleaming. I bet that few people have the opportunity to attend this kind of party while alive. It must be very amazing. By this time, they had finished their dinner and returned to the luxurious dormitory of Hufflepuff College. Gathering of ghosts. This is indeed a very interesting thing. Luna rarely stood on the same front with Hermione. She was lying on the bed softly, letting the head coach gently pat her arms and calves to perform a relaxing massage after Quidditch training. Compared to the Halloween party that can be seen every year, once you miss this invitation, you don't know how long you will have to wait. But, shall we not go to dinner? Hannah hesitated. I mean, the food provided by the ghosts at the party is probably not suitable for living people. We can eat a little bit first, or we can sneak into the auditorium to attend the banquet after the end. Elena quickly replied disapprovingly, while watching Hogwarts, a school history at the desk, while thoughtfully sketching on the famous medieval wizards on the side. Besides, the banquet was prepared by the Hogwarts kitchen. At present, Nick's request is to prepare some food with strong taste and full of shocking pictures. I will try to balance our belly, and the spiritual experience of the ghost is just like the decorative elements of Halloween. It can be biased towards the horror style, or it can be biased towards the joy of fairy tales. Why would anyone celebrate the day of their death? Danilova sat on the edge of the bed, turned her head sideways and slowly drained her wet hair with a towel, and asked in confusion, Anyway, I sounds weirdly depressing. Well, there are many explanations for this. I prefer the birthday theory. If you think of a wizard before and after death as two periods of life, then when he turns into a ghost, is it the beginning of a new life? This time it was Hermione who was answering. She recalled the introductions she had read and said uncertainly, That's what I said, but I also think. At this moment, the flame of the fireplace outside the bedroom suddenly turned green. The next moment, a cute little fat chicken flew out of it. Gahahaha. Reserve grain? Why are you wait? Hannah looked in shock at the little fat chicken that fell on Eleanor's shoulder and rubbed the girl affectionately. It's just a flu fan. What's weird about this? Elena took the letter from the grain reserve and explained casually. I forgot to tell you before. The name of our room is now College. In order to ensure smooth communication, she specifically asked Dumbledore to use the principal's authority to name this bedroom. In addition to the cry of reserve food, the other layer of protection is the blockade of the local area network. The fireplace connected here is limited to this. Inside a castle. As for the IQ of the food reserve, in Eleanor's view, it may be smarter than Dumbledore's big turkey. Elena shook the letter paper and took a closer look at the Queen query that she had marked as urgent. Really? A trace of clarity flashed in the eyes of the young Dark Lord. There was only a very simple, mindless reply on the letter paper. 13,501,492. No such person found. In the records of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, there is no wizard named Nicholas Demingsy Popington. Just like Helena Ravenclaw, who is now aliased as Miss Grey, Sir Nicholas is obviously also a non-existent pseudonym, or personal posthumous name. This is not in the magical world. Not uncommon. The problem is that Sir Nicholas is recorded in many books, books. There are historical documents available for inquiry, friends who can be used as proofs, and a complete life only in the reflection of the real world. There is no trace of survival, which makes Elena cannot help but think of an interesting thing. It has a long history, good reputation, ancient and pure Apocalypse family. Kenners, Elena flicked her fingers, and a ray of flame quickly engulfed the note in her hand. Who are you? And what are you hiding? Dear Mr. Nicholas, Halloween. It was still pouring rain outside the window, and the sky was as dark as ink. The common room at Gryffindor College is bright and cheerful, with fire shining on countless soft armchairs. The little wizards sit in them reading, playing chess, and chatting. The professors are so compassionate that they don't assign too many homework. The students were able to greet the waiting Halloween party with a happy and relaxed mood. In addition to Miss Hermione Granger, she still has some extra homework to finish. This is totally incredible. They must have used magic to cheat. Hermione murmured unwillingly. She was finishing her final advanced math exercises. Why can Professor Lockhart memorize an entire dictionary in half a day? I'm not complaining, I just think, Elena, did you not tell me this is too unreasonable? Human, there are limits to memory. Since I went to the school with Elena on the weekend and saw the so-called adults' world, Hermione's original impetuousness and pride have almost been wiped out overnight. Perhaps at Hogwarts, among her peers, she is considered to be extremely good, but when she is in the Institute of College City, she is just a little clever. Not to mention those foreign scholars who are almost monsters. Even her classmates are much better than her. In addition to her, Professor Lockhart and Professor Quirrell also tutored Mole Knowledge there on weekends. As a member of the Magic Science Cram School in the same period, the last person in each test will be punished double the homework of several other students, and Hermione has taken almost 90% of the punishment. Perhaps this is a talent, otherwise how could someone become a professor? Elena shrugged, frowning while looking at a document about the history of the Tudor dynasty in her hand. In this period, later British authors who studied the Tudor dynasty have not yet published their books. Even if the Gringotts Wizarding Bank used a money offensive, they could only find a bunch of headaches in history in a short period of time. Just as the result of Gringotts' feedback, if you look at the Ghost of Hogwarts and his own description by Nick, who is almost headless, you can't find any similar records. During Henry V's time, it may be normal in other countries and other wizards, but it would be very strange if it were placed in the Tudor dynasty, which attached great importance to the knighthood system. What's even more bizarre is that in Hogwarts, the oral results of both the book collection and the ghosts are surprisingly consistent. Granger, do you remember how many versions were there when we checked the establishment time of Hogwarts? Elena tapped her finger on the cover of the book, and asked softly, thoughtfully. Roughly 4 or 5 versions. After all, that was many years ago. Record deviation is very common. Hermione dealt with her homework without raising her head, and said casually, a little annoyed. Why are you asking this? Say okay first. I haven't had time to help you sort out the history of magic recently. Are the people living in the Mendleave Institute and Landor Institute all monsters? This kind of difficulty isn't your homework actually a beginner? In a sense, you can understand it this way, but you are also very good. Elena glanced at the pile of exercises that Hermione was about to finish, and played with her hair with some guilty conscience. You know, she originally arranged the intensity of her study with the idea of letting Hermione retreat. Who knows that it inspired Hermione's motivation? After realizing that there are more geniuses in the world, Hermione Granger completely corrected her mentality after being depressed for less than half a day. With a shocking expression, Speed began to adapt. Fortunately, the pure calculator G hasn't realized that he has been pitted for the time being, at least at this stage. With the help of prophetic foresight to put forward various ideas, Elena, who has been discussing scientific research directions with top scholars in a way, is quite bluff. Waldorf such time may not be much. It's just that these things in the future don't need to be considered so much for the time being. Is there no wrong version or deviation? It's a pity. Elena paused for a moment on the material describing the Tudor dynasty in her hand. If even Professor Binns, who has always been faithful to historical truths, participated in it, then according to the theory of coincidence, all the motives and answers are completely assembled. Not surprisingly, the 500-year death tonight will be the last performance. In this case, Eleanor's eyes hovered in the Gryffindor lounge for a few seconds. At this moment, most of the students, including Luna and Hannah, were curiously gathering around a large table by the fireplace. In the middle of the table lay a bright orange lizard which was saved by the Weasley twins secretly from the magical animal class. They were preparing to feed it some magical fireworks to see what the effect would be. Ahem, hey, guys. Elena closed the book in her hand, jumped onto the table, and clapped her hands vigorously. Tonight in the basement there is a real-life, exciting, Gryffindor exclusive Halloween special party. Nick Almost Headless organized a 500-year death banquet. Hogwarts Kitchen opened a special flame cooking session there, and there was also a performance by the Headless Hunter team. She raised her eyebrows, and a faint light flashed on her delicate face, softly seduced. The only unfortunate thing is that the time conflicts slightly with the banquet in the school auditorium. I'm afraid you have to choose between admiring pumpkin lanterns, bat decorations, and skeleton dance troupe performances. Nick's party? Why didn't you say such an interesting thing earlier? What are you waiting for? Halloween. Ghost party fools will miss it. Both Fred and George's eyes lit up and they said quickly, like the two of them, almost all the Gryffindor students were excited to agree. Once in a lifetime, exclusive to Gryffindor, exciting. These adjectives are simply a killer to the little lions who are adventurous by nature. Elena, I'm afraid this is a bit. Percy Weasley frowned and said hesitantly, looking around the excited crowd around him. Percy was a little worried. When the Hogwarts banquet started, there would be no one at the Gryffindor College long table, and they would all go to Nick's death party. If that happens, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, might they be crazy? Don't worry, Percy, it would be unreasonable not to go. Elena shook her finger triumphantly, and said seriously, Gryffindor students, attending the death party of Gryffindor College's resident ghost on Halloween. Where is the problem? In fact, in my opinion, we not only have to go, but also go majestic and fair. But I still think. Before Percy could finish speaking, suddenly, the unattended salamander on the table whizzed into the air, spinning wildly in the room, crackling sparks, and accompanied by the explosion of. Suddenly interrupted Percy's thoughts. Fred, George, are you going to light the lounge? Percy waved his magic wand to extinguish the flying sparks and scolded his two younger brothers fiercely. The salamander's mouth emits orange-wood stars, which is very beautiful and magnificent. Within a few seconds, it fled into the fireplace with a burst of explosions, leaving only a chaotic Gryffindor common room. Accident. Oh, by the way, I'll go and notify other classmates. George and Fred glanced at Percy with a bad expression, and quickly slid from the lounge to the boys' dormitory. So, at 7 o'clock, Elena, Luna, Hannah, Danilova, and a group of Gryffindor students set off from the Gryffindor lounge, and went straight through a doorway. That doorway just opened to the crowded central auditorium. There are lights and festoons over there, candlelight is shining, and the table is full of gold plates, which is very attractive. However, the mighty crowd did not waver at all, and walked across the auditorium towards the underground classroom without squinting. The aisle leading to the death party was also decorated with a simple decoration. Nick originally planned to use some dark, thin candles. These candles have been piled in the warehouse for a long time, and no one has used them, but since with the full support of the Hogwarts Dean, naturally there is no need to be so tight in terms of funding. High candles with faint blue flames are suspended on both sides, and they light up in sequence with the sound of the students' footsteps. The temperature seems to be colder than before, but every student is holding a small pumpkin lantern from the Hogwarts kitchen. In the soft orange flames, it doesn't really make people feel. How cold is it? At this moment, Hermione and the others heard a voice, as if a woman was singing a sad melody in the distance. "This is sirens singing. If you don't pay, it won't sound so good," Elena whispered, showing off triumphantly towards Hermione and others. Then they turned a corner and saw Nick, who was almost headless, standing in a doorway. He was draped with a black velvet curtain that didn't fit so well. He didn't look so noble, but rather funny. "My dear friends," Nick said sadly, welcome if you can come. I really am." Nick's voice, who was almost headless, stopped abruptly, as if it were a frog that was suddenly caught. His gaze fell on the mighty Gryffindor army behind Elena, the feathered hat trembling, and Nick looked at those familiar faces blankly, which seemed to be different from what he had imagined before. This is... "Oh, didn't you say that I could invite some friends over?" Elena smiled shyly, and pointed proudly at the people behind her. "Follow the mission. You see, except for Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Black, Professor Lupin, almost all of us at Gryffindor College are here. I guess the professors should be late. Will come." Nick, who was almost headless, opened his mouth and made a vague voice. "What's the matter, Nick? Aren't you happy?" Elena asked naively. Welcome, I'm so glad you can come." He recovered, took off his hat with feathers, bowed and invited the students in. Looking at the Gryffindor students who filed in, Nick, who was almost headless, couldn't help but sigh slightly. Professor Binns was right to remind her that she should keep a little distance from Miss Caslana. Too unpredictable. Fortunately, by the end of today's death party, everything should be finished. At this moment, a light sigh suddenly came from Nick's ear. "It's really a spectacular sight. I guess the performance in a while will be quite exciting." Elena stood by the door, watching the lively scene not far away, with a devilish cunning at the corner of her mouth. "You say yes. In this way, you will successfully and completely kill the wizard named Thomas Cromwell. By the way, you will completely bury the past of the Tudor dynasty in the dust of history. Right, dear Sir Nicholas Arno, or I should say now, dear Earl Isaacs." Chapter 892 The Watcher and Her Majesty the Queen. "Sorry, I don't understand what you are talking about." Nick, who was almost headless, was stunned for half a second, and said cautiously and gently, "Honey, but I think you confessed to the wrong person. Or should you go to the banquet? There are more than 300 ghosts from all over the country, and more than 100 Gryffindor students. If nothing else, there will be a few formal professors who will come to hear the news later. This is a rare sight. The grand occasion." Elena looked at the scene inside the door with interest. The underground classroom was crowded with hundreds of milky white, translucent figures, most of them wandering around the central dance hall, dancing to the sorrowful and euphemistic singing of Siren. The Gryffindor students carried pumpkin lanterns and walked around the venue curiously and carefully. The orange candle flame blessed by magic lingered around them to dissipate the chill. Elena tapped her finger on her lips, and asked softly in a lovely tone, if dear sir, if they find another name on the cake, or someone at this time suddenly tells a boring mull history in the center of the venue, the evening will end. Later, when they return to their respective social circles, how far will those absurd jokes eventually spread? This is my 500-year-old death party. Don't you think this prank is a bit too much? Nick, who was almost headless, gradually became cold, and said in a slightly sullen cold voice, "If you are learning that special transformation magic, you don't need to use this method to intimidate me. After this banquet is over, I will directly tell Mr. Dumbledore the corresponding content, and he will teach you personally. Magic to grow taller." "Oh, no, nor misunderstood." Elena sighed playfully, watching her breath form a cloud of mist in front of her. "I just turned 12 years old. Why should I worry about these distant things? Moreover, there are too many Transfiguration Masters in Hogwarts now. After having a general direction, it is only a matter of time to derive derivative magic. It's hard to prepare for such a grand performance. How could it be for a technique that will be developed sooner or later?" "Then what do you want?" Nick frowned. "Well, let me think about." Elena blinked thoughtfully and said slowly, "First of all, Can you squat down or sit down a little bit and keep your head up, and talking is very tired. Also, if you must ask me what is the purpose of doing this, or what I want." She glanced at the ghost sitting in the chair beside her and smiled. "I want you, Mr. Cromwell." "Oh, Merlin." "Let me say it again. I don't know what you are talking about." "I don't know Thomas Cromwell in your mouth, or the Earl of Essex. Merlin is here." "It's ridiculous!" Exclamation mark. Nick, who was almost headless, grinned back and waved his hand irritably, shaking his head on his neck. "Today is my 500-year-old death party. Everyone here knows who I am. You can do whatever you want." Yes, Sir Nicholas de Minxie Popington died on October 31st, 1492. Everyone knows that you maintained your last-minute posture, but I have been confused for a long time. Elena looked back and forth over Nick, and asked quite sincerely, "Wheel-shaped, ruffled collar, tights, breeches. Did these dresses exist in Henry VII? I thought it was a style that became popular after Henry VIII strengthened the aristocracy and became popular in Elizabeth I, an aristocrat who lived in the early Tudor dynasty. You must have been a new trend leader that is eye-catching during your lifetime. The ghost can change clothes by himself. I just appreciate it more," Nick said stiffly, almost headless. "But only to go forward, not after his own death. After losing the body, the ghost cannot understand the details of the cloth on the body. As far as I know, the clothes that have not been worn should not work, or you can try test." Elena drew out her magic wand, summoned a set of Hanfu in midair, and glanced at Nick casually. Before arriving at the death party today, she did enough homework. Ghosts can be roughly divided into two components: body and clothing. The former mostly depends on their state before turning into a ghost state, while the latter comes from their obsession. The clearer the ghost, the easier it is to control and adjust one's daily appearance, but this is limited to loading the corresponding fragments from the memory, not the insertion of new elements. At least the information Elena got. According to Nick's official death, who was almost headless, Henry VIII was just born in 1492. This is like Nick Seokian wearing a cheongsam and appearing in front of Ninkijan. Although the contrast is not so exaggerated in the strict sense, under rigorous research, there will still be a little strange inconsistency. Of course, you can say that these clothes became popular in Henry VI's time. Elena glanced at the silent Nick, waved to dispel the illusion, and continued. During the Tudor dynasty, there were three ways to execute criminals: hanging, burning, and beheading, which corresponded to civilians, nobles, and heretics respectively. I carefully checked the documents on the father's side. In 1492, Britain was still in Rome. The scope of the Holy See's control, even if you are executed as a nobleman, don't you think this state is too inappropriate? The king wants to execute a person. Does he have to choose a date deliberately? Nick, who was almost headless, took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Halloween Eve, Christmas, Easter. Who will issue and execute the sentence at these times? The festive decorations and arrangements that can be seen everywhere will not make people forget these special days, let alone. Elena took out a black cross from her chest and stroked it lightly, blinking slyly. As the only day every year when a wizard can freely mingle in the mole world, it is really a brave decision to execute a wizard at this time. What is even more surprising is that it was only used from imprisonment to sentence to execution in less than a day. The efficiency was surprisingly high. Wouldn't the participants be afraid to lose their heads if a nobleman was executed so hastily? There are always exceptions, Nick said painfully, almost headless. Perhaps, but what I want to say at this time is another sentence. Elena shrugged non-committal, raised her fingers, and looked at Nick meaningfully. Edmund Rocker once said, "If a mortal passes by, there must be a trace." If you were really active before 1492, you can definitely find physical traces of the existence of Sir Nicholas in various places. Those that will not be forgotten, will not be edited, will not be confused by stimulation, will not. It is like a trace of misleading human evidence. It is evidence of factual existence. and physical evidence will not be falsified and will not disappear completely. Through some wonderful and trivial channels, I found that your traces in the magic world don't seem to be so reliable. Eleanor's gaze flickered, and she explained a few words vaguely. As the fairy queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, she can easily mobilize and browse through the information of the whole Gringotts. Those internal accounts are relatively trustworthy information, and they are also one of the few pure land that wizards could not get into before. Few wizards can live normally in a magical and non-magical society without touching the banking system. Of course, this can only infer that the identity of Sir Nicholas is in doubt, but it cannot be judged who you are. As Elena said, the little dummer on top of her head swayed from side to side with pride. Actually speaking, thanks to your hint, Mr. Nick. Me? Nick frowned. I don't remember when I said these nonsense. At last year's school banquet, the Gryffindor table, Elena said, her eyes flickering. After the sorting, when Harry, Hermione and other freshmen began to eat, you once said, I haven't eaten anything for almost 400 years. Believe in Granger's memory. You said it's 4 instead of 5. For 419 years, it is also almost 400 years, Miss Castellana. Nick's expression gradually relaxed, looking at Elena curiously, and softly pointed out the loopholes in her words. Yes, but this gave me a very important hint. Elena nodded quickly, took out a heavy book from her chest and spread it out on her knees. This made me realize why I couldn't find your trace during the time of Henry VII. It was because the initial time anchor was selected incorrectly based on 400 years as a retrospective basis. Then the time should cover 1492. During the period of 1592. And once I moved my gaze to the period between Henry VIII and Elizabeth I, a certain person's name might be too conspicuous. She began to flip the pages quickly, explaining quietly and unhurriedly. Finally, she stopped. Thomas Cromwell. Elena put up the book and said in a low voice, Henry VI's chief minister of state was sentenced to death by beheading by Henry VIII in 1540. After nearly half an hour of bluntness, the axe died after being tortured. Eleanor's performance did not get the response she expected. So, it's just a coincidence. Nick, who was almost headless, said calmly, in our time, such unlucky things happen occasionally. Not all executioners are very skilled. Except for this unlucky Mr. Cromwell. There are many similar situations. Oh, then there may be too many coincidences between you and Mr. Cromwell. Elena flipped the book, pushed it in front of Nick, who was almost headless, and said softly, during Thomas Cromwell's tenure, Henry VIII assisted Henry VIII to complete the transformation of modern British society, and his main achievements were, presided over and drafted a series of laws such as the Supreme Act, which allowed Britain to break away from the Holy See and become promoting the legal circulation of the English Bible in the UK, promoting the birth of Protestantism, and disbanding monasteries on a large scale to fill the treasury, and, the most talked about in folk tales. Elena glanced at the ghost next to her, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. He successfully helped Henry VIII defeat the Duke of Norfolk and Queen Anne Boleyn, and sentenced Anne for adultery, incest, treason, counterfeit money, attempted murder of the royal family and witches. Boleyn's capital crime, beheading with a long sword. And the most interesting thing is, she is actually a witch. If I remember correctly, Elena murmured thoughtfully, her portrait is hanging in Hogwarts Castle. It should be outside the auditorium. Oh, there is also at the corner of the 3rd or 4th floor. Of course she is the queen after all. While talking, Elena waved her wand in the air, and several pictures were reflected from her memory. Click to expand the picture. Sir Nicholas, look, is it exactly the same as the picture in the book? What does this show? Nick sighed lightly. Only magic can defeat magic. Maybe this is not entirely accurate, but the most sensible way to deal with the Witch Queen who has been in power for a while is obviously to turn to another wizard. In addition, Thomas Cromwell is the name. The Sorting Hat happens to still have a little impression. It's rare to see students who possess the characteristics of 3 colleges at the same time, Elena said, taking out another book from her chest. The Ghost of Hogwarts, which she borrowed from the Hogwarts library not long ago. In 1492, Sir Nicholas met Miss Griff in the Royal Park. She was convinced that he could help her correct crooked teeth, but Nicholas' attempt was counterproductive and she grew fangs. Cromwell obeyed Anne Boleyn in her early years. She believed that he would help her consolidate power and promote the Reformation in a more intense direction, but Cromwell betrayed Anne and framed her. A large number of crimes. Elena pointed to the text on the 2 books and read them softly one after the other. Nicholas yelled all night in prison. Cromwell kept writing to Henry VIII while in custody. The priest came to the cell to comfort him. The old nobles expected to force Cromwell to give in 4 to 5 times. The execution took a long time. Do you think these stories are exciting and coincidental enough? Really, there are too many loopholes. Nick, who was almost headless, shook his head and cast his eyes on Elena, his expression no longer as flirty and easygoing. So, there is one unsolved problem in the end. Even if I am Cromwell, why should I go incognito, or even try my best to create a character that doesn't exist? This doesn't make sense. It's very simple. In order to completely bury the past, Elena smiled slightly, closed the 2 books, and said softly, from the 14th century until the end of the 15th century, wizards and muggles fought a secret war for nearly 2 centuries. If the war ended not by truce, but by interfering in the internal affairs of the non-magical world, if the Holy See's influence in the world is completely expelled, and then unilaterally concealed, it will be different. This means that wizards can achieve their goals by controlling non-magical regimes. This is Pandora's box. That war that lasted for 2 centuries. The final victory was the magical world. This is the long-standing confidence of certain ancient pureblood families, but you, as the most important hub, choose to give the future to muggles. In Hogwarts, the 4 colleges each have their own unique character. As the resident ghost of every college, it is equivalent to the epitome of every clique. In the long years, there are more than 1,000 ghosts who graduated from Hogwarts, but only 4 people are eligible to become colleges in the castle. Symbolic. The real Gryffindor corresponds to real courage. There is no doubt that Thomas Cromwell, who alone took on all the infamy, ended the war, and opened a new era, can be said to be the wizard who perfectly interprets courage and hope in the magical world for the past millennia. That was many years ago. Ms. Castellana, you are the smartest witch I have ever seen. After a long silence, Nick, who was almost headless, let out a long sigh. Then you should know the importance of making this show a perfect curtain call. We can't control the future. If wizards are placed above human beings, then we may never see the prosperity outside now. The war is over. This is the unanimous decision made by all the top wizards that year. We will become the Watchmen and work together to bury the magical ambition. Then, it's a pity. Elena shook her finger and said softly, the war has restarted. This is a continuation of the previous war. Hogwarts is plating the outline of magic with the brilliance of science to prove that magic can be reached by every new era should begin. That's your future. Nick, who was almost headless, said calmly. Yes. But, Elena nodded seriously and blinked slyly. As you can see, I just passed my 12th birthday last month. As a pioneer who has promoted the modern British political and social structure, industrial and commercial innovation, legal system, religious reform, don't you really worry about it? In the course of this final relay, did I fail the people who sacrificed along the way because of my lack of experience? Think about it, Sir Nicholas. Elena raised her face and showed a pure smile like an angel. Before the banquet tonight is over, but it's better to hurry up. Gringotts' inventory of the Thomas Cromwell estate, the press conference commissioned by the will, and the distribution of manuscripts from dozens of mainstream media are many things waiting. I'll take care of it. Gringotts. Nick, who was almost headless, was taken aback. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. Elena stood up, walked towards the underground classroom, and said lightly, "After you have decided, you can still call me your majesty the queen." The fairy queen in charge of magic finance. Super big chapter. Cuckoo. Ask for a day off. Calvin grumbled. The digging hole was too big and didn't slow down at once, so I sorted out my brain. Chapter 8. Elena. I hate liars the most. Ignoring Nick, who was in deep thought behind him, Elena turned and walked into the main hall of the death party. Unlike the colorful Hogwarts Central Auditorium, although it is also a Halloween-themed banquet, the main color and temperature of this Halloween death party where ghosts and wizards dance together are obviously much colder. Under the overall planning of Elena and the house elves, the underground classroom was clearly transformed into 3 areas. The most central location is the main stage area where guests can dance, talk, and enjoy performances. Hundreds of milky, translucent figures wandered back and forth on the dance floor, mixed with the soft warm orange light, just like street lamps rising under the thin forest fog. Those are griffins carrying pumpkin lanterns. Many students, the low temperature of the ghosts kept blowing around, causing the magic candle flame in the pumpkin belly to flicker. Compared to the auditorium with the magic sky as the dome, this temporary venue dressed up as an underground classroom naturally couldn't create the brilliant starlight of the main venue at Hogwarts, but Elena tried to decorate the venue a little bit. Nearly 1,000 magic candles were lit in the classical brass chandeliers, swaying with blue gloom. The walls on both sides of the death party were covered with shiny silver frost. Hundreds of sprigs and ivy garlands were hung on the ceiling. Many flame-spitting silver ribbons floated lazily under the ceiling. Like a brilliant water snake. Close to the root of the right wall, there is a high stage. The siren choir from afar was singing sad tunes softly above. Several goblins were holding batons, directing the instruments on the other side to dance with serious faces, while supervising the singers who had collected Gringotts gold coins. Noticing Elena's gaze, those fairy overseers seemed to become more nervous. The 2 sides of the hall are filled with ice sculptures. Under the magic light, it looks like a huge diamond statue, shining. Located next to the ice sculpture is the dining area planned by Elena for the living visitors. 13 small tables with lanterns are scattered in the death party hall. They are decorated with ice sculptures. Each table can seat about 8 to 10 people. However, most of the tables are not full at this time. The dinner was based on the buffet held by Slytherin College before, and it was in the form of a buffet. At the other end of the banquet hall is a row of U-shaped long tables, covered with black velvet tablecloths, neatly placed a silver semicircular dining cover, a thin layer of magic flame attached to it around the dinner plate. The bitter chill in the air was dissipated after hundreds of ghosts gathered together. The banquet hall became a natural cold storage room. "Ha! It's so cold, Elena, you can count on coming." Hannah lightly breathed a cloud of mist, and her slightly fat face turned red with cold. She, Hermione and Luna did not go far after entering the hall. They had been waiting at the door for Elena, even with a small pumpkin lantern to keep warm. Their cheeks and back of hands were still sore. The most important thing was that they were hungry. "Up. What are you talking about with Mr. Nick? Why do you talk for so long?" "Oh, nothing. It's just about the death party process." Elena habitually opened her eyes and started to perfunctory. As the Gringotts Fairy Queen and the Demon King of the New Age, it takes almost no time for her to activate her performance skills, and she can make up a lot of logically rigorous stories with her mouth open. It's just that she stopped just halfway through her words. 3 meaningful sights were cast at Elena's swaying little doll hair at the same time. "Hermione, Luna, Hannah, little dumb hair? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark." "Well, okay, admit, I'm not discussing the process of death party." Elena spread her hands dejectedly, and explained honestly. "However, those contents related to Sir Nicholas' personal privacy, and I promised him to keep it secret for the time being, at least until the end of tonight's death party, except for him and me. I swear not to tell a third person." "I know, I won't ask you." Hermione glanced at Elena shortly, and she asked casually if they really want to eavesdrop on what the two of them are talking about. They will not stand so far on purpose that, apart from a few gestures, let alone sounds, even the patterns that Elena draws in the air are all cannot see clearly. Obviously, it was mostly working hours belonging to the Fairy Queen. "Shall we go get something to eat?" Hannah made a suggestion, and she was about to faint from hunger. "Be careful, don't pass through Sumion's body," Luna seriously reminded her, tilting her head toward the dance floor, and whispered cheerfully. Just now the Weasley twin brothers accidentally entered the body of a nun when they were playing and arguing, and they almost weren't chased to death. In the end, Percy Weasley and the fat monk helped to make a round of it. They walked cautiously around the edge of the dance hall, passing by a group of unhappy nuns, a ragged man with chains, and the fat monk. Luna said, "He is the resident ghost of Hufflepuff College, with a lively and happy nature." At the moment he was chatting with a knight with an arrow stuck in his forehead. And not far from the fat monk, they also saw the Bloody Barrow, the resident ghost of Slytherin College. Unlike the easygoing ghosts of several other colleges, Barrow, the Blood Man, always has a cold expression on his face. He is the only ghost that Pippi in Hogwarts fears. He stands in the center of the dance floor with eyes open, looking straight at the direction of the door. His whole body exuded an uncomfortable breath. His body was covered with silver bloodstains, and other ghosts were moving a large area for him. "You know," Elena lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "he is waiting for Miss Grey in Ravenclaw, but I can bet with all the food tonight, the ghost of Ravenclaw's resident it will never show up." Compared to Nick, who was almost headless, Elena didn't know much about the ghosts of the other colleges, especially the two resident ghosts who lived in the period of the Four Founders, now aliased as Miss Grey, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena Ravenclaw, and Biluoina Ravenclaw was dispatched to find her daughter, but in the end, because the pursuit and mission failed, he killed Helena's Barrow, the Blood Man, in a rage. Obviously, behind these two ghosts, there is a mysterious shadow about Rowena Ravenclaw. If Elena remembers correctly, according to the only documentary record, Rowena Ravenclaw's mission to Bloodman Barrow is, bring Helena back to Hogwarts, and from the results, her goal was perfectly achieved. The birth of ghosts can be roughly divided into two states, active and passive. Most of them belong to the former. They stay in the world because of the nostalgia for life and the fear of death. This requires a very strong will and magic power, such as Nick, who is almost headless, and the fat monk. The other is to die by a powerful magic, or under the curse with a soul-holding effect. Is it the power of that sword, or is it not an entity but an enchantment? Elena's gaze stayed for a few seconds on the spiritually transformed thin sword on the waist of Bloodman Barrow, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Maybe Helena Ravenclaw doesn't necessarily want to die, but Barrow, the Blood Man who chooses to commit suicide, will definitely not be turned into a ghost because of his subjective will. It is quite essential to go to death generously and cowardly to self-decision. Difference. This also means that in that remote Albanian jungle, there is an unknown magical power that binds Barrow's soul. No one knows how powerful the four wizards who founded Hogwarts back then are, but there is no doubt that their attainments in the soul are definitely not low. Sorting Hat, Magic Castle. Just a few details, you can get a glimpse of the magical abilities of the founders. You know, compared to the Bloody Barrow and Mrs. Grey, whose conversion reasons are yet to be determined, among Hogwarts, there is also a poor ghost whose soul was forcibly detained in the castle, who died indirectly by the hands of the founder of the castle. Oh, oops, Hermione stopped suddenly. Turn around. I don't want to talk to the crying Myrtle. Who? Danilova asked curiously, looking forward. On the path directly in front of them, there was a short and chubby girl ghost floating quietly. Her face is the most melancholy and gloomy face Danilova has ever seen. Even the faces of the nuns who were offended by the twins are better than hers. The girls' faces are covered with straight long hair and thick hair. Pearl-colored glasses cover half of it. You should remember, I said before, Try not to go to the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Hermione glanced back at Myrtle with horror, preparing to bypass the path, and said in a low voice, "Here, that's the reason that bathroom belongs to the crying Myrtle, and that bathroom breaks down all year round because Myrtle always loses her temper and splashes water everywhere. Think about it. When you are in the bathroom, she kept screaming and screaming at you and splashing water everywhere. It's terrible. We'd better." "Hello, Myrtle. Nice to see you outside the bathroom." Elena waved happily and said loudly, "How?" Myrtle floated over and asked in confusion, "I'm sorry, but do we know?" "Strictly speaking, this should be the first time we met." "Introduce myself, Elena Caslana. I used to hear other ghosts talking about you before I had a good time tonight. Is it happy?" Elena said openly, stretched out her hand forward and made a gesture of shaking hands. "Elena Caslana." Myrtle sniffed and looked at Elena with some uncertainty. "I've heard your name. You are now the most famous student in Hogwarts, the chef of Hogwarts, the favorite student of professors, the star among the classmates. Unlike me, no one would ever care." As she spoke, tears suddenly fell from her small transparent eyes. "Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, I have heard your name from Professor Dumbledore and the Sorting Hat," Elena said softly, glared fiercely at the wings above her head, and said softly, "In fact, I have been looking forward to meeting you." In a relaxed, semi-formal setting like this, instead of rushing into your bathroom and introducing yourself impolitely and recklessly. "Don't lie to me. Actually, you are trying to avoid me." Myrtle panted, tears rolling down her cheeks endlessly. "Friends around me know that Elena Caslana will do what she says and never lie." Elena looked at Myrtle quite sincerely, and said very seriously, "Just at the end of last year, when I was still complacent with my grades, Professor Dumbledore told me some stories about you. Hogwarts has many talented wizards, but few of them are in all courses. If the accident did not happen, we might even have to call you a professor now." "Really? Really did Professor Dumbledore comment on me that way?" Myrtle's sobbing gradually diminished, and she looked at Elena suspiciously. "Well, that's what he said last year anyway, huh?" "Wait a minute, I'll just say it." Elena glanced at Myrtle, who seemed to be somewhat skeptical. Before she could raise a new question, her face suddenly changed, and she quickly rose up with a touch of anger, and looked fiercely at Myrtle, who had just stopped sobbing. "Is Professor Dumbledore actually lying to me?" Yes, absolutely. I was a little bit skeptical at the time. How could there be such a powerful wizard in this world, as he said, never forgetting, it's like printing all the textbooks in my mind. No matter, she can't be troubled by any assessments and tricky questions. The most outrageous thing is that she has been ranked first in all subjects of the year for several years. Huh? Myrtle stopped in her mouth before she could say it. "It just happened to meet the Lord, and now I can be regarded as grabbing Professor Dumbledore's handle," Elena said angrily and resentfully, her expression becoming more intense, her speech as fast as a blast of firecrackers. "This liar, I'll trouble him later. It's too much. I bet him on this matter before, but he actually colluded with other professors because of this bet. I had more summer vacations than others. Twice the job." "Yes, but..." Myrtle moved her lips hesitantly, her voice sounding like mosquitoes. As if not paying attention to Myrtle's faint voice, Elena gritted her teeth while immersed in the drama. "Don't worry, my grandfather is also working in the school now. We are not afraid of him. He hates liars the most." But it was me at the time, and I was indeed the first in grade." Chapter 894 Ghost Dinner Part 1. "Really? I don't believe it." Elena looked at Myrtle suspiciously. "Aren't you colluding with Professor Dumbledore in advance?" "It's true. If Miss Caslana, you bet because of this." Myrtle's voice raised a little bit, and she looked at the mad girl timidly, and said cautiously, "So from Professor Dumbledore's point of view, he didn't deceive you." "But I'm not obsessed with it. I'm just a little bit more clumsy than others." "Too much." "Hey, so to speak, you really are the once-in-a-century top student who ruled Hogwarts." Elena was stunned, her expression as if Christmas was over early. Facing Elena's incredibly suspicious gaze, A strange emotion rose in Myrtle's heart. It's just that this subtle pride is quickly overwhelmed by another kind of depression. Myrtle lowered her head in despair, and it seemed that the mist was beginning to fill up behind the pearl-colored glasses, and she sniffed. Oh, it's just that rote memorization is better. But what's the use of good grades? Do you know what others call me behind? Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle. Her face is full of acne. It's amazing. Good grades. Isn't that enough? We are magical witches, Elena said with bright eyes, waved her hand proudly, and said with a murderous look, in any school, good grades means you can do whatever you want. Whoever dares to scold you behind your back will beat her. It doesn't matter if you can't find the evidence for a while, anyway. She dares to beep and beat her. She ignores you and beat her. What she dared to tell the teacher then, after the confinement. You came out and caught her all the way to the end. Anyway, your grades were good, and she collapsed after a month. The crying Myrtle looked blankly at the girl who had suddenly become a little scary. Elena's voice was like magic, and it kept digging into Myrtle's ears. Knowledge is power. People don't offend me, and I don't offend others. If people offend me, they will be punishable even if they are far away. Think about it. Is it useful to give in the face of cold violence and bullying? What really makes them succumb is stronger violence. What else is there? Accompanied by Elena's voice, Myrtle could not help but began to recall her previous experience. Most of them were scenes where Olive Hump and other girls ridiculed her, and some of them were later when she chased Olive Hump for revenge. Finally, under the coordination of the Ministry of Magic, she accepted Hump's apology. Go back to Hogwarts Castle. If you say, at the very beginning, she just... No, that would definitely be confined. But it seems to make sense. Her spell score is much better than Olive Hump. For example, last semester, I heard that many girls in Ravenclaw were saying bad things about me. As Elena said, she glared at the few wings beside her with a threatening gaze, lowered her voice and told her story in a low, depressed and helpless voice. In the beginning, I chose to swallow my breath. I thought I could convince them with knowledge. I naively thought that everyone could gradually become magnanimous under the influence of complex and profound wisdom. But I was wrong. The small groups were as cold as cold. The gravel with sharp edges and corners responded to my kindness with cold curses, so I changed my way. Elena's voice gradually became louder, mixed with a hint of dangerous pleasure. In what way you terribly scared? Well, punched them. Myrtle stopped sobbing subconsciously, and asked softly, curiously and expectantly, clenching her clothes nervously. No, that is the last resort. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Elena shook her head slightly, showing a gentle smile. We can't fight violence with injustice, but we have to learn to fight back under the rulers. In the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw College, I used a ghost ball and they all fell. It was cruel. They stayed upright, and completely defeated them. Myrtle, did you say I did the right thing? Well, this. Myrtle looked at Elena blankly, not knowing how to answer. So at the beginning of this semester, you have been permanently suspended. Hermione cast a blank glance at Her Majesty, who even deceived a ghost, and turned her head to look at Myrtle. Good evening, Myrtle. Don't listen to the gibberish of this white-haired dumpling. She is now almost a public enemy of Ravenclaw College. At least half of the nights a week, students walk down the corridors all night and all night. Upper cursed the bastard in a low voice. As the new calculator, after learning about Myrtle's past experience, she naturally developed some wonderful sense of identity. Mole-born, careful reading and preparation, except for the competition for the first grade. For the time being, she couldn't beat a certain unreasonable white-haired dumpling. Myrtle was just a copy of her in terms of learning. In fact, if it weren't for Elena, if she entered Ravenclaw College, she might have to be bullied and squeezed out. Compared to the pure and enthusiastic Gryffindor, the small group on Ravenclaw's side is too complicated. It's not cursing, it's more accurate to say reciting my name. Elena corrected it quite seriously. She can't be blamed for this. It is Ravenclaw's rule that she can't enter the lounge if she fails to answer the Eagle Ring question. As a pioneer in leading Hogwarts education, She just updated and optimized the hardware configuration in the school. Not to mention, Hogwarts' velvet sleeping bag is quite warm, and every floor of Hogwarts also has toilets for male and female students, and everything is done within the scope of the rules. This is Hogwarts who learns magic, using magic spells flexibly and reasonably, and solving personal hygiene problems is not complicated. Well, I'm so hungry, Elena, can we talk while walking? Hannah complained bitterly, poking her fingers behind Elena and Hermione. Compared with the two tablets with relatively low energy consumption, as the reloaded main battle tank in Nanana, she is not so hungry, not to mention that in addition to normal physical consumption, due to frequent use, healing demon maintains the morale, and Hannah's food intake is almost close to a quarter of Mr. Hagrid. Let's go, let's see what we eat. Myrtle, do you want to be together? Elena nodded and sent an invitation to Myrtle, who was floating by the side. A ghost can't taste, Myrtle said sadly. Her gaze stopped for a while on Elena and the others. However, if you want to come and chat with me later, you can come to my bathroom at any time. I won't bother you, or yell at you. That's not necessarily, maybe it used to be like this, but don't forget who I am. Elena blinked her eyes and puffed her chest out with great pride. I am the chef of Hogwarts. Today's death party was originally prepared for ghosts and living people. I have studied the literature carefully. Ghosts are not completely isolated from reality. You don't plan to try it. What? Food that ghosts can eat? Luna looked at the dining table not far away curiously. Something that even her father hadn't thought of. It's not entirely accurate. It should be said only a little taste can be tasted, I guess, Elena said with some uncertainty, shrugging her shoulders. I have to try to find out if there is any effect. There are not many special dishes like this, but from a purely theoretical point of view, I think there is a certain feasible. In the magical world, the worlds of the living and the dead are like two sides of a mirror, unable to touch and interfere with each other. This is almost the same thing as common sense in the wizarding world. However, in Elena's view, it is not completely without any chance. Without her butterfly fanning the historical trajectory, then in this semester, Nick, who is almost headless, could enjoy Madame Pomfrey's magic potion will become the third batch of basilisk attack targets. Petrochemical ghost. He could not recover until he had taken the petrochemical medicine made by Mandela grass. Although the original work does not describe in detail how the ghost drinks the medicine, it still reveals an important detail. Ghosts are affected by magic potions. In other words, in certain specific circumstances, magic can act on the spirit body. This also means that if the potion brewing technique is incorporated into cooking, it is not completely impossible to make magical dishes that allow the ghosts to be perceived, and this death party tonight is used to detect the tastes of the ghosts and verify their guesses. Compared with house elves, who are tired, injured, and dying, ghosts can be said to be the best employees in the world. Apart from being unable to perform physical tasks, they have too many ways to liberate the labor forces since they can see that they can. Professor Binns, who teaches 24 hours a day without interruption, the cute fairy queen, has been thinking about this. The only limitation was that Gringotts could not provide rewards to attract ghosts. But Elena's eyes drifted in the hall, shining with the kindness that belongs to the big capitalist. If the Hogwarts kitchen can produce ghost food, how many ghosts can resist this temptation? Look, something to eat. After a while, they came to the other side of the banquet hall. As Irina had previously designed, the buffet area here is clearly divided into two. If you look down from the sky above, you can clearly see that the U-shaped dining table shows two colors, just like an enlarged version of a horseshoe magnet in a black and white photo. The students are all gathered in the white area, the black area extraordinarily deserted. This cannot be blamed on the little wizards being picky eaters, mainly because the dishes on the black velvet table look terrible. The scorched eyeballs are piled on the dinner plate, the straws are inserted into the bald bones as if they are drinks, the coagulated blood is floating in the soup, the strange vegetables appear to be quietly oozing red juice, and the intestines are taken out and cut into pieces. stew iron is mixed with hot peppers, showing brown black devil eggs, and deep-fried black and white cubes exuding an unknown stench. Compared with these things that weren't eaten by living people at first glance, the little wizards of Gryffindor naturally chose the other side. Although Hogwarts generally feel that the little lions are the most reckless, they are actually very witty. At least from last year's weekend game time and the extra income from the Potato War, Gryffindor is considered a stable profit in the end. No loss. Even if there is no sign, you can understand what is a living dinner just by looking at the dishes. Why don't you go to the ghost cooking side? Elena sighed in the dining area, pretending to be surprised, and immediately walked to the black velvet side without hesitation. As the chef at Hogwarts, she naturally knows what the dinner recipe is for today. In order to fit the atmosphere of the death party and Halloween, Elena's recipes for living people actually look weird in terms of visual effects, but the cooking techniques and ingredients are fairly normal dishes, such as popping sheep's eyes, homemade big stick bones, duck blood in pickled peppers, stir-fried red amaranth, hot sausages, cold preserved eggs, crispy stinky tofu. Regardless of the taste and ingredients, they are all first-class Chinese cuisine. Wait, isn't it this way? Hannah stared blankly at Elena starting to put food on the black velvet side, and asked in confusion. Of course not. White is a funeral. Well, the food on both sides is actually edible, but I personally recommend eating the food here first. You see, Luna has no intention of going there. Elena explained it casually, and nodded suddenly. Oh, I see. I forgot to put directions on the dishes. Immediately afterwards, she patted her hands gently. Two huge signs appeared on the sides of the dining tables on both sides. Suggestion: Ghost is written on the white side, and Suggestion: Living Man is written on the black side. In addition, rows of small triangular metal plates also appeared next to each dish, meticulously remarking the name of each dish, and the cooking process. There is a row under the sign at the entrance that looks like a menu. Overview: It's useless at all. Hannah furiously looked at Elena, who was rather perfunctory, and pointed to the small line on the white side. Kasumazu cheese, haggis, Icelandic frozen shark flakes, fermented bean curd. These foods are obviously more reliable than the one you choose. You won't be worried about wasting food, so you deliberately mixed the two sides. Sign it. Since knowing the true face of the Forbidden Forest fluffy soft-shell crab, when Tai-Han was fed, most of them would be extra vigilant about the raw materials of the ingredients. Luna and Hermione are all unreliable bad guys, clearly aware of it. There was something wrong with the pile of crab legs, and she had to work together to coax her to finish the meal alone. As for Elena, Hannah has never seen anything she does not eat, which is of no reference value at all. Of course it's not like that, you'll know later. Elena shook her head meaningfully and glanced at the buffet table next door. As the name of the dish and the cooking process gradually emerged, some little wizards had already froze in place and silently began to shift their positions, but more careless Gryffindor students immediately filled in and quickly added them to the dinner plate with your favorite dishes. This can be regarded as a valuable lesson in the lives of Gryffindor students. Sometimes, you can't just look at the surface. Please don't search for cheese pictures. Chapter 895 Ghost Dinner Part 2. Thanks to the leader of KDRH. At some point, though not many, but still Elena will appreciate the courage of Gryffindor College. When the recipe board of the death party rose up, but the little wizards of Gryffindor still fearlessly took a round of ghost dishes, she suddenly realized that now is the time to admire and appreciate the most. She held the Chinese dinner plate and lined up behind the line in the ghost dishes area, waiting for the line to move. Chapter 896 Nick's Value. The Hogwarts auditorium is as bright and lively as ever. The surrounding walls are decorated with fire bats. The huge pumpkins that Hagrid planted were carved into lanterns, big enough to accommodate 3 or 4 little wizards sitting in them. Dumbledore even specially invited a skeleton dance group to help Halloween. The air is filled with the fascinating aroma of steaks, grilled fish, and freshly baked soft bread. The lights are festooned. The candlelight is shining, and the golden dinner plates on the table look quite festive. However, the warm magic torch, delicious dishes, collision of cups and saucers, and the hard performance of the skeleton dance troupe still cannot conceal the increasingly weird atmosphere in the hall. A kind of repressive silence and confusion. Both the school faculty and the students attending the dinner seem to be a little uneasy. The annual Halloween party at Hogwarts has been going on for more than half an hour. However, the long table at Gryffindor Academy was still empty. These golden and red little lions are always the most noisy and excited in the auditorium during such festive occasions. When they were missing in the auditorium, it was as if someone had opened an opening at the entrance of the auditorium. The cold wind and silence rushed in frantically. The ghosts who would appear in the auditorium on Halloween in the past did not show up, which made the dinner party deserted again. Is this really good, Dumbledore? Snape said, his dark eyes gleaming in the candlelight. I think this is a very bad group violation that may be imitated. Perhaps we should ask the gentlemen and ladies to return to where they should be, and it is better to warn and punish a little bit. To be honest, Severus, Professor McGonagall said sharply, I have no idea what is wrong with the Gryffindor students celebrating the ghost of their college residence. Sir Nicholas' death hour is today. Do you want us to force the students to leave Nick's death party in front of hundreds of ghost guests? Death party? I think the things that the ghosts provide at the party are probably not suitable for living people, Umbridge said softly with a smile, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his fat face full of fat. It's a provocation. They are trying to get out of the rules by being maverick. Professor Dumbledore, we should stop this behavior immediately. It is very likely to have a bad effect on the other little guys in the auditorium. Sir Nicholas submitted an application for the preparation of the death party several years ago, and I personally approved it, Dumbledore said softly, and glanced helplessly at the empty Gryffindor table. As for the food for the dinner, Hogwarts Kitchen was the co-organizer of Nick's 500th death party. Miss Castellana provided the dinner ingredients and dishes arrangements a week ago, and these were all submitted to the school board. Because of emotion and reason, we can't question and blame the students. Nick, this is just a free choice between the two venues. I mean, the principle. It's not about gatherings of ghosts. Students need to apply in advance for large-scale gatherings. I carefully studied the new rules you revised last year, and Gryffindor students obviously ignored this. Umbridge's ugly smile became more pronounced. She said, if you think that the dinner below is today's brunch venue, then there must be a professor there to maintain order. It is quite dangerous to allow so many students to be alone for a long time, away from the professor's sight. Obviously, among us no one received the application in advance. So I personally think that in this case, it is very good to set things right. Since several consecutive mass incidents occurred at Hogwarts last school year, one of the school rules has been updated. Large-scale private dinners and private group activities, including but not limited to multiplayer duels, simulation games, are strictly prohibited. All multiplayer sports and gatherings with more than 50 people must be conducted under the supervision of at least one official faculty member. Cough. Oh, sorry. At this moment, a gentle and tired voice sounded. Remus Lupin, with a sick look, embarrassedly stood up slowly. Actually, Weasley told me before, but it happened that I was a little ill at the time, and some were distracted. He had to hurry over Altdorf. It was not a formal class. It was still too bad to be late as a professor. Up, cough, cough. Don't worry, I will go down and take a look. You continue. Umbridge looked very angry. Snape had the same unhappy expression. I don't think this is a mature practice, Professor Lupin. Umbridge snorted coldly, looked at the man without a smile, and threatened softly. I hope you can pay attention to your identity. As a formal professor, you should restrain students' mistakes, not fill in their mistakes. Of course, if this is really your work mistake, then it will be noted in the observation report submitted to the ministry. Can you sign and confirm it for me at that time? No problem. Also, A reminder: teachers are different from officials. Lupin explained patiently, opened his hands helplessly and said with a smile, as professors, more often than not, isn't our duty to help students check for omissions? You. Umbridge raised his eyebrows and raised his eyeballs. Such a half-man and half-beast dared to make her ugly in public again and again. Excuse me, Professor Lupin smiled gently, I have to hurry down to maintain order. Oh, yes, do you mind Professor Black coming to help? The ghost party? This is quite rare, and it tests the field control ability of. He'd like to. Speaking of which, Weasley seemed to have mentioned something to me. I accidentally forgot. Sirius Black laughed, and the chicken leg that was thrown in his hand wiped the oil on the tablecloth. Professor Umbridge, when you ask Lupin to sign, remember to also copy a copy of the form to me. I am familiar with the processing procedures of the Ministry of Magic. If you want to deduct wages, fines, etc., priority will be deducted from my salary. All right. It seems that Professor Black didn't realize the seriousness of the violation of the rules. Umbridge narrowed his eyes and said sweetly, I'm very sorry. Sirius shrugged nonchalantly. Since I was imprisoned in Azkaban for 10 years, I have thought very thoroughly and clearly. But Professor Umbridge, you are really in awe. Rules, or just use it as a tool to demonstrate strength. This is Hogwarts. There are only two kinds of people who study rules: bad students, and His eyes stopped for a moment on Snape's face, and his eyebrows were raised defiantly. There was an embarrassing silence. Let's go. Lupin pulled Sirius reluctantly. Since the summer vacation, the relationship between Sirius and Snape has become more subtle. Compared with the previous enemy-like confrontation, after becoming colleagues, their hostility and confrontation have almost all been blessed to the usual cynicism. Lupin has been worried about when these two guys will draw their wands directly in the auditorium. As for the source of all the changes, Remus Lupin thought silently while walking towards the underground classroom downstairs. In the beginning, Lupin thought it was about Harry Potter's education. But as the semester began, he came into contact with a certain little witch more clearly and up close, especially after learning many details from the population such as Dumbledore. Lupin was extremely rare to shrink back. There is no doubt that Professor Dumbledore did not fully tell the truth. If every mixed blood there was so difficult to deal with, then the world would have belonged to a mixed blood long ago. For a moment, Lupin even doubted that Professor Dumbledore was not carrying out some Dark Lord cultivation plan. Fortunately, from the information so far, this little witch is still in an understandable category. The chef of Hogwarts kitchen, the magical genius who is rare in a century, the stronger mixtress. Even if she has the access privileges of the 4 colleges, she is only a special student after all. What about leaving this castle? Nor is it. Lupin still intends to fulfill Dumbledore's expectations as much as possible, to do his best to guide and supervise Miss Castellana. At the same time, at the Death Party Hall, at the small table that belonged to Elena and the others, Nick, almost headless, floated from the crowd. Different from the previous calmness, the number of frowning sighs made by the Sorcerer tonight is almost as many as the previous hundreds of years. He began to regret why he didn't push forward the time of the death party for a year or two. The arrangement of ghost dishes is great, right? Oh, great. Nick smiled bitterly. So far, the response is pretty good. Elena straightened her back proudly. I dare say that this is definitely a milestone in the history of the ghost world. Ivorion will remember this day, and I said I would never let you down. Yeah, the Weeping Widow came all the way from Kent and almost started with the Bloodman Barrow just to fight for a piece of cheese with the palm of his hand. If it weren't for the ghosts would not draw out their wands to duel. I estimate that tonight's death party can be temporarily changed to the first ghost duel contest. Nick, who was almost headless, sighed, and his eyes fell on Myrtle, who was talking with Hermione next to him. In his impression, it is rare to see a crying Myrtle being so cheerful. Just like the same peepee ghost who maintains order with naive and resolute reasons, even if his original intention is to be tricky and mischievous. But under his playful assessment games, There is no bad situation of rushing to the top. The ability to transform from reality to reality gives Pipigui the possibility of destroying food at any time. On the other hand, no foreign ghost can pass through the barriers of the Hogwarts kitchen. Thousands of house elves are not easy to provoke. The house elves' law of obedience does not include obedience. Yuling, Ms. Caslana, it's almost time for me to talk. I'm thinking about it too. Nick retracted his gaze, nodded towards Elena, and took the initiative to step aside. As the former Earl of Isaacs, Nick will not be entangled in this kind of alternative issue for too long. From the moment his identity was called broken, he has completely fallen into this little witch's elaborate weaving trap. The most terrifying and sad thing is that he gave the sharpest weapon by himself. I'm talking about some things with Mr. Nick. Don't worry about me, just go and play. Elena stood up and whispered to the little wings next to her. In fact, she doesn't need to worry at all. The little witches are listening to Myrtle sharing gossip at this time. As the youngest, curious, gossip female ghost in Hogwarts Castle, the crying Myrtle may not have a legendary life experience, but she is definitely the best narrator in all kinds of gossip and gossip affairs. How's your answer? Elena, who was rarely overlooked once, curled her lips and walked to Nick's side. While speaking softly, she drew out her wand and moved it dexterously around. The invisible wave of magic enveloped where they were standing, and even the ghosts could not easily enter. Under the guidance of Grindelwald, she learned how to attach Soul Flame to magic protection, which is a very effective trick. If Nicola May, Paracelsus, and Dumbledore are all there, then I will join. Nick, who was almost headless, was silent for a few seconds, and asked softly with some curiosity, "But I don't understand one thing. Obviously, with so many excellent, knowledgeable and top wizards working with you to promote change, why do you want me to join? In terms of experience and opinions, it is not that more people are better. It's my experience. The reason is simple, because you are different from the are wizards, scholars with high magic power, nothing more." Elena shrugged, raised her fingers of course, and said with a smile, "And you?" Unexpectedly, at this moment, the band suddenly stopped playing. They and everyone in the underground classroom fell silent and looked around excitedly when a hunting horn blew. "Oh, shit!" Nick, who was almost headless, said painfully. 12 ghost horses suddenly ran out from the walls of the underground classroom, each with a headless rider. All the people attending the party applauded warmly. Elena also slapped her slap, but when she saw Nick's face, she hurriedly stopped with interest. The 12 ghost horses ran to the center of the dance hall, stopped abruptly, first stood up on their hind legs, and then kicked their heels and dashed. At the forefront is a big ghost, with a beard-headed head under his arm, blowing the horn. He jumped off the horse and held his head high in the air so that he could look at everyone from above. Everyone laughed. He strode towards Nick, who was almost headless, while sloppy. He tucked his head on his neck. "Nick," he shouted, "how are you? Is your head still hanging there?" End of this chapter. Chapter 897, Live Point Map and Airs. Hogwarts, Death Party. Living people. So many. Sir Patrick, the captain of the Headless Cavaliers, saw Elena standing next to Nick at a glance. Then he looked around the hall, pretending to be surprised, and jumped up high. As a result, his head fell off again, aroused a burst of laughter in the hall, and now everyone's eyes moved away. On the other side, the two professors who had just arrived at the entrance of the hall also exchanged glances. Siren Choir, Ghost Gathering, Headless Horseman Performance. These comparable skull dance groups are much more exciting. No wonder the students of Gryffindor choose this side. And amidst the laughter, the only one who didn't look so good was the host of this death banquet. Very interesting. Nick, who was almost headless, grinned. "Oh, guys, leave Nick alone." Sir Patrick's head shouted from the floor, looking extraordinarily funny. "He's still brooding about us not letting him join the hunters. But I want to say, look at this guy. I think, sir, I think." Elena glanced at Nick, who was almost headless, and said abruptly, "Sir Nicholas is very, Scary, he is the most powerful ghost I have ever seen, and, ha ha, boy. Sir Patrick's head laughed. I guess he taught you how to say it. The scariest and most impressive ghost? Ha, Nick, you have to think of a way to get your head off. Calm down. With the questions and answers of Sir Patrick and Elena, there was another kind of laughter in the auditorium. Nick looked around awkwardly, the green stripes on his forehead blooming, arguing vaguely. A total of 40 for cut guillotine. Just a little bit of skin connection. Is it considered that you have not lost your head? After that, there were unintelligible murmurs. What stupid and tired executioner. What, it doesn't make sense to dig the words. And everyone round at the banquet couldn't help but laugh again, and the hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Ahem, please pay attention to everyone, now I'm starting to talk. Nick, who was almost headless, paused to defend himself. While speaking loudly, he strode towards the podium. He came under a cold blue spotlight, which was the top lighting effect specially rendered for him by Elena. My late lords, ladies and gentlemen, I cherish great grief. Regrettably, no one can hear the words behind him. Sir Patrick and the other members of the Headless Hunter team played a game of overhead hockey, and everyone turned to watch. Nick, who was almost headless, tried in vain to grab the audience again, but Sir Patrick's head flew past him in a burst of cheers. He had to lose, and continued to chant his speech sullenly from the podium. At this time, Sirius and Lupin had already arrived among the students and began to enjoy overseeing the dinner process. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, they realized the limitations of the professor's status. Sirius, don't patronize the joke, you think of a way. Lupin muttered dissatisfiedly, and he slapped around on his body a little embarrassed. The banquet area of the death party is now the private domain of Peppy Ghost. As soon as they leaned in, Peppy Ghost would take out a bowl of moldy peanuts and throw them at them. This is a special treatment that only he and Sirius can enjoy. Oh, you can actually consider going back to the auditorium to get some food, if you are hungry. Sirius hugged his arms, jokingly gloating. Over the past few days, he has long discovered an extremely helpless rule. When he and Lupin meet Pippi together, this little guy will give priority to chasing after the castle keeper, and Lupin will not hesitate every time to sell him. It's not a question of whether hungry or not. You know it, Sirius. Lupin rolled his eyes at Sirius angrily, and compared his thumbs to the dining area behind him. Those are ghost dishes that even ghosts can taste. I didn't know it before, but now so many people present are discussing and praising. But we can't eat a bite. I can't do it on Halloween night. To sleep. But you are a professor now, Professor Lupin. You have to learn to change your mind. Unfortunately, this didn't work in front of the little guy. Lupin finally cleaned up the food scraps on his body, and looked at Sirius vigilantly. Don't think about fooling me this time. I'm in your sorrow. I tried it several times. No, I mean, thank you, Weasley. Sirius shrugged, suddenly turned his head, smiled and took 2 plates full of dishes from Percy, and asked casually, by the way, there are a few people in your family who are studying at Hogwarts? 7. Professor, Count Charlie and the others. Percy quickly replied with some excitement. The answer is correct. Gryffindor College will add 5 points, my child. This is only tonight. Don't tell anyone, or Professor Snape will come to trouble me. In addition, I may have to trouble you to run more. Trip. I will be happy to help you, Professor Black. The faint blue candlelight fell on the prefect badge on Percy's chest, looking very mysterious. In Lupin's incredulous expression, Percy pushed his glasses and ran towards the dining area quickly. This no, I said, Blake, you. Lupin glanced at the rich strange food on the table, and opened his mouth several times with a weird expression, unable to speak. You might as well just mark the price clearly. How many points are exchanged for how long the serving service is? That won't work. The bulletin board outside the Hogwarts auditorium will record the reason for the extra points. Sirius Black took a knife and fork to choose among the dishes, forked a piece of fried golden intestine stuffed into the entrance, vaguely explained to Lupin, You have to ask questions, so that it will become correctly answer the question. Wait, you are the castle keeper of Hogwarts. Lupin held his forehead quite speechlessly, and he said, why Gryffindor has risen so quickly recently. As the castle administrator and official professor of Hogwarts, Sirius Black has the right to deduct points anywhere, not just in the classroom. Judging from Percy Weasley's reaction just now, this kind of transaction is no longer it's the first time. Yes, so I didn't violate the school rules. Sirius grinned, looked at Lupin triumphantly, and said, Thief-fly. Really don't think about it, Remus, or are you going to continue fighting with Peepy Ghost? Do you think him stupid? Lupin said grimly, sitting down and picking up the knife and fork. By the way, Sirius. Speaking of which, a secret happened to me some time ago. Professor Lupin shook his head, watching the hockey performance of the Headless Knights not far away, and whispered mysteriously, the two twins of the Weasley family, they have never been beaten by Fairy in the night before. She caught it. So what? Isn't this normal? After all, that gentleman is well. Sirius snorted disapprovingly, and his gaze also stayed on the Headless Knights not far away. As the most powerful quartet at Hogwarts, he didn't think it was any strange. When he was in school with James and Lupin, the castle had hardly any secrets in front of them. Well, it seems to be okay at first glance, but Lupin blinked slyly and glanced at the two boys in the corner talking and laughing with a ghost. One time when I met them around the corner, I saw the two kids staring at a piece of old blank parchment, and a few seconds ago, I vaguely heard the phrase the prank is over. You know, my ears are always very sensitive. Oh, blank parchment, moon face. Sirius paused with the fork in his hand, his eyes trembled, as if he was thinking of something happy. Of course he knew what Lupin was talking about. The masterpiece of their youth, a live map. It was jointly invented by Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, James Potter and his 4 magic props specially used to achieve pranks and night tours because they often turn into animals after bedtime. Traveling around gave them a lot of knowledge about the underground passages of Hogwarts, and they made the secret passages they discovered into a live point map. At first glance, that map is just a blank parchment. But when the user says I solemnly swear that I didn't do a good thing, I solemnly swear that I am up on a good, the ink line will begin to extend, revealing a map of Hogwarts, including secret passages they know. Most importantly, the location of everyone in Hogwarts, as well as some methods and special spells for opening secret passages, will also be displayed on the live spot map in real time. After using it, just say Mischief managed to restore the map to a blank state to prevent others who know the map password from using it. Their names are written on the map, but with nicknames that are only known to each other: Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Pointed Fork. Only more than 10 years later, Wormtail betrayed them and became prisoners, while Prongs died. The former Hogwarts Mixed Four, now only Lupin and Sirius are left to comfort each other. It looks like they passed the entry test we left behind. Sirius glanced thoughtfully at the Weasley twins who were still fighting, and said softly, "That's it. I said why those two little guys are so proud, arrogant, and lawless. Did they find an interesting toy maybe? I can play with them in school later." Be careful, you are now a castle keeper and a professor of transformation. Lupin smiled and shook his head, and said expectantly, "Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall certainly didn't know that you brought another prefect. Say in advance, I don't know anything and don't participate. Just tell me the final result." There is a troublesome little guy who wants to watch. While talking, he smiled bitterly and slammed his mouth towards the podium next to him, with an anxious look on his face. The better he understands the excellence of this little witch, the more headache Lupin is now. With this hand alone, you can know the taste of the dishes, and she can become the living Princess Mononoke in the magical world. After the news tonight, Lupin has no doubt about this. It is more demanding than he imagined. It's harder. Chapter 8: Smashing Varudo. As the host of the death party, Nick completely lost his sense of existence soon after his speech. The siren choir on the main stage began to sing again. The fairies commanded their instruments, and the quiet music fluttered in the hall. The headless hunters are undoubtedly the well-deserved stars tonight. People flocked to them, watching them play games such as horseback, headball, etc. And there was a burst of applause from time to time, so much so that when the headless Nick ended, when the speech left the podium, almost no one or ghost noticed something missing in the hall. That's the end, right? Is there anything else I can help? Elena stood by the podium and asked politely. Due to the sudden visit of the headless hunters, she has not had time to answer Nick's questions. However, from the meaning of the ghost's previous words, he is obviously still quite interested in the fusion of the two worlds mentioned by Elena. This is not surprising. After all, that was the life of Mr. Nick when he was alive. Ideal. No, Nick, who was almost headless, looked at the lively hall quietly. The number of people is still satisfactory. Many of my friends who I thought would not come came here this time. It was a great success. The ghost party. In addition to Sir Patrick's headless hunter team, there are also ghost dishes. The influence of this alone is enough to cover everything. So, how should I call you now? Elena asked softly, her eyes cruising in the ghost dining area not far away. Sir Nicholas of Mincy, or Nick directly, said the ghost calmly. Thomas Cromwell is dead. He should not and cannot appear in the future. This is my only bottom line, Queen. His Majesty. Well, I promise you he will not continue to make a fuss in this capacity. Elena Lake's blue eyes looked at Nick and nodded seriously. Although she sells schools, fights in groups, financial frauds, organizes illegal groups, but Elena knows that she is actually a good girl who keeps her promises. The devil has never bothered to deceive, and only despicable braves will trample on contracts at will. Of course, she can only make a promise on her own behalf, which is very reasonable. Thank you very much. So where do we start? Nick breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly stopped in the middle of speaking. At this moment, a low noise gradually sounded like thunder in the distance, and the sound of hundreds of feet walking down the stairs and crowded discussions came from the outer corridor. The Halloween party above is over. Half a minute later, Dumbledore appeared at the door of the hall, followed by many other teachers. Behind the teachers are students from various colleges, looking curiously here. With the passage of time, news of all Gryffindor students participating in the death party has spread. Compared with Hogwarts' Halloween party, the ongoing ghost party in the underground classroom is like a cat scratching them itchy. Therefore, almost 90% of the students did not choose to go back to the dormitory to rest after the banquet. There is less than an hour before the curfew, so I can barely come over and play for a while. Minerva, Severus, Frios, Pomona, I leave it to you here. Pay attention to the time. Today is the eve of Halloween. Don't let the children fall asleep sullenly. There are many guests, polite, enthusiasm. Of course you will not forget. Dumbledore turned around and said to the four deans, the last sentence addressed to the students not far away. Awesome, cool, good, good, good. In the blink of an eye, the little wizards swarmed into the hall, curiously watching and touching the diamond-like ice sculptures, or gathering on the dance floor to watch the Headless Hunter team performance, or admiring the siren and the ensemble of fairies. What about you, Professor Dumbledore? Actually, Gryffindor doesn't need to bother much. If there is a need, Minerva McGonagall stood at the door, and did not guide the students in like other professors. The students of Gryffindor are already in the venue, and there are two formal professors from Gryffindor in it, so Professor McGonagall neither has to create more tables, nor does he need to be distracted to maintain order. Dumbledore waved his hand, rubbing his brows with a headache. It's okay, it's just a little thing. Discuss the ghost dishes. I need you more here. Ghost dishes? Well, some of the dishes offered by Hogwarts Kitchen today can be tasted by ghosts. If there are not enough professors to maintain order, I am worried that students may compete with guests for dishes later. I understand. Professor McGonagall glanced at the hundreds of ghosts gathered at the table and nodded stupidly. Now she finally knew why Dumbledore would announce the end of the banquet half an hour in advance, hurriedly left the auditorium, and led them to the death party below. Sure enough, It was a trivial matter of Caslana's characteristics. If this matter is not handled properly, the follow-up impact will be no less than that of the Golden Mountain a year ago. Ghost dishes, the delicacy that the spirit body can taste. Once this news spreads in the magical world, ghosts from all over Britain, all Europe, oh no, and even the whole world may gather towards Hogwarts, and eventually evolve into, someday in the future, this castle will float by thousands. Thousands of hungry ghosts. Just a little imagination of that scene is enough to make Professor McGonagall chill. Well, Minerva, leave it to me next, and a solution will be found. Dumbledore sighed, turned his head and looked at the white-haired dumpling that had been waiting by the door since now. Ms. Caslana, please come with me. Professor, I may not be able to explain this to you. After all, I am just a chef. Elena spread her hands quite innocently. You have to ask Sir Nicholas. If you can, I suggest you call Professor Nicolium together. He can also answer some of these inspirations and things. May? Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he nodded thoughtfully. I see. Come to my office first. As for Professor LeMay, I will inform him. The Hogwarts kitchen is the closest here. The professor, just not far. Maybe this is a better choice. Thanks for reminding, Miss Chef, Dumbledore said. After more than a year of getting along, Dumbledore gradually began to learn to recognize some of Eleanor's subtle emotions and movements. Maybe it's not so accurate in detecting lies, but some important points are still extraordinarily clear. Judging from the confident look of this white-haired dumpling, there is no doubt that it has come to the showdown that Dumbledore is particularly familiar with. When Elena and others walked into the Hogwarts kitchen, there was a sudden commotion in the kitchen. Dumbledore seemed a little flustered when he saw several house elves. They didn't appear at the door to greet them as quickly as Dumbledore had imagined. Instead, they dealt with the cooking table restlessly while looking towards this side. At this moment, Elena, who stepped into the kitchen behind them, stepped forward and clapped her hands. Everyone, stop your work. The dinner supply tonight is all over. Oh no, it hasn't been long since the students arrived at the death party. Dumbledore froze for a few seconds, and couldn't help but remind a certain lady chef in a soft voice. Just a few minutes ago, nearly 1,000 students had just poured into the hall of the death party. Counting the time, many of them may not have time to taste the first ghost dishes, let alone there are so many others. More ghosts in line. I said stop. The supper leader night is over. Elena glanced at the hesitant elves in the kitchen, and repeated it calmly. 5 minutes. Clean up the kitchen. We need a quiet conversation space. Yes, chef. This time, there was a neat response in the kitchen. Before Dumbledore could organize his language, all the flames on the cooking stations were extinguished, and the house elves began to divide the work clearly and began to clean the kitchen. As the foreman, the house elves, Burley, stood by Elena with a few glasses of lemonade. Hogwarts kitchen has only 2 tasks today: Halloween dinner and death party. Elena turned around and explained to Dumbledore patiently. About 20 minutes ago, you announced the end of the supply of the Halloween dinner, and with the departure of the owner of the death party, Sir Nicholas, this also means the end of the food supply for the death party. Moreover, the dishes are not enough. The dishes not enough? Dumbledore glanced at the surrounding cooking stations and asked politely, Ms. Caslana, are we having any trouble in the procurement process? The ingredients at Hogwarts are enough to supply the whole school for a month, Elena said, blinking her eyes cutely, showing a meaningful smile. But Hogwarts kitchen can no longer continue ghost dishes. Ghost dishes can only be cooked by wizards, and my pre-processed ingredients are limited if only students are served and guests are allowed to watch. I think it is too rude up. Similar to a potion? Dumbledore thought of the research on the subject outside the school at this time. Almost, or it's a reverse potion. It doesn't have the ability to affect reality. Elena shrugged, not surprised by Dumbledore's ability to associate. Regarding the compound research of potions, chemistry, and alchemy, this was originally one of the key projects of the College City. Although only a new semi-finished medicine, a strong cold medicine, has been researched for the time being, A lot of strange byproducts and theories have been produced. This technique is not worth mentioning. Understanding the essence of potion formation, familiar with the cooking process, in other words, if Professor Snape is in charge, I think it can be used quickly. Professor Slughorn may have learned to cook first. In fact, all she did was to select some fermented and deadly ingredients for processing. All you need to do is change your mindset, and any potion master can easily complete the job change. What about other wizards, like 7th grade, or other professors? Dumbledore asked more curiously. Perhaps. It depends on personal talent, and understanding cooking is not a difficult task, such as roasting a potato. Elena replied with a little nostalgic smile, and immediately raised her fingers, continuing to say seriously with a serious face, "But how to strip away abstract meaning and concepts to enchant dishes? It seems that only potions masters can do it." "Oh, and me." "As for the reason for the formation of this dish is very simple. Hogwarts Kitchen agreed to participate in the Nick 500. The guests at the birthday party provided some food, so I just tried it casually, but it was really feasible." "All right, I got it." Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Master of Potions, this entry requirement alone has killed 99% of wizards. But in this way, he would have a way to respond to the inquiry that followed. Judging from the current situation, if a potion master is willing to condescend to cook food specially for the ghost cook with the attitude and knowledge of making potions, there is a high probability that the ghost dishes created by Elena can be reproduced. The problem is, not to mention those potions masters who have been famous for a long time, even the more powerful potions apprentices will not go to cook, right? Compared with living people, ghosts can provide people with too little compensation. So, what does this have to do with Sir Nicholas and Nick LeMay? Dumbledore looked at Elena in confusion. The vigilance in his heart has not disappeared. On the contrary, he has become more tense. If this ghost dish is nothing more than a task props made by Elena, then there must be other reasons for urging Elena to take over the commission of the death party and invite the students of Gryffindor to participate in the party. Oh, of course there is a relationship. The relationship is still quite close, Elena said with a smile, turning her head to look in the direction of the door. Mr. Nicolium witnessed the most tragic war between the non-magical world and the magical world hundreds of years ago, and Mr. Nick temporarily ended that war. One thought you should know each other. See, come on, I guessed wrong. A scrawny, trembling white-haired old man appeared at the door of the kitchen. War, non-magical and magical? Dumbledore frowned, and Nicolium also had the same dazed expression, which was in stark contrast with Nick, who hesitated to speak. Elena glanced at Nico LeMay and Nick, who was almost headless, and raised her eyebrows playfully. Needless to say, this was obviously a secret that Dumbledore didn't know. As the most powerful wizard in the magical world today, Dumbledore may know many magical legends. However, his knowledge of the non-magical world is still too shallow after all, and it is even more impossible, no reason, and no way to verify the authenticity of the life of Nick. Almost headless, this is still based on Gringotts credit records. Find out the traces. As you can see, this is the most common tarot card, Mr. LeMay. You must be familiar with it. Elena took out a set of incomplete tarot cards from her chest and carefully picked them out. The main cards of the Fool, Magic, Queen, Pope, Hermit, the Hanged Man, and Tower have been selected. Fortunately, Elena does not intend to use this set of tarot cards to foretell the future. As Elena took out this set of tarot cards, the faces of Dumbledore and Nicole LeMay changed slightly. This means that a brand new O5 Council level member, 3 official members witnessed. This was their original rule. Sir Nicholas, regarding your past experience, I suggest you introduce yourself. Don't worry, I remember what you promised you before. This is your new identity from the nearly headless Nick from now on. After you have completed the basic self-introduction, I will introduce you to the organization process and structure in detail. Elena picked up a card, gently placed it on the flat table next to Nick, and whispered pointedly. "This is a card that symbolizes permanent and continuous success. You have reached the front of the door of success. The goddess of success makes you wait patiently. It is only a matter of time before she will let you enter the door of success. The door of success surrounded by the happiness and sorrow you have experienced, success and failure. It is necessary to recall the past time before you reach the paradise. At the same time, it will also be your exclusive code name after you join us. Then, let's start." Smash. Varudo. As a politician who has witnessed and contributed to the separation of the magical, religious, and non-magical circles in Britain, Nick, who is almost headless, after making up his mind, is more determined than some chirping old turnips. Nick took a deep look at the world main card and nodded calmly. "More than 400 years ago, at that time, I was not called Sir Nicholas of Mincy. Most people called me by my name in the non-magical world, Thomas Cromwell!" Chapter 895. Nick's story. Cromwell, that the protector who executed the Mole King? Dumbledore frowned and said softly in shock. As for the history of the non-magical world, he only has a vague general impression. About 300 years ago, there was a man named Cromwell who forced the King of England to abdicate, dissolved Parliament, and even finally was sentenced to death for treason. This is the first and only king in history to be executed for treason. No wonder, Nicholas, the victory of the people. This really fits your identity. Under the influence of dazzling magical power, it is easy to overlook another outstanding talent of Dumbledore. Except for Newt Scamander, it is difficult for the magical world to find a second wizard who can be compared with Albus Dumbledore in the field of language and writing. If the conclusion is reversed, he can easily make associations along the name. Nicholas Nikolaos, the word originated from ancient Greece. It is actually a phrase, Niko, Laos, which respectively symbolize the people and victory. In fact, this name was not so common in medieval England. Not the one? Elena scratched her cheek and glanced at Sir Nicholas, who was also shocked. Ghosts do not deliberately understand historical changes after death. As far as Elena knows, ghosts usually choose to separate from their relatives and life circles, so as not to affect the normal life trajectory of living people too much. Obviously, a certain staunch royalist did not know the great achievements made by his descendants. It was Oliver Cromwell who executed Charles and Mr. Mr. Richard, Thomas Cromwell's nephew, who happened to be Oliver Cromwell's great-grandfather. Well, I might forgot to say. Elena glanced at Nick, who was hesitant to say something, thought about it and added something quickly. It's also a causal cycle. Charles I died in the same way that Henriette executed you. Ms. Caslana, your investigation is really thorough. Nick, who was almost headless, glanced at Elena deeply and said softly, meaningfully, "Those materials and wills should be scattered in scattered corners. I am curious how you collected these." "This is what I have always wanted to know." Dumbledore shrugged and smiled thoughtfully. "Ms. Caslana, can your prophecy see the past?" "No, this is my other ability." Elena blinked her eyes quite cutely, snapped her fingers, and said softly, triumphantly, "Money, or the power of capital." She walked to the cooking table and checked the Ghost of Hogwarts, the Tudor dynasty, Puritan studies in England, Cromwell property change record, and Gringotts sleep account in turn. The same place on the table. Some time ago, Destiny sponsored the Premier League and became the first shareholder of this emerging sport. As a kind businessman who stimulated employment and saved the Great Depression, the government is happy to meet some of our simple requirements. As for Gringotts, these records, it would have been kept forever. Don't underestimate the obsession of the fairies in this regard. As I said before, there must be traces when a mortal walks through. Elena glanced at the thoughtful Sir Nicholas and said sweetly, "However, don't worry, all these materials are now in my hands. All the omissions you accidentally left before can now be patched off course. Before that, maybe you have to briefly introduce that piece of history. In this era, has the power of capital become so powerful?" Nick, who was almost headless, groaned for a moment, then sighed in a complicated mood. Strictly speaking, the capitalization of the modern world is still based on his reforms and legislation. I know, so let me just say something briefly. Those are written or not written in the books. Afterwards, he began to tell them the past events as they were. Nick spoke for about a quarter of an hour, and everyone listened very attentively, and there was no sound in the kitchen. He talked about how the struggle between the non-magical and magical circles continued in his day, how he tried his best to persuade Henriette to use the rules of the non-magical world to successfully expel the influence of the Holy See. He also talked about the idea dispute between him and the former Queen Anne, how to end the dispute more softly. He even talked about that when he chose to establish a parliament, reshape the legal system, and let the non-magical world take control of its own future, magic the final vengeance united by the world and the Holy See. It's amazing, Professor Dumbledore applauded softly when he paused. Stay on what you think is right in front of your friends and campy. Have to say, you are a well-deserved Gryffindor, but I don't understand one thing, why these venerable stories are buried, Sir Nicholas. Nick took a deep look at Nico Leem, took a soft breath, and continued. He told Dumbledore that this was the final result of all the top wizards at the time. They could not let future generations think that wizards had the ability to intervene and control the huge Mole Kingdom. This will inevitably decompose rapidly at some point in the future. There can be no more wars between the magical world and the non-magical world, between wizards and muggles. In the 200 years before Nick was born, the human world experienced the most painful and heaviest secret war. Countless wizard families have lost their children, and hundreds of millions of innocent muggles died in subsequent revenge. Hatred is like a spinning quagmire, devouring the lives of countless people until the Philosopher's Stone appeared. It barely ended this meaninglessness. Battle. The Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore frowned and looked at Nicole Lamay inquiringly. It's not just me who owns the Philosopher's Stone in this world. Nicole Lamay looked away uncomfortably and looked at the magic in his hand in a trance. Unlike some young people, I chose to escape in the first place. The only comforting thing is that the devil gift of the Sorcerer's Stone played a vital role at that special time. When the dust settles, we have to hide again. That gem is too attractive to everyone. Eleanor's eyes flickered. Sure enough, I didn't expect that there would be extra gains today. Since learning about Paracelsus' experience, she has been wondering why the Black Death miraculously disappeared that year. Judging from the current situation, it really comes from the power of the Philosopher's Stone. As the famous Speak Doctor and the founder of the healing spell in the Middle World, Paracelsus has a reputation in the field of healers comparable to alchemy. It's a lot. Because of this, Elena didn't call all the staff to interview for the new members. If Grindelwald had been able to pass the blunder before, then in the face of this kind of memory link, he would not be able to perform. At the same time, Nick's voice became hesitant. He had been avoiding mentioning the present and the future, Miss Castellana. At this moment, the little witch who had found all the truth was standing there. She listened to his story with great interest, as if a patient judge was listening to the lawyers and waiting for him to make a final conclusion. If you refuse at this time, maybe you can get everything back to the original trajectory. Nick thought carefully. The era that belongs to him is over. How can he confirm that the expected world fusion node will really be opened in the hands of this little witch? More than 50 years ago, Dumbledore could not and failed to do this. Nick cast his eyes on Dumbledore subconsciously. I saw the headmaster of Hogwarts smile faintly, and the fire flashed quickly on his half-moon-shaped lenses. What I am most interested in right now is, Dumbledore said gently, what reason did Miss Castellana use to tell you to abandon your original plan, and the field you will be involved in later? As far as I know, it seems not in planning. Right? Dumbledore's eyes shot down from his long hooked nose and fell on Eleanor's face. This is not the first time that Dumbledore has encountered this kind of sudden attack. According to what Dingula Duo knows about Elena Castellana, most of the white-haired dumplings are best at using the old methods that the Dark Kings like most: intimidation, lure, or just go to deceive. Well, you are right, I threatened Mr. Nick. Facing Dumbledore's oppressive gaze, Elena confessed openly. If he is willing to help me solve the problem, then starting tomorrow, Nick the Almost Headless will die, replaced by the reappearing Thomas Cromwell, or the Earl of Essex. Gringotts, a statement will be issued announcing the discovery of a dusty property to be transferred. Any wizard who provides relevant clues will be rewarded. Of course, before that, I believe the ghosts will also get new news. The corners of Elena's mouth raised, and the little dull hair on her head swayed arrogantly from side to side, and whispered casually, "TSK Tusk in order to hide the name, hesitate to lay out for hundreds of years, just to cover up the wizard's victory. I don't know how many people will be surprised by this story, and how many ancient magic families will have their voices because of it. I don't understand, Ms. Caslana, is it really necessary to do this?" Dumbledore sighed slightly and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. "There is an unprecedented power gathered by your side. This is a powerful force I have never seen before. It is even enough to subvert the Ministry of Magic in an instant and achieve ambitions that Voldemort has been unable to achieve in decades. Even so, you still continuously, using various disturbing and unexpected methods, continue to accumulate more top wizards. The pinnacle of the last Wizarding War, in 1945, teach you to fight the Dark Lord Grindelwald." Elena put her fingers around the silver hair and said calmly, "In the end, you successfully defeated the Dark Lord and used the imprisonment of him as a bargaining chip in exchange for a part of the Magic Society's compromise, and in Salzburg more than 40 years later, I saw with my own eyes the Black Veil falling down again. Countless old people gathered into the ocean, and a city turned into Grindelwald. That scene I will never forget. At that moment I was thinking, if one day I become the one who pushes the world, I must do my best to defeat everything. Now the opportunity of the new world is in front of us, and I must consider whether this is the only opportunity for me, or even the entire magical world. In this world, I believe that the magical civilization and human civilization can have the current glorious achievements. You, Grindelwald, Mr. Nick, Mr. LeMay, countless pioneers have contributed. It is incumbent on us to recast the glory of magical civilization and start a new era. Chapter 900 World Join. Generally speaking, people are accustomed to generally attribute the crossing rebirth to a golden finger. But in fact, these are two completely different plug-in abilities, foresight, and unique knowledge and worldview. In the magical world, time travel is not a completely impossible thing. As time goes by, Dumbledore's wisdom is impossible without speculation in this regard. Elena Caslana, is it from the future? Guests. However, due to the existence of the prophecy and the mystery of the soul, a strange paradox has also formed in a certain sense. If everything happens only at the soul level, then people can never tell who the prophet is. Can be seen as a prophet who has loaded part of the future information, or as a future man who has stored information about the past. It's just that they don't care about these details. Every time there will be similar geniuses in the world, they appear to be born again, carrying some existing knowledge in various fields, and then they will quickly reach the culmination of their knowledge and fall into the quagmire again. In the non-magical world, it might be high school, college, or even a doctor, but it will definitely stop somewhere in the end. It's like sprinting forward on a long track. Whether it is memory inheritance or predicting the future, there must be a certain limit. When this incident appeared in a long period of time, such as Dumbledore, who was 110 years old, Nico LeMay, who was 666 years old. These elders, they were not more concerned about it. The length of time is the direction forward. In other words, Ms. Caslana, why do you think this may be the last chance for the magical world? Dumbledore picked up the Phantom of Hogwarts from the table and looked at it with interest. If it's just to conquer the world, or to speed up to a level that can be expected in the future, then I am very particular about this time. The invitation is reserved. It's very simple. At some point in the future the magic is gone. Elena said frankly. The girl's blue eyes seemed to contain flames. The future without magic is not the future I want. I don't know whether those bad things will happen, but I think we have the ability to change it now. At least I think there should be a better choice. So, I hope to unite all the forces that can be united. Elena looked at the three old wizards in the room calmly and whispered, in terms of how to deal with multiple relationships, the New World Order, laws and regulations and even the administrative system, the balance point, Sir Nicholas' experience is very important if we really succeed in opening a new world. Then we still need a complete closure. The man at the gate of the old world. And Sir Nicholas, Mr. World, you are that man. That's it. So did you choose this main card for Nick? Nicole LeMay picked up the card from the table and stared intently at the tarot card he created in his hand. This is the last main card, symbolizing the end. Needless to say, this is a very heavy card. If the task of Zero Fool is the starting point for everything, then 21 World means the end of the old world and the advent of the new world. It symbolizes the beginning of a cycle, an endless journey, and a kind of stability. Circulation and rhythm symbolize infinite vitality and infinite power. Except for the Fool, this card accumulates the characteristics of all previous cards. In a sense, World can almost be regarded as the final destination and collection of all previous cards. So, Ms. Kaslana, how do you want me to help you? Ghost Jazz's voice gradually became calmer and thicker, and he looked at Elena a little while studying. Just like assisting Henry VIII in the past, build an empire for the world's first magic emperor? If I understand correctly, you can start a war at any time and win easily. Therefore, in your plan, actually, as the Chief Minister of State, I will manage the territories after victory for you. Is that true? Emperor of Magic, Chief Secretary of State. Unfortunately, your understanding may be a little off. Times have changed, sir. Elena shrugged with a weird look, and replied helplessly. The monarchy, well, whether it is an autocratic monarchy or a constitutional monarchy, it is an ancient feudal society. Human civilization has now entered a new period of capitalism and socialism in the initial stage of division and resistance if you want to reverse history, but nothing will end the dictatorship is too bad. Rights breed corruption, and absolute rights breed absolute corruption. Without centralization, there will be no execution. You will eventually become the queen of the new world. The first Earl of Isaacs shook his head, with a certain tone. Perhaps in the non-magical world, the faint and incompetent magic emperor will lead to the destruction of the kingdom, but in the magical world there is another choice. He glanced at Nicole LeMay, who was sitting not far away, and said softly, meaningfully, an immortal dynasty of magic that lasts for thousands of years. Wasn't he worried about this when he abandoned the contract and maintained the law and order at the expense of his death? Nick the almost headless never expected. At the moment he thought he had successfully buried history and let the ambition of the magical world completely disappear. Hogwarts gave birth to an unprecedented witch. Philosopher's Stone, Gringotts, Hogwarts, the layout of the non-magical world, the previous generation of dark forces. Just the tip of these icebergs emerging from the sea is enough to easily subvert the world. Everyone will die, including me. As for the magic emperor, Elena stared at the translucent body of Nick, almost headless, smiled and said softly, the world I am looking forward to is much more difficult than the magical dynasty. I almost have to turn the whole world heads. After all, in my cognition, the most perfect form of magic science civilization is that ghost. That ghost? Nick frowned in confusion. Well, the widespread of magic means the liberation of productivity, the great surplus of material, the disintegration of knowledge, blockade and class differentiation when wealth gradually loses its meaning and people gradually get rid of the dependence on things. Unfair wealth distribution and exploitation will be eliminated, so as to maximize the power of civilization. Elena put her fingers up and said seriously with a smile on her lips. Think about it, when the imperial power ceases to exist, capital loses its minions. After realizing this, all the forces of the old world, the Ministry of Magic and the Holy See, pureblood families and mole chairballs, brutal dictators and cunning capital politicians, they will inevitably unite and carry out sacred actions against us. Encircle and suppress. Sorry, I still don't understand what you mean, but it doesn't sound great. Nick, who was almost headless, frowned even more and said, bewildered. In short, Elena said softly and happily, I intend to build a brand new social system that eliminates privileges, eliminates exploitation, allows everyone to be treated fairly in a broad sense, and fundamentally defeats class division. This is impossible. This is too idealistic. Nick couldn't help laughing, and looked at Elena with a weird look. First of all, what is fairness in a broad sense? The emperor breaks the law and commits the same crime as the common people. The elderly have a sense of support. The young have support, equal educational opportunities, a fair employment environment, and resource allocation follow the optimal solution. There is no high or low, each person performs his own duties, and eliminates disputes. Miss Caslana. Nick, who was almost headless, was stunned and looked at Elena like a lunatic. Have you never understood what the real world looks like? This is not building a castle on the beach. Powerful people will enjoy a better life, and the operation of society must be divided into subordinates and subordinates. This is reality, not the fantasy world portrayed in the books by my religion. Unless you can become an omnipotent god. No, the gods are not omnipotent. For example, he can't make a rock that he can't lift. Elena drew her magic wand and played casually back and forth in her hand. Miracles and magic exist, right? If we say that the magic of memory inheritance is perfected, then we can achieve equality in education in a broad sense. If the magic system of farming and breeding is complemented, then the gap in food, clothing, housing and transportation will be reduced to the extreme. In all walks of life there may be differences in the division of labor, but this is based on the functioning of society, not on identity and power. Elena's wand was lightly tapped in the air, depicting one after another high-definition 3D projection. Yes, if you look at it from the eyes of people in the past, then this is the mighty power of the gods. It's like the scene where the ancient ancestors looked at the wizard when the first magical light shines in the dark. And this is just our daily life. Science. Under the curtain of night, the lights of the Wangia in Salzburg lit up in front of Nick's eyes. Magic. In the flames, one wizard after another took a package through the fireplace and appeared all over the world. Times have changed, Sir Nicholas. Elena waved her hand gently, dispelling the illusions in the air. At least in terms of feasibility, magic can greatly allow humans to overcome the dependency on things. When the value of wealth is gradually transformed from capital into actual social behavior, most of the class privileges will naturally disappear. Nick opened his mouth, thinking carefully about the loopholes in Elena's words. But I think, Nick frowned heavily. The non-magical world is very different from the magical world. This is the difference between human and human body. Wizards and moles see different worlds. Yes. For example, I then find a way to make them perceive, tell them, and record it as knowledge. Elena interrupted involuntarily. Except for ghosts, there are too many things invisible to the naked eye. Humans cannot see electromagnetic waves with wavelengths outside the range of 380 nanometers to 760 nanometers. We call them ultraviolet rays and infrared rays, but this does not affect the perception of the non-magical world. Humans cannot see how electrons rotate and move, but we can draw patterns. Her right hand flicked across the stack of tarot cards on the table, stroking some of the vacancies. At this moment, not far from the castle, thousands of scholars are thinking hard. The naked eye can't detect magic, then use the instrument. If the instrument is not competent, then invent a better instrument. Magic and science. These are just two roads for humans to perceive the world side by side. The world is there and will not disappear because of this. As long as any side arrives, it can dispel the fog for human civilization, she said, blinking at Dumbledore and Nicole Lamay. Not to mention, we are still working on studying magical life and magical intelligence, so that magic can be carried around and integrated into everyone's daily life, from daily necessities to military industry. From medicine to building materials. No, there are a lot of gratifying phased results, and some of them have even begun to be put into use. So, These things, those ideals, do you agree with them? Nick, who was almost headless, said softly, his eyes passing thoughtfully over the pile of incomplete tarot cards. Except for the world placed in front of him, there are now a total of 7 main cards not in it. Magic. He saw this card in Nicole LeMay's hand just now, and according to the dialogue between Elena and Dumbledore, the two obviously also have a corresponding main card. It means, are there 4 more people? Nick, who was almost headless, quickly calculated in his heart. In this mysterious organization, there are 4 top wizards with the same weight as Nicole LeMay, Albus Dumbledore, Thomas Cromwell, and Elena Castellano. If Rousselsus counts as one, there are 3 more.